Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 4. Director's Cut EP3. As the screen flashed rapidly with images from unknown events at a fast-paced speed, the rest of the watchers were left to ponder the question Amelia had uttered to herself. One such wondering person couldn't help keep their mouth closed. You think there could be more things your knight is hiding from you, Amelia-sama? The half-elf sitting to the side of the sleeping boy couldn't help but flinch dryly at the question coming from the judging crush. He never told me about any of that. I'd try to question him for everything he seemed to know at the loot house. But he was just too injured after saving me. The half-elf was looking at her clenched fist with a deep frown of confusion. Her heart couldn't help but feel heavier with each thought of Subaru not trusting her enough with these horrible memories. Oh? So you do recognize that since Natsuki-kun didn't reveal any of this to you, he might be hiding more than just that power of his, Anastasia asked with a bit of a curious gaze towards the saddened half-elf. I don't know, Dash. Amelia's voice cracked as she kept her hands to herself. He didn't trust me enough to tell me about this, so I'm sure there's more he wouldn't want me to see. Ah. Anastasia shook her head and backed away from the half-elf. Clearly, the girl was in the middle of a crisis on her own. The merchant queen did not have to intervene. But she wasn't the only one, as the blonde silent spirit sitting on the other side of the half-elf was found frowning deeply as well. Neither did he talk about it with Betty, in fact. Amelia glanced at the small drill-haired girl beside her sleeping knight with a look akin to one of deflation, as the spirit's last interaction with her still kept the half-elf in a frenzy of hurtful emotion regarding Beatrice's words to her. Hey, are you sure, Betty-san? Amelia's silver bell voice sounded hesitant to speak with the girl, even going as far as to change her honorific for the lowly. A distant, cold, and professional one. Yes, I suppose, Beatrice replied simply. I mean, it would make a ton of sense if the boy didn't talk about this with anyone. I doubt anyone would believe him. Some in the Amelia camp stared at the shrugging dogman in outrage. In no way. He had to have told at least Otto-kun and Garfield-san. They are his most trusted friends. As she said this while refuting the dogman, Petra's blue desperate eyes wandered to the two boys sitting in the front seats. She only saw one grim look and dim stares from both Otto and Garfield. Why, you guys? Petra's eyes widened when all she received from the boys were shakes of their heads. Captain didn't share this with me, foregoing any of his pent-up frustrations and questions, the blonde muttered rigidly with conflicting emotions showing on his face. The merchant beside him didn't find it appropriate to blow up a second time, so he just settled for fixing his hat with a grim frown. I didn't have any idea about this either, Petra-chan. Petra's eyes widened, wondering over Amelia, Beatrice, and Rim in desperation. None of us knew, Petra-chan, Frederica whispered from behind the girl with a hand on her shoulder. Sit down. But. The little one sat down with tears in her eyes that had yet to flow down her cheeks. He can't be keeping that to himself. Not on his own. Rim and Amelia looked even more heartbroken when they heard that shriek from the little maid. The guilt filling both of them for not being aware enough of Subaru's constant disruptions and mental scars filling the two ladies. But the blonde sitting to the right of the sleeping boy was showing signs harsher than mere guilt. She was biting her lips harshly as she held on to her contractor's hands. Tears still not slipping by, but the tortured look on Beatrice's face explained how shattered the little girl was feeling after seeing her only one having such a bad beginning. It seems Natsuki Subaru has the ability to go through time. This is all but confirmed to us now, Crush mused loudly, finally gaining attention as she felt it was the right time for a discussion about things to start. So, Felt narrowed her eyes at the Duchess, feeling a bad wash growing over the room. He must have used it against the whale and Bishop of Sloth, Nyan, it seems we've been played. Felix growled half-heartedly while thinking of all the ways Subaru had exploited Crush's camp by using his time-traveling power to gain her loyalty. No wonder he was so good at the negotiations table. The boy was a threat. Boy, you think I'd let that slide, you bastard? Captain always does what's best for Authors even more than myself. Don't go around calling him a trickster for no reason. You hear me? Garfield, calm down. Calm down now, fella. That's not a good way to go about this. Ricardo and Frederica tried to calm down the absolutely furious-looking Garfield, ready to bounce on Felix for his way of mentioning Subaru and displaying no sympathy for his Captain's pain. The cowboy knight held his tongue but delivered a scathing glare towards the rough blonde in the seats below. Garfield met him with his sharp teeth gritted. Felix Dano, please take care of your tone, Wilhelm firmly admonished, surprising the Stark healer sitting beside him. But old man Will, this is all too dangerous for us to ignore. It doesn't matter now. Keep those thoughts to yourself until we have actual evidence to speak in such a way of Subaru Dano, the old man assessed rigidly, earning a look from the green-haired Duchess. You still think Subaru Natsuki is to be trusted, Wilhelm Dano? Even after what we've seen of the boy's abilities. At his lady's curious query, Wilhelm only provided an answer that was loud enough for everyone in the theater to hear. We've only watched a boy die and realize how scarce his fortune is in our world, Crush-sama. I fail to see how that makes him our enemy. As the old swordsman bowed his head to her, Crush's amber eyes only narrowed. It seems like you've forgotten that this boy isn't exactly serving your lady, old man, Smoothly and amusedly, Anastasia took the words from Crush's lips and delivered them to the old man and those hearing her. He may use this ability to gain popularity for the candidate he serves. Crush and Anastasia looked at the old man with their own gazes of mischief and firm-hardened amber eyes. The old demon of the sword arts met both his mistress and one of her rivals with a look of compassion and confidence. Fighting beside him gave me all the answers I need, my lady. The two candidates seemed struck by this, making the Duchess lose herself in her thoughts, and the merchant queen backed off to stare at the chair in front of her. You might be wrong, old man Will, Felix muttered smoothly, earning a shake of the head from the old man. Damn, the old man is really cool, huh? Al grunted chillingly as he rubbed his stump, feeling a bit happy at the display below. I have no care for the rattle of dogs happening beneath us, Aldebaran. Use that tongue of yours for something useful to me instead of mangling useless words. The red princess beside him cruelly cut him off by forcing his body to the floor of the theater at her feet with a simple grab of his helm by one hand. I know you were thinking about it too, princess, the stump knight said with humor in his tone as he inched his face closer to the lady's raised foot. Shut your mouth, worthless crime, Priscilla shouted, pinning his head beneath her shoe like usual. Ignoring him, Priscilla's scarlet eyes were honed on the black screen, frustration overwhelming her as she tried to figure out what someone of her divine province was doing in a room like this. Why did the world that served her summon her here? Surely it can't be just about that pathetic boring boy and his useless journey. The thought that her time was wasted for someone so worthless made the Valachian matriarch fume with rage. Princess, please. The carpet doesn't taste so nice. Ignoring the helmeted knight in the back, Julius moved his sharpened gaze towards the silent redhead. He gave an inquiring look. I do wonder. How did you not see the discrepancy in Subaru's message about Amelia-sama when he hasn't even met with her? Shouldn't you have taken that into account since she's a candidate, Reinhard? The redhead knight looked baffled for a moment before his expression changed into a thinking one. I really thought it would be better for Amelia-sama to take care of it herself. She wanted him in her care, and I couldn't feel any malicious intent from Subaru at all. I'm sure Amelia-sama's great spirit could tell her that as well. So you found it appropriate to just leave some random civilian that got involved with a royal candidate in a dangerous situation and had knowledge he shouldn't be able to, by themselves? Julius stared holes at the back of Reinhard's head, the redhead looking away in embarrassment and shame. Felt simply snorted at the man. I suppose you were preoccupied with the fifth candidate, but that was a truly grave mistake you might have made there, Reinhard. Felt found herself rolling her eyes at Julius' constant admonishing of her knight. Geez, does he ever shut up and stay in his own business? Reinhard just gave her a small smirk. Back to the purple-haired knight, he looked towards his lady with an apprehensive stare. Staring is quite rude from you, Julius Cohen. My lady. Do you really believe Subaru is a threat? The young man sounded protective, backed as if he was hurting himself just asking this question, but he was still trying to hide it all under a thin veil of lavish elegance that he was so good at naturally projecting. Anastasia's eyes easily saw him for what he was at this moment. You know, your friendship with him is quite a valuable thing, Julius Cohen. My lady. No, I do not believe Natsuki Cohen is a threat. Not until he loses the will to live anyways. This answer surprised the knight greatly. Then why did you agree with Crush-sama's words? Anastasia chuckled and patted her knight's shoulder. Simply playing a small game with my competitors. Dear Julius Cohen, a lady has to have fun from time to time. Julius's eyes widened as he realized what Anastasia was doing. You were playing the Karsten camp? The merchant queen was full on smirking as she rubbed her scarf smoothly. They are so set on thinking about the bad outcomes. They would rather fight each other than think differently. But what we've seen of him, this boy, it's all ripe with so much potential. He could be a great asset, Julius Cohen. Anastasia's eyes filled with mirth and enlightenment, which made the knight beside her realize something. This was an entirely new game with rules beyond him or any of the other knights. These screenings showed them all something darker than he would have ever liked to believe anyone he liked dealt with. Especially not the boy he called a friend. And now the candidates were all starting to notice how closely they should have been focusing since the beginning. This will not end well. Roswell muttered without an accent since no one could hear him. Ram was currently focused on staring at the back of her sister's head with a look of guilt. The clown-dressed man was sitting in the back by his lonesome with a frown of frustration shown behind his gloved hands. This was very bad. Very, very bad. Not only has my gospel not mentioned that cruel detail. Now that all of them knew about it as well, in time, it might show something about me. Excuse me. Roswell's thoughts and worry fell as his focus was placed immediately along with all in the room on the blue-haired maid that had her arm raised. Excuse me, screamed Sama. What is it? Everyone waited with bated breath to see what the young girl was going to say to the entity she so bravely called upon. Rim's face looked a little ghostly for some reason. She was frightened to speak, but her fist remained over her heart as she forced through. Do we need to see more? Is there more that Subaru-kun is hiding from us? Me. Rem. Ram's eyes narrowed as she noticed the slight tone of fear and dread in her sister's voice. She was hiding something. Yes. There's more to see about this kid, of course. I just thought you all needed a moment of rest before we got to the real beginning of his story. At this, many eyes widened, especially Rim's own fearful ones. Wait. You're saying Natsuki-san went through more? And he refused to say anything about his death? Otto asked in outrage, saying everything that was on his camp's mind. The other candidates and camps watched with great interest and sympathy, unlike the Amelia one, where everyone close to Subaru just felt betrayed and worthless with each passing second they find out that Subaru was just going through his own story without them even knowing about it. Oh, I mean, fuck, they're following me. Look, just watch this, all right? It will explain what I mean and what you need. Not again, Garfield shouted while slamming his fist as everyone realized with the screen's flashes stopping so suddenly and the light dimming that another viewing had begun. I guess all we have to do is watch then, Frederica whispered with a really uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. Yeah, watch. Rim's voice whimpered softly, her hands clenching the hem of her skirt as the fear inside of her was sending all sorts of thoughts into her mind. If Subaru truly can live through painful deaths and go back in time, this means she might have done something regretful. Oh, how her heart ached at the thought. Sister. Ram called out in a voice above a whisper. Her seating in the back didn't allow the blue-haired girl to hear her. Ram didn't like how insignificantly her sister treated the sadness around her heart. It was like the blue twin was focusing more on someone else's pain rather than herself. Ram could see this, feel this cold negative feeling coursing through her dear family from the other side of the theater. And yet she can't help but feel that it was Rim's fault she felt this way. What did you do, Rim? The pink-haired maid whispered to herself one more time, with her heart beating fast from fear. The older twin wasn't stupid. She can feel it through her connection with her sister. She can see guilt. Realizing that, Ram's eyes were the last to turn up to the screen. She needed an answer. Who best to answer her? And then the screen lit up. Season 1, Episode 3, Director's Cut. Begin. The dark screen lights up on Subaru's sleeping face as he laid on a massive bed wearing robes. He slowly opened his eyes and commented on the first thing he saw. I don't know that ceiling. It must feel surreal for him, huh? Anastasia commented a little bemusedly, earning the attention of Crush and her own camp. What's that, boss? Ricardo inquired from the shrewd merchant queen. HM, can't you see? This was the first time he opened his eyes to somewhere other than that apple-stand. She pointed out a simple fact that shocked the people listening in. That's... Oddly enough, Frederica was the one to try and respond to the thought with coherence, and it failed. Much like the stunned blonde, her little student sitting by her side was also stunned by the thought. Mature enough to feel the corruption of being finally able to find yourself in a mansion room instead of the place where your death restarted the world around him. Petra was slowly beginning to feel the horror beyond just dying. A horror her beloved hero is subject to and forced to explore all alone. The little girl was more than hardened enough to watch more of Subaru's journey, but it gave her comfort that he was at the very least under Amelia-sama's and Ram-sama's protection for the time being. He can take it on. The little maid firmly spoke, having a surprising assurance and assertiveness in her tone which surprised her own sensei. Subaru-sama has all the help he needs now. Amelia, Ram, Frederica, and even Beatrice glanced at the little girl with surprise and disbelief. Subaru sat up straight and moved his robes to look at his naked belly. The wound is gone. Considering all this, it must have been her. Amelia's healing power, huh? He thought it was me who helped heal him? Amelia had a soft smile of amusement on her expression while Beatrice just raised a brow at the screen, unimpressed. Subaru got up and started walking out of the room. He looked at a weird forest painting on the wall next to his door. Well, at any rate, it seems I got out of using return by death this time. Still, isn't it normal to wake up and see a girl by your bed? Asking, are you awake? After she'd cared for you the whole time? Feels kind of flawed for a story about being summoned into another world. In his world, stories usually cater to a male audience, so they make the protagonist a girl magnet. I suppose. Beatrice immediately explained while secretly marveling at their confused faces. So he thinks that girls should fall all over him since he was summoned from another world? Julia snorted at the stupid thought. What a jackass, Tivy nodded along with his sister. I mean, he grew up on such stories, so he's inclined to believe them ideas. Crush nodded slowly with felt. Yes, Natsuki's world had stories about heroes summoned from another reality. Like us, they thought it was impossible. So when Subaru-kun was transported here, he immediately began following the tropes and cliches of his world's fantasy stories. Anastasia kept looking at the screen as she concluded Crush's thought with ease. Amelia was silent throughout this discussion about what her knight was thinking and felt entitled to because of his circumstance. Stuck was she on having to cut this entire chat these candidates were having about her own knight. As if they knew him as she did. As if they had fought with him because of this mentality he had at the start of his journey as she did. And she was stuck for one and only one reason. It was her guilt that broke any confidence of projecting her relationship with Subaru against the others, of standing up for him. Amelia was ashamed that everything these other girls were saying about her knight's unflattering way of thinking about her as a doll was indeed very correct. But I'm so much more than that to him. He said it himself. Amelia's thoughts slowly cooled down her conflicting storm of guilt and anger. He said he loved me. He was wrong to think of me like that, she whispered calmly to herself as she managed to calm down again. Her heart didn't calm down as another thought struck her. Why did you not trust me with return by death then, Subaru? Amelia's thought was cold, calculated, furious, and uncaring to the name of the curse her knight had to suffer from. The silver-haired girl was beyond furious with the boy's self-indulgent habits. Subaru continued walking and stopped when he noticed the same painting on another door. A looping hallway? Is this one of those things where I can't get out until I find the right room? Subaru quickly moved to the door beside him. The typical pattern dictates that the first door is likely the goal. Humph. Priscilla snorted haughtily at the logic. Honestly, he amused her greatly even if he was a buffoon. Opening the door, Subaru was met by a little girl sitting on a stool. What profoundly aggravating man you are, I suppose. Nearly everyone in the Amelia camp showed absolute shock with this scene, prompting a few of the other people around them to ask why Amelia, the maids of the Roswell mansion, and even Roswell himself had their mouths ajar. What's wrong? Captain's meeting with the Lil, one is basic, Garfield asked, surprised how shocked his own sister looked and finding it hard to see what they were so shocked about. I think I might have an idea, Garf-san. Otto failed to notice how he earned the attention of both Garfield and the other occupants in the room as he muttered with a thoughtful face. This must be related to what I was told about when I was welcomed into Roswell-sama's estate for the first time by Natsuki-san and Amelia-sama. Beatrice-sama never left her great library and no one in the mansion could find it since it's magically hidden or something of that sense. How come the boy managed to find her on the first go then? Anastasia breezily asked from above the young man, her eyes filled with interest. Her own knight kept his gaze on them with a glint of excitement showing in his gaze. I did not know that Subaru-sama found the great library right from his first day in the estate. Truly fascinating. Frederica spoke breathlessly in amazement. Seems like Barusa manages to sniff out his own likings on accident. HM. How do we take that? Ricardo sweated at the rigid pink-haired girl's statement. It seems you two have been connected since the very beginning then, Beatrice-san. That's amazing. Emilia voiced her own amazement and happiness for the little girl, finding the entire situation foreshadowing Beatrice's link with Subaru. Oddly enough, the little blonde spirit was silent throughout this. Emilia almost thought that the girl was still angry with her and was ignoring her again. Subaru-kun really is close to Beatrice-sama, feeling closed in on herself and awkward. Rem couldn't help but express in a sad voice. It didn't feel good to be left out, and seeing everyone talk about how foretelling this moment was for both the spirit Rem had scarcely met in her years living under the same mansion and the boy she loved with all of her heart. Betty and her contractor are always connected. In fact, the great spirit herself spoke in an affirmed, confident tone. However, there was no cheer in Beatrice's voice or eyes. First NPC found. You're gonna ruin your cute face with that cold attitude. Come on. Smile. Smile. The only smile worth giving you is a derisive sneer. Are you mad because I guessed it right on the first try? I've always been a pretty lucky guesser. I can understand why game masters would want me in all the events, but sorry. Beatrice grips her book harder as he continues to talk. So, what is this place, anyway? Did you feel it at such an early moment, Beatrice? The magic-savvy lord whispered slowly. Roswell's eyes were narrowed on the way the little girl was gripping her book. It's Betty's multi-purpose room, which serves as a library and bedroom, I suppose, she replied in anger. Talk about a typical response. Are you one of the manual girls everyone's into now? He doesn't realize he was in the presence of a great spirit inside of her domain nonetheless, shaking his head in disappointment. Julius couldn't help but let frustration show on his expression as he saw Subaru disrespect a great being that any knight would bow before. He's not familiar with that stuff, pal. I think he gets a pass on this one. Al shook his head as he thought back to the last time Subaru did something wrong in front of the regal knight. Such a stick in the mud, this guy. I have assessed that, thank you. Natsuki Subaru is from a different world than ours. Julius' eyes lowered in thought. Still feels unreal, huh? Al chuckled from above as he noticed the knight's confused state. Julius mainly gave a nod before trailing back on the screen. Still. To meet with a great spirit and be contracted with her even with his attitude. His spirit attraction must have been higher than my little buds had told me. Cease your pointless theorizing. Betty Subaru didn't need something so insignificant to earn Betty's loyalty. In fact, her voice cold and firm, Beatrice reprimanded the foolish spirit knight sitting in the rows behind her. Her eyes bored at the screen as her tiny hand found itself on the sleeping one of Subaru. This meeting was nothing short of fate. In fact, she whispered to herself, even with how rude Betty turned out, I suppose. Beatrice chuckled desperately to herself, feeling shame at this first meeting between her and the boy beside her. Beatrice closed her book and jumped down from her stool. Betty has had just about enough. The girl walked closer to Subaru until he was pinned to the door. Time to teach you a lesson, I suppose. Hey, what are you gonna do? Subaru was startled when Beatrice glared up at him. Don't you dare move. Anything you'd like to say? Don't hurt me. Wimp. Scaredy cat. Be a man. Garfield glared at the trio of Ricardo, Mimi, and Tivy. Is he going to be all right? Reinhard found himself asking in worry what the great spirit might do to the boy. He found his answer from the stretched accent of the clown lord above. She wouldn't actually hear him regardless. Reinhard-sama, please be at ease. Roswell was staring intently at the screen, trying to find out why Beatrice was giving the boy the time of day, unlike the hundreds that came to her in the past decade of this generation period. She would throw out anyone that didn't satisfy her noble words. Yet she's interacting with this random human with no problem expressing herself. Intriguing. Beatrice looked unimpressed and raised her hand at his belly. Subaru looked confused at first. Then he screamed as Beatrice sucked his mana dry. Subaru fell, paralyzed and in pain. He looked up at Beatrice as she looked down at him. "What did you do to me, you drill loli?" he asked in pain. "I only collected the mana from your body, I suppose." It confirmed that you are not an enemy. Subaru slowly looked up and smirked in exhaustion. "You're not human, are you?" "I don't mean your personality." Beatrice is smiling smugly at him from above. "It took you long enough to notice, I suppose." The girl in the theater was not smiling as her screen counterpart as she witnessed her faulty beginning with her contractor. She couldn't help but apologize under her breath for the little spell she had forced on him back then. "Betty will make those up to you, I suppose," Beatrice whispered under her breath while holding Subaru's arm tightly. "Just come back, and I'll give you all of the hugs you need, you foolish contractor." In fact, Beatrice held a small smirk coming through her desperate-looking eyes as she faced the unmoving form of the sleeping Subaru beside her. She vowed to give him this. Beatrice-sama used to be so mean. Petra yelled at the distasteful attitude Beatrice was showing. "Yes, I don't think I have ever seen Beatrice-sama smile in all my years working for Roswell-sama," Rem said as she recalled the very scarce times she had interacted with the spirit. Beatrice-sama always was lonely in her library. Her attitude changed since she started going out more. Frederica explained to the two maids. Petra was a new maid, so she didn't know anything. But Rem was already very familiar with the spirit since she's lived years with her in the same mansion. Beatrice-sama started going out of her library? Rem asked with piqued interest. "It's because of Barusu's moronic plans." Rem looked at her sister even more interested. "What did Subaru-kun do to Beatrice-sama?" Otto and Garfield laughed suddenly. Rem looked at them in surprise. She was more confused when Amelia and Petra started giggling. "What?" the frustrated Oni asked. Subaru-kun kind of forced Beatrice to contract with him." Amelia giggled at the conversation she had with him about it. She was happy to take her mind off his secret power, so the giggles just came out from the distress. "How did Subaru force a great spirit to contract with him?" Julius asked with great interest and a smile as he knew that the boy did something genius and equally reckless at the same time. He loved a trade in Subaru. Simple. Subaru-san knew that Beatrice-sama wasn't going to leave the library, so he decided to get rid of it. Otto explained with a tired smile at the memory. "What do you mean get rid of it?" Crush asked interestedly as well. Barusa had to deal with many threats at the time. One of them was that someone put a hit on the mansion and everyone in there was to be killed by the Bowel Hunter, Ram explained, omitting some details about who it was that put the hit and what dangers Subaru had to fight. She didn't want everyone to start thinking about how the boy dealt with the threats. They didn't want to think about him dying again. "So how did he deal with Elsa?" Reinhard asked with a guilty frown. "He shouldn't have let her get away. Captain made my amazing self hold that bitch off while he did his thing." Garfield smirked at the memory while his sister shook her head in annoyance. "You actually left the sanctuary, Garf?" Rem asked in surprise. The boy found himself shocked by the relative warmth the normally cold Rem gave him. "Barusu was responsible for that too." "Yep, Captain held off in a fight against me and managed to impress me enough to join him." Garf still had pride not to admit losing to his captain. "Not with that sword Saint Dickhead sitting around. Yi Subaru-kun managed a lot of feats while you were in a coma, my dearest Rem-kun. It's why he has been officially declared Amelia-sama's knight." Rem looked at her employer in shock. She smiled proudly and ruffled her hero's head. "I knew you could do it," she softly said. "Don't derail the conversation. What did Big Bro do to save Biko-chan?" Felt asked, annoyed that they changed the subject. Everyone in the room was now looking at the Amelia camp with interest as to how the boy managed to save the mansion's residents. "Humph. He burned the mansion and the great library Betty was protecting, I suppose. Coming into my library with tears in his eyes, begging Betty, in fact, asking for my help with one hand while burning the library with another. A sad sight of a pathetic boy, I suppose," Beatrice yelled in frustration, which made those around her laugh harder since she started yelling the unfairness she was subjugated to by Subaru's rash decisions. Julius and Reinhard just stared with shock at the laughing camp. Their knightly code always taught to give the great spirits the utmost respect. "Why am I surprised?" "Yeah, that's something Subaru would do." The two knights calmed down when they thought about the nasty-eyed boy's personality. Manhandling a spirit into a contract to save her was something expected from him. Both smiled at the image of an angry Subaru throwing books into a raging fire while screaming how he will save the girl. It was hilarious. Subaru burned the mansion, contracted Beatrice-sama, became a knight, and freed Garfield? Rem looked around sadly as she missed so much. She forgot that the screen was going to show her potentially hurting him. The maid just prayed that nothing bad would happen to him, even if she knew that wouldn't be the case. But her weak heart forced her into a state of denial. This discussion with her hero's camp made it easier to forget the thought of what she might have done to him. But it did make her upset that so much happened in the short time she was in a coma. Damn, gluttony. I take it back. Your personality isn't human, either. Do not measure a proud, noble being by your standards, human. Beatrice walked away from him as he fell into unconsciousness. Darkness. And that is how Sir Natsuki caught his second loli. Al chuckled. Ricardo laughed along with the twins. Who's the first? Why are you holding me so tight, Reinhard? Felt asked as the sword saint looked at the screen with determination. He will beat the Lalamancer. Felt Sama was his lady. Opening theme 1. Redo. Again? This seems like a play more than a telling of Subaru Kuin's story. Well, it does make it more enjoyable to watch, Crush spoke to Anastasia. Garfield and Ricardo started nodding their heads along to the music. Everyone began enjoying the music even though the disturbing side of their friend running for his life was playing. They knew more distressing things were going to be shown, so they took the chance to rest and enjoy something. Theme end. The screen shows Subaru's sleeping form once again on the same bed. He opens his eyes and comments on the first thing he sees once again. I know that ceiling. Wow, you did a number on him, Beatrice-san. Otto shivered at the glaring girl. Beatrice looked at the screen in sadness. She was thinking about something. How did you know about the curse, I wonder? Beatrice softly asked. Her eyes dark from despair. She watched with a brave face. This was her contractor's burden. The thing that made him hate himself and hurt himself before he slept beside her every night. It's my duty to watch and live through this for him, I suppose. Beatrice watched and waited, for the person she chose shall die before her once again. Oh, he has awakened, sister. Indeed, he has awakened, Remington. Two voices spoke off-screen as Subaru smiled to himself. Me, a denizen of the night, waking up in the morning? I'm getting all emotional. I'd better go sleep a second time. No, I woke up earlier, so this makes the third. My, what deadbeat thing to say. Did you hear that, sister? Yes, truly the words of a loser. I heard him, Remington. As the voices mocked him, Subaru quickly sat up and looked around with a glare. All right, who are these two voices that keep criticizing me in stereo? Some of the watchers laughed loudly at the interactions. None of them noticed how the twins' faces were growing cold. They had confirmation now. Rem had a few tears in the corner of her eyes and steeled herself to watch in silence. Her heart pounded. She wished to the gods that she didn't do it. Ram watched with a stern glare. How much will this boy suffer? There was nothing about good timing here. She couldn't help but feel anger at the thought of the boy suffering once more with her under the same roof as him. It must have been the maybe-ass, she suddenly thought to herself in a split second as her mind finally found a matching timeline that made sense. He must have died to those dogs in Alram village. That's how he managed to navigate through that situation so well. The twins watched and waited for Subaru to die, for they had noticed that these interactions were all wrong. The screen shows two cut-made twins with pink and blue hair posing with each other. In no way. Maid costumes exist in this world too. Maids were always the very personification of elegance in my mind. Ram blushed a little and wished she would have been told this by her Subaru Kuin. Frederica giggled in delight while Ram glared at the screen. Stupid Barusu. Petra smiled happily as she knew that choosing this job was the right way to earn her hero's attention. Subaru looks away from the two and raises his fist in happiness. This ain't so bad, either. How terrible. You're being violated in the mind of our guest, sister. Rem said. It is terrible. It is terrible. You're experiencing the ultimate shame in the mind of our guest, Remington. Ram hugged her sister. We should talk like that. Mimi told her little twin. Tivy sighed in frustration. Subaru wiggled his fingers while looking at them with a creepy smirk. Don't underestimate my capacity. You're both fair prey in my fantasies. He's very gross. Julius grimaced at the disgusting attitude he saw on screen. Oh, Comet, he was just joking. Anastasia hit her knight on the shoulder. He's though, Felix nodded with Julius. He also hated Subaru's mannerisms. They were knights, he was not. A gentle knock on the door sounded and made him focus his attention elsewhere. A beautiful half-elf was standing in the doorway. Can't you wake up more peacefully, Subaru? Subaru smiles warmly at Amelia. Then he looks at her outfit in surprise. Whoever picked that outfit totally gets it. I don't know what you're talking about, but the fact that I know it's something stupid is disappointing. She's got the captain figured. Garfield chuckled along with Otto and Al at how quickly Subaru was shot down. They didn't notice Amelia's eyes widening in horror. But, how? Subaru. Amelia never felt so shocked and broken. She gripped her knight's hand and hoped that it wouldn't be too painful for him. She needs this. The half-elf prayed that this wouldn't be another false end, that her memory was flawed somehow. Listen to this, Amelia-sama. My dear sister was just violated by that man. Rem pointed at Subaru. Please listen to this, Amelia-sama. Rem was held prisoner and shamed by that man. Ram pointed at Subaru. My, what a cruel prank to play, Felix commented with a smile. The twins remained silent. Amelia smiled and walked towards Subaru's bed. And you too, don't tease him too much. Amelia closed her eyes in despair. She realized it. This wasn't what happened when she met him in the mansion. Yes, Amelia-sama. My sister is very sorry. Yes, Amelia-sama. Rem's sorry as well. Are you feeling all right? Does anything feel off? Amelia asked Subaru as she smiled gently at him. Huh? Oh, I'm just a bit groggy from oversleeping. It was you who saved me, wasn't it, Amelia-tan? Huh? Tan? What does tan mean? Amelia tilted her head cutely. You can just ignore that one. Subaru looked away as he blushed, then he bowed his head in gratitude. Still, thank you for saving me. No, I'm the one who should thank you. You barely know me, but you risked your life to save me. It's only natural I'd heal your wounds after that. Amelia smiled warmly at him. Subaru nodded and smiled back. It must be so cruel for her to watch this, Ram whispered while slightly glancing in pity at the silver-haired girl. Rim was also giving her own expression of sympathy and pain for the half-elf princess. You must have realized it by now too, Emilia-sama, Rim whispered. I have, Emilia whispered back without a follow-up. Her entire expression was hidden from view. This interaction seemed heartwarming and happy she wanted to be the one who receives it. But it was only wasted on a past version of her that would end up failing Subaru once again. Well, then, it's time once again. I guess it's time to start a new day. The scene changes to Subaru and Emilia looking over Mather's garden. This place is huge. The yard isn't so much a yard as a field. Subaru was doing warm-ups on the grass while Emilia watched with a perplexed frown. What is he doing? Julius asked as he watched the weird movements with perplexed eyes. That looks like the new tradition all the villages around the Mathers domain seem to be taking up. They say that it's become a national pastime in the cities of Kostrel and the capital, Reinhardt answered. He too wanted to learn more about these sudden dances that got popular. He hadn't seen anything sweep the nation's culture like this before. Those are Kapanesh training warm-ups, Garfield slightly smirked while stretching his arms over his head. Warm-ups? Felix asked. Those are unusual movements. What are you doing? My homeland's ancient practice of warm-up exercises. He stood up straight. Come on, Emilia Tan, join me. Emilia looked up from her despaired state with sad, tearful eyes. Radio calisthenics, number 2. Bounce on both feet to loosen your body. Subaru began bouncing in place while Emilia looked embarrassed. Why hadn't she protected him? Huh? You're kidding. What is that? Subaru began stretching his arms in circles. Just do what I do. Emilia began moving her arms along with how Subaru is moving his. Damn, those look fun, Ricardo commented. Emilia clenched her hands on her knees. She brought him into the mansion and couldn't even save him. I'll drill the essence of radio calisthenics into you. Beatrice watched from the window as Emilia and Subaru moved their bodies in sync. Now, raise both arms and shout, victory. Victory. Puck suddenly flew out of Emilia's hair and shouted, victory. She lost Puck because of her weakness. Puck looked at Subaru and winked. Hi, Subaru. Great morning, isn't it? Subaru smiled at the cat. Well, for me, it's been nothing but chaos since the wee hours of the morning. Looping hallways and a mean little girl on a rampage, and then shedding the sweat of passion with Emilia Tan. She couldn't protect the boy that saved her. That died for her. That will die for her. Emilia shook with frustration and anger as she watched with determined eyes the memories that were taken away from her. Memories no one but her knight remembered. You must have been so alone, Subaru. She softly whispered as she watched how happy he was with her. How did he die? Why did he stay? Emilia watched to understand her knight, to at least see his pain and sacrifice. But she was just a selfish girl, wanting to know the unknown about the boy from another world. Don't make it sound so scandalous. Good morning, Puck. Sorry I put you through so much yesterday. Puck landed in Emilia's open palms. Morning, Leah. I almost lost you yesterday. I can never thank Subaru enough. I must do something for him. Subaru smiles cheekily. Okay, then. A certain merchant princess perked up and hummed with a smirk on her face. Let's see how this goes. I hope that he asks for something. Let me pet your fur whenever I want. Gee, valuable this time. Anastasia glared at the screen. She needed to teach this kid some life lessons about ambition. Oh, how I wish to have him wake up and unleash Julius on him again. Anastasia giggled at her joke that no one heard. Emilia's face changed with surprise. Huh? That's all. He is a simple man. Priscilla snorted. A simple man that did great things. Crush snorted back and watched with a smile of amusement at Natsuki's interactions. For a first-rate fur master such as myself, being able to love on the object of your petting affections at any time is worth just as much as a multimillionaire's riches. Oh, man, these ears. I wish Bubby was here. Beatrice was happy to see her brother again. She was happy that something was taking her mind off what's to come. Emilia nodded silently and stared at the two on screen. What a cruel joke. The two she had failed the most. Subaru is shown rubbing his cheek with Puck's while Puck enjoys the attention. I'm in love with how soft you are. I know you feel that way since I can somewhat read your mind, but I'm amazed you can actually say it. It's okay, Leah. I can't find any malice, hostility, or ill intent in Subaru. It's so cute how you call her Leah too. Not as cute as your Emilia Tan. Man, he gets along with spirits fast, huh? I'll ask, a little jealous of his affinity. Subaru-kun gets along with everyone he meets, even if they hate him at first, Petra said with a smile. He does warm up to ya, Julius? Felix bumped the huffing purple-haired young man. Emilia looked at the two with an unreadable expression. You really are strange, Subaru. Huh? Subaru looked at a warmly smiling Emilia. He blushed. Oh, what brings you two here? Emilia looked at the two maids. Rim and Ram bowed down and spoke at the same time. Emilia-sama, our lord, Roswell-sama, has returned. Please come inside. The scene changes to show Subaru entering through a doorway into a room with a big table at the center. I was watching you from upstairs, and you know what? It would seem you were quite dumb, I suppose. Beatrice greeted Subaru as she stood from beside the door. Aoi, Beatrice-sama is jealous. Petra cooed from the back, which made the spirit huff in denial. Why would I be jealous? He's already Subaru's Betty. In fact, Beatrice shot back at the little maid for the sake of formally meeting her teasing back. In reality, her eyes scanned the screen for 20 different angles or reasons he could end up dead in any way, shape, or form. He must have found another way to rewind time other than death if there are no possible dangers around him. You were even leaving your library for him. Roswell was aghast with how quickly Beatrice had actually taken with the boy. She never left her library to observe people. Never. Where do you get off saying that, you lowly? Beatrice looked annoyed. What does that word mean? I've never heard it before, and it irritates me. Beatrice realized how much she missed arguing with him. No one noticed how the little girl took his sleeping hand in hers. She kept watching and waiting for a dark story to unfold, for this happy Subaru on the screen to change into the broken kid she saw every night when she pretended to sleep on her spot beside him on the bed. There must be another way to activate the rewind ability, other than death. But then he would have to still stay alive and watch his friends die in front of him, I suppose. That would explain his fragility to nightmares and trauma, in fact. Amelia came in with Puck on her shoulder. He waved at Beatrice with a smile. Hey, Betty, I haven't seen you in 4 days. Have you been staying late alike? Beatrice's face changed into an excited, cute smile. Bubby, I've been waiting for you to come home. Will you stay with me today, do you suppose? Sure, no problem. Puck jumped from Amelia's shoulder and into Beatrice's open palms. Let's finally relax together today. Beatrice spun around with a happy smile, giggling as she held Puck and sat down on a chair. Yay. Subaru watched the scene with a confused look. Amelia giggled and smiled at him. Bewildered, aren't you? Beatrice is so taken with Puck. Who even says bewildered nowadays? Amelia's heart gave a tug. She missed hearing him say that. Subaru's other hand was held by a snow-white one. Subaru and Amelia's conversation was interrupted by a man suddenly entering the room. My, how unusual to see you here, Beatrice. I'm so happy that you decided to dine with me. Subaru looked at the weird man that dressed like a clown. In comes the true hero of this story, Roswell declared as he saw himself in the window. The only thing you're a hero of is those creeps that think clown makeup is cool. Petra shouted in anger at her employer. She hated this clown. Oof. Go damned. Ha 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 ha. That hurts. Frederica didn't have the heart to correct Petra on her behavior. The clown almost killed all of them. Likely killed all of them if what she was seeing on this window was any indication. That boy is more than an addle-brained fool for me, I suppose. Betty was only waiting for Bubby. Beatrice's glare at Subaru and the clown turned into a smile aimed at Puck as she held him against her cheek. Subaru looked at the clown in confusion and smiled nervously. You guys hired a clown to entertain you before each meal? I'll never understand how rich folks think. Subaru patted the man's back and smiled. Oh, this guy is an idiot. Felix shouted in shock. Julius frowned at the screen and sighed. He didn't know. Priscilla gave a mighty chuckle and watched with a crooked smile. He's amusing. But what interested her was something else entirely now. Her eyes glazed over towards the eccentric clown sitting in the same row as her. Amelia looked at him with shock visible on her face. The clown just remained frozen and silent. Subaru, that man is. Amelia nervously spoke. Oh, no, it's quite all right, Amelia-sama, the clown assured her. Subaru looked at the two confused. What's going on? The clown smiled and glanced at Subaru. Only that I am the lord of this manor, Roswell L. Mathers, Natsuki Subaru-kun. I guess this is a failed loop. His eyes hardened. Roswell watched with the silent two maids, the guilt-ridden half-elf, and the crushed spirit girl below him. But his whisper was heard by the Scarlet Princess that had taken him as a much rather interesting anomaly to keep her eyes on instead of the screen. Priscilla glared through her scarlet eyes, her mind fully focused on the clown she was suspicious of. He even acts the same as her, Wilhelm commented softly while gazing at Roswell on the screen with the warmth of nostalgia in his eyes. He noticed the way this generation's Roswell was clothed and accented in the same manner as one of his dearest friends. Subaru stepped back in shock as the clown stepped closer to stare into his eyes. The scene changes to show the residents of the manor eating food with the maids sitting at Roswell's sides. Subaru sips the soap in front of him, and his face lights up with delight. This is way better than normal food. M.H. Chim, despite her appearance, Rim's cooking is quite impressive, Roswell said. What does that mean? Crush asked the clown. But she stopped demanding an answer when she saw the narrowed look in his eyes. What was up with this guy? Why was he smiling like that? Crush just looked at the screen and tried her best to keep her shiver from showing. So this was cooked by the one with blue hair, Remchan, right? You made this? Subaru asked as he looked at the standing maid. Yes, sir. I do the cooking in this house. My sister is not very good at cooking. Ah, twins who are good at different things. Is your sister good at cleaning then? Yes, that is correct. My sister excels at housework, especially cleaning and laundry. So, Remrin, you're good at cooking but bad at cleaning and laundry? No, I'm generally good at all household tasks. I'm also better at laundry and cleaning than my sister. Does your sister even have a purpose? Harsh. Otto trembled and looked at Ram. The pink-haired Oni no doubt will be smacking the wannabe knight for such a comment, so he was prepared to jump in her way and protect his sleeping friend. What he saw was a calm, thoughtful-looking Ram watching the screen with no reaction. She's waiting for something. Otto concluded and watched the screen with a skeptical eye. What if? Not no way with Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama around. Roswell is there too. Otto slowly sat down and calmed his nerves. He wouldn't see his friend die again, and he was happy about that. His panic made him forget that Ram was still waiting for something. You are truly a strange young man. You come to the mansion of Margrave Mathers, in the kingdom of Lagunica, and you don't understand a thing. Subaru looked perplexed at the lord of the manor. Is something bad happening in this country? Well, it is not in an agreeable state. After all, Lagunica's king is currently not present. Subaru stopped eating and looked at Roswell with surprise. No, there's no need to be concerned. Everyone is quite aware of the reality already. Really? I expected, and now that you know my secret, I can't let you leave here alive thing. Margrave-sama. Julius faced the weirdly dressed man with a hardened face. Why is it that you didn't put more suspicion on Subaru Natsuki? He clearly didn't know anything about the kingdom's state, which is suspicious to say. Not only this, but also the fact that he managed to save your sponsored candidate from an assassination attempt. While stating his reasons to suspect the Magic Lord, Julius failed to see how those in the Emilia camp were flinching hard except for Rim and Petra. Roswell only met the knight with a small crooked upturn of his lips. His multicolored eyes held no color as he stared down at the knight. My deficiency. Ignoring Julius' stand on the matter, Emilia cut in rigidly with her eyes filled with confusion. Roswell's expression softened into a warmer smile as he received Emilia's attention. I had already asked Beatrice-san to discover everything about Subaru-kun's abilities through her mana re-eating when she healed him on the first night of his stuawe. Emilia's eyes briefly fell on the little girl sitting beside her. The little girl stayed silent. You could say that Subaru-kun's state and condition in both magic and physical prowess were assuring in a sense. Assuring of what? Petra asked, not liking how the strange clown-dressed man seemed to revel with the hawk-like glares coming from everyone around her. Assuring Subaru's weakness if he was to be an enemy spy, of course. This made Emilia and Rem's eyes widen. Otto and Garfield simply stayed silent with their eyes glaring at Roswell. You already thought of him as a spy? Julius inquired with a straight face. He received a nod from the Lord. Indeed. I mean, there were too many variables to ignore, but what surprised us is how extremely low his knowledge was of our world and situation politically, not to mention the way his magical gay rate seemed to have been locked, which made him more vulnerable and useless. It surely was interesting to learn about him, but that was as close as our relationship would have gone. Don't speak about him in that way. As Julius started to narrow his eyes in suspicion, a girlish shout filled with authority cut through the air. Roswell was met with two purple irises of ice and fire, equal in their fury and wrath to the sheer innocence they displayed. Emilio SA-. Do not bring up Subaru as useless or weak again. Surprising everyone, the timid half-elf was outright ordering the strongest mage of the kingdom with an expression of firmness and anger, as if she was speaking to a servant that had failed her. Roswell simply bowed his head with another one of those smiles of which Emilia didn't like. As you wish, Emilia-sama, my deepest apologies. I didn't mean to insult our Subaru-kun, not at all. I merely was stating how we analyzed the boy back when we didn't make any ties with our friendship. Friendship, my ass. Garfield snorted with his arms crossed and his nose fuming from fury. A warning look from his sister made him stand down. Julius, on his part, had noticed all of the Emilia camp's strange attention to detail on the clown. Unlike anyone else, select few in the Emilia camp held outright hatred and mistrust with the clown instead of the usual skepticism the other occupants showed toward him. There was something more going on here. Julius-san, please sit down. What? Otto firmly attested to the knight once more with a strange look in his eyes that looked like the merchant was begging the knight to stay out of this. We don't want to delay the watching any further. I'm sure whatever it is you are looking for will be answered. Will it? Julius firmly questioned the merchant head sitting below him. Otto's hand was firmly placed on his side. His eyes were dim for having to take the heat off the eccentric persona in the back of the theater, but he couldn't let this camp fall just yet. Not when Subaru entrusted him to keep it intact. Holding the reason that explained Roswell's every strange habit and occurrence in his pocket, Otto knew every answer needed to expose this clown magi to the greatest knight and his allies right here and now. But the merchant never reveals his or her trade unless there was a price on the line. And he did not see a good price in having his team break out of losing their one and only sponsor in this race. While Otto and Julius both stared off against each other, the knight was surprised to see the drippled, fearful boy was suddenly a bit more assertive and steady in his stand. It was determination of sorts. And when about to speak on this matter more fluently, the knight was stopped by a fur-coated hand. Julius-kun, you're making an embarrassing scene out here. Anastasia-sama. The queen of the Hashin company simply grabbed her knight's arm and pulled him to stumble back in his seat with an innocent smile plastered on her face. Shush now, I'm sure whatever it is we need will be shown anyways. Anastasia giggled briefly while keeping an innocent facade going. Her eyes briefly glanced between Otto and Roswell, from the bottom row to the very top one where both were seated individually. She can't help her amusement from showing. You guys look so different but still act like one. T's truly exceptional. Clowns all round. Hey no dash. That's alright Garf-san. Otto, clearly struck by Anastasia's comment, still had the foresight to stop his friend from saying or doing anything insulting the smug royal candidate. Roswell seemed to be intrigued by this as his eyes lingered on Otto briefly. Priscilla's own eyes narrowed at the man. Uncaring for all of this, Emilia turned around and waited for the viewing to continue and show her what happened to Subaru here and if he had managed to control this power of his. Rem was watching all of this with the most confused of faces, barely being able to keep up with what was supposed to be a brief moment. Why didn't my sister defend Roswell-sama? Beatrice is feeding Bubby with a smile on her face as Roswell is talking. Around the same time, the king went into hiding. An epidemic began to spread throughout the castle. The king and his children are the last of his line. The nation is currently being managed by a council of wise men, and they are now in the process of selecting a new king. Subaru seemed to be in thought. I see. I'm starting to get the picture. On top of the king's absence, the royal selection is causing confusion in the kingdom. Then suddenly, I appear from another world dash. Wait, I'm totally suspect here. Subaru's face contorted to one of pure panic. It does seem a little suspicious that he would appear in such times and make contact with a candidate to the throne immediately upon arrival. Anastasia mused. Yeah, but we saw how he arrived there. He had no say in coming to our world, and he didn't know Big Sis was a candidate, Felt answered, uncaring towards the entire ordeal previously displayed since she cared little about all of them. Heck, to her, she considered everyone here a clown. Yeah, we know that Subaru-kun didn't have a say in coming here at such a crucial time, but we don't know who planned for those events to happen. Anastasia submitted with a thoughtful glance behind her where a certain clown lurked. I don't think it's the witch's cult, Crush voiced out suddenly, having been silent and observing this whole time. Why is that? Priscilla asked, clearly interested in taking her eyes off of the scum sitting beside her. Subaru Natsuki has been a very troublesome thorn in their side. I don't think they would put him here and give him such a powerful ability just to give themselves a challenge. And what if the boy wasn't given his power by the fiends of the cult? Calling him boy now? What happened to a commoner? Priscilla remained silent and looked in thought with Crush's musings. Myself merely noticed a few more things happening around this mortal that had interested me. Al recoiled in shock as he had never heard her speak this softly before. Pardon me for speaking without permission, Crush-sama, Anastasia-sama, Felt-sama, and Priscilla-sama. The conversing candidates looked at the knight that held the title of Sword Saint as he gazed thoughtfully at Subaru. Speak, Felt ordered. He bowed. Subaru has been given this ability by some evil means. I can't find such a divine blessing in the OD. In fact, I can't create it, so it's not a blessing or usable magic. Someone powerful and trained in ancient dark arts must have done this to him. Reinhard sat down and looked at the screen to let the room think about what he said. How utterly disgusting. Priscilla spoke softly as she watched the Windows events with her mind and thought. And on top of all that, you made contact with Emilia-sama, thus becoming connected to my household. Wait, why would the lord of the mansion call her Emilia-sama? Subaru asked in confusion. It's only natural to address someone of higher status with due respect. Roswell casually clarified. Subaru looked nervous as he turned to the girl beside him. So Emilia-tan would be. Emilia smiled sympathetically. My current title would be a candidate to become the Kingdom of Lagunica's 42nd ruler, with the backing of Margrave Roswell. Subaru recoiled back. What? Sorry to surprise you. I wasn't trying to keep it a secret. Emilia slowly placed her insignia on the table. Hey, it's that insignia. This qualifies one to be a candidate for king. It's a touchstone for determining if one is worthy of the throne. Wait, Emilia-tan, you lost an insignia that qualifies you to rule the kingdom. Subaru looked at the half-elf ludicrously. Don't put it like that. I didn't lose it. It was stolen from me by a thief. Sorry again. Felt rubbed her head softly and tried not to remember that she had caused so much pain to Subaru. She felt better when the half-elf girl smiled warmly at her. It's forgotten. Felt frowned at her reaction. Emilia wasn't herself, and she was looking distant. That's the same thing. And what happens if you lose that thing anyway? Will a government office issue another one? Subaru almost fell off his chair. Oh my, if you'd lost it, then there would be no doubt. If it's believed that one who can't even protect a tiny insignia can't be entrusted for the nation's rule, that would be the end of it. Roswell explained, still smiling. Subaru looked satisfied with himself. Now that I think about it, I did a damn good job. This totally raises my expectations for a reward. Subaru wiggled his fingers creepily. What a child. Julius snorted at the excitement shown on Subaru's face. I actually think it's a fair trade. Subaru Natsuki did no small thing by helping Emilia-sama and her sponsor. Crush mused with a raised brow. Anyone could do it if they had the power to turn back time. Felix thought inwardly, biting his tongue as to not initiate any problems for his lady just yet. The cat boy could feel himself on the verge of exploding from his anger, however. Yeah, you're right. You're a true savior to me. So ask for anything. Emilia smiled at him, not at all detoured by his finger wriggling. Roswell raised his hands wide. You may have any reward you request. Just name your desire. Crush smirked and turned around to face the crowd. Bet number 3. Natsuki will ask for something small and stupid. The residents are not allowed to bet. Everyone raised their hands while chuckles were heard. Except for Anastasia. I'm sure that Subaru-kun will ask for a hefty reward and be clever enough to use this carefully. She didn't notice the warm smiles on the manor's residents. Subaru chuckled darkly. He stood up. In that case, I have but one request, as he smiled to keep them in suspense. Everyone in the room waited. Hire me to work in this mansion. Silence. Achoo. Ram sneezed. Silence. When he wakes up, I need to talk with him. Julius honestly felt kind of scared. Anastasia was rubbing her fur coat with such a nasty glare on her cute face. He noticed that the fur coat was moving very fluently underneath her caressing hand, as if it was moving on its own beneath Anastasia's hand. Julius shook his head and focused on the important matter before him. His lady was angry with Subaru. It was his duty as a knight to whoop his ass. Sadly, he was asleep. You're safe for now, Natsuki. I'm starting to think that he's an idiot. Felt spoke in shock at the stupid request. Crush just chuckled softly. Priscilla snorted behind her fan at the boy's lack of ambition. That's how Subaru ended up working for Emilia-sama? Petra thought out loud with her mouth agape. It's an informal way to be initiated into servitude. But then again, Roswell-sama was never one for tradition. My, you make me sound so scandalous, Frederica-chan. Petra and Frederica were not the only ones that were fascinated with the way Subaru ended up serving in the manor, but also the 2 young men sitting at the front as well. You're kidding me. Captain chose to serve the clown. Garfield blew his nostrils in anger and growled in outrage. You shouldn't be that angry, Garf-san. It's because Natsuki-san worked for Margrave-sama that we all met. Otto recalled with a smile. Garf simply let out a huff and crossed his arms. The scene changes to show Emilia and Subaru in a dressing room. That's not quite right. Emilia stared at Subaru as he wore unfit clothes. Wasn't there anything else that fits, Subaru? Oddly, some of the girl's stuff fit me, but… Our deepest apologies, sir. I mean, Subaru-kun. Rem said deadpanned. You look ridiculous, sir. I mean, Barusu. Nae-sama. You just turned my name into a blinding curse. Huh. You didn't take time letting him settle before starting to pick on him. Otto couldn't help but point out with delight. That's hilarious. Al and Ricardo laughed at the twins' dynamic with the boy. Even Emilia and the candidates were amused by the trio. So I still called him Barusu in this one. Huh, Ram thought to herself, while leaning her chin on her knuckle to examine her past on-screen self closely. Rem was watching through sad, guilt-ridden eyes. She didn't know what would happen in this future. She just hoped that her hero would forgive her if she would have done something wrong. Roswell watched them both with a keen eye. His own glints of guilt were not lost on one red princess watching him, however. What could you be doing? Priscilla mused under her fan, her mind totally uninterested with whatever was being shown on the screen, and settled on looking at one of the few things that bothered the princess since being placed in the theater. Why does that clown look so empty? Ram ignored him and looked at her sister. Ram, do you notice anything when looking at Barusu's ridiculous appearance? His shoulders are shaped funny, his legs are short, and his eyes are scary. Subaru pointed at Ram, glaringly. 2 of those are things I can't do anything about. We can't allow you to work here in such shady-looking attire. People would question Roswell-sama's dignity. Let us alter the jacket at least. Rem, if you please. Emilia started leaving the room and waved at Subaru. All right, I gotta go study for the royal selection. Good luck with your work, too, Subaru. Yeah, leave it to me, Emilia Tan. Rem stepped closer to him and extended a measurement cord. I will take your measurements. Stand still, with your back straight. Subaru is standing while Rem is measuring him from behind. He yelps when she has her arms around him. Please don't make strange noises. It's unpleasant. That was beyond my control. This is awkward for a guy in various ways. Rem pouted a little and wanted more than nothing but to get in there and smack her other self in the face for wasting such a wonderful opportunity with her hero. Garfield, Al, and Ricardo found it appropriate to laugh at him while Crush and Anastasia chuckled at the flustering of the boy. Even Julius and Reinhard seemed to be taken in by the laughter. Wilhelm simply curled the side of his lip in amusement at the hijinks. Subaru is walking with Ram now as she showed him around the mansion. In a mansion like this, the restroom must be huge. Subaru stopped to open the door and take a peek, but all he found was a little girl playing with a small cat on a bed. Definitely not a bathroom. Again, how is he doing that? Frederica shouted in jealous surprise as Subaru astounded her once again. Those who were outside of Beatrice's circle just looked confused at the older maid's outburst. I guess Natsuki-san was always connected to Beatrice-san, huh? Beatrice didn't smile or react. She just looked at the screen with an unreadable look. What are they waiting for? Otto asked. His mind was denying reality. His soul was forcing him to stop listening to the truth. His heart was trying as best it can to make him realize. His friend is going to die. You're so great, Bubby. Your fur is the best. Beatrice stopped hugging Puck and looked at Subaru in alarm. Don't worry. I won't tell a soul. The feel of that fur would make anyone dash. Beatrice growled and sent him flying out of the room, closing the door behind him as he fell on the carpeted hallway floor. Subaru growled and got up to open the door. Hey, let me finish. Once opening the door, Subaru was faced with a small bathroom instead of the library and bed he expected. That was Beatrice-sama's door crossing. So it's a spell that can connect any door in the mansion to her own room? Once Beatrice-sama has eliminated her presence, there's no way to find her without trying every door in the mansion. Subaru smiled at Ram and looked around. Bet number 4. He fails miserably. Felt called from her seat. No one raised their hands. Even Reinhard. Felt pouted. He quickly had his sights on a closed door down the hallway and ran to it. She's in here. Ah. Beatrice screamed in fright when a smirking Subaru burst the door open. Puck waved at the boy with a surprised look. That was impressive, Subaru. You picked the right door again? Beatrice growled at him. That is impressive. But how did he do it? Julius asked with an impressed look on his regal features. Is it really not his affinity for spirits that allowed him to counter such a fascinating spell? Reinhard couldn't help but inquire in greed for knowledge. The little blonde simply scoffed. You two don't seem to have heard me. Affinities and attraction do nothing to counter Betty's magic. So, the boy found you all by himself. Ricardo whistled in surprise. Roswell was staring at the void with a frustrated glance. Had his master's magic really failed to counter such a simple man as Subaru even back then? It seems anything his master makes only gets broken by Subaru's mere presence. Books, libraries, tomes, spells, and all. Subaru pointed at himself with a smug smirk. What did I tell you? I'm a flag crusher who makes game masters cry. I don't understand your words, I suppose. I don't know who you are either, Roche's little sister? Beatrice recoiled in disgust. I'd never want to be his sister, I suppose. Humph. Oh, I thought we were closer than Fayette. Humph. Betty is the librarian who oversees the Roswell Mansion's forbidden library, Puck explains. Roswell-sama is the greatest magic user in the kingdom. He has many books that mustn't be seen by others. Beatrice-sama is contracted to protect them. Ram explained from behind him. And Natsuki Subaru just burned all that knowledge. Felix shouted in horror while the others looked conflicted about whether to feel angry or do nothing about it. It couldn't really be helped, hee. Otto rubbed his cheek nervously as he saw looks of outrage from both knights and candidates. Especially Anastasia and Crush. Felt and Priscilla looked like they couldn't be bothered to care. If you get it now, then go away. Beatrice closed the door in his face. Subaru and Ram are now standing outside of the manor. This concludes our tour of the mansion. Any questions? I know it's no use saying this after it's over, but shouldn't Amelia Tan be the one with me for the tour event? It's like he only thinks about her. Petra fumed with jealousy. Amelia frowned a little, but blushed. Why was he so in love with her? It made her feel so warm, but she couldn't understand why. If you have no questions, let's get to your actual job. Ram walked and ignored him. You'll help me with my work, Barusu. This must be where my hidden skill as a butler reveals itself. He's still under the delusion that this is a game, I suppose. Beatrice sighed and shook her head in disappointment. As expected from a fool that has no life. Perfect description for Barusu. Ram rolled the abuse of her tongue without effort as she leaned back in her seat while watching intently. Priscilla snorted at that. My work today is caring for the front yard and garden, helping to prepare lunch, polishing the silver, airing out the futons, laundry, bathroom cleaning, and the mansion's monthly soot cleaning. Subaru couldn't stop his eyes from twitching. You two do all of that. Alone. Felt shouted as she had seen hundreds of servants at Astria's mansion. Roswell had a bigger mansion than them, so it was impossible for the two maids to be the ones taking care of it on their own. The maids just stayed silent. Petra and Frederica looked at them worriedly. The scene showed an orange sky as the sun began setting. An exhausted-looking Subaru wearing his tracksuit instead of his butler uniform dropped on his bed and breathed heavily. I'm exhausted. Someone knocked on his door. This is Remington. Do you have a moment, Subaru-kun? Rem's blood froze, her eyes widened, and her sweat ran down her forehead. This was instantly noticed by both, her twin and her lord sitting in the back rows. Priscilla did not give her a single glance, while Ram and Roswell narrowed their eyes at the girl in suspicion. The man could read the Oni from a mile away, while the pink-haired maid felt distressed through her link with her twin. What did you do, sister/Rem? Her other self is probably planning on killing him in his room. The blue-haired girl was about to break down as the thought of herself killing her beloved was too much. The only thing keeping her going was the fact that Subaru showed her the world with his smile. He wouldn't smile like that to the one that killed him, right? So that means she must have not done the horrible deed to the boy, right? Subaru slowly and tiredly sat up from his bed. Sure, I'm good. I won't do anything weird, so please come in. Your permission actually makes you sound less credible. Pardon me then. Rem entered carrying some clothes. That is true. Frederica giggled along with Petra and Anastasia. No one noticed the panicking Rem as she looked on with trembling hands. You finished that already? When it's Roswell-sama's clothing, my priority is to be careful, but since this is yours. Did you just imply that you cut corners? Subaru quickly put the suit on and looked at himself. I hate to admit it, but it's perfect. Well, do I look good? Combined with the rarity of gray clothes, no one in any kind of strange garment could rival you. Okay, not a compliment at all. So what should we do? Rem asked as she looked at some cloth. This one's easy. Got a needle and thread? I brought them. Shall I repair it now? Nah, I'll do it. Don't underestimate my sewing skills. Subaru is humming as he threads a needle through the pants. Subaru is really good at sewing. He makes some weird but awesome-looking toys. Felt looked at Petra with interest. Toys. The blonde realized what she had been missing all this time. Felt was going to punch Reinhard so hard when he's sleeping, he might drop a few blessings. Subaru could have made her toys in that boring big manner. He could have played with her. Had this stupid knight not been so noble as to deny Emilia's request of taking Subaru with her, Felt would have been the one to house and have him serve under her. God damn it, Reinhard. I'm surprised. I give you full marks for sewing skills. Rem is looking at the boy with a mysterious look. Like you, however, it does not seem very useful. You guys are a bit harsh with him. Ricardo was taken aback by all the abuse the twins were dishing at the new butler. The twins watched, their minds worlds apart. One was breathing heavily, thanking God under her breath for something, and the other was watching her sister with a cold, disappointed look. Why was Ram disappointed in Rem? Ricardo shrugged. The scene changes to Subaru cutting a potato in the kitchen. Actually, he was failing as he cut his finger and began bleeding and screaming in pain. You may get full marks for sewing, but you're still useless with a knife, Barusu. Ram is peeling the potato like a pro while Subaru is holding his bleeding finger. Rem was tasting some food when she turned around and smiled at her sister. As always, you make such a lovely image when peeling vegetables, sister. Subaru glares at Remington. Your bias is so blatant. It's almost comforting. I'd like a comment on my work, too. Rem looked at his plate of poorly cut potatoes. She blinked deadpanned. I pity the farmer who grew those vegetables. Me too. Julia smiled, liking the way they were treating Subaru. You guys are too mean with him, Emilia uttered worriedly, but with dim emotion. Seeing that her sister wasn't going to answer the silenced half-elf, Ram decided to play off both girls' jarring, unfocused attitude and scoffed. Barusu is so perverted he considers this a fantasy anyways, Emilia-sama. Damn, why is she so harsh? Mimi winced and asked her twin. Tybee simply shrugged. Stop. You're breaking my heart. You don't know how to handle a knife, Barusu. You should hold the knife still and turn the vegetable. Ram peeled a potato perfectly and held it proudly with a smile. Frankly speaking, my best dish is steamed potatoes. Apples are called appas. Potatoes are called tatoes. I'm too lazy to go back and change all the potato I wrote. How can you say that with such a triumphant look? Damn it. Just watch. My favorite blade, Shooting Star, will show you a thing or two. Subaru growled and picked up a potato, fuck you tatoes, and began peeling it like a badass. He cut himself and started screaming, also like a badass. The power of the bro code truly is something not to be underestimated. For Garfield and Otto to have such a strong bond with Subaru, they began laughing at him even before he failed miserably. True friends. It sliced right through me. A montage plays where Subaru is shown to be attempting to get fired from his job as he turns everything he touches into a shitfest. Washing dishes? He drops them atop each other, breaking every plate in the sink. Cleaning the bathroom? He slips and begins wiping the floor with his newly made uniform as he slides across it. Doing the female laundry? He injures his hand in the water. How the fuck did he do that? Ladies and gentlemen, this boy is special. Tending to the bushes? He cuts his finger with scissors. People could not contain their laughter as some fell from their seats while holding their midsections. Oh God, I can't stop. Ha ha ha. Even the Emilia camp was giggling and laughing along, happy that something other than their thoughts preoccupied their minds. Emilia giggled softly and smiled. He was always so hardworking. Maybe she would give him a lap pillow in this reality as well. Oh, that's why you cried so much, right? Emilia asked her sleeping knight softly as the others laughed around her. He cried from his inability to speak about his deaths. When she gave him his first lap pillow and softly comforted him that night, she wasn't helping a friend from a day's work stress. No, she was receiving the frustrations of a confused boy in a land foreign to him that had known the horrors of death. Why don't you tell me? Why won't you speak to me? Emilia looked at his sleeping face, tired and pathetic. The scene showed the mansion surrounded by darkness as nighttime fell. We go into Roswell's office where the clown was sitting on a chair with a pink-haired maid sitting on his lap. Ram glared hatefully and blushed beet red at the private scene being displayed. Everyone just watched in silence at the creepy scene. How has Subaru-kun been since then? It's been 5 days since his arrival. We should be seeing something by now. Cooking, laundry, cleaning. He is useless at all of them. Ram replied while sounding a bit flustered. How strict of you. Roswell mused as he rubbed Ram's head. And what of his potential as a spy? Roswell narrowed his eyes. Precautions are important, Anastasia noted, her and the other candidates seeing this from a mile away. Even though he saved my life, you still wouldn't trust him? Emilia asked. knowing already in her heart that the twins and Roswell did not fully trust in Subaru at first, mainly because it's what Puck had told her back then. She didn't like how paranoid they truly appeared. Were they not teasing around? Was Subaru subject to abuse from the maids under Roswell's command? While Amelia was seeping through multiple thoughts, a grave, tarnished voice spoke out. I had to make sure, Amelia-sama. Beatrice and Amelia both glanced up with surprise at the sincere-looking Roswell. I assure you, I only asked my staff to ensure Subaru-kun isn't harmed. Only investigate if he had suspicious ties. He appears to be telling the truth, Amelia-sama. The sword saint rallied to the half-elf from his seat. The Duchess nodded along, having the same ability the young knight had used to tell if there was a lie uttered. He seems to be telling the truth, I suppose. Why are you so suspicious of your own backer, I wonder? Anastasia leaned on her armrest with an easy smile as she fished and hooked for information. This entire spectacle was truly feeding her mountainous thirst to gain information on her rival. I don't think that's information liable to you, Anastasia-sama. Quickly, her fun was cut short. Otto quickly took control of the situation while handling his pocket tightly. The feeling of disgust overwhelmed him as he once again protects the great magi responsible for an attempt on Otto and his friends' lives. Amelia-sama, please. Let us just watch. The half-elf stared at the pleading merchant boy for a moment, staring into his hazel oceans with a hidden rage that was concealed by her kindness, before moving around and watching the screen, her hands on her lap. Ram looked up as she nuzzled her head into his neck. I cannot deny it exists, but I believe the possibility is slim. For better or worse. For worse, in particular, he's too conspicuous. Ram closed her eyes and rested against the clown. And if he's too conspicuous, despite that possibility, he certainly is carefree. As I personally see it, it would be wise to interfere. Roswell looked out of the window and inspected Subaru as the boy was sitting in the garden watching glowing spirits playing with Amelia. They're both only children. Even if we let them be, nothing will happen. Ram said to her master as she looked at the two from the window. The scene points at Amelia and shows many beautiful glowing lights around her, while Subaru stared from the side with awe. It's not that fun to watch, is it? Nothing is ever boring when I'm with you, Amelia-tan. That makes me happy, even if you're only flattering me. You didn't live through this, Rem whispered in sympathy, seeing how wonderful the atmosphere was. Big Bro is eating good, felt smirked and approved of Subaru's setup with the half-elf. Amelia simply glanced away from the screen with an unsatisfied frown. A tight burn in her lungs eclipsed her guilt for a moment, replacing it with absolute fury for whatever made her lose this moment. Amelia stopped talking to the spirits and let them leave, making the area darken only lit by the moon above them. Besides, we haven't had a chance to just talk for the past few days. Subaru scratched his head nervously. That's right. It must have been difficult for you to learn your work here. Yes, it was hard. I wish I could be comforted in your arms, your chest, and your lap in rotation. Subaru rubbed his hands with a stupid smile on his face. Yeah. If you can joke around like that, you must be fine. Amelia poked his forehead and pushed him with her finger. Subaru dropped on his back and stared at the moon while laying on the grass. Amelia sat down and looked at Luna beside him. The moon sure is pretty tonight. Yes, it's far beyond our reach. I got a really touching response without even trying. He's trying so hard. Frederica cooed at the boy and routed for him to earn Amelia's affection. Petra growled in jealousy. She wanted him to speak to her like that. Amelia smiled warmly at him. Still, don't you think you're a bit lacking in ambition? Like that time with Puck, and in the capital, when you asked for my name. Subaru smiled softly. You just don't get it, Amelia-tan. I want what I want at that exact moment, and I want it from the bottom of my heart. Huh. Subaru looked at the sky with a thoughtful smile. At that time, I wanted to know your name. I had no expectations for tomorrow, and I was in a new land, nervous and uncertain of my future. When I think about it calmly, there were probably other things I should have wanted, but I can't lie to myself. Subaru started remembering snippets from his past loops, smiling when he remembered Amelia's smile at the loot house. Amelia just kept silent and listened to him with her eyes glued on his. I'm flat broke right now. I could cheat him out of a fortune and live it up, but I can just as easily obtain an ongoing source of livelihood, right? He's just a boy that wants to do the best he can in a foreign land. Crush smiled at Subaru's character. He has a big heart. Wilhelm spoke in a somewhat proud tone. In that case, couldn't you have become a permanent guest, rather than an employee? Amelia smiled knowingly. Subaru sat up with his head in his hands. I never thought of that. Your captain is an idiot, blonde boy. Mimi mocked from the back. Why did she aim at Garf? It didn't matter to him since he watched the scene with proud tears as his brother had a moment with the love of his life. He did give her the bird, though. Amelia's eyes widened when she noticed his hands. They were filled with bandages. Subaru noticed this and looked at his palms and quickly jumped while hiding his wounds behind his back. Oh man, talk about pathetic. You should keep your efforts a secret, huh? Do you want me to use my healing magic? Amelia smiled at him. Nah, I'm fine like this. Why? It's kind of hard to explain, but this is proof of the effort I've put in. I don't actually dislike exerting myself, you know. Subaru looked at his hands. Learning to do something I couldn't before. Well, it's not so bad. Emilia blinked, but then nodded in understanding. That's right. Yes, I think you're right. Really, Subaru, you idiot. Hey, what's with that reaction? This is where you fall for me all over again. Subaru smirked. Emilia turned away from him and glared. I never fell for you to begin with. The half-elf girl dropped her stern expression and looked at the boy with a smile. Honestly, you're so silly. The wind around them blew and brought pink and white rose petals, making a gorgeous scene with Emilia's smiling face. Where the fuck did the petals come from? Don't ask me. Emma. Subaru breathed as he stared at the image before him. Huh. Emilia looked confused. It's short for Emilia Tan, Major Angel. Emilia felt so robbed. This wonderful moment. It could have been hers. Man, I kind of want them to end up together now, Al admitted, earning an annoyed look from his princess. Yeah man, come here and join the club. Ricardo pointed at him, Otto and Garth. Emilia glared. I'm thanking you. And you're joking around again. Anyway, I know you're working hard. But how did your hands get so torn up? Subaru opened his palms and started counting. I cut this one with knives in the kitchen. And this is from when I went to town in the evening to shop, and a little animal some kids were playing with bit me. Oh. Emilia and Beatrice glanced at each other with wide eyes. I was right then. Ram held her gaze to the ground with a deep scowl on her face. Makes sense. Roswell breathed in and out, unaware of Priscilla's eyes on him. His eyes looked distraught, but his body shows relief. Curious. She noted in her mind, while dangling her leg back and forth in thought. Subaru won't die a painful death this time. But there are so many times he has to have died until he realizes another way to activate this power of his. The Margrave thought to himself while knotting his hands together as he made the math required to absolve a time of when the curse will end Subaru's life. It wasn't the result of your effort. Those kids were ruthless, hitting and kicking me, and wiping their runny noses on me. It sucked, damn it. Petra giggled loudly at that. She didn't notice how Rem and Ram flinched as they both remembered the kids and their state with the Maybeasts. Without Subaru, none of them would be saved. Yeah, he was so awesome saving us. You will all see him fight off. Petra-chan. You alright there, lil one? Anastasia asked in worry as she and Frederica noticed the little girl's beautiful face turned ghost white. Petra was smarter than she looked. She can realize when a timeline isn't right. And she can realize what that dog bite means for her and her friends. Meili, the little maid whispered. Emilia smiled again. You do seem like you'd be good with small children, Subaru. Yes, he does, Crush said to Emilia with a smile. But the elf girl was watching with panicking eyes. Why was she so rude? This is the second time she spoke to her only to be ignored. I know. Want to come with me tomorrow to get revenge? I mean, to watch the kids and that small animal. Subaru's face lit up excitedly and stepped closer to Emilia. Oh, he's taking the quick route. What a pathetic way to court a girl, Felix sighed as he watched. I think he can land it. Reinhard smiled as he routed for the boy with nasty eyes. Emilia looked down with a sad glint in her eye. It's not that I don't want to come with you. Then let's go. But if I'm with you, it might cause trouble for you. Okay, got it. Let's go. Emilia glared at him. Are you even listening to me? I am. I hang on every word you say, Emilia Tan. Subaru smiled excitedly. Sheesh. Emilia dropped her glare and smiled. Only when I can take a break from studying and your work is done. All right. Subaru's eyes lit up like a kid, and he began jumping in place. All right. Roger that. Emilia giggled. Emilia-sama, why are you crying? Everyone looked at the half-elf to see what Otto was talking about. Why was she crying? Oh, please no. Oh God. B-Big Bro is going to dash. He won't do that again, right? There's no way he could dash. Captain will be fine. He will be fine. He will be fine. Right? Otto, right. Is there a limit to this? How many times will we see him D-dash? As soon as they saw the grief and sorrow in Emilia's eyes as she cried for the moments she lost in a reality she didn't know existed, everyone put two and two together. These were not memories Emilia remembered, which meant, yeah, everyone was in a panic as Garfield and Otto couldn't watch another death from their bro. Petra looked around her as everyone panicked and threw curses at some unknown entity. She was scared. She was so scared. The scene changed to show Subaru walking down a dark hallway in the mansion with his hands in his pockets, humming to himself with a drugged smile on his face. He suddenly stopped and opened a door to his side, revealing, Hey, lowly girl, you're still up? Beatrice looked annoyed. The little blonde looked shocked to see that he was visiting her before his upcoming end. She would have thought that the curse would instantly kill him in his sleep with a few symptoms that might cause a period of suffering, but all in all, it was a quick death. If he really gave her one last moment before the curse did its job, then it would mean Beatrice did not notice her future contractor was cursed and dying before her even when inside her library. What a joke, I suppose. What a cruel joke, in fact. Beatrice held her contractor's hand and rubbed her face on his shoulder. WWH. Petra wanted to check up on her, but she did not understand what was going on. What will kill Subaru? She knew the dog's bites did something to them since she was under their spell once, but she didn't understand what else was going to kill Subaru. So now you can break through my door crossing like it's natural, I suppose. Subaru entered the forbidden library with a smile. Oh, I just wanted to say hello before going to bed. He saw her playing with one of her drills and started pointing at them. Can I touch them? Beatrice glared. Only Bubby may touch me, I suppose. No fair that only you get to have all the fun. Well, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let it slide. Enough. Just get out of here. Subaru was shot out the door and into the hallway. Beatrice's eyes leaked a few tears as she wished she had treated him a little better. The scene changes to Subaru getting into his bed. For our date tomorrow, I'll have to come up with an excuse to ditch the kids in the village. Oh, first, I've got to find out where all the good views and flower fields and stuff are. Subaru sat upright with a disturbed look on his face. Crap, I can't sleep while I'm thinking about this. Oh, I know. Amelia cried and hugged him tight. He was so excited. She wanted to go on all the dates he asked her to. If only she could wake him up. 1 puck. 2 pucks. Scene changed to the mansion. 101 pucks. And darkness. Subaru's eyes opened up suddenly as he smirked on his bed. A new dawn has come. A dawn of hope. Subaru jumped up on his bed to reveal himself, standing in robes. Huh. What? Felt asked in shock. Not Suki. Subaru is going to make giant strides today. How did he? Felix asked with an aghast expression. We didn't even get to see how. Otto slammed a fist on his knee clumsily, yet his anger was all the more clear in his tired eyes. He looked at the 2 maids that were present with him and hid behind the covers of his bed with a blushing face. What? You were in here. I'm so embarrassed. You should have said something. He glared at the 2 maids. Ram looked down at him with deadpan looks. Sister, our guest appears to be confused. Rem, it looks as though our guest has gone crazy. Why are you calling me a guest? You too and your jokes. Subaru froze. His hands. They were. Subaru shook as he stared at his hands. The wounds are gone. Title card. The happy Roswell Mansion family. This has to be some joke. Garfield outright howled in beastly anger. Everyone was shocked, staring at the title card. Dying in his sleep. What a cruel way to go. Reinhard softly spoke as he looked at the boy with pity filling his blue eyes. Just how many times will this happen? Otto yelled in outrage at the thought of dying in one's sleep, not knowing who or what took you out, and not giving you the chance to pray or recall your life's choices. What happened to him? Anastasia glared at Amelia's crowd, demanding answers. It was the small dog's bite that most likely killed Barusu, Ram answered with little to no relief showing on her face, unlike her sister. It was a beast? Tivy exclaimed in bewilderment. How the hell does he go from fighting Elsa the Bowel Hunter to getting tricked by a beast? How did he get close to such a thing anyway? Al asked while waving his arm, fuming at the sheer ridiculousness of this kid's luck. Subaru-kun saved the villagers of Aurum from a beast invasion at this time. It was properly the puppy that bit and killed him, and that's how he managed to know about it. Rem finally spoke in a hesitant yet calm enough tone. Her hero had to go through death yet again, but at least it wasn't because of her. This was the one greatest relief she felt in her entire life. I don't understand. Why haven't you told us that he was going to die? Crush asked the crowd of occupants with righteous anger in her voice. She didn't know it, but the manor's residents were all preoccupied with too much to tell the rest of them. Rem was so worried about seeing herself harm the boy. Ram was worried about her sister's suspicious behavior. Beatrice was mourning in advance. Amelia wanted to soak everything her knight lived through into her mind and remember it, so he wouldn't feel alone anymore. Roswell was, yeah? We were shocked to say anything, I guess. Amelia answered softly from her place on Subaru's chest. Please alert us next time something seems different. It might make it easier for us all to go on knowing about the unexpected. Wilhelm softly asked of the camp, earning nods from the twins and Amelia. The rest of the camp understood why none of them said anything, so they didn't push any farther. Damn. Julius couldn't help but curse under his breath, making sure no one heard his woes as it wouldn't be appropriate for a knight. All of the progress he's lost. I'd be pissed if I had to redo making these relationships once again, Ricardo gruffly noted with a deep glare. It seemed that both the Beast Man and the Great Knight held the same thought at this moment. Subaru's curse is way crueler than expected. Priscilla stopped keeping an eye on Roswell for a moment as her gaze focused still on the boy's predicament. His power moved the place of his revival. The Scarlet Princess waved her fan while letting that thought dominate her mind for a moment. Does that power have no weakness? She asked dryly, even more disgusted by the boy's weakness than before. While she was occupied with that, Roswell was still shocked. He also immediately took note of the fact that Subaru had looped to a different point in time. So he can't control how it is activated unless he dies, and he can't control where to pinpoint his looping. What the hell is this dangerous game? Why was the teacher so reliant on referencing such a power if it can't even be controlled? Roswell seemed so focused he didn't notice his gloved hands cracking from the pressure his knot was exerting. Damn! He hissed in fury, although not for the pain. Subaru looked at his hands in despair. He had died. Why? His hands shook, his breathing sped up. He looked to his left in shock and confusion. Ram. She didn't recognize him. He looked to his left. Remington. She didn't recognize him either. Left to right. His eyes were filled with tears. He put his hand on his face to hide the painful expression of despair. He lost all his hard work and progress for nothing. Why have I gone back? Subaru. Petra was hurt by how sad and confused he felt. All of the effort and hard labor was erased in his sleep. This kid is living through hell. Wilhelm looked sympathetic as he realized everything they had seen in the past half hour was gone. Sir, you don't seem to be feeling well. Are you all right? Sir, you seem to have a stomachache. Did you perhaps soil yourself? Subaru, still hiding his face, took a heavy breath. You don't remember me? The two maids looked dumbfounded by his question, so that was all he needed. So it's like none of it ever happened? Subaru shook with sadness. Damn it, Barusu. Ram cursed slightly as she closed her eyes and faced away from the screen. Rem's tears started falling immediately. Rem and Ram looked at each other, confused and worried. They looked at Subaru with pitying looks. Sir? They asked in confusion. You shouldn't move so suddenly, sir. Rem spoke as Subaru slowly got out of his bed with a sad, tearful look. Subaru opened the door and ran. He just ran, holding his sleeve up over his face as he cried. He ran. What happened, damn it? Emilia gripped his hand so hard he might as well be dead, because for sure she was breaking it. Everything reset again. God damn it. Otto yelled out in frustration and glared at the screen. He was trying not to let the tears fall. A memory from the night he was just living in. As Emilia sat next to him on the grass beneath the moonlight. Including my promise to Emilia. I wish I could talk to you now, Subaru. Emilia softly closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of his hand. She wanted to comfort him. She wanted to hug him. Tell him that she remembers. Subaru cried and ran through a random door he opened. He breathed heavily and shakily. He slumped against the door and lowered his head in despair. He had returned by death. Isn't that a bit too cruel for him? Crush mumbled in sadness while looking at the boy in pity. She wouldn't have the slightest idea on how she would have reacted had RBD been with her. But seeing the boy break down from confusion and sadness was still heartbreaking for even someone as desensitized as herself. You come in here without even knocking? What a rude one you are. Uninterested and unimpressed, Beatrice spoke while still reading through her book to the crouched boy in her library. It seems you'll have to take more than one try to find out the cause of your end, I suppose. Beatrice sounded emotionless and cold as she spoke to Subaru's sleeping form. Not like he would tell her, whether he was in a theater showing his horrors or when they were on a bed in his room after he wouldn't tell her anything. Beatrice doesn't know why. But what she did know is that this was not her timeline. She never had an interaction like this with Subaru that early. That's not how they met the second time. But the broken spirit didn't care to tell anyone. They can figure it out for themselves. Let her be busy wallowing in shame. Sorry, just let me stay here, please, Subaru begged softly as he placed his hands into a pleading position. There was last time, and again now. How are you breaking through my door crossing? Subaru looked up from his knees at the girl. Beatrice. Addressing me with no title, I suppose? You said I broke through your door crossing last time, and now, right? I just teased you about it 3 or 4 hours ago for being so insensitive. Beatrice flipped through a page, uninterested. If this is the second time I've woken up in the mansion, then you remember me, right? If I could, I'd rather erase you from my memory, I suppose. Subaru slumped against the door in thought. So the conditions are different from last time. The save points changed from near the guy with the apis to the 2 angelic girls in maid uniforms. How did I die? Everything was normal before I fell asleep. Even after I fell asleep, I didn't get into any situations where I felt I might die. That's something we haven't noticed as well, Frederica pointed out. Crush nodded her head. Yes, it seems that he returns to a specific point in time that keeps changing with him instead of returning to just that moment at the apis stand. Felt shivered at the thought. Imagine if he had to go back to that rude salesman guy. He would have to do everything all over. Everyone shivered in disdain. Some of them even thanked whomever it was that had placed such powers on the boy for this small mercy. Beatrice closed her book in annoyance. I wondered what you were muttering about, and I hear all this about living and dying. How boring and senseless to discuss such things by human standards, I suppose. In the end, you'll only come up with lies and abusive speech. Subaru looked up at her as she looked at him with a bored look. He smiled. Thanks. You were a big help. He got up and dusted himself off. I didn't do anything. Somehow, seeing that never-changing attitude of yours calmed me down. Only an ultimate pervert would be calmed by verbal abuse, I suppose. Beatrice looked up in surprise as Subaru opened the library door. You're leaving, I suppose? Yeah, there's something I want to make sure of. I'll wait until afterward to get depressed. Beatrice looked at the boy sleeping beside her with a small smile on her face. Maybe she was helping him with that attitude of hers. He never asked her to change after all. You ultimate pervert. She whispered and caressed her contractor's cheek. A sad smile found its way on her lips. Subaru walked out of the mansion and smiled once he saw a familiar half-elf girl looking around the gigantic garden for him. Yeah, I knew it. Subaru, Emilia called out once she saw him. You're absolutely shining. Amelia ran and stopped right in his face as she yelled at him. I was worried about you. Rem and Ram are running around in a frenzy looking for you, saying you disappeared right after you woke up. Sorry about that. I got held up by Beatrice for a bit. Again? I heard she played a trick on you before you woke up, too. Amelia began checking him over in worry. Subaru just smiled at how close she was. What is it? Is there something on my face? Amelia began touching her face in fear. Yeah, your adorable eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. I'm glad you're okay. Amelia smiled and began walking along the garden. I'm fine. You protected me, after all. What about you? How are you feeling? I feel great. I'm a little low on blood. My mana was stolen. The shock of waking up sapped my strength, and I feel like my mind's been beaten to death with a bat, but I'm good. He speaks as if it was just a game. Felix whispered with fear filling him with how easy the boy is talking about his own death. He's got to cope somehow, Reinhard softly spoke. I see. Let's go. Wouldn't that mean you're hurt all over? Amelia turned to the boy in worry, but something ruffled her hair and came out to sit on her shoulder. Hi, Subaru. Great morning, isn't it? Puck yawned loudly. I can't thank you enough for yesterday. I have to thank you somehow. Then let me pet your fur whenever I want. That's all. Amelia looked at Subaru ludicrously. Subaru happily took the sleeping cat and rubbed him against his cheek. Okay, let's go. Our time is limited, and our world is grand. And Amelia Tan's and my story has only just begun. At a moment of silence, no one spoke as the screen was paused. Someone needed to speak. This did not happen with me. A soft bell chime voice crooked out. What? Frederica rigidly asked, suddenly turning to the silver-haired girl with wide eyes. That's not how I met Subaru after he woke up. Amelia affirmed harshly with her eyes to the ground. That can't be, Petra uttered in desperate chokes. Her blue eyes filled up with tears and horror. Damn it, Garfield clicked his teeth and ground them together in anger. Does that mean he will die again? Mimi didn't mince her words as she asked rashly, making Petra and Garfield flinch. I think we should stay out of this one, Mimi. Tivy patted his worried twin's shoulder. This might be a bit jarring to say, but if he didn't know what killed him the first time, surely he would use his power to find out more info, no? Anastasia came up with her own theory for the next death, unaware of how offensive she was being. The merchant queen didn't look as amused or curious as usually was. However, Subaru-kun wouldn't do that, Anastasia-sama. Rem didn't meet the candidate's eyes, but her voice remained firm. It would go without saying, though. He can use that ability to such an extent, Nyan. Felix interjected with a frown on his face. Okay, listen to me, everyone, please. Sad and cold, teary and angry, bored and uninterested. Those were the eyes looking at Otto as he stood from his chair and looked at them with a look full of conviction. We can't go on like this. We can't be afraid every time Natsuki-sen dies. Ta hell you mean? I mean that Subaru-san's life in our world is a nightmare. A fucking horror tale, and we need to accept that and watch with our hearts locked. Are you saying we shouldn't care about Subaru-kun? Rem asked in rage. Otto looked at the blue-haired maid with a tired glare. I'm saying we shouldn't be surprised that something will go wrong and Natsuki-san will die. It's not what we're here for. If we despair and hang on every time he encounters death, we might be more jaded than him. But if we can't mourn his pain and sacrifice, what else are we here to do? Julius asked, his yellow eyes tired and haunted. Otto looked around and gave a small stern look of conviction. We need to be angry. Huh. We need to feel angry when he dies. We need to make sure we remember everything that happens in every reality, or loop as he calls it. We have to keep watching with our hearts and minds coming through this intact to meet Subaru just the way he has last seen us. If we become jaded and afraid of him, then he might as well be dead, since that's not what he has been fighting for all this time. Otto looked at everyone. Natsuki-san's sanity is broken. He has been through so much ever since he came into our world. He looked down. We are what's holding him together. We need to make sure that we can smile when he wakes up. That's all he asks of us. So we need to watch through this without wallowing or crying about each and every reset. We need to stay ourselves. Everyone was shocked at the speech. Otto sat down and looked tiredly at the screen. Wise words, Otto-kun. Amelia whispered to him softly with a tired smile. The boy blushed and looked at the screen. Everyone seems to have started picking themselves up after that. Garfield, who was about to have a second panic attack, softly and tiredly glared at the screen beside his bro. He would watch and learn from his captain's suffering, so that captain never, ever, dies again. True, wait, what did you just say? Where did the tan come from? I don't know whose idea of a prank this is, but I'm gonna make you sorry for all of it. Memories of his first mansion loop played in his mind on repeat as he made his declaration of war. Don't underestimate how vindictive I'll be. After the smile that charmed me that night, I'm going to keep my promise to Amelia. I'll get past that night. For some odd reason. Maybe it was late after the charge of Otto's speech, or the sheer determination shown by Subaru's vindictive self. Or maybe these two combined. But for some reason, they all began cheering. They weren't even saying anything coherent, they were just yelling. From Ricardo to the twins beside him to Garfield, even Al. Julius and Reinhard steeled themselves and glared at the screen. Emilia and Beatrice held both of the boys' hands and stared at the screen. Felt and Petra as well as Frederica smiled at the determination soaring in the air. Crush and Anastasia watched with smiles on their faces. Priscilla, Roswell, and Ram watched with indifferent expressions. And Rem, she was scared. She was just so scared about what they would do when they saw her break their determination apart. She knew it. As soon as Beatrice said that he would die again, the fear plagued her heart even more. The fear of her potentially killing the man she loved. Scene change. Jewist, name your desire. In that case, I have one request. Hire me to work in this mansion. Hick. Again. Is this boy a moron? Anastasia was pissed that such an opportunity got wasted twice in a row. Subaru is in the same changing room as the first loop as he was thinking. It's how these looping plots work. Follow that same path, and you'll end up in the same place. So he's trying to follow the same steps as the previous life to find out what exactly killed him. Subaru enthusiastically entered the room with Rem and Ram behind him. Rem was glaring at him. Rem's eyes widened in horror, her breathing hitching quietly. So it starts, I see. Roswell whispered with a gleam in his eyes. Based on her body language and the exact behavior her on-screen self displayed, the Magi concluded that Rem has indeed been hiding a slight suspicion in her heart about herself. Ram heard what the Lord had said, which led her to narrow her eyes towards her sister again. Subaru began picking up a uniform. That's too large for you, Barusu. Subaru stopped and looked at Ram, startled that she changed the loop. Ram looked around the closet. Nothing will fit you here except for women's clothes. Rem, alter that one for him. Yes, sister. Take my measurements, then. A man can withstand all kinds of awkwardness. We'll measure you later. Huh. Follow me, Barusu. Are you going to show me around? That can wait as well. You'll help me with my work first. Hey, wait. Why are you different in this life? Otto asked as he was startled by the sudden event change. Ram shrugged coldly. Did he do something different? Garfield asked in confusion, earning shrugs and equally confused faces from the rows behind him. Scene change. Subaru is taking a bath in the large bathtub as he was thinking. Retrace the same path I took yesterday. That's what I meant to do, but this is totally different from last time. It's like when you make a cheat sheet, but when you see the answers you realize it's the wrong subject. A total waste of effort. Hi there. May I join Dash? No, you may not. You. The twins both cried out as their eyes were covered by both Ricardo and Julius. Petra's eyes were covered by Frederica, who was muttering something about it being extremely inappropriate to look at their master's junk. Reinhard covered Felt's eyes and smiled as he managed to save his lady's innocence. Only to have a heart attack once she told him, "It's nothing I haven't seen before," in a casual voice. Emilia slowly and confidently crawled over Subaru's body and covered Beatrice's eyes. What are you doing, I suppose? Chill. I won't let Biko's innocence go. You're one to talk. Let me go? I'm 400 years old, in fact. Emilia ignored her and kept her palm on the little face of the lowly spirit. Subaru denied the naked Roswell any place in the bathtub. The Magi began moving his hips left to right, making his tiny balls jiggle. This facility is part of my mansion, so it is my property. I'll do with it as I please. Why bother asking then? Take a bath if you want. My, how harsh. And you don't seem to understand. Roswell shook his head. Yes, this bath is my property. He opened his eyes and stared at Subaru. But as part of my staff, he held Subaru's chin. Are you not my property as well? Subaru simply looked at the man above him and bit his hand. Like a badass. I respect him for that. Otto nodded as he covered Garfield's eyes. Don't ask. Brothers just understand each other. Petra squirmed a bit in her seat and wanted nothing more than to take a shower from this dirty feeling overcoming her when the clown talked about people working for him as property. She would rather kick him where the sun doesn't shine 100 times rather than feel like this again. Garfield himself showed extreme agitation with this, since that meant the clown saw Frederica as property as well. No hesitation at all. This is turning out different from what I'd expected, too. I do not know what's bothering you, but life is full of things that don't go your way. By the way, do you think you'll be able to get along with Ram and Rem? I haven't spoken to Rem much yet, but I get along fine with Ram. In fact, I think she might be getting a little too friendly. I can't believe she can work as a maid that way. What a pathetic attempt to tarnish my reputation. Guess I should have expected nothing more from a useless worker like Barusu. That didn't have the usual bite to it, Ram-san, Otto noted with a sad smile. The pink-haired girl simply pursed a lip and kept her eyes on the screen. Honestly, this whole scene is weird. You shouldn't treat your staff so casually. Julius pointedly advised the Magi behind him. I find it a bit generous for a lord to be comfortable with his staff. Reinhard shrugged off innocently, making his mistress laugh. Not balls naked comfortable, though. Well, Rem covers the things Ram is unable to do. As sisters, they must help each other. In that sense, I think the two of them are getting by quite well. Subaru looked exasperated. Ram is just the inferior version of her sister, and all Rem does is cover for her. And yet they insist that Ram is superior because she's older. It's scary how much nerve they have. Speaking of nerve, Yours appears quite impressive as well. Roswell looks at Subaru. Subaru is shown to come out of the bath. Damn, that made me dizzy, stupid Roswell. I just wayinted a friend. That's not amusing, I suppose. Subaru walked out and found Ram waiting right by the door. Subaru was naked. Ram was staring at his privates. Our boy screamed and tried to cover up his manly parts. Cover up that sorry thing. Laughter could be heard from many parts of the big room. Even Priscilla was snorting. Why are you here? Subaru asked, embarrassed. I was only waiting here to help Roswell-sama put on fresh clothes. I'm sorry to tell you that I've finished my bath, so I won't be changing. I wasn't thinking about that. Also, you spoil him too much. Let him dress himself. That's a bit inappropriate. Ram-san. Emilia was frowning in disappointment at the types of jokes the maid was playing. Ram simply stared at her deadpan. Ram glared at him. I will not condone disrespect toward Roswell-sama. Next time I will use force. Any more, and I'll stir up a hornet's nest. By the way, Barusu, do you have plans after this? No, just going to sleep. Then please wait in your room. I'll come by later. Huh. Lucky son of. Garfield crushed his palm from the unfairness. Why does his captain get all the girls? I think I know what this is. Ram nodded to herself in amusement, rolling her eyes at Garfield and Subaru's dirty-minded thinking. Scene change. She didn't mean anything. She didn't mean anything by it. Clear my mind, clear my mind. Emilia Tan is the only one for me. Calm down, calm down. 1 Emilia Tan, 2 Emilia Tans, 3 Emilia Tans. Am I in heaven? Subaru smiled with tears of happiness in his eyes. Emilia giggled with a blush on her cheek, finally showing an emotion that showed her smile. So silly no matter what happens. You're so silly. Emilia spoke in a soft, gentle tone with some of the light returning into her eyes. Suddenly, Ram enters. You're too noisy, Barusu. It's nighttime, be quiet. Eep. The blushing boy crawled away to the corner of his bed and his face. Barusu, come over here, Ram ordered as she placed something on the table. Wait, my heart's already set on someone, and her name is Emilia Tan. What are you talking about? I'm telling you to sit over here so I can teach you to read and write. That's news to me. Ricardo and Elle laughed. Ram and Ram's eyes light up. That's how Subaru-kun was able to read and write. I guess it makes sense. What a horrid experience. Teaching animals takes godly effort. And maybe you shouldn't be so harsh on Natsuki-sa. Abiding by his bro, Garfield quickly shut Otto's mouth and told him to shut the fuck up lest he wants to die. Had Otto looked back, he would have met Satan himself. Emilia and Beatrice found themselves smiling at the humor of the scene. It's kind of reassuring how quickly he overcomes his hardships and acts so normal. Frederica muses with a smile. It's not like that. Petra's childlike voice was filled with sadness as she cut in with her eyes to the ground. Subaru is only acting like he's doing well because he wants the others to not treat him differently. Frederica patted the little maid on her head and had an apprehensive look on her face. You're reading too much into it, dear. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Petra frowned up at her mentor, taking note of the way Frederica couldn't meet her eyes. Scene change. Subaru is now writing on his paper while Ram is observing from the side. Where's this coming from, though? He asked as he continued to write. I could tell by watching you that you can't read or write. If you can't read or write, I can't send you shopping, and you can't write down orders. We'll start with this collection of children's fairy tales. Starting tonight, I'll help you study every evening. Why are you being so nice to me? Why else? It's so that it's so that I can get off easy. That wasn't correcting yourself. You're never out of character, are you? Ram looks down at her student with an evil, cold, calculating stare. Isn't it obvious? The more you can do, the less I have to do. And when I have less to do, so does Remington. It's win-win. That leaves me with piles of work, though. Ram explained that there are 3 glyphs he should memorize. There are 3 different types? Just hearing that is depressing. Subaru was writing something in Japanese which Ram couldn't understand. You don't have time to waste on doodles. We have an early start tomorrow. We're short on time. Ram yawned. I'm sleepy too. I can't say I dislike how you slip your own feelings in at the end, senpai. I do believe my honesty is my most charming feature. Now, let's get started. Scene changes to Subaru writing many glyphs in his notebook. It's so monotonous. I feel a Gestaltserfall phenomenon coming on. But still, even if you did it to make your life easier, it made me happy. Honestly, I had a feeling you didn't like me much, and I'll probably cause more problems for you down the line. But I'll try to become useful as soon as I can. Subaru turned around to find her sleeping on his bed. He broke his quill in half. As the usual group laughed out loud at the scene, Ram was the only one who watched with a deep frown. I would have loved to have taught him, actually. Scene changes to Subaru trying on his newly made outfit made by Remington said. Maid was standing at the door of the changing room with her eyes on him as he posed in the mirror. Hate to admit it, but it's perfect. Guess there is no need for my sewing skills this time. Do you like sewing? Rem asked from her place at the door. Kinda. By the way, it looks like Roshi and Emilia Tan have lots of outfits, but I don't see any for you and Ram. Subaru smiled happily as he showed Rem a measurement rope. Want me to sew some for you? I'll take your measurements, Subaru asked excitedly. Oh, look how excited he is. Felt cooed. Rem looked away from the screen, not handling the way she looked. She realized the deathly intent in her stare as soon as she looked at herself on screen. She prayed to whatever deity that was out there that she wasn't going to do it here, right when she was having such a nice moment with Subaru. He wanted to sew outfits for her. That is unnecessary. These uniforms are all my sister and I need. How can you have nothing but those uniforms? Are all your clothes made outfits? They cause no problems when we accompany Roswell-sama on business, or when we work in the mansion. They also eliminate the need to explain our place in the hierarchy, which makes them very logical. But it's not about being logical. I'm trying to say cute girls have a duty to dress up, so they please the eyes of others. Subaru tied his tie and smiled at Rem. My sister is one thing, but no one would be happy to see me dress up. Rem glared at this. You're being a bit harsh on yourself, Rem-chan, Roswell reprimanded softly. Crush found herself in agreement with the Lord as she faced the down-ridden girl with a dim smile. You should have more confidence in your appearance, Remdano. The blue-haired girl simply met their eyes with a look of tribulation before turning silently to the screen with a shaking visible in her hands. What is up with her, Nyan? Felix asked with a frown. She's upset because someone dear to her will die and she has to watch these wonderful moments that got taken away from her. Felix and Crush simply frowned at the old butler's explanation. I don't think that's it, Wilhelm Dono. Crush's face held an apprehensive frown as she looked at Rem. Well, I would. Would any good come of making you happy? Rem looked at the smiling boy. I might take more pride in my work here, which could boost my productivity. I have no idea what makes you say that. I'd also look forward to seeing the differences in your sartorial choices. That is none of your concern. Does my looking the same as my sister somehow inconvenience you? Rem started walking away from the closet. You love your sister way too much, Subaru told her from inside the closet as she walked away. Why are you testy here? Frederica asked with a confused look. It seems that the twins were able to derail the entire loop somehow. Crush mused to herself. Scene change. Subaru is shown in the kitchen peeling an apple. Fuck you, Appa. Ow. Bitch boy cried like a bitch as he once again cut his finger and bleeds. You don't know how to handle a knife, Barusu. I know. You hold the knife still and turn the vegetable, right? Subaru is peeling the vegetables while Rem is staring at him from her place in the kitchen. Please don't do this. Rem whispered faintly and prayed as she watched her other self getting suspicious of the boy. It's embarrassing when you stare at me so intently. Subaru tells Rem as he smiles sheepishly. Rem looked away from him. Your unsightly appearance stands out, especially your hair. It's very unrefined, Rem said from the side. I thought I did a pretty good job of cutting it by myself. By the way, in this mansion, Rem sees everyone's hair. She styles my hair and dresses me every morning, too. Isn't it nice? Try to contribute a little, sis. A montage is shown where Ram is working on some bushes, leaving them all in a horrendous state, only for Ram to clean up after her sister and make beautiful bushes. Ramsen really is useless, Petra whispered to herself. Frederica didn't disagree. Subaru and Ram are working on cutting a bush while Rem is standing to the side, glancing at them from time to time. Ram and Subaru notice this, and Subaru stops to look at Ram for help. Rem, seeing her sister call, the blue-haired Oni looked at the two. If you like, you can tidy up Arusu's hair a bit. Sister. Whoa. Having a girl mess with my hair will get me all worked up. You keep looking at Barusu because his hair bothers you, right? The two sisters stared at one another. Rem relented and fake smiled. Yes, that is correct. I think combining it and evening out the ends would make him more presentable. Ram turned to the boy and smiled. You heard her. You should take her up on her offer. Her hands will take you to paradise. Subaru glared at Ram. You make it sound so dirty. He turned to Rem and smiled. If you don't want to, you should just tell her. Not that I don't want you to, but... Rem shook her head. No, that isn't it. The truth is that it did bother me a little, very much, a little, extremely, a little. Haha, you seem really focused on him, Ricardo teased cheekily from above while the blue-haired simply shook her head in fury. Her eyes were wide with guilt and desperation as she knew truly why her on-screen self was so focused on Subaru. It wasn't because of some haircut. Since the moment the black-haired boy entered the mansion grounds, the urge to choke him and discard his filthy witch-scented body became an overwhelming demand of life. Well, anyway, that proves the point that it bothers you. Beatrice is shown watching the three from a window. What's the matter, Betty? Nothing, Bubby. More importantly, I have delicious sweets today, I suppose. Eat them with me. Yum. Scene change. Subaru is shown wiping the floor of the bathroom when he notices Rem standing at the doorway. What's up? Here to help me. No, this is about what we discussed at lunchtime. Lunchtime? Oh, about my hair? You'll really style it for me. No, I felt that I said some things that were uncalled for. Rem bowed deeply. I am very sorry. We may be colleagues, but as Amelia-sama's savior, your rank surpasses mine. That's how you feel? Sorry to put you through that. No, I should apologize for saying something so pointless. Please forget it. Rem looked away. I guess it's never that easy. That's what makes being human so hard. The boy began thinking about something to make her feel better as he stopped wiping the bath. Okay, I'll give you a condition then. If you agree to it, I'll forget everything you just said. Subaru smiled at the confused maid. A condition? Very well, I shall hear you out. Subaru smirked and did his favorite pose. If you comb my hair a bit and even out the ends, I'll let it slide. I'll let that one slide since he's just being a good boy, Anastasia muttered. It doesn't seem like anything is out of place yet. You said Subaru was killed by a beast's curse. Julius turned to Rem with a serious expression. The blue-haired girl seemed disturbed that the knight was talking with her. A look of panic filled her eyes. Why yes, Subaru's dog bite was a beast's curse, she spoke in a shaken voice. Ram and Roswell both narrowed their eyes at the girl's behavior. Julius found her a bit weird, but blinked and turned away from her. Not having the shredded eyes of the spirit knight on her anymore, Rem could finally let out a breath of relief in secret as she calmed her nerves and clenched fists. Everything is okay. Subaru-kun will warm his way into my heart here. I won't kill him. I won't kill him. Rem just stared at the boy in silence. When you respond with silence, it actually hurts even more. Rem quickly took off her shoes and socks and picked up the broom to help the boy clean the bath. It is just as Amelia-sama said. You have no ambition at all. It's weird. I'd think that'd make you fall for me all over again, not disgust you. My sister said your eyes take on an obscene look when she's alone with you. So to be honest, I was prepared to hear you suggest that. Subaru grounded his broom into the floor hard as he growled. She's killing my reputation. Silly Barusu. I can't kill something you don't have. He's still being annoyingly nice. Elle sighed, irritated. I accept your condition. I shall do as you wish. Rem bowed in elegance. Subaru chuckled nervously. Then after I keep my promise to Amelia Tan, that'd be great. Promise. Subaru looked sheepish. Well, I haven't made the promise yet. Still thinking of her while looking for the ones that killed him. Man's in love. And I'm having a fun time watching it bloom. Al and Ricardo nodded toward one another. Scene changes to the Aurum village. Subaru is seen walking around some beautiful locations around the village. The creature should be here, I suppose. Beatrice alerted the others while the residents of the mansion within the Amelia camp, even Petra, were all already on edge as soon as the village was revealed. Scoping out our date destination before I make the promise might be smart. I've researched places with the best views. That just leaves. The screen zooms in on a distressed-looking Subaru as he was hounded by kids, pulling him by both arms and climbing up his back. This. Subaru. He's back. And his face looks weird again. Subaru grimaces as the kid climbing his back starts rubbing his snotty nose on his butler jacket. I need to make sure these guys don't find us. What do you mean by finding you? Did you pee your pants? We're playing hide and seek. It's like they're bullying him. Julius snorted in amusement. He seems the type to let the kids do what they want unless it's harmful. Reinhardt smiled at the sight. Keep focused, Nyan. Subaru-kyun mentioned something about a dog the kids were playing with. Felix interjected on the two knights. It is the dog. Petra whispered in guilt as she looked down at her hands. Rem is seen carrying 2 brown bags of groceries and looking on at the kids playing with Subaru. Chill, brats. I played with you earlier. Let's play more. Play. Play. Change your pants. They seemed to like him. Felt said in jealousy as they got to play with him. Subaru has the most fun games ever. We never had that much fun before he came to the village. Felt kicked Reinhardt. She just did. Lady felt Sama. Subaru gathers the kids and makes them form a circle around him as he spoke with them while kneeling to keep eye contact. All right, listen up. Next time I come here, I'll be on a date. Try to take a hint, okay? Subaru smiles at the kids and notices a girl carrying a small puppy. A blue-haired girl. An emerald-eyed girl. That's Meili. Petra growled. Who? Crush asked as she watched the Amelia camp either growl or snare at the girl. Rem looked confused. That girl is an assassin that attacked the mansion, Otto explained. That girl? An assassin? Julius asked with surprise. I know it seems improbable, but look at what she's holding. Ram pointed with a despising face. Everyone's eyes went wide. I'll allow this little critter to play with Amelia Tan, though. Subaru moved to pat the animal, but the small pup moved away and bit his hand. Ow. Again. The kids laughed as Subaru held his hand in pain. Subaru-kun, so this is where you were. Are you all right? Rem looked at the bleeding hand of the boy. Is that how he dies, I wonder? Priscilla said from behind her fan. Everyone was saddened to see their friend get cursed in such a casual manner. He will die? They already established that. At least it will be painless. Frederica tried to morbidly make some light of the situation. He still dies. Petra coldly whispered with her tearful eyes closing up at the scene. Damn. Julius cursed under his breath, keeping his back arched regally. Though his face was far from regal or charming, hitched on a nasty glare aimed towards the screen and its events. Amelia's own breathing was hitched behind her hand as she held it up to cover her open mouth. She closed her jaw and sequentially her eyes as she formed a scowl of despair and calmed down after witnessing her knight take on the curse with a smile on his face. I'm fine, all done shopping, Remrin. Yes, it went quite smoothly. As the sun began setting, Subaru and Rem began walking away from the kids while waving at them. Ah, you're leaving? Don't go. You have somewhere to go home to. The kids waved goodbye in disappointment. You were quite popular with them. Rem decided to small talk while walking to the mansion. For some reason, kids have always liked me. Subaru smiled tiredly. Like animals, children observe a hierarchy. They can tell if it's all right to belittle someone. Subaru glared. Those brats, they have no respect. Did you show them anything about you worth respecting? That's a sound argument. Still, it doesn't seem right to belittle me from the start. Ram seems like she'd handle that kind of thing well. Subaru smiled. My sister is wonderful, isn't she? Rem smiled as she walked alongside him. Honestly, I'd think her personality would cause conflict more often than not. My sister's self-assured nature is what makes her so charming. I cannot be that way at all. Rem smiles sadly and looks at the ground. By the way, how are your studies progressing? Let's just say I'm plugging along. Ram is actually a pretty good teacher too, though I wish she wouldn't sleep on my bed in mid-lesson. It kinda kills my motivation. My sister only acts that way to stimulate your motivation. Why do you have such absolute faith in your sister? That isn't normal. You're totally fanatical like a demon. Rem's eyes are wide. This is why he said them to her. Those wonderful words. This wonderful moment. Why did it have to be taken away from her? Fanatical like a demon? It's the demon version of divine possession. Sounds kinda cool, right? It kinda does. Garfield nodded his head. He was the only one to comment, as everyone in the theater was either too invested like a certain red princess and green-haired duchess or too heartbroken and disdainful of the way Subaru will die again. Ram was simply scowling deeply as she realized how badly she had messed up by letting Subaru go with her sister on this shopping trip instead of going with them. She would have seen to it the dog is examined immediately. She wasn't sure why her sister didn't place suspicion on the dog being a shaman, but Ram decided to give her the benefit of the doubt since she appeared to be befriending the boy on screen. Now, if only her real sister in the theater would stop looking so damn terrified every time her other self was alone with Subaru. What did you do? Do you like demons? Well, gods generally don't do anything, but demons will laugh along when you talk about future plans. Especially for next year and stuff. They'll laugh their heads off. Rem suddenly stops and looks at Subaru. He looks at her. She smiles. She truly smiles. Subaru stares at her for a second, then dances in place with a smirk. That smile is 1,000,000 volts. Rem walks away from him. I'm going to tell Emilia-sama. I wasn't trying to hit on you. He hurries after her. You make a good pair, Frederica encouraged Rem softly, not undermining the dark overtone covering the atmosphere, which made Emilia pout for some reason. The blue-haired girl simply pursed her lips further. Scene change. It was now nighttime and Subaru was. He was clenching the chair while breathing through his nose as if he was smelling crack in the air. He had a blush on as he looked away from someone. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Emilia was behind him. Someone's nervous. Ha ha ha. Some laughed at the way the poor boy looked, while Emilia just sighed at his antics. Why would he be nervous around someone like her? Both Ram and Rem said they wouldn't be coming to see you tonight, so I agreed to help with your studies. I'm afraid I can't do much, though. Subaru was sweating profusely as he tried as hard as he could not look at the lady behind him. Right now, I'm writing the basic eye glyphs until I memorize them. Emilia leaned over his shoulder with an impressed smile, making him shake and blush even more. Wow, you're studying a lot more intensely than I imagined. Subaru stiffly and slowly moved a book between his face and Emilia's. As since these fairy tales are aimed at kids, it's mostly eye glyphs, or so they said. So my goal, for now, is to be able to read this. Subaru suddenly stood up and began courting the half-elf. Stiffly and nervously, he began the process of asking her on a date. Bet 5, he screws this up in a funny way. Otto was the one surprisingly hoping for his brother's downfall. What a backstabbing merchant. Encouraged at least 1 minute of wholesome mercy, the members of his camp and the friends they had in the other camps from Ricardo, Felt, the twins, and Al decided to play along just to rest their nerves. Of course, everyone raised their hands, including Emilia. He could do this. He had a plan. Anyway, the moon sure is pretty. Subaru looked up with a dreaming smile on his face. Emilia looked up as well and blinked in confusion. Huh. PFFFTTT. Emilia chuckled while the girls giggled, and the boys including. A chuckle from Wilhelm and snorts from the knights all laughed. Subaru quickly looked away from the ceiling of the room and changed the subject as fast as he could in hopes that he doesn't look retarded. No, I have a favor to ask you. Will you listen? Starting tomorrow, I'll work hard, and I'll study too. Subaru gave his most charming smile. Go on a date with me. What does a date entail? Emilia asked, confused by this retard that could see the moon through the ceiling of his room. Subaru chuckled and posed his hands wide. When a guy and a girl go out alone together, that's a date. Only the goddess of love knows what will happen during that time. Emilia smiled and held her hands together at the sweet idea she had. Then that means you went on a date with Rem today, right? By this point, everyone was on the floor rolling. Rem was sad that she laughed as well. Subaru began rolling around on his bed in despair. Ugh, I didn't expect that response. Subaru began bowing up and down to Amelia. That didn't count. Please don't count that. I understand that you want us to go out together, but where? Actually, there's this really cute little dog in the nearby village. There's a flower field, too. I want to see you in a field of flowers and capture the image for eternity with my Mattia. Amelia smiled nervously and looked away in thought. Oh, the village, huh? The dog is super cute. Let's go. But it might cause trouble for you. And for the villagers. The kids are so pure and innocent. They're like angels. Let's go. Oh, all right. You leave me no choice. I'll go with you. And the flower field is super colorful and wonderful, really? If that will motivate you to work hard from tomorrow on, then I will. All right. Amelia looked out the window with a smile. I bet the weather will be lovely tomorrow. Yeah, and it'll be a day I'll never forget. Subaru silently looked out the window beside her. There you go again with. Amelia stopped her chuckling when she noticed him with a haunted look of battle in his eyes. He quickly changed his expression and looked at her. He still doesn't know? Amelia frowned in sadness. That boy is a fighter. Many nodded at the old man's words. I'd have loved to go with him to the village 100 times fold, even if we had to meet the puppy. Shockingly, Amelia was not stuttering when she spoke this statement. Rem simply held her hands together in prayer and tried her best to calm her nerves. You were just, never mind. Amelia smiled it off and began walking to the door while Subaru was looking at her all the way. You know, it makes a guy really anxious when you don't finish your sentences. Amelia kept her hand on the handle and saluted Subaru with a smile of encouragement. Okay, Subaru-kun the butler, remember to work hard. Only those who work hard are rewarded. So this will be a reward. Amelia smiled, and the screen turned black. Ending Song 1, Styx Helix. Snow icicles are dropping slowly over Subaru and Amelia's heads as they faced each other with their backs turned. The camera shows Amelia closing her eyes as if she was displeased. Then it shows Subaru looking up at something. Slowly, images of when he and Amelia helped the kid in his first loop play, ending on Amelia's smile. Subaru grits his teeth in anger. Various characters from the story are shown, including the Appa guy, Felt and Rom, Reinhard and the three thieves, Beatrice, Puck and Roswell, and finally Rem and Ram. Elsa is shown with blood all around her, then the image of red eyes opening in the darkness plays. The camera changes to show Amelia's hand with blood on it. Slowly, as it zooms out and reveals the pooling blood around Amelia, Subaru's hand comes into the frame. Subaru and Amelia held hands as death overtook them. A dark hand lowered down from the sky towards Subaru. End of the outro. The screen turns dark. That was a bit weirder than the first one, Petrus said, bewildered by the song. I liked it, Crush commented. I guess you do have a taste. Priscilla nodded at Crush. Does anyone know what that dark hand is? No, one answered Remes. The screen lights up again and shows the mansion in the night. It's still not over yet. Mimi asked tiredly. I thought he woke up after dying from the curse, Taivi lamented. No, Subaru-sama was planning something. Crush spoke in a grim tone. Subaru is sitting in his room with the light on, looking at the bite on his hand. He smiles nervously. All right, let's settle this, Fate. I won't sleep tonight, no matter what. I'll stay awake to greet the morning of my promise. That's his plan, to wait for whatever killed him to come again. Julius had to pull a bit on his hair at the idiotic idea. Otto and Garfield looked more than mortified by this as they realized that he will take on the curse full force while conscious. It was the best he could do to be fair. Al shrugged chillingly while leaning back with a sigh of sadness. Yeah, especially when he doesn't have to worry about dying. Taivi commented, slightly mortified as well. Felix narrowed his eyes a bit, but kept his silence. The silence of the night is overwhelming. Geez, what am I? A grade schooler who can't sleep before a class outing. Reminds me of when I overslept on the day of the class trip. I wasn't able to retrace the same loop exactly, but I got along well with Ram and Remington. In fact, I think I did better than last time. Both twins were looking mighty different now that they both have diverged into breathless words between each other. One was looking from the screen to her sister in succession with a worried look, while the other girl was just holding him of her skirt with sweaty hands with her lips sealed and her teeth grounded. Both of the two didn't fail to catch how well-meaning and caring the boy was for their memories with him. They were both confused about how to take that. Subaru is struggling to stay awake. His eyes keep dropping. If there's anything I feel I missed, it's not saying goodnight to Beatrice. Each time I saw her, all we did was insult each other. But maybe I should have at least thanked her. He didn't do anything, in fact. Heartbeat slowing. This idiot just had to tell Betty to help him. Eyelids closing. Why wouldn't he tell anyone about this, I wonder? Darkness. Suddenly, he jumped out of his chair. The world around him started moving weirdly. The curse is taking effect, in fact, Beatrice said in a somber tone. Let's stay strong, guys. Otto spoke encouragingly. We owe it to him. They watched, as their friend suffers a curse that will eventually kill him. His strength taken from him. He had to fall on his knees. What is this? I'm so cold. No. Could this be? Subaru puked his guts out on the floor as the sickness overtook him. Subaru used the walls for balance as he slowly walked out of the room. He walked down the hallway and puked. Someone, Emilia and Beatrice, looked down, unable to keep watching as the shame built up. He was begging for someone. He was dying alone. He crawled on the stairs and puked there too. Someone, help. Subaru managed to crawl to the top and started walking down a hallway. He stopped to hold the puke in. I can't watch this, Felix murmured while looking away with an absent face. Watching the slow death of an animal so pathetically is always hard indeed. Priscilla noted while her eyes took in the pathetic sight of the boy with the broken power he couldn't make use of. Julius kept his eyes to the floor with his lips thinned as he heard Subaru's dying breaths spread out across the hallway and the screen and the theater outside of it. Asterisk chain sounds were heard. Asterisk. What was that? Everyone moved closer to watch closely. Something wasn't right. Julius narrowed his eyes. Rem started crying. She really did do it. The sweating Subaru looked back, unable to keep steady from the sickness. Suddenly, he was attacked by something. Subaru was sliding across the hallway carpet with blood coming out of him. Subaru, big bro. Petra and Felt were horrified by the amount of blood. Emilia and Beatrice watched with their mouths open in shock at the suffering their beloved had to endure. Rem gasped and opened her eyes so wide to watch the torture she inflicted on the boy. Her heart was breaking. Her mind was going numb. Her soul was tearing. The screen showed Subaru's sick, sweating face with drool coming out of his mouth as he gasped in pain. A pool of blood was forming beneath him. What just? Subaru looked up at the chandelier of the hallway to find his arm resting up there. Good grief. This poor kid. Ricardo and Al watch with wide eyes. They know the pain of being torn open. Ricardo was torn in half by a whale, and Al was missing an arm, so they knew how much pain this boy was in. Not to mention the killing curse. The boy's face contorted from the excruciating pain. He held the place where his arm used to be and rolled around in pain. The entire hall was a bloody mess from the walls to the carpet to the ceiling. Garfield, breathe, just breathe. He didn't listen to his sister. He can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. His captain was dying. No, he was being murdered, and he could do nothing but watch. Subaru screamed from the pain. His face was sinking into the pool of blood with only one eye able to stay open. What the hell? The Duchess found it appropriate to say as she watched, stunned with no more words coming out of her mouth as she fell into a stone mode from the scene playing before her. It's too much. What the hell caused this attack? Anastasia, already enraged since the moment Subaru decided to follow such a stupid plan, decided to announce her capability to speak during this horrible scene. Something impressive considering the state of shock the black-haired boy's own master looked to be in. Emilia's state was nothing short of horrified, scared, and in disbelief as she watched Subaru's death. He looked up, unable to stop his mouth from screaming and puking. Asterisk chain sounds. Asterisk. Asterisk chain sounds asterisk. Suddenly, Subaru's twitching figure was shown with a chair leg hiding his face. And in an instant, something dark was thrown at him, blowing his head into pieces. The explosion of blood and brains was shown, but the sight itself was blocked by the chair leg. All that could be seen was Subaru's twitching body. Stop. A final shot of blood splashing on the carpet, and a lone human brown eye with the flesh cord rolling into view. He was finally dead. Second title card. The morning of our promise is still distant. No credits. Episode 3 Director's Cut End. The sheer brutality of the scene made the most hardened in the room close their eyes in respect to the boy that was still smiling after such a horrible experience. Emilia and Beatrice cried while holding Subaru as if he was about to disappear. They couldn't believe that he lived through that and was still able to stay himself. Beatrice understood the reason for Subaru's nightly habits now. No wonder he was pissed off at her when she told him about her wish to die. Otto and Garfield actually began crying too while looking at their feet in despair. The sight of the man that had saved them both from getting killed in such a brutal way made them queasy. Petra fainted in place. Felt cried while holding on to a shell-shocked Reinhard. Even if she was a candidate, she was still a kid. Reinhard was also taken aback by how cruelly his friend was killed. The Sword Saint just stared at the blank screen. Anastasia slipped a few tears from the sheer brutality of the scene. Julius was looking down with a haunted look. How can someone continue to live through such an experience? Ricardo had his eyes closed in solemn respect. He's seen this sight too many times, but it never gets easier to watch. The twins were crying from the scene of their friend so brutally murdered. Ram was looking at her sister with eyes wide. Roswell sat in silence. He had no smile on. In fact, it seemed closer to interpret his face as completely muscle dead, as both his mouth and eyes were loosely open while he stared into a void with a hunched back. The man was in shock. Priscilla and her knight sat in silence without showing any emotion. As for Rem, a shaking body, wide blood-red eyes leaking a stream of tears from each one. Her hands gripping the hem of her skirt so hard it tore. Her mouth was wide open, making pained, unintelligible noises. Rem was fine. Apologies. A click sounded out and suddenly bottles filled with water, piles of snacks, and a few doors opened. Take a break. bathrooms, food, and water have been provided to you. Once you're ready, the screen will play. Episode 4. Arc 2's continuation. On hold, until they get their shit together. Chapter 5. Director's Cut EP 4. Warning. Please be aware that I shall be using the script of the Director's Cut episode along with a few cut scenes that didn't show in the anime. These scenes I'll add could be from the web novel, light novel, or even manga and the side stories. This may happen in later chapters, so please don't think I'm making my own shit up and changing the anime to how I like. I'm simply adding to the existing content from other mediums and making the cast react to everything interesting. Alright, back to the shit show. Everyone was grateful for the much-needed break. They all wiped their tears and rested a bit before moving to freshen up in the bathrooms. The snacks and water bottles were all consumed in pure silence as no one knew what to say after that scene. The sight of Subaru's brutal death had set out many of the audience to fall in silence and shock. I should not have brought him. We see an almost catatonic Emilia stare into the darkness of the window's space with her jaw moving incoherently. Her hands were rigid on her lap, enclosing and opening into fists over and over. Her entire nervous system was in horror at the death of Subaru. I shouldn't have let him come with me. Reinhard would have protected him better than me. These were the words coming out of her shocked state. The silver-haired princess felt nothing but complete horror and compassion for what had happened to the boy beside her. But the shock forced her to stay deathly still, as if she was afraid that should she move away from the screen, this death she saw would be the least painful for her night. And the thought that he dealt with it on his own, without confessing in her in the slightest, was making her feel a pang of eclipsing guilt and pain from the roots of her soul. I could have helped you. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you die because of me, Subaru? Emilia's state was compulsive and rigid at the same time. Her guilt, betrayal, selfish desire to understand everything, and fear of what she might learn all forced her into a mumbling mess that was shutting down every time her memory burned with Subaru's unseen moments. Beside her, it seemed like a much more ancient entity was also capable of emotional collapse. It's just that Beatrice's collapse was internal as she recalled what had happened to her own contractor while he was in the mansion beneath her protection. She was supposed to be the spirit guarding the mansion against any outside threat, yet her own protection failed to come for Subaru on that night. Beatrice's eyes were hollow and empty, but she was staring at no void, unlike Emilia. The spirit girl was more content by letting her eyes fall to Subaru's limp hand. She moved her palm and patted across his covered sleeve. Her blinks were slow and mechanical. Her lips were so thin she couldn't help but feel like an inanimate doll. What made you do this to yourself, I wonder? To go through that and not ask for help. Had Betty failed you that many times, Subaru? The spirit girl's questions remained unanswered. Her feeling of uselessness and need for understanding reminded her of her own mother's greed. But at this point, the spirit wasn't as shallow as whatever reason her mother's greed initiated. No, Beatrice only wanted to see how many failures she had committed, hidden by the curse Subaru was holding. Only he remembered her uselessness. It was not fair. It felt like he didn't trust her enough to cry tears of anguish for him. Like he wanted to stay alone in a cycle of pain while making her watch. She had watched him bloody his forearms every night. She was forced to promise him to do nothing about it every single night. And now he can't even let her see how many times she had failed him? He wouldn't share with her about the times she couldn't protect him? He couldn't have confided in his Biko about his deaths so she could help him better than a few scratch wounds. GHK. All her collapse could let her show was an empty choked sob. Beatrice simply laid her head on his warm shoulder. Stateless despair the spirit had fallen into because of the confusion and heartbreak of her contractor's situation. But it had seemed that even for an intelligent spirit that lived in a library, there was still someone with a piece of information that was unknown for her and Emilia. This someone simply couldn't help but grind their sharp teeth, fuming in place as they glared at the ground, afraid of what she might do should she glance at her colleagues. What was Roswell-sama playing at? Frederica, the blonde maid sitting in the second row at the back, had taken to growl incisively. She had been working in that mansion for years along with the owner of what had killed Subaru. She knew exactly who those chains belonged to. The same chains that had sounded out before Subaru's brutal demise. How can you put him down like he was some animal? Frederica's fingers almost turned to claws from her heated anger. Who are you angry at, senpai? The blonde immediately closed her eyes and breathed deeply. Her anger was justified, but she didn't want to be hasty and harm her master's image right now. Coldly, Frederica turned to the child who asked her. Petra, the little child that should have been in a crying mess of a state, seemed to have the most natural-looking expression on her adorable face. Frederica took a second to understand the hidden glint in the little maid's eyes. Petra-chan dash. You don't want to disobey him, don't you? The little one cut her off with a seething glare. It seemed that the little maid was more mature than expected. Petra dash. Tell me why I should keep protecting that man. He's the one behind Subaru's pain. Although her voice was hushed, Petra's anger could still be felt by the older maid, mainly for the reason that she can see the fire of fury in Petra's eyes. The little maid was angrier at who she thought was killing Subaru, instead of being broken in tears as she had been a few minutes ago. Petra-chan, Frederica sternly called, hushing the angry girl. It's not Roswell-sama I'm angry with. I'm merely confused on what he was doing at the time. Then who were you growling at? Petra asked again, firm and staunch with hatred in her eyes. Frederica fell into silence for a moment, before deciding that the little one was mature enough. The one who killed Subaru isn't Roswell-sama. Petra looked like she wanted to protest this before she was cut off, but they do work for him. After this, Petra simply kept her head down and stared at the floor below her feet with a silence overcoming her. After what Frederica had explained, the little girl can't look at anyone in a maid outfit again. I did it for Subaru. It's the reason I came to this place and wanted to be around these people. Petra whispered with a few tears reaching out of the corner of her eyes. The little village girl was feeling nothing but sorrow for what the poor boy had to go through. She wouldn't know what he did to get out of this situation, but now that she knew the true reason for his death, Petra was starting to have some very intoxicating thoughts. This uniform is really gross now. And from Petra's hatred for her chosen destiny, someone had the same wavelength as her and Frederica. Someone that, like the two maids, knew who murdered Natsuki Subaru so brutally. You still don't think he is dangerous after all of that, Lady Crush 9? Crush immediately whiplashed to look at her conversing knight as she was handed water by him. Ferris. The healer simply held an emotionless expression as he looked at the shocked Crush. We both know now that he was killed by the residents in the mansion. Remsama's weapon is a chain, I know that. But that doesn't give us the right to put an accusation on either Remchan or Natsuki Subaru. The healer seemed to be shaking in place as his hands turned to fists. What more do we need? After he died like that, by Remchan's hands? He probably did some shady works to manipulate her and the rest of the household to get revenge. Ferris, Crush sternly called, stopping him in place. I do not doubt Subaru's ingenuity, Ferris. I understand your disturbance with how his power is being used by him, but I assure you that what we have is no indicator for anything other than mere theories. It could be Remchan that murdered Subaru. Her reasons could be good, but we can't doubt the allies we've made in them both, Ferris. But you can't forget all the good Subaru Dano has done, Ferris Dano. A third voice interjected on them both as Wilhelm appeared to have heard their conversation and decided to weigh his support for the black-haired boy. The healer appeared more liable to protest as he clenched his fists around his skirt, making the Duchess narrow her eyes. What is the matter with you, Ferris John? Crush asked in suspicion. Why are you so hostile at Subar Dash? Pardon me for cutting you off, my lady. But my priority is your will and yours alone. And I am not going to trust someone that had placed your life in danger multiple times because he has ties with the witch cult and could be a witch-blessed human on top of everything. His power makes him manipulate everyone around him, and all we have is his word and the things he's prepared around us. If the maid saw fit to kill him as we've observed, shouldn't that be telling of something deeper happening with him? 9. Amber eyes stuck to brown as Crush formed an unreadable, unimpressed expression at her knight, who gave her a look of indignation. Ferris. Your wind reading isn't blowing because I'm telling the truth, Crush-sama. 9. I don't need any blessing to guide me to the fact that what you said just now wasn't the real reason you are feeling so much hatred. Crush replied to the knight's look of shock by simply leaning on her armrest and resting her chin on her knuckle. Her eyes were half open as she glared down at Felix. We must be careful how we take the screen's advances into our friend's life, Ferris. For all we know, Natsuki Subaru is just an innocent kid that got dropped into a world of dangers with nothing but this ability. Is that what you think about him, Crush-sama? Felix asked rigidly. Crush replied with closed eyes. It's what I believe. My talk with Rem in the carriage, my interaction with Emilia's knight at the tree. I want to believe in the best of this boy's heart until I'm proven wrong, Ferris. You don't have to tell me what your reason is for believing in the opposite, Ferris. Just don't act so rashly on it. After his lady's soft dismissal, the healer went to his original seat beside Wilhelm with hair covering his eyes. You could hear a soft whisper under his breath. Didn't save you. Back with the old man sitting beside the young Duchess. Wilhelm gave his master a signature bow. Thank you for empathizing with my plea from before, milady. Obviously alluding to the way he told her to trust in Subaru before the last viewing started. Wilhelm was delighted to see his lady give the black-haired boy benefit from the doubt his curse had cast on him in the eyes of everyone scheming in the theater. Crush did not give him a second look as she swiftly drank her water. Not like I want to be played by Hashin's words. I fought beside the man myself. Her fist shook from the anger at her stupidity. She almost started falling for the bait and almost betrayed her words of oath to the debt Subaru and Emilia had on her. She almost thought the worst of a boy who was dying. If not, her heart ached to see his suffering, and her confusion mounted to see how his own friends were acting around him. They should know how precious he is. Heck, Rem knows how good Subaru is for this world. Yet she's the one who killed him. Crush affirmed that she did believe Felix on this one matter. Her eyes firmly laid at the stiff back of the blue-haired girl that saved her. Was that smile fake, Remchan? Crush's whisper was soft, barely audible. And the Duchess closed her eyes again and rested silently on her chair with all of these thoughts preoccupying her mind. Preoccupied is barely what can be used as a description for what this blue-haired girl was dealing with at this moment. If Amelia and Beatrice were emotionally unstable, then the girl that had massacred the boy so brutally was in a shattered state of emotional turmoil. She sat there, behind the row in which the boy had slept. Her maid uniform was nearly torn at the hems from her constant clenching and shaking. Her lips quivered manically. If one was to look into Rem's eyes, they would see clear dystopia. Her light blue irises were shrunk into pupil shapes. I did it. That feeling she had felt as soon as Subaru was brought conscious to the mansion. That first night where she placed his body on the bed and unclothed him to place the robes after Beatrice had healed his wound. But I never acted on it. Subaru-kun. Rem remembered how much she had wanted to strangle the boy for his supposed link with the witch cult. His stink was enough to send her into a rage just for being so close to her loved ones. But right now, as she had lived through that week with another perspective entirely, she had found a most wonderful obsession. But it seemed that all of the feelings of love that had replaced her rage was, yet again, replaced by another emotion. Her fanatic care and love for the boy forced a pang of most torturous guilt on her heart. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If she could whisper it, Rem would let her tears fall once more as the image of Subaru withering in pain because of her burned into her brain. If she could raise her voice more, the Oni would beg forgiveness if she could, scream her pain away, cut her hand out for retribution after what she had done to him. Rem's nerves were in a clutter of convulsing and shaking. She was barely keeping hold of herself after what she had witnessed. She wanted nothing more than to jump and hug him as tightly as possible. Make sure his guts were still in one place. Make sure his arm was okay. Make sure he isn't feeling the pain and only her warmth. She didn't want him to scream like that. Not because of her. Sister. Why yes, sister? The coldness between the two made Rem's facade grow weaker. The Blue Oni was more inclined to believe that the slight heat in her sister's pink irises was because the halls of the mansion were shown to be filled with blood. Rem was staring at Rem with a look that screamed absolute fury and disappointment. Rem couldn't stand it. She couldn't look away because she was afraid that her older sister would just disown her right here and now. She may even reveal the terrible act was actually hers to the rest, making the blue-haired girl liable for everybody's wrath. Come with me, Remington. Flinching, she whimpered beneath her sister's cold gaze. Sister dash. Roswell-sama is waiting for us, Remington. Please don't keep him waiting. Rem noticed how her sister made no mention of wanting her there herself. I can't leave Subaru. Closing her eyes, the incriminated maid held her face down and rejected her older twin's hardened gaze. Her selfishness and bravery showed the ugliest side of her obsession full for her sister to see. Rem wanted Subaru's heart even if she had hurt him in such a manner. It is no time for you to feel guilty. Roswell-sama wants you beside him before the screen inevitably shows why Barusu was attacked so viciously. I don't need to ask. I know what happened to him. The maid couldn't but flinch. Ram had sat down and whispered harshly into her younger twin's ear so that none of the distraught people around them could hear what she was saying. But Rem couldn't even protest as her hand was grabbed into a tight hold and her sister roughly pulled her up and stepped across the row of seats while painfully dragging Rem. Come. Sister. I want to sit near Subaru. You will only hurt yourself more. Contrary to what Rem had believed, Rem was not looking forward to punishing or derailing on her sister. She was furious with what she did, yes. But Ram was more afraid that her sister would be taken away from her when she just got her back from the gluttony illness. Sleeping Beauty had taken a lifetime from the twins. Ram couldn't lose Rem for whatever reason there was. Barusu will understand. If he didn't forgive her sister, then Ram will do whatever it took to earn that. She would beg him herself no matter how disgusting the thought was. It was the minimum she must do to make up for being such a lousy older sister to Ram. Will, isn't my staff looking lovely today? Both twins sat down to the sides of the eccentric lord they served. He greeted them with great sarcasm in his voice. Feeling this being unusual, the guilty sister tried to speak up. Roswell-sama, just tell me why that happened to him, Rem-chan. As cold as ice, Roswell asked firmly with no amusement or warmth. His change in tone didn't make the maid inclined to answer. Rem, I hope you know that what you've done was a direct violation of my orders. Roswell softened his tone as he spoke to the maid. He seemed to have taken pity on her. But I didn't do it, Roswell-sama. Rem desperately wanted to not appear pitiful or broken in front of her master. But the unfairness of blaming her for killing Subaru when she would have dreamed of it now was becoming harder and harder to carry for the Oni. A soft pat on her head showed Roswell's unseen warmth for her. I know, Remington, but you must not ignore the fact that it was another you that hurt Subaru-kun. You could have possibly hurt him more in other loops. Look at me, Remington. The Blue Oni simply did as she was told. Her tears didn't blur her vision enough to clog the disappointment in Roswell's eyes. If Emilia-sama wishes it, you will be resigned from serving the Mathers Estuate. Understood? Yes, Roswell-sama. Ram and Rem stayed silent, as the Lord simply looked at the front without a single other word coming out of his mouth. Don't worry, Ram. They won't lay a hand on your sister. Surprised, the pink-haired maid felt a huge spread of relief coming down her. Thank you, Roswell-sama. The Lord seemed content with resting his eyes for the moment. How could I blame you, Rem? I've done much worse to him than you ever could. We can't keep dancing around. Otto's tone was stern and hardened as he announced to the silent crowd. You tell me, Garfield growled, hiding his fury beneath a hardened glare as he ate some of the apples presented and staring at the floor. Big bro, he really lived through that. Felt's face was frozen, unreadable as she asked her question. Reinhard could depict from her tone that she was in disbelief. He would be too. Sure, a couple of deaths from knife wounds and a death when he was asleep were really scary, but that. Dying all alone in a hallway with your arm cut off, then having your head blown to bits. It was just. You can't tell me he didn't tell any of you about that. It was Felix that had spat out towards the boys' camp. I'd rather not question the validity of Natsuki Subaru's motives when all we've seen is him being butchered. Ferris, Julius spoke in a calm, collected manner. And even that didn't conceal the knight's fury. No one disagreed. The important question is who was it that killed Natsuki in the hall? The merchant queen beside Julius looked to be equally as fuming as her eyes pierced right on the people closest to the boy. It wasn't a surprise that all the other camps looked at the Amelia crowd as well. They were the mansion's residents. You must know something since he'd already saved you from this, correct? Anastasia pointed out in a tired and stern voice. She had lost all her cheer at this camp's incompetence. They have a powerful individual on their side that had the knowledge and abilities to change Lagunica for eons to come. They have their own Hashin, and they do nothing but get him killed over and over. The merchant queen's fury knew no bounds. The Amelia crowd simply stayed silent. They were divided. Otto and Garfield waited patiently with hardened looks as they no longer wanted to joke around. Their brother's death was brutal and unfair. Their blood boiled. Hey, didn't you hear the question of Our Lady? Who was it that killed Big Bro? Mimi, pissed off at how her friend died, wanted revenge and wanted an answer. Amelia-sama. Amelia looked up at the person who called her name. Crush looked down at her with a serious, stern expression. The Duchess had all kinds of hidden intent behind her amber eyes. We need to know how Natsuki dealt with this threat. Did he tell you of an attacker in the mansion? Amelia shook her head. Subaru never told me about anyone attacking the mansion. He only knew about the Maybeasts invading the village below the estate. He never told me about this. Amelia looked at her knight in pure sadness. Why didn't he ask her for? Amelia remembered something. He was in anguish that night. The night he cried on her lap. He was so broken. So he was asking for help. But why couldn't you tell me? Why aren't you saying anything about this? Amelia whispered as she watched Subaru sleeping innocently. Oh, how she felt about this boy. How horrible it is for her to watch him go through this on his own. Maybe the boy didn't speak about the attacker because it was someone that already knew him. All eyes turned to look up at the princess that was fanning herself. What do you mean? Amelia asked, hollow and cold. Priscilla simply looked at Roswell and pointed at him with an unimpressed look. It's simple. This jester sent his goons to kill your dog, half-wit. I swear to F-King God. Garfield stood up and set his sights on the clown. Everyone was looking at Roswell with anxious looks. The clown was smiling through all of this as if nothing was happening around him. The twins beside him both tensed up, especially Rem. I would rather have them come at me than the twins. They aren't the ones who deserve those hateful glares. No. Why would you say that, Bariel-sama? Amused and unaffected by Garfield's growl, Roswell slowly turned to face the orange-haired princess, who looked at him with a disgusted look. It's obvious that you thought of him as a spy and decided to get rid of him. What a big accusation you're throwing towards myself. I will have you know that I was merely content to watch the boy as he lived inside my domain. I had no intention of killing our dear Subaru-kun at all. Yuri, a lying hefty piece F shit. Garfield was about to jump the clown when a stern, commanding voice sounded. He is telling the truth. Everyone looked at Crush as she stood up and glared at Garfield. The blonde was having none of it. Fuck would you know? Crush-sama has the divine protection of wind reading. She can tell if a person is lying or not. I can tell he's saying the truth as well. Everyone looked at Reinhard as he spoke for the first time in a while. He had no intention to kill Subaru. Seeing the Sword Saint and Crush back him up, Roswell smiled wide and clapped. Are you satisfied, Bariel-sama? The princess snorted at the clown, but she didn't concede. Priscilla looked down at the crowd below her and pointed at a certain girl clinging to a black-haired boy. You there, great spirit. Beatrice slowly looked up with an unimpressed expression. Yes, I suppose. Can you tell if an intruder slipped through the domain? Beatrice's eyes widened as she understood what Priscilla was implying. The princess smirked behind her fan as she saw her meaning get across to the spirit. Smart girl, she whispered. Betty can't tell if foreign hostiles entered Mather's domain. But she can sense everyone's mana in the manor grounds. In fact, what does that mean? Felix asked, confused why Beatrice looked so surprised. It means that Beatrice-sama would have been able to sense if there was a hostile entity in the manor, Frederica explained, feeling more confused for the fact that her master was proven to be innocent but still wanting to fish Rem out by eluding and helping clue everyone towards her. She saw that her lord had taken the twins to his sides. She didn't want to get Petra or her in trouble for revealing Rem to the masses when Roswell himself was protecting her. And if she sensed an intruder inside the mansion, she would have more than likely intervened. Julius quickly caught on. That means someone from inside the manor, someone Beatrice entrusted and didn't feel they were a threat, was the ones that killed Natsuki-san. Otto quickly continued the train of thought. But that only leaves. Emilia slowly and coldly turned to the twins. Rem looked down in fear. Ram glared right back at the elf. Ram, did you? Emilia's tone was so cold and so stern it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Roswell was watching with a wild smile on his face. His hands were trembling in anger. I think that is enough for now. Everyone looked at the screen and listened to the voice as it spoke. Who are you? Why are you making us see this? Felix shouted in anger. Why are you letting Subaru-kun die? Petra asked with an angry scowl on her face. Don't get me involved into your mess. I'm showing this to you so you could learn of his broken sanity. Not to punish you. I want you to help Subaru. Not to fear him. Everyone stared at the screen in confusion. Emilia kept her eyes on the twins and was about to do something she knew that Subaru wouldn't approve of. Suddenly, the screen began playing once again. Emilia could only sit down and hug her knight tightly as she promised vengeance for her Subaru. But for now, she would watch and learn of his pains and trials. She brought him into this mess. She will see it through to the end to understand him. Everyone else stopped the investigation and watched with bated breaths and dreading hearts. What's crueler than the last death? There was no way that this boy could go through something more brutal than the last one. Season 1 Episode 4 Director's Cut. Begin. The screen opened in darkness. Faint sounds of wind could be heard before the shot opened on Subaru's sleeping face. He was sleeping soundly for a moment on the same lavish bed of the guest room when, suddenly, he began screaming while holding his arm as if it was cut off. He screamed and sat upright. His eyes were wide open with panic and fear. He was breathing heavily, as if horrified. My left arm, he shouted as his breaths went heavy and sweat ran down his forehead. I still have it right. Looking at his hand and opening his palm as if to make sure that it was really there. I went back again. No, maybe I should say I made it back. Look at the tears in his face. Petra whispered in sadness as thoughts filled her head about how it felt like to have died and woken up as Subaru did. It haunted her to the core. Must have been feeling all of that pain up till the end. Or he could still be feeling it now. Ricardo mused from his seat. That wouldn't be the case since he appears to have stopped acting on his pain. The purple-haired knight answered in an indigent tone. Or, Natsuki-kun can still feel the pain for a simple moment after he wakes, cause his ability takes a second of time between his death and resurrection. No? A purple-haired princess candidate took a moment to show hardened resolve to understanding this curious power of the boy since it interested her far more than she would have anticipated. Natsuki Subaru has always been a subject of great debate among the nobility. I'm sure he would become something of a much-desired tool, should anyone know of this return-by-death ability outside of us. Hashin-sama. Seeing Anastasia's look of increasing interest, the Duchess of House Karsten sat out to pointedly call out the shrewd merchant girl in a low voice that barely passed Emilia's row. It would be bad for the camp before them to learn about their discussions and schemes about their innermost member. Oh, no need to worry. Curious as I may be, that power of his is not useful to me should it be only activated upon his demise. It's a bit inhumane to subject that on him, I'd say. Then what are you planning? Crush asked coldly of the smug-looking Anastasia, and no one in their camps intervened as they listened in attention. You really should take care of how you view things, princess. What are you dash? Anastasia cut Crush off with a simple wink. Natsuki-kun has more going fair him than this. Return by death, Arwativa. Your royal court just won't take his other useful parts into the equation. They will waste him and the opportunities he brings to your table. Crush looked at her with a confused raise of her brows. Even Julius and the other mercenaries in the Western girl's own camp were staring at her in surprise and confusion. Anastasia simply smiled wide once her glimmering eyes caught the sight of Otto's heated glare on her. You've been listening all this time. Such dedication could have helped Natsuki-kun at the start of his journey. With her humorless inside laugh, Anastasia turned her gaze from the silent, fuming merchant boy at the bottom row and aimed a cheerful smile towards the ever-alarmed Duchess. Why would I waste this opportunity by blabbing to useless monarchs? You mean you don't find him dangerous? Aren't you afraid of his power? The Duchess knight in a dress couldn't help himself from intervening and asking his question. Anastasia simply laughed the healer off, earning the attention of many in the theater. Oh really, Duchess-san, you should worry about what your side will do to the child before worrying about my own intentions. Crush simply met her with a dead stare. Felix influxes on himself and gritted his teeth in frustration as the candidate ignored his existence. So you have intentions? Crush muttered to herself and moved her eyes to the screen once more. Curious. What can you see in him more than his power, milady? Julius asked, but not to the girl that had settled on removing her smile and keeping her eyes on the screen. It was more of a whimper a prideful knight like him shouldn't utter. But he had a few feelings worth more than his pride at this moment in time, and the fact that his own master could see something better in Natsuki Subaru than what he currently sees is astonishing. But he knew Anastasia Hashin wouldn't reveal her cards this early. He could see a game forming between the candidates, one his lady looked determined to evolve and master. How heavy must their desperation be, breaking themselves for a simple child born to be worthless. TCK. The Red Matriarch watched every single member of the two camps and their way of acting as soon as their masters clashed. Priscilla wanted to leave this wretched den once more as her disgust grew over her curiosity. Subaru noticed something standing in front of him in the room. He looked up from his hand to find the maid twins hugging each other while looking at him with scared looks. Realizing he startled them, Subaru put an uneasy smile on his face. "Oh, sorry. Good morning." The twins looked at him with fear in their eyes, making him sigh. "Right? I guess you don't remember me." "Yeah, working so hard to establish a relationship with someone and then waking up to them never knowing it just because you died, that must have sucked," Ricardo noted with his Western accent, roughly expressing his sympathy for anyone in this type of situation. Crush took the chance to glance at the two twins sitting beside the Magi Lord, narrowing her eyes on the blue-haired twin. Rem's expression was that of a heartbroken one. Her sister, Ram, was whispering into her ear while the trembling Oni was watching. "Seems like I was correct. But Rem does seem like she is in shock because of what happened. What is going on?" Subaru smiled and threw the cover on his bed away as he stood up with his favorite pose, pointing a finger at the sky with his ass clenched. With a wide smile, he yelled out, "Sorry for the trouble I've caused. Natsuki Subaru will now start over." The twins looked at each other in confusion. "By the way, what day and time is it?" Subaru asked with a smile. How was he able to laugh after that? Felix's question was quiet as he thought it was only a whisper, but it did get an answer. "I think it's impressive." Reinhard shared his opinion in a lacking of confidence low tone, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the way Subaru has been ignoring that particular death. "I think it's disingenuous." Julius grunted and looked away from the screen. Similar to Reinhard, the elegant young man was seemingly upset at the way Subaru was dealing with this. Reinhard looked at him with a look of pity. "It's not because you used to do the same to handle your problems, is it, Julius?" Of course, Reinhard could never ask this of his prideful friend. Opening Theme 1, Redo. Seeing the chance to talk while the music began playing, Crush tapped Amelia's shoulder, gaining the half-elf's attention. "Don't think this is some trick to jeopardize your camp standing, but I've got something to tell you about your sponsor." Amelia looked at Roswell and then at Crush. Her violet eyes were cold but filled with curiosity. Amelia nodded her head at the green-haired maiden. "Roswell was the one that ordered Elsa to steal your insignia." Amelia's eyes widened but quickly turned stern. "Please explain, Crush-sama." Crush smiled at the expected change in attitude. Of course, Amelia will turn stern as soon as she finds out someone hurt her friends, especially her knight. "You remember when that blonde boy asked if he was behind the attack?" Garfield Cohen? "Yeah." Roswell said that he was an RSP dash. Amelia quickly stopped talking as she understood. "He was lying?" Crush nodded her head. Amelia clenched one of her hands into a fist and began ruffling the sleeping boy's hair with the other to vent her frustration. "Why didn't you say anything? You must have seen the wind of untruth blowing from him." Amelia looked at Crush with a skeptical look. Crush didn't look intimidated, which told Amelia that she had a good reason. "Think about what I was supposed to say. I was about to call out the sponsor of one of the candidates to the throne, which I'm also fighting to obtain, for lying about sending a contracted killer to steal and potentially kill that same candidate which he is sponsoring." Amelia nodded her head at the logic. Yeah, she would have thought that Crush was lying as well, if she hadn't seen Roswell's truth at the sanctuary, but Crush didn't know about that, so she was inclined to keep to herself. "What about Reinhard? He has the same blessing. Why hadn't he spoken up?" Amelia looked at the hero as he watched the screen with a grim face as Subaru was killed once again in the song. Crush shook her head. "I asked him. He had the same reason as I did, and he's kind of feeling guilty about letting the killer get away." Amelia sighed and shook her head at the hero's conviction to blame everything on himself. "He's kind of like Subaru," muttered the half-elf as she ruffled the black hair of the man that protected her for so long. "Thank you so much, Crush-sama. I'll be sure to repay you in kind." "Think nothing of it. We are in an alliance after all." Crush turned her eyes at Subaru and reached to ruffle the boy's head between her gloved fingers. Amelia noticed the soft smile on Crush's face as she looked down at Subaru. An alliance he fought so hard to create. Crush smiled softly at Amelia. Amelia smiled back. Theme end. The scene changes to Subaru walking around with his eyes closed as he began lamenting on his last loop. "It's my first day in the Roswell mansion. That chill I felt. Does that mean I died in my sleep the first time due to physical weakness?" He's starting to piece it together, I suppose. Beatrice nodded slowly, her eyes filled with grief and sadness. "Yeah, but will he have all the pieces to spare him his life this time?" Tivy seemed to ask in disgruntlement. The flashing memory of his second loop played, showing him as he got killed morbidly in the hallway. But the second time, there was an attacker. So if I was killed, does that mean the others in the mansion were targeted, too? The memory of the time he was fighting Elsa played. Because we're involved in Amelia's royal selection, like at the loot house? But even if I know that I have no proof to explain it or any way to avoid it. Worse yet, I didn't see the attacker's face or the victim. My death was totally in vain. How can he say such a thing? Petra had a look of horror to see someone she loved so much say such morbid words. It's the nature of his power. He needs to make every death count otherwise. He will die again. Otto finished for Julius. His tone was cold and emotionless as he stared at the screen. He was shocked to the core by the last death. He couldn't care less if he was jaded or broken by the end of this. He needed to see what Subaru went through. You're not alone, you dumbass. Asterisk smack asterisk. Oh. Garfield crossed his arms and sat beside his friend. He wanted to see what his undeniably awesome captain went through, but he will not let anyone get used to this. You said it, why yourself? Be angry, don't let anything inside, or else you get used to it. Otto rubbed his head and looked at his brother in surprise. Garfield smiled. You're irritating me to death. Either stop it or get blown away. Subaru stops walking around Beatrice in circles and smiles at her. Oh, sorry. But somehow, walking around in circles makes the gears in my head turn. Cut me some slack, huh? We're tight, aren't we? Exactly what sort of relationship do you think we have, I suppose? We've only met twice. Beatrice played with her drill as she looked at a book with disinterest. I wish I was there. Beatrice softly whispered and held his hand, trying to tell him that he could trust her and tell her about everything he's been through. What good was she if her own contractor didn't trust in her? Beatrice's tired eyes teared up at the thought. Subaru smiled. Well, I won't make trouble for you. Just serve some tea or something and let me relax. As if I'll serve you anything, I suppose. Subaru leans down and reads the book she has open on her lap. Ugh, you're irritating me. What's that book you're reading? It tells how to get rid of bugs that have gotten into my room, I suppose. You've got bugs in the library? That sucks. What kind of bugs? I kind of like their interactions. Tivy voiced out with a small, tired smile. The others let out grunts of agreement and small smiles of their own. They were just happy that something normal was on screen. Beatrice glared at him in annoyance. It's time for you to leave. Your hands have stopped shaking. So you can disguise your fear now, I suppose. Subaru looked at her with a surprised face. You could tell. You were trying to hide it, I suppose. It's quite vexing to be treated as a mere convenience. That was perceptive of you, Beatrice John. Roswell nodded his head with a sad smile on his face. Damn, that little girl is really cool for helping Captain through this. Garfield seemed to be happy at the duo on screen. Oh, how she wished to be treated as such for him now. She wanted to be the one he runs to when there was trouble, the one he cries to when he was sad, the one he needed to hug when he was scared. Betty is so sorry. Amelia looked at the small, teary-eyed girl in sympathy. Poor Biko-chan. Amelia slowly got up and hugged the girl. Beatrice just accepted it. The hug wasn't as warm as Subaru's, but it was comforting. You're not nice at all. Thanks for the help, though. I'll be counting on you again. Subaru waved at her with a nervous smile. I don't even want to be counted on, I suppose. So don't come here again. Subaru stopped at the door and looked back at the girl. Beatrice made a motion with her hand cutely. Shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. Subaru looked up as the truth was revealed before him. Wait, when you said bugs, did you mean me? He glared at the lowly. Beatrice scowled and raised her hand in his direction. Just get out of here this instant. Before Subaru knew it, he was thrown out of the room and out of the hallway and out of an open window, falling into a flower bed beneath the windows. Otto and Garfield gave a small snort to each. They were both getting back to their original selves, although more realistic than before. If not for this flower bed, that would have been instant death. Subaru stood up, revealing his entire form to be filled with mud and dirt. He looked up at the windows. Can I ask if you're all right? Subaru looked behind him to find Amelia leaning down and smiling at him. He smiled stupidly. Amelia-tan, your kindness is the one thing that can heal me. You know, Rem just spread manure in that flower bed yesterday. Okay, they couldn't stop the chuckles and giggles from coming out as each kid plus Otto and Garfield found the situation Subaru wasn't funny. However, Amelia was the only one not laughing as her frown deepened at the sight of this interaction. No way out of it. Another life where I failed him. Amelia seemed more disturbed by the second as she realized how much Subaru has been hiding by himself. It made her feel so bad. Ugh. Subaru quickly jumped out of the flower bed and began dusting himself to get rid of the disgusting substance. 3-second rule. That didn't count. That didn't count, right? Amelia smiled sympathetically. You know, they say this kind of thing is actually lucky. Subaru seemed to gloom over this. Amelia-tan is already shifting into consolation mode. The half-elf couldn't help but feel a bit hurt by this. She knew that moments like these were constantly stolen from her every time he died. But she couldn't help but feel hurt that he didn't change his way of treatment towards her at all. The same old dance and routine, yet he never was feeling any sort of trust to give her a little bit of his pain for her to carry. That and the fact that he handles everything on his own always. Even these dangers in the mansion, murderers right under their nose. He wants to take them on by himself. And come to think of it, Why is it that he never made mention of Rem and Ram killing him if they truly did it? The silver-haired princess seemed confused and bewildered as she thought about everything she knew. Could it be that Subaru made a deal with Roswell in a future loop? Maybe Roswell set up another assassin that wasn't Rem and Ram, and Subaru had to beat that killer as he did to Elsa last time Roswell did this? But why? Why does Roswell keep sending people to kill us? Amelia's thoughts were filled with confusing and confronting thoughts as her entire perception of the Lord had to fall to make her see how untrustworthy he truly was. Not to mention she is yet to have proof that it was the twins that killed and will kill him during this loop. And if they were, did Subaru lie to her about Rem? He said he loved her as much as she. Did that mean Subaru was killed by Rem and also killed by Amelia? Why won't you just talk to me? Amelia bit her lip and looked down in frustration. Amelia giggled and touched the green crystal. Puck, wake up. The crystal shined and out manifested Puck, yawning and stretching. Morning, Leah. Morning, Puck. Sorry to ask after you just woke up, but could you wash Subaru off? Subaru? Okay, I'll wash you off. Puck smiled and quickly shot a water tornado at the boy, making him spin in it as he screamed. Puck laughed and stopped the torrent. They are all clean. All the kids were laughing at Subaru, already forgetting the horror and focusing on the funny ways Subaru got picked on by those around him. Otto and Garfield were happy to laugh their frustrations off even if for a little. Beatrice smiled as she watched Puck joke around with Subaru. She missed her brother. The great spirits seemed to have great affection to mess with him. Reinhard looked at Julius with hopeful eyes, but the elegant knight just kept a stone-cold expression. The water current dissipated and left a clean, wet Subaru on the ground with a haunted look on his face. The scene changed to Subaru and Amelia sitting on the lawn with Subaru glaring at a certain floating cat. I thought I was a goner. Wasn't there some way else to do it? You enjoyed that, didn't you? That's not true at all. Puck denied and looked away. Subaru flicked him on the forehead, making the cat grip his head in pain. Subaru smiled, but then was punched by Boxer Puck. Pushbacks. Now you've done it. Subaru smirked and grabbed the cat to start tickling him. You like that? It's my lethal move. Make the cat cry, haha. Cut it out. Puck jumped out of his grasp and slapped him with his tail. Tail punch. You dash. And I'll finish you with my paw pad grind. Subaru growled and began fighting Puck. Suddenly, the sound of female giggling stopped the two in place. Oh gosh, sorry. I can't. What are you two doing? Oh, my stomach. I'm dying. Amelia continued to laugh out loud. I miss you so much, Puck. Amelia smiled warmly at her father as she felt calm with him right there in front of her. For once focusing on her days with him and feeling so protected by him. Hey, the cat is kinda cool. Mimi said with a happy smile. Mimi, that's a great spirit. Show him respect. Tivy reprimanded his sister for which he got a cheeky slap on the head. Petra co-ed the little cat on the screen and wished to ruffle its fur once again. Subaru and Puck smiled at each other. Well, now I've bounced back from my initial bad impression. Thanks for your assistance, father. Subaru bowed to Puck, who was more than happy to play along. Who are you calling father? I won't give you my daughter that easily. Amelia snorted at this. Please stop. You're both too funny. Nothing beats your smile, Leah. Puck flew down to sit on her shoulder. You agree, don't you, Subaru? Yeah, I totally do. Subaru stood up and did his pose. To me, Amelia Tan's smile is the first shining star in the night sky. Not you too, Subaru. Also, what does Tan mean? Where'd it come from? It's what they call a pet name. Just like when Puck calls you Leah. It's an expression of affection that shows two people's closeness. Amelia looked confused at this. I don't remember getting that close to you. Ouch. Mimi flinched in sympathy at the rejection. I felt this one. Otto winced, unable to make fun of Subaru for this one. Even Wilhelm was shaking his head at the rejection. Amelia wished she could facepalm at her own ingenuity. She must have been a hassle to deal with on the constant. Subaru held his hand to his chest in pain. That somewhat hurts, but I won't lose heart. Think of it as an advance in our relationship. It means I want us to get close enough to call each other by pet names. Okay. Amelia slowly blushes and looks away. All right, I'll accept that. Subaru is taken aback by the way she was blushing. No, don't look at me. Amelia smiled and waved him off. I expected her to cringe, but I got a positive response. You need more friends, big sis. Felt yelled out in frustration, making Amelia blush. It's no wonder you get along so well with him. You're just as sheltered as my pal. I'll laugh from above, pointing out Subaru's exact nature before coming to Lagunica. I. Amelia shook her head and looked to be flushing from embarrassment. All was good and fun when teasing her, but a certain red-clad princess was staring at the front row with hatred or disgust visible in her eyes. To think you would forget the boy's fate just to have a few moments of normalcy is just telling of your pathetic nature, you half-wit. TCK. Priscilla clicked her tongue once more as her disgust ran deep, but her tone sounded low. She didn't want anyone to hear her, just to make her frustration known at how everyone just seemed to go back to the way things were even when they know something big was coming. Subaru turned to the floating cat. What could this mean, commentator Puck-san? She doesn't have many friends, so she craves things like nicknames. She's easy to please. The camera turns to show Subaru with a perverted look in his eyes and blush. My main heroine is easy to please, huh? Oomph. Stupid Subaru. Amelia pouted and turned away from the night as Anastasia and Crush seemed to be chuckling at her expense. Sister. It's only been a short time, and now our guest looks like a drowned rat. Remington. In just a short time, our guest has turned into a dirty, old wash rag. I know I'm a rat. You don't have to tell me. Subaru looked at the two maids. I know, Remington. I know. Both maids were currently wincing visibly because of the scene. Rem was guilty of many things, and she wished she can make up for many of them for Subaru. But the Oni's first offense was the way they treated him by insulting his existence. Ram was feeling less guilty about that fact, however. She still thought it was a bit much to do it so soon when she knew that her sister would end up doing something regrettable. But she was more focused on the question of why Subaru hadn't told on her sister to anyone. Roswell didn't want Subaru dead by Rem's hands. He gave no such order as Ram had seen from his last interaction with Rem. So if Rem was the killer and her sister would have attempted to kill him again, then surely he must tell on her to everyone that could save his life, right? What did you do, Barusu? Were we manipulated? Were you hurt by us too much that you got hung up on being near us? Did you forget? Are you planning an act of revenge? Ram's eyes went wide open for a moment as she realized that her sister was attacked and was unconscious for an entire year in stasis. Couldn't Subaru have saved her sister using his power? And now that she thought about it, why was he so attached to Ram in the first place? Was he sitting beside her sister every night because he cared for her? Or because he was relishing Ram's state, the useless state of his killer? Barusu wouldn't do this. Ram shook her head from the thought. Her eyes seemed uncertain, however. They bowed and spoke in sync. Our lord, Roswell-sama, has returned. Subaru inhaled slowly. Here we go. He was determined. My first meeting with the lord of this mansion. All I know for certain is that someone will attack on the fourth night. It'd be ideal if I could let them know, but I can't explain where I got the information, so they might think I'm working with the assassin. If I knew even just the attacker's physique, it might mean a different story. So this time, I'll use these next 4 days to gather information and find out who the attacker is. And to do that, he's not planning to live through this one. Felix looked angry at Subaru. It seems Subaru Dano's gotten used to throwing away his life for mere information gathering. Wilhelm shook his head in disappointment. But why isn't he saying anything to Amelia-sama? She could help him. Petra asked loudly, as this entire reveal was disturbing and confusing the girl greatly. Amelia dipped down a little bit from the truthful comment's effect on her heart. Let's see where this goes in the end, I suppose. Beatrice sighed tiredly and kept her hand covering his forearm, trembling. You may have any reward you request. Just name your desire. Roswell extended his arms wide. Anastasia seemed to look annoyed by this as she gave a disappointed shake of her head. He's going to be a butler again. Humph. What a waste of TI dash. In that case, let me live here as a house guest and eat and sleep all I want. Subaru declared as the table fell silent. Screw him. Anastasia-sama. Crush, Felt, the twins, and even Ricardo giggled at the frustrated-looking Anastasia, while Julius looked at her with an offended expression. This is Subaru's fault, he growled. No way his mistress would say such crude things. No way. Ram yawned. Everyone looked at her. Scene change. Subaru was walking down a hallway and thought. How am I supposed to gather information, though? I guess I'll start with some indirect questioning. What he's doing isn't wrong, though. Gathering information always was his best weapon. Ricardo nodded his head at Subaru's plan. With a power like that, anything could be a weapon. Felix's statement may have been said in anger and resentment, but it made a few gears turn for many who heard it. Precisely, Ram and Priscilla. Subaru stopped and looked out of a window to see Rem fixing the flower bed he fell into. That's where I fell. Subaru quickly rushed out and stepped behind Rem. Sorry for the trouble. Subaru apologized to the kneeling maid. Rem got up and bowed to him. Of course. If you'll excuse me, sir. Rem walked away. Wait. I didn't even get to say anything. Ram looked at her sister and hugged her tight. I killed him, Nae-sama. SHHHH. We don't want them hearing that. They have forgotten about us for now. But I killed him. I killed the man I love most in this world. Is that why he didn't choose to love me? Have I really hurt him that much? Rem whispered and cried into her sister's chest as Ram held her. Barusu has already died, so he'll get over it. I would like to have a very lengthy conversation about your taste in mates, especially men. But if Barusu didn't love you, do you think that he would have worked so hard to save you and make everyone remember who you are? If you were so cruel to him, and if you had killed him, do you think he would have helped you while you were unconscious when even your Nae-sama forgot about you? Rem hugged her sister tight and prayed to whatever entity out there that had the power, please don't make her hurt her Subaru even more. Meanwhile, the sister that was hugging her with comfort and love was seemingly glaring at the screen heatedly herself. I'm not sure what's going on with you, Barusu, but you better not have let my sister die and acted like you cared for her because of a grudge. I hope you don't die another painful death. Barusu. Subaru starts looking all over the mansion. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Subaru heard the sound of chains behind him. scared for his life. The boy quickly turned and found a certain clown standing behind him. They didn't sound like the chains of the killer. Calm down, Garf. Otto pushed his friend back in his seat once Garfield stood up to punch the clown in the face. Chains are not. He deserves it, Garfield grumbled and sat back down. Chains. Tyvee's eyes seemed to narrow as he looked away from the screen for a moment. Those sound so familiar. The boy sounded confused and frustrated because he struggled to come up with an answer. What do you not see? Roswell asked with a smile. Rose Chi, don't scare me like that. It's misleading. Scene change. Subaru is writing on his notebook. A boss. Ricardo's sudden seriousness and tone managed to grab the attention of Garfield and Otto, as well as Crush and Frederica. Ain't these writings a bit similar to? Yes. It's a writing style similar to those of the lost totems Hashin of the Wild left behind. Anastasia's face looked rigid from the shock as she had recognized Subaru's strange writing, because she had been spending a lot of time decoding some of that same scribbling to learn more of the founder of her city-states. Julius looked baffled. Natsuki's language, the one from the other world is akin to the Hashin-sama himself. Anastasia seemed to be disturbed more than confused. What? Otto and Garfield looked at one another in shock before looking back at the merchant lady to hear more of what she had to say. Otto's eyes were narrowed as he realized how bad this revelation could be for his own goals, while the blonde boy just wanted to learn more about the legendary founder of Kararaji and why Subaru was sharing something with him. Meanwhile, Anastasia had immediately noticed her loss of cool made her the target of both the troublesome merchant boy at the front and the narrowed altruistic Crush from her side. T's nothing for you to worry about. Quickly calming herself down and assuming a poker facade, the merchant lady turned back to the screen with narrowed eyes. Curious indeed. Crush mumbled under her breath and turned her glancing eyes away from her rival candidate and to the screen again. Magic died of weakness and sleeping. Sound of chains. Roswell's chains, misleading. Subaru scratched his hair in frustration as he thought about the evidence he had. A knock sounded, making him look at the door with a smile. Come in. Ram came in with some tea for the guest. Here you go, sir. Oh, thanks. Want to drink it with me? Ram bowed her head. No, thank you, sir. Hey, you can be a little friendlier to me if you want. Subaru watched Ram leave with an uneasy look. The maid just gave him a look and closed the door behind her. Amelia-san, don't scowl at the maids like that. Nothing has been confirmed. Otto immediately warned his camp leader as he noticed the girl's sudden head turn. The silver-haired half-elf seemed to be more frustrated by this as she glared towards Otto with an upset pout on her lips. They have yet to answer me. Why won't they say that it wasn't them? I'm sure we can figure something out if they were forced by Dash. I think we should watch before deciding on anything. Amelia-sama. Most of us are confused too. The twin maids above us all. Besides, this was all just rumored by one of our rival camp leaders. I doubt we should take the words of Priscilla-sama over the girl Natsuki-san worked so hard to save, right? Rem doesn't look like a bad person, does she? Before any more of the half-elf's frustration could be shed, even more, Otto wanted to calm her outburst down so that her position won't look weaker than it already has between the others. Otto did not believe a word of what Priscilla had said, and the fact that Beatrice herself alluded to the maids being Subaru's killers was absolutely ridiculous to him. Don't you think there might be something to the Red Princess words? Are you saying you believe her when she says that Ram and Rem killed Natsuki-san as we saw? Garfield looked unsure as his eyes dribbled downward. Otto was more than baffled by his friend's attitude. Didn't this guy have a crush on Ram? How could he believe she would do something like that? By the word of someone like Priscilla of all things? I don't know, man. My mind is a mess because of what I used to remember Rem before she was I don't think they both did T. But it would all make sense if they were the ones doing this, T Captain. They both have ruthless heads. Garfield seemed so serious that it made Otto chuckle from the absurdity. I'm serious. They can be brutal when they want to be. If they were the ones that did Captain so dirty, I would lose T, but I wouldn't blame him. And why would that be, Garf-san? Otto was just chuckling in amusement as the entire explanation sounded ridiculous and not to be believed. If Captain died by Ram and Rem's hands, it would be the clown's fault more than anything. Otto wasn't laughing anymore as his eyes went wide. Garfield sat down with a contemplating frown on his gruff face. That is a bit suspicious. Al said in a chillingly amused tone. Or maybe they don't like Big Bro in this one because they see him as a freeloader. Mimi gave her opinion. Many were conflicted about this. Were the twins really the killers, or are they just mad at Subaru for freeloading in this reality? They could have asked the twins if they had hostile intentions towards the boy and see if they're telling the truth via Crush or Reinhardt. But everyone was focused on the screen and how Subaru will deal with this. They all knew. Whomever it may be, the killer will be revealed. They just had to watch. Well, it's my first day. I guess that's expected. Scene change. Subaru entered the forbidden library and was smiling at an annoyed Beatrice. Yo, you come in here every day without even knocking. You truly have no manners whatsoever. It would be in your best interest to leave before you get blown away, I suppose. Beatrice slowly raised her hand and pointed at Subaru. Said boy started panicking and waving his hands. Whoa, wait. I just wanted to ask something. Beatrice's interest stopped her from blowing him out. Is there any magic that weakens someone and kills them as if putting them to sleep? If I must answer, then yes, there is. There is. But it's not so much magic as it is a curse, I suppose. Ah, this is where you got that information, I suppose. Amelia glanced at Beatrice as she had heard the mutters of the little girl. Of course, the half-elf understood she won't get any answers from the damaged spirit girl, as Beatrice was looking more invested in looking for clues about something rather than understanding what was happening around Subaru. Because the spirit knew more than Amelia enough to understand what was happening, she was just missing a few things. And Amelia was even less clueless about Subaru's situation than even Beatrice. Her frustration grew even more. Meanwhile, with Beatrice, the little girl was noticing how Subaru only came to her library to ask for help so he can learn and piece information about his situation. No doubt, he took this answer to realize that whatever had cursed him must have been in the village. Would it be too much to ask for? To have you die away from Betty so my protection wouldn't be so faulty be the reason for your butcher? Nothing but shame could be felt in the little Beatrice's heart as she realized that her hopes for not having failed him in any of the loops were pushing her to wish for his death away from the mansion altogether. Just so she couldn't blame herself. How disgusting, I suppose. The spirit found herself shaking her head with wide eyes. She felt disappointed in herself. Her hands moved away from rubbing continuously at Subaru's covered wrist, placed on her lap. Beatrice began reading from a book, while Subaru read behind her. There are many such things among the spells that shamans specialize in. Shamans. Subaru leaned down as Beatrice held a book with roughly drawn art forms on it. Magicians. However, shamans are a subclass of magic and spirit arts users that originate in the northern nation of Gustico, I suppose. They're all quite useless, and not to be taken seriously. But there is an easier method than a curse, I suppose. Beatrice turned from the book to Subaru. Easier. Beatrice's cute face contorted into an evil smirk. I believe you've already experienced it. Beatrice John is so mean. Petra glared at the screen. Beatrice couldn't help but agree with the little maid, as even she seemed to be flinching by the way her counterpart was acting. Seems like he's doing good so far. I suppose this is where he learns of there being a shaman in the village and exposes the Mabeast user being the actual threat? Crush swiftly inquired with the confidence of the little girl in the front row, a half-lidded look as she expected her answer was correct from what she analyzed. Indeed, I suppose. Subaru looked at the girl with confusion until she placed her hand on his chest, making him realize what she was talking about. Wait, you mean, that mana drain you did against my will could actually kill me? Little sis is so mean. Felt joined Petra in glaring at the screen. Beatrice didn't say anything. Subaru remembered the time he first met the girl and how she knocked him out cold. Mana is also one's very life force. If you continually suck it out by force, one could die of weakness, I suppose. Wait, you're not the one who killed me, are you? Beatrice was reaching for a book that was too high for her. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm busy. I couldn't even spare the effort to kill you. Mon, she's so harsh. Mimi joined the lowly clan and glared at Beatrice on the screen. Beatrice simply glared as she watched. They were kids. She had to ignore them. It won't help you to make fun of me, I suppose. And I would never kill my contractor. But I still managed to fail him time and time again, in fact. Subaru quickly helped her reach the book and went back on topic. So, oh yeah? Can anyone do that mana-sucking thing? That's an absolutely terrible way to put it, I suppose. In this mansion, only Bubby and I can. Even Roswell can't. Oh, it's actually a pretty rare skill, then. Don't suck up that stuff too much. Especially for me. I'm really short on blood right now, so I'd die in a heartbeat. Yes, all your organs were restored, but your blood wasn't replaced, I suppose. Well, I have no obligation to do that anyway. My organs. Subaru looked down at the place where he was once cut open from and looked back at the spirit girl that was reading her book. The way you said that makes it sound like you were the one who healed my wounds. Trying to take the credit from Amelia Tan makes you look bad. What an ungrateful idiot. Felix snorted. Julius and Ricardo nodded at the comment. That silly girl doesn't have the power to heal fatal wounds yet, I suppose. Be cool. Oh, what are you doing, I suppose? Amelia pouted and began pulling on Beatrice's cheeks to punish her. I'm not silly. Okay, I suppose. Beatrice rubbed her cheeks and pouted with tears in her eyes, giving a small scowl at the equally pouting Amelia. Huh. She and Bubby stabilized you, and I healed your wounds. Huh? F for real? You're kidding, right? Subaru, unable to believe such a horrendous blasphemy. Of course. It's a lie. It was a lie. It's not nice to lie. No lying. I think he needs to listen to his friends more. Even Reinhard found Subaru's behavior a little offending to the Great Spirit. Shut up, I suppose. You're too averse to the truth. Someone not worth saving should disappear, I suppose. Beatrice raised her arm towards the boy. All he could do was give her a horrified look before she sent him flying out the door and out the window, making him land on the same flower bed. She's feisty. Ricardo laughed at the screen. That's it in fact. Beatrice quickly jumped and threw a water bottle at the dogman, drenching him and making him look like a sad puppy. She sat down and humphed out in anger. At least, this time Amelia wasn't there to see hi. Once again, are you alright? Subaru groaned as Amelia smiled sympathetically. Bro, that's some really bad luck. PFFFTT haha. Felt laughed out loud with a beaming smile as she began to feel a bit better from the sheer hilarity Subaru got involved in. Scene change. Subaru is sitting on his desk late at night, staring at his notes. So, in the end, the keywords are curse and chains. I don't know anything else. If the conditions for return by death are the same, I died 3 times at the Capitol and survived the 4th time. But that doesn't mean I intend to treat this as a throwaway life. That's why I asked Puck to keep an eye on Amelia for me. Flashback to Subaru and Puck talking to one another while Amelia is fucking around in the background. This is all really vague, but I can tell you're asking out of concern for Leah. Puck smiled at him. It seems he's not as used to it as you thought, Wilhelm Dono. Crush mused as she watched with rapid interest how this boy deals with this situation. Do we even know if his power has another trigger? Or a limit to how many times he can redo? Tybee asked, gaining interest from everyone. I doubt we know anything. We don't even know who's the one that gave him this power and summoned him to our world. Reinhard shook his head while seeming in thought. We don't even know if his save point or placement in time is changing to his own will or because of something else, Julius added regally, keeping to himself and reserving any emotion on his face. The scene shifts out of the flashback into Subaru as he lamented in his room. On the morning of the 4th day, I'll leave here and... A knock sounded and in entered the pink-haired maid. Pardon my intrusion, sir. What does he mean by leave? Anastasia inquired. He's leaving. Amelia suddenly stared up towards the maids and noticed how relieved both of them seemed. She slowly glanced to their side to stare at the eccentric clown sitting beside the two. Roswell seemed to be bewildered as his expression did not hold a fake smile for the first time, but a gaping mouth and widened eyes. Maybe they really are innocent. It seems like Subaru made a plan to gather information. Reinhard smiled and watched with rapid interest. This was getting exciting for the night. He was sure Subaru will make it out of there quickly and have the rest of the village saved. And he truly wanted to learn from him how he was dealing with this on his own. It seemed wrong for the knight to use this as a learning course, but he was guilty of curiosity. What would someone like Subaru do in this situation? What is this power of his really about? Reinhard really wanted to learn more about this kid and see what was so different between the both of them, so he can better himself. But what if he dies again? Reinhard's thought managed to pass his lip unconsciously. He frowned at the way this thought was ignored by the people near him. I wish that doesn't happen again to you, Subaru. Subaru quickly hid his notes with some papers and smiled at Ram as she brought a tray of tea and biscuits to him. I see you really are studying, sir. That's super rude. I am a guest here, you know. You're a freeloader calling yourself a guest. That's how I perceive it, sir. Ram gave him a cup. Thanks. Ugh, it's still nasty. Subaru looked at the disgusting teacup. Ram glared at the comment but couldn't allow herself to speak about it. She opted to stay quiet for the rest of this hearing and keep her shaken sister protected. Shoo. It seems like Barusu won't stay in the mansion this time. Remington. He might not be dying by your hand. I didn't want that to happen at all. Rem seemed to have trouble breathing, but a little bit of relief was apparent on her expression. Ram sat down on his bed and sipped from her own cup. You're going to incur the wrath of the finest tea leaves in the mansion. Slacking off right in front of your guest? I have no words for that nerve of yours. You were the one who told me to be more friendly toward you. I only responded to your demand. Ram dangled her legs. So, how is your studying coming along? Not bad. I can read simple fairy tales like these now. He opened a book and shifted through it. It's interesting how the morals differ just slightly from what I know. It's like true cross-cultural communication. Maybe I should import a few fairy tales from my homeland. Like the red ogre who cried. Subaru smiled at Ram as he said this. The maid appeared to be interested in this. Ram found herself interested along with her counterpart. Priscilla muttered as her eyes lit up with interest as well. Oh, I remember this one, I suppose. Beatrice seemed to stare down for a second before glancing up at Subaru's sleeping face with a stare of realization. Is this why the story was your favorite, I wonder? Amelia only seemed to grow more disdained as she heard Beatrice's words. He told Beatrice those stories. Hey, these two are getting along well. Don't they seem to like it? Ricardo sounded unsure as he commented vainly about the boy and the pink-haired maid on the window. Silence and keep your dreadful perception to yourself, dog. Priscilla didn't even dignify the murk with a glare as she snarled her annoyance towards the dogman to make him stop interrupting the viewing as she finally got something that wasn't useless and annoying. The red ogre who cried. Smiling at her gaze, Subaru nodded his head. All right, your attention please. Once upon a time, there lived a red ogre and a blue ogre. Subaru picks up a spoon with a red jewel in one hand and a quill that had a blue jewel on it. He held the two together. The two were very good friends. The red ogre wanted to be friends with the people of the village, but the people were too scared to get close to him. The blue ogre couldn't bear to watch, so he devised a plan to help his friend. Subaru began shaking the quill that represented the blue ogre. I'll make a ruckus in the village, so you come and stop me. Then the villagers will be sure to trust you. The plan worked, and the red ogre befriended the humans. But as time began passing by, something began to worry him. His friend, the blue ogre, no longer came to visit him. Ram's hand twitched at this. One day, the red ogre went to the blue ogre's house. The door was tightly shut, and a letter was affixed to it. The letter said, "Red Ogre-kun, please have fun with your human friends. If I continue to hang around you, they might think you're a bad ogre, too. So I've decided to go on a journey, but I will never forget you. Goodbye. Please take care of yourself. Your friend forever, Blue Ogre." The red ogre read the letter in silence over and over again. Tears fell as he began to cry. The end. Petra, Mimi, and Felt sniffled at the story. Why was Ricardo sniffling too? What a courageous ogre, Ricardo said while wiping a few tears. That is a tragic story, Reinhard commented with a frown that even his grandfather Wilhelm seemed to have. Crush's gaze turned to the small blonde in the front row and coughed. Is not Suki's world suffering in a sense? Or is this story a simple case of imagination? The Duchess asked her question of the only person that held more information on Subaru than anyone else. Had she not been busy being depressed, Beatrice would have held her head with pride. But not even the little one could answer the question. You don't have an answer, Beatrice-chan? Emilia seemed to ask. The realization that the girl didn't know something about Subaru seemed to settle some form of relief in the half-elf. Betty Subaru told her that his world is beautiful, in fact. And it's beautiful because it has darkness overwhelming it. How does Diet make sense? Felt rubbed her head and stared at the spirit girl in confusion. Rem and Crush were the two most invested after Emilia and the rest of the cast. A beautiful darkness, the world where hope must persevere over tragedy and bloodshed. And a world that sometimes goes against hope as to not corrupt it and turns it to darkness. Although the answer was vague and forced, for the girl seemed to not understand the extent to which this darkness reaches in Subaru's world. Neither does she know what this amazing hope looks like in the said world. Everyone seemed to be struck as they all mulled this statement. Beatrice seemed to have closed herself off and hugged her contractor's forearm. Subaru's world seems complicated. Thank you for the words nonetheless, Great Spirit Sama. Crush bowed her head to the spirit girl and leaned back in her seat with a finger to the chin, thinking about what she had heard and struggling to pinpoint just where Subaru had come from. Nonetheless, what type of life he led before Lagunica. Surely he mustn't want to stay here all his life. He must be actively looking for a way out, right? Is not Suki Subaru even happy in his home? The Duchess held an angry, pained expression at the thought. Beautiful darkness? Priscilla muttered under her fan while her scarlet eyes focused on the spirit girl. The story of the ogre was something the Crimson Baroness oddly appreciated and truly felt pleased to have been retold the story for her own enjoyment. That story was just what she needed to calm down. Beautiful darkness indeed. She held a smile of twisted pleasure without a form of annoyance. Wow, I want more. Mimi jumped up and down as the statement only seemed to make her want to hear more of Subaru's world. So, is Subaru trying to go back? Emilia seemed to whisper into the unknown as she couldn't understand anything from what Beatrice had spoken except for the part that Subaru was proud of his home and attached to its memories. Sister. Rem seemed to be calmed. She seemed to have been even encouraged to look her sister in the eye finally. Sister, don't blame yourself, please. Ram simply held her arms on Rem tighter and turned her head away from the blue twin. Ram slowly sat up and looked out of a window. That's a sad story. Yeah, it is. But I think it's a sweet story too. I think all the characters in it are just stupid. The red ogre, blue ogre, and the villagers, too. That's kind of a harsh critique. I mean, I'm not denying it, but that's why I both love and hate that story. Subaru smiled and looked at the quill. The blue ogre's self-sacrifice is really appealing, but it's stupid because he gets nothing out of it. I'm the type that wants to be rewarded for the effort I put in. Anastasia huffed and muttered under her breath. Yeah? You like low-hanging rewards apparently. Crush heard her and had to hold back a snort. Julius gripped where his sword was supposed to be and tried to contain himself. He was a knight. Knights don't hit sleeping boys on their heads. Don't do it, Julius. Reinhard simply chuckled at him. Even Felix seemed to be enjoying this with a small smile. It's a bittersweet story. Ram whispered under her breath short enough to make her sister stare up from her hug. Ram didn't care for her tear running down her cheek. Is that what you think of the blue ogre? But it's the red ogre that I think is beyond help. He dragged the blue ogre to his desires, and as a result, he lost nothing. Then what do you think the two ogres should have done? If the red ogre truly wanted to befriend the humans, he should have broken off his horns and gone to them. He should have done that before the blue ogre couldn't bear watching anymore. Ram stared out the window with a forlorn look. That's a pretty extreme opinion, too. Ram put the cup down and walked closer to Subaru. Is it? Which of the two ogres would you rather be friends with? Which of the two? Ram raised both hands and held a finger up with each one before the boy. The red ogre, who can only wish to be taken care of by others, or the stupid blue ogre, who basks in his own self-sacrifice. Ram looked down at Subaru expectantly. Rem looked up at her sister with confusion and pity lacing her face. Ram just glared at the screen. I feel like you're being too harsh on yourself, Ram. Amelia muttered as her face contorted a sad frown. This story is so reminiscent for the two of you, Ram. Frederica held a thin-lipped expression as her eyes glanced towards the two in contemplation. Could she have done something to help them? The beast woman was seemingly more confused by these emotions of wanting to help them and wanting to skin them alive for what they've potentially done to innocent peoples under Roswell's command. Subaru looked between the two hands. He reached for one and picked. Ram looked confused. Subaru chose both of them. He had each of her hands in one of his. Subaru looked up at Ram. What a foolish answer. If you want to befriend both, you must be an indecisive, adulterous type. You'll regret it one day. Ram pulls back and stares at him. Subaru always says that he's selfish because he wants to save everyone without sacrifice. Otto recalled and smiled warmly. The others in the Amelia camp, and even in some other camps like Ricardo, Wilhelm, and Reinhard smiled too. He does seem naive, Anastasia voiced. But he has a good heart. Crush smirked at the merchant girl. Good heart. Priscilla whispered softly and glared at the sleeping boy. What a foolish notion. Foolish. Priscilla muttered to herself, but she looked uncertain. Roswell just frowned deeply as he heard their words. Selfish. The clown muttered and glared at the sleeping boy. I don't recall it being that kind of story. Putting aside your homeland's fairy tales, did any of these stories leave an impression on you? Ram pointed at one of the books. You guys think we should get him to tell us a few of these stories? Felt asked in excitement. Stories from another world? Felix asked in apprehension. That does sound exciting. Otto muttered, to which Garfield nodded his head with an excited smirk. You're all so pathetic in fact. Subaru has been telling Betty all of his world's most exciting fairy tales and fictional stories, I suppose. A very smug Beatrice smirked and received the glares of a few girls with pride. Subaru was her contractor, not theirs. Well, the ones that interested me most were the one in the middle, about the dragon, and the one at the end about the witch. I finally know where the name Dragon's Kingdom of Lagunica came from. Oh, it said the royal family signed a covenant with a dragon. So it's more a folk's tale than a fairy tale, right? Yes, since it's true. The noble dragon still protects this nation from far away, beyond a great waterfall. It will do so until its contract with the royal family is fulfilled. What's on your mind? Julius looked at his lady and shook his head. I was thinking that maybe Subaru's world is beyond a great waterfall. That's actually quite interesting. Reinhard thought about the idea with excitement running through him. He couldn't get out of Lagunica's borders since he was a national threat to every other country, so he loves to learn about the outside world in any way he can. Hearing the story, a person in the crowd seemed content to lean in and rest their chin on their knuckle. This person closed their eyes and listened in, for they heard the story 1,000 times. They've actually been there when it happened. And the pain never dissipates no matter how many times I hear the story. Fourier. Crush's lips were thin. Wait, didn't the royal family that signed the contract recently die out? Yes, quite abruptly. No one knows what the dragon wants. In the nation's current situation, only the gods know. No, only the dragon knows what the dragon will do, sir. Crush glared a bit and remained calm as she remembered what her wish was to advocate the throne. Breaking the damned covenant. Gluttony may have taken her purpose and memory, but the deep hatred she had for the dragon was still implanted in her heart. Oh, by the way, about this witch story. Subaru was flipping through the book, but was suddenly cut off. I don't want to discuss that. I've stayed here too long. I'll come again to notify you when dinner is ready, sir. Ram quickly turns around and picks up the tray, bowed to him, and left. Okay, that story you told me about the ogres, don't tell it to Remington. I'm certain she wouldn't like it. With that, Ram closed the door behind her. Rem looked at her sister with worried eyes. Nay, Samadash. You should worry about someone else now, Remington. Ram cut her off coldly, which broke the little sister's heart in two. I like the story. Ram simply closed her eyes and turned away from her sister. Subaru laid down on his bed and stared at the book in his hand. A scary witch, a terrifying witch. To even speak her name was terrifying. Everyone called her the Witch of Envy. Many shivered at the sheer, ominous look of the drawing. Roswell slowly tapped his chin in thought. The screen stopped at the image of the witch's drawn face. What's the reason for his focus on the witch all of a sudden? Felix asked with narrowed eyes. Why do you think? Garfield replied in annoyance while gesturing at a stricken Amelia for the Catboy. Scene changes to show Subaru standing at the front door of the mansion. Amelia, Roswell, and the twin maids are standing before him. Are you sure about this? We could call a dragon-drawn carriage to take you to the capital. Amelia looked at Subaru with a worried look. What is he going to do now? Amelia asked in confusion. It seems he's leaving the mansion. Anastasia mused. How did he catch the killer then? Petra asked in fear. Her expression showed confusion as the girl couldn't understand how Subaru will save her and her friends while also saving himself from whatever was happening to the mansion, with her Nasama Ram and Rem. And she couldn't tell if he would even live through this life at all. Oh wait, he didn't play with me and the others this time. Petra's eyes closed with her tears running down as she realized how cruel his fate will be. We just have to see, Frederica answered and ruffled the little maid's head with a somewhat smile of confidence on her face. But the older maid simply let the little one sob in her torso as Petra hung to her side. I'll be fine. One day when I'm the kind of strong, smart, rich man who's worthy of you, I'll come on a white horse to take you away. Subaru pulled his thumbs up and smiled charmingly, only to be ignored by a worried Amelia as she looked him up and down. Do you have a handkerchief? And water and lagumite and will you be able to sleep by yourself? Do you think you're my mom? The nightly trio snorted while Otto, Ricardo, Garfield, and Al all laughed at Subaru's failed attempt. Yet another failed attempt. Ricardo laughed out loud. I feel bad for him. Al called from where he sat. He doesn't need any of that though. Amelia looked reserved and quite upset with how extravagant Subaru's tastes were seeming. He shouldn't be wasteful, and he was more than worthy of her. Before Amelia could show her affection to her son, Roswell cut in and extended his hand. Well, then, Subaru-kun, be well. And don't lose the gift I gave you. I added a little something equivalent to our 3 days' worth of memories together. Subaru looked at his bag and shook it a bit. A jingle sounded, and Subaru smiled. Hush money, right? Don't worry, I get it. I won't say anything I shouldn't. I swear to the dragon. He's quick to pick up things, I suppose. Priscilla mused, impressed a little by his uncovering of Roswell's plan. Talking with you makes any evil scheme seem to lose its purpose. And in this nation, swearing to the dragon is the highest form of promise. Make sure you don't forget it. Roswell smiled at him. Got it. Subaru looked from the master to the 2 maids that served him. You two helped me out a ton. Especially you, Remrin. Thanks for all the great food. He looked away and struggled to think of something. And Ramshia, you're good at cleaning toilets, right? Oomph. What a pathetic compliment from an equally pathetic man. Ram couldn't help but open her mouth as she felt angry at the wish he seemed to want to insult her honor and pride. Even though he only teased her. Both Rem and Ram turned to each other and began showing this boy how it's done. Sister, our guest is hopelessly bad at flattery. Remington, our guest has a fatal lack of skill in flattery. Oh, shut up. I seriously couldn't think of anything. Subaru smiled at the 2 brightly. Thanks though. Both twins smiled. Yes, sir. Otto looked at the twins and then looked at Amelia. I don't think they did it. Julius sighed and shook his head. You can't judge a book by its cover. They haven't said a thing since they've been accused. They didn't even defend themselves. Mimi pointed at them in anger. But Ramsama wouldn't kill someone so dear to us. She looked so nice and happy now, so maybe it was something else. Petra tried to defend her Nae-sama, not wanting to believe that the older maid had killed Subaru. Amelia just stared towards the 2 with pain filling her eyes. Rem avoided her gaze and teared up. Amelia looked away and hugged Subaru tight. Am I blind? Subaru was walking out the gate with a serious glare on his face. Subaru. The boy looked behind him with surprise. Amelia was standing behind him with a smile on her face. Thank you for everything. If you need anything, come visit anytime. Subaru smiled. Sure. Amelia waved him off as he walked away from the mansion. Thanks, Amelia Tan. It was obvious he was planning something. So how could she have been so blind to see it? Why hadn't she intervened and helped him through it? Subaru began walking away. Walking and walking. He stopped midway on the road and looked around. Why does he look suspicious? Felix asked curiously. I think he plans to sneak into the mansion and watch if a killer really did enter, Frederica answered. That's a great plan to catch the monster who killed him. Petra cheered, still in disbelief that the twins were the ones who murdered Subaru. He changed course and ran through the dense forest at the side of the road. What's Big Bro doing? The mansion is over there. Felt asked in frustration. Amelia watched with a cold, unchanging expression. Why doesn't he tell her about these things? She would have believed him. So why didn't you try to tell me, Subaru? Amelia asked with dismay filling her being. Subaru stopped at a ledge that overlooked the entire L. Mather's grounds. All right, this is it. I can see Amelia's room especially well from here. Now all that's left is to wait for something to happen. Subaru opened his bag and picked up a knife. And stop it. What? Felix shouted in outrage as he couldn't believe the stupidity of the plan. This will not end well. Julius facebombed at the stupid plan. I don't understand, it sounds like a good plan. Felt slowly asked the knights. It's because he seems more suspicious that way. Otto answered Felt's question. And if the twins found him sitting on a ledge watching the manor with a knife in hand? Ricardo quickly caught on. They will arrive to intervene. Roswell kept his voice smooth and emotionless as his eyes seemed to be dim as he stared at the scene, disturbing the crowd around him. Does this seem funny to you, I suppose? Beatrice couldn't handle the way he still talked with that accent and spoke as if it was the normal thing to do. Noted all. But you have to keep in mind that Subaru is the one that looks most suspicious in that world. So he brought this on himself. Everyone stayed silent and watched with bated breaths. Are you saying Subaru deserved his death? Amelia shouted up towards Roswell with a furious glare. The clown simply glared right back toward her. As their eyes clashed, Emilia couldn't help but fumble her lip as the clown's glare haunted her down, as if he was seeing a pain that overtook both their souls at once. And she was simply a figure in between him and that pain. He was looking right through her. I never aimed for him to die, Emilia-sama. And this is unenviable, but the facts say he'll fail here somehow. And I don't see how he will die, but I know that I never asked for my staff to harm him unless absolutely certain he's a danger to you. So you're saying he might be killed by your staff now that he seems suspicious on this cliff? Crush glared narrowly at the man, every fiber of her divine power active all over the man, and seeing if any wind of untruth blows around him. So far he's been telling truths. Roswell simply kept silent for a moment. Ram and Rem were staring at the ground. I mean, the two seemed to be held up in the mansion. Natsuki-san is really far away. Otto interjected weakly and noted a couple of details that made him believe in the two maids. Yeah, that's true. Garfield nodded his head in agreement with the merchant boy. Emilia and the shaken Roswell both turned to stare at the screen with desperate frowns on their faces. He remembered this same knife as the one he used to cut vegetables and fruits from previous loops. His only regret, using it to cut his fingers more than the fruits. She'd probably get mad at me for using it this way. Subaru smiled back at the mansion. He looked down in sadness. I hope she does. I don't want to die. Emilia held his hand and watched. Her eyes remained cold and indifferent. She was ready to live through Subaru's pain and agony no matter what horrible deed she had committed. If they brought the slightest ounce of pain on her night, then she will memorize and work to make it up to him. Clenching his fingers between hers tight. Her night. It's a really bad plan. Julius shook his head and held a grimace of worry as he watched. There was a certain feeling of dread that could be sensed by everyone in the room. He looked up and remembered all of his previous loops. He remembered Emilia's smile. I don't want them to die. He remembered Beatrice and Roswell. I couldn't protect him. I couldn't protect him. I couldn't protect him. Beatrice held his hand and stared at the screen with a heartbroken look while repeating the same sentence over and over again, gritting his teeth to keep the emotion in. What did I tell you, Natsuki Subaru? Even if no one remembers what happened when everything repeats, Subaru stared at his reflection in the blade. You remember it. Man is handling a lot by himself. Al muttered under his armor, while Priscilla simply scoffed, feeling bored out of her mind again. He'll fail and cry. I don't see why myself should be watching something so boring. I believe this viewing is for everyone, Bariel. Not just yourself. Crush held her gaze firm on the screen, but her tone was filled with serious anger as she didn't take a liking to what the Red Princess had said. The others looked on in sympathy at the boy's struggle. Rem just hugged her knees and began letting the tears slip as she saw how terrified and dismayed her hero was because of her. Scene changed to Subaru watching the sunset while the sky began turning orange. Now that I think about it, I didn't go shopping for Rem this time, just because the food meant for me was leftover. Subaru suddenly looked startled at something. It'll be a while before it gets dark. Subaru shook his head. Focus. Focus. I mean, maybe they won't find him on the ledge. Ricardo sounded out, making some of them nod in agreement. T's a very faraway ledge, Garfield muttered as he observed. So if the twins were going to shop without Subaru, he wouldn't be killed by the Mabeast user and won't be in danger from the maids as we've been theorizing all this time. Maybe there's a third threat somewhere. Julius commented while in thought as he felt this dreadful feeling climax and break into a heavier tension across the theater. Emilia wanted to comment and help this conversation flow better, but she couldn't help but remember that she didn't know anything of a third threat possible to have killed Subaru. She didn't even know anything about the second or first threats to begin with. Suddenly, something started heading towards him. Subaru looked up quickly. Everyone stared at the edge of their seats. Never mind, Al shouted as he leaned closer to watch. Beatrice and Emilia both stared on with horror clear in their eyes. A certain metal mace was heading straight at him. Barely able to miss it, he jumped out of the way, making it crush the entire ledge where he stood. It was so close to hitting him that it grazed his cheek and made him bleed, even when he jumped away. Subaru fell down from the mountain ledge while glaring up at the mace. What the hell is he doing? Otto felt compelled to scream in fear for what was going to happen to Subaru. Captain has a plan, shut up. Garfield shushed the merchant boy beside him and continued to watch with the most furious of expressions as he recognized the mace immediately. Garfield, Frederica, Crush, Roswell, and Ram all held their breath the second the mace was shown. It seems we were correct all along. Natsuki Dano is being murdered by his own allies. All this time, Wilhelm could only shake his head in tribulation to what the boy on screen must have been dealing with after this death will be over. It doesn't look easy, facing death those number of times, and yet something about having the closest people to you doing it. It's a cruel life this young one leads. As for Rem herself, she lost her ability to breathe as soon as she heard the sound of her own morning star thrusting towards the defenseless Subaru's back with the intent to kill. His body was suddenly stopped from hitting the ground by a rope he fixed around a tree. Emergency escape. Subaru used the knife and cut the ropes. Once he was on the ground, he began running away. That was smart of him. Anastasia mused and watched with an excited expression as the boy managed to live the attack off. Julius and Reinhard nodded and watched with grim expressions as their friend's attempts fell in vain. They knew he was dead. They just had to watch and see how he dies. I saw it. Yes, I saw it. I saw where the sound of chains came from. Rem slowly stopped her crying and looked up with various sniffles coming out of her. Subaru looked back while he ran. But is it coming this way now? She had to watch. He suffered this. She owed it to him. Subaru stopped running and looked up at a giant ledge that stood in his way. If the man that owned her heart couldn't love her because of this, then she would watch in despair over her anger and stupidity. It was a dead end. Oh no. Petra hugged Frederica as tightly as she could and kept her eyes wide open to the screen. Why can't he just get a break already? Petra screamed in anguish, making Rem scurry deeper into a pit that made the maid want nothing but to wrap herself and hide from the world. Does this mean I played right into the attacker's hands? Fool. Felix shouted and glared at the Subaru on screen. How many times will he die and fail? How many times will this boy's weakness bring suffering and pain to everyone watching? Just end it. They'll torture you. Felix's disparaged muttering consumed his side of the room and was heard by his own camp members, even the Duchess that led it. What do you? Crush instantly realized what will happen as she scanned the entire situation. Those attacks weren't meant to kill, only paralyze. Frederica now coldly whispered to everyone before looking up to the two unhinged-looking girls at the top, her eyes filled with anger and shame. Isn't that right, Ram? I'm the one that taught you this tactic. You want to neutralize him before having all the fun you need. At the beastwoman's emerald gaze, Ram can only stare to the ground in silence as the situation got worse for both her and Rem. Rem, what are you doing? Emilia muttered as her face went blank white and her thoughts seemed to blank. She only focused on Subaru's scared face. Subaru closed his eyes and turned around to face the killer with conviction. He pulled his tracksuit jacket off and used it as a shield in front of him. If you're coming, then come. Asterisk sounds of chains asterisk filled the dense forest around him. The mace was shown thrown flying towards him. Do you have the nerve? Subaru screamed and propelled the mace by his jacket to change its direction instead of hitting his chest and killing him. It hit the huge mountain behind him. Won't be enough, but a nice trick. Priscilla snorted and watched with an indifferent expression. Rem was horrified by the attack. Her morning star almost killed him. It might kill him. Rem corrected herself as she watched her guilt growing and fueling her misery. Everyone watched in silence, some nervous about what's going to happen to Subaru. Some were curious to see what he will do to get out of this place. Subaru quickly took hold of the chain on the mace and pulled on it. All right, show yourself, damn it. I've gone through all kinds of hell trying to see your face. He is brave. A normal boy like him would run away. Reinhard spoke in a soft tone as he worried for his friend. He's already tasted death more than once. He doesn't need to be afraid. Julius glared as he thought about the disgusting power Subaru held. Subaru tried pulling the chain, but it was not moving like it was chained to something immobile. Subaru glared at the attacker's dark figure. He felt the chain in his hand relent and wiggle weakly as whoever it was holding it from the other end began walking towards Subaru. Slowly they walked up to him. Slowly, the darkness left their figure. Slowly. Then I have no choice, they said as they stood in the light before Subaru. No. Petra closed her eyes and clenched her fists as her fears were confirmed. Why? Crush narrowed her eyes and watched with undivided attention. She saw the maid's loyalty to Subaru with her own eyes and confirmed how inseparable Rem was from the boy. Why was she killing him in these loops? Moreover, why hadn't Subardano run from this camp yet? Wilhelm sounded angry for the first time in a long time. An expression of pure determination was present on his face. Subaru looked at the one who killed him with shock filling his core. Confusion. Disbelief. Rem's eyes teared up at her hero's face. He looked so hurt. So betrayed. I'm sorry. Rem. Emilia seemed to widen her eyes further in shock as this scenario went against everything she had in mind of the cute Oni maid. Of the person Subaru praised over and over for an entire year of their time to keep Rem's memory unforgotten by the world. But the half-elf princess couldn't contain the pain she felt as she realized that look on Subaru's face. The expression he held was one of pure fear and confusion again. It was one she didn't like to see on him. I can't believe. Rem. What? The blue-haired girl wanted to answer. She wanted to say that this wasn't her. This was another world they were watching. But she knew the truth. The ideal scenario would have been to finish this without anyone noticing. Rem spoke in a curt tone. Rem flinched as if this had hurt her to hear. Ideal? Otto grit his teeth as glared furiously at the screen. Garfield was the only one who had a thoughtful gaze as he looked at what was happening to his captain. Rem, you're an idiot. Goddamn. The blonde boy seemed to realize something that led to him shaking his head with a frown of contemplation on his face. He even seems angry as his eyes glared at the floor for a moment, but his tough expression returned, and he continued to watch in silence. He knows that this will take a long talk to fix. So you plan to kill him behind everyone's back? Anastasia coldly looked at the crying maid. Emilia and Beatrice just watched with wide-open eyes as they thought about all the times they had let Rem near Subaru. How many times did he die because of their incompetence? How many times did he die because of me? Emilia asked the same question on her mind since the very first death. Broken. Too tired to cry. Didn't I tell you all that the boy was safe? I suppose. Beatrice's low mumble was unheard as her shaken form didn't even turn to glance at the two Tensonis. Subaru looked at the chain in his hand in disbelief. Why was Rem holding the other end? You're joking. Why was Rem standing in place of the killer? Right, Rem? Subaru shook as he realized. His killer was the blue-haired Oni of the Roswell estate. Title screen. The sounds of chains. If you do not resist, I can make your death painless. Rem spoke as she stared him down. Petra held her hands to her mouth, looking shocked and horrified. Frederica held the girl close and watched with a disappointed, pained glare. She never saw Rem this cruel. Was this what you do to anyone that seems suspicious in the manner? Frederica asked in heartbreak as she wondered how many of the guests she had served were killed by her colleagues. Why are you doing this? That's such a cliché, but do you mind my asking? Subaru struggled to stay calm as he looked at the one who once murdered him. Everyone leaned in and watched in silence. The question of the day, Otto asked with complex emotions running through him and not allowing him to look away from the screen to glare at his brother's killers. If someone seems suspicious, punish them. This is the rule of maids. The fuck? Ricardo muttered with a disbelieving look. That's not fair. Felt yelled at the two maids. That's such a stupid reason to kill someone. Petra screamed a heartbroken scream of anger and frustration. She lost all respect for the blue-haired maid at this moment. Even the dress she was wearing, the symbol of her love for Subaru, felt disgusting on her as she witnessed Rem dirty the entire purpose of being a maid. That's not what we were taught. Frederica seemed more disparaged by the entire twisted nature Rem showed as an understanding of their profession and loyalty. That's not what being a maid is all about. Garfield seemed to stare more openly at Rem's eyes, uncaring for the rage in Otto's gaze. Suspicious? Emilia muttered in disbelief. Does Rem know? The sweating Subaru asked while gazing at his attacker. I intend to finish this before my sister sees anything. Rem quickly picked the chain with her hands. So the pink one wasn't involved. Priscilla mused with surprise. Many looked at Rem in surprise. Roswell-sama ordered us to just watch Barusu when he first came to the mansion. He explicitly told us not to take matters into our own hands when dealing with him. Ram coldly stated while shielding her sister from anyone glaring at her. So why did the blue maid not obey? Anastasia asked sternly. It seems that her plan is to take care of Subaru quickly and quietly without anyone knowing or noticing. Julius answered for his mistress, including her employer and her own colleagues as well as the remaining residents. Crush continued the thought. But that still doesn't answer why she's doing all this, Al asked. Beatrice and Emilia remained silent. No, Ram is air. Fair sure she's up air watching the show. Garfield's statement surprised many around him. What are you dash? Otto wasn't heard as Garfield's glare narrowed on the screen once he called out for the pink maid. Ain't that right, Ram? You would be able to tell how much your sister wanted to murder someone no matter where she's. You're probably watching through your clairvoyance. You're just watching this happen to Captain from afar. As Emilia and the rest stared with various emotions from curiosity to betrayal towards the pink maid, Ram only gave silence to Garfield's accusation and stared down at her shoe. A fiery glare that hid the remorse in Ram's eyes was plastered on her face. This is something that I'm not familiar with, Garf. This me is someone different. But T's still you. Ram's expression turned to one of pain and frustration. Don't blame my sister Dash. Quite. Roswell shushed the trembling Ram with his finger and laid his eyes on the screen. So in other words, this is your own decision, not one of Roswell's orders? He asked in desperation. I'll eliminate any obstacles standing in the way of Roswell-sama's desires. The boy seemed to be pivoting as he let go of the chain and gave a dark chuckle devoid of humor. So he can't even train his lapdogs? It would be intolerable if a passerby were to be bit. Bawa. I'll not permit any disrespect aimed at Roswell-sama. Rim lashed her chain to the side of Subaru's face, cutting across his cheek and head making him bleed. Rem. Roswell's disappointed shake of the head caused the blue-haired girl unparalleled shame. This is interesting. Priscilla muttered steadily while glaring at the scene. Not happy that you weren't correct on Clown Man being the killer, Princess? Al asked from the side of the Baroness. No humor in his tone. Just steeled smoothness. The boy grits his teeth and kept steady on his feet, his eyes lost all light. Is that how little you trusted me? Subaru looked so broken as he asked this. Rem felt her heart shatter at the tone and look he had. It's not me. It's not me, Subaru-kun. Please Dash. Rem started walking to him with an indifferent expression on her face. Yes. You was smiling with him until he left. He was thanking you with a smile. Garfield finally spoke up yelling at the twins. The blonde boy was going insane as he watched the situation unfold. He never expected the girl he crushed on to be so cruel as to kill someone for such a stupid reason as being suspicious. They smiled to his face before he left. And now you kill him. Rem couldn't argue with the blonde boy. The maid had her mouth fall open in shock. Garfield and Priscilla both noted this expression on the girl's face while withholding their own anger. Crush was the only one that had noticed the way Rem looked since the start, and she was only staring at the maid in pity. Subaru suddenly smiled and looked at his feet as the despair filled his being. Damn, I'm pathetic. I was so sure we were getting along well. Subaru's hands fell limp as he stared at the ground. Subaru. Amelia's heart shattered as she thought about being in his place. Doing everything you can to help the friends you made in a new world. Trying to save them from a horrible fate. Going as far as dying many times for them. Reinhard lamented in sadness. Only to find out they were the ones killing you for no reason at all. Wilhelm solemnly continued his grandson's thoughts. That isn't me. Rem whispered diligently, trying to offer an excuse. Any excuse to run away from the reality no one had lived through except for the boy she cherished the most. Rem stopped before him. My sis dash. I don't want to hear it. Subaru shouted and suddenly took out his phone, pointing straight into her face and taking continuous photos with it, flashing the light into her eyes, blinding her in place. Take this. Subaru quickly pushed Rem out of the way and ran. He didn't stab her. Anastasia mused while watching intently. Indeed. Wilhelm nodded his head, foreseeing this already since he understood Subaru's heart enough to know that the boy won't be hurting Rem. Of course he won't. He doesn't want to hurt his friends, even when they try to kill him. Otto growled at his brother's stupidity. Garfield nodded his head, remembering how noble Subaru was back in the sanctuary. Subaru was running with a scared expression of a child on his nasty-eyed face. He looks so scared, Petra said in a sad tone. Of course he is. He's going to die alone by someone he thought was his friend. Felt yelled out in frustration as she watched her big bro running from a murderer alone. Breathing heavily, inhaling and exhaling. His legs never stopping as he ran through the forest underneath the orange sky. Beatrice and Amelia both watched with their hearts breaking. Rem just stared at the screen. Silent. Something flashed behind him, and some wind flew towards him before he knew it. Subaru fell and began tumbling across the forest floor. He didn't know what was happening. He screamed and fell down to a stop. What was that? Petra asked in confusion. That was wind magic, Mimi answered for her. Her tone lost all of her cheer. Wind? Rem choked as her eyes widened to slits. Told ya, Garfield muttered hatefully while looking away from the girls. Amelia understood who this was. Ram was the one more efficient in wind magic. Amelia's mutter was broken as she stared the pink-haired girl down while Subaru screamed on the screen. You were also supporting Rem. That was you, wasn't it? Yes, Amelia-sama. Amelia's expression contorted to a tearful glare as she lost all trust in the two maids at this moment. Petra's instantly covered her gasps with both hands and sobbed as she lost her love for the wonderful pink-haired teacher she wanted so hard to impress. Roswell watched this in silence without bringing himself to interject for his maid's sake. Opening his eyes, he saw something before him that was too shocking for him to believe he was seeing it. There was no way that was his. And then the pain hit him through the adrenaline. Shit! Garfield exclaimed in shock. Oh no! Petra screamed in horror as tears ran down her face. Subaru! Beatrice yelled out, losing all of her elegance as her failure to help her contractor was displayed yet again. Amelia watched in silence, her hand crushing Subaru's. Her eyes were emotionless. She was just staring at the screen with no emotion except her mortified slack jaw at the scene. Screaming and shrieking in pure agony, the boy from another world slowly looked back at his body and found that his leg has indeed been cut off. Why? Felt wanted to ask, but she couldn't keep the tears from coming down. This is too cruel, even for how suspicious he was acting. Crush spoke out to the maids. Rem just stared wide-eyed at what happened to her love. Barusu's stupidity put him in this situation. We were ordered to keep the mansion safe, and he was spying on it. Ram said coldly. You have no right to put him through such pain. Julius spoke up in anger. Don't go acting on impulse now, Julius Guion. It was their master's domain, and they had every right to treat a potential threat however they saw fit. Felix spoke in an oddly sad tone, yet still sounded firm enough to side with the twins. Julius glared at Felix and grunted as he saw good logic behind his cat friend's words. But you still didn't have any right to kill him in the hallway. And Roswell has already ordered you both to keep watch and stand down. In fact, Beatrice stood up to speak on behalf of her contractor. How dare this maid defend such cruel treatment? Betty will show her. Ram snorted coldly. It's obvious that Roswell-sama ordered this to happen. No, Roswell didn't order it. Rem just said that she was doing this to get rid of Subaru of her own will, and against both of the wishes of the domain's lord and you as well. Otto growled and interrupted angrily, instantly seeing a big hole in said logic of the maid. If Ram, Nae-sama wasn't supposed to know, why did she help Rem cut Subaru's leg? Why is she teaming upon him? Petra shivered through her tears and growled out the words with great difficulty as she started sobbing along with Subaru's screams filling the background. Ram just stayed silent and glared at the merchant. Her sister just stared at the screen, trembling in place. Ah! My leg! Subaru screamed as the grass turned red from his bleeding stump. His whole body was paralyzed from the pain of losing his limb. He couldn't move or crawl as his blood sputtered out of his open, gushing wound. Suddenly, a hand reached out above the bleeding spot where his limb used to be. Mana of water, heal this damaged body. Oh, this will be bad. Frederica quickly covered Petra's eyes. Keep them closed, little one. This will be rough to watch. Wilhelm advised the struggling Petra in a somber tone. Don't even think about it. Felt glared at Reinhard as he tried to cover her eyes. The little blonde was crying and glaring at the screen with hatred. She will avenge him. What a disgusting way to use the power of healing. Felix snorted. Sure, he didn't care that it was happening to Subaru, but he still didn't like a power similar to his own being used like this. Subaru stopped screaming and felt some relief as Rem began healing him. He looked back with confusion in his eyes. If you die this easily, I can't get any information out of you. You're torturing him. Mimi quickly picked up on the meaning. What's the meaning of this, I suppose? You were trying to kill him for some unknown reason against your dear master's orders. Why would you want information now? As Beatrice screamed with fury, Rem could only look at the screen with a doll-like expression. Emilia kept her eyes stuck on the screen, cold and silent, expressionless, emotionless. She ruffled Subaru's hair a bit. She appeared calm. He didn't trust me. He shares anything with me. Emilia's thoughts began drifting into the darkness, along with her sanity, as she watched her knight live through another nightmarish scenario without her. His relief turned to horror as he understood why she healed him. Rem stopped the spell and walked towards the fallen knife. If you had stabbed me with this, you could have fled a bit farther. She picked it up and began stepping closer to the boy with an indifferent expression. What are you doing? Frederica shook with anger as she held Petra and watched Rem step closer to Subaru with the knife. This wasn't the way of the maid she had been taught. Frederica was deeply angered by this display of cruelty her colleague displayed. This isn't like you. Garfield shook his head with a look of pure bafflement and frustration. The look on Rem's face was completely animalistic. Crush's face contorted to one of pure fury as she noticed how indifferent Rem was looking on the screen. Friend or not, Crush Karsten did not tolerate cruelty, especially not towards someone she was indebted towards by her life. She threw the knife behind her and looked down at the boy. I ask you this. Are you a member of a faction supporting one of Emilia-sama's rivals for the throne? You have no reason to believe that. Yuri killing him just because there was a chance for that. Crush and Anastasia glared coldly at the shocked maid, while the Red Princess was simply smiling in content as she noticed just how right the maid was to protect her household and candidate from this boy. Stop smiling, you cunt. Felt hissed immediately as soon as she noticed Priscilla's attitude. Priscilla simply grinned wider to anger the girl more. Subaru grunted in pain and managed to smile up at the maid. My heart belongs to Emilia Tan forever dash. Liar. Emilia pulled on his hair and glared at the screen. If I did own your heart, then I would have helped you. But you don't trust me. Rem quickly sent her mace flying into him, filling his nerves with unbearable pain, making him scream loud as he can. Petra flinched and hugged Frederica closer as her hero's screams sounded out. Please stop, Rem begged as her wide blue eyes couldn't believe such a sight. Her? Torturing the one she loved most in this world after her sister? Why did he save her back then? Why did he show her the world? Stop it. Stop it. Rem begged as she held her hands to her hair and pulled. No. No. No, this isn't fair, I suppose. Stop. Beatrice started having her own heart attack as her world was consumed by his screaming. Hugging her knees and blabbering pleas into her knee, Beatrice was having trouble breathing for the first time in years. Undeterred by his screams, Rem continued to look down with an expressionless face. Who hired you, and under what conditions? Cold and emotionless, Rem asked the withering boy. You could have questioned him with Bubby present. He could read the intentions of normal humans, in fact. Beatrice screamed with tears of self-loathing as Subaru's screams filled the room. He did? Subaru was an innocent boy, no malice or evil. Emilia's voice was hoarse as she said this. Her eyes never left the screen. Please. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Please. Rem was full-on gasping as she held flocks of her hair in her hands, pulling and rocking back and forth, her tears running down her cheeks. Subaru gasped through the pain and smiled some more. Emilia Tan's smile, and it was priceless dash. Always alone, always leaving me behind, idiot. Emilia whispered and hugged Subaru close with her eyes finally, showing an emotion she had been ignoring because she was afraid of the pain. The unimaginable guilt in her heart started to fill her with great pain to punish what she had let the boy live through. Rem raised her hand again and stabbed him with her mace once again, making his blood fly around some, even hitting her face. This is too much. Otto screamed as he too teared up at the sight of someone he cherished like Subaru going through such trauma. Stop, I suppose. Oh my. Frederica gasped in sheer shock. Sorry, Cap. I can't watch this. Garfield looked away and kept his head down, not wanting to see his most honored hero be killed like this. You could have just given him to the Royal Guard. Kept him prisoner in the meantime. Told your lord about him. What would prompt you to do this to him? Julius was furious at the two maids and glared up at them with so much hatred even his own liege was startled by his hostile aura. Ram couldn't answer, for she was just as clueless as to what was happening as anyone else. All she had were excuses to help her sister out, but somehow this loop's Ram seemed complicit with what Rem was doing. Had her sister convinced her to kill Subaru in this loop? What incentive did she offer to make Ram break such a moral code? It's not me. It's not me. I wouldn't do this to him. Not him. Never. Rem screamed while her tears fell at a rapid pace. Her shouts of guilt went unheard. Slowly, the maid wiped the blood from her cheek and stared down with a steeled look at the screaming boy as he cried from the torture. Are you affiliated with the witch's cult? Cold and indifferent once again, she asked. Subaru was withering as the grass all around him turned red from his bleeding form. The boy managed to look up at the monster. What? Crush asked as she, and nearly all of the fighters and politicians in the room tensed at the name. Beatrice's body went rigid. The little blonde could only hear ringing in her ears. Witch's cult. Roswell repeated emotionless as his eyes went wide. T-hell. Garfield grumbled as he opened his closed eyes again, and he immediately witnessed the cruel expression on Torture Rem's face. She? Captain. The gruff boy seemed to realize something crucial as his face contorted to one of pure sympathy and sadness. No, Rem. Don't take tea out on him, he whispered and slammed a fist on his armrest. Which cult? Amelia whispered lightly as her gaze finally moved from the ground up to the bloody mess that was her knight on the screen. The girl's tears finally ran down her cheek as she sobbed at the picture. T, the witch's cult? I don't know what that is. My family has been secular for generations. Don't play dumb. Why would you imply that? Anastasia asked, now very suspicious. Priscilla's expression changed to one of pure interest now as she found something in the maid's eyes. This might be her true motivation for going to such lengths to brutalize Subaru Dano, Wilhelm called in a grave voice. Earning a few ears as most of the important people had their own world of tears to get through to hear anyone else in the room. Subaru leaned back from fear as the blue-haired Oni finally showed emotion for the first time since the beginning of his torture session. Rem glared down at the boy with gritted teeth while her eyes shined with rage. Your bald-faced lies can only take you so far when the witch's scent lies so thickly upon you. Rem yelled out with hatred as she glared down at him. What do you mean by that? Reinhard asked in conjunction, looking alarmed and disturbed at this entire session he's been watching. Big bro has the witch's scent. Felt exclaimed in bafflement. Julius and Felix quickly understood the implication of that. So it did have something to do with the witch after all? His entire reason for being here? Felix questioned with a frown. Do you think that the Witch of Envy was the one who sent him into our world? Reinhard repeated. I don't know why she would. Subaru has been causing her clan of degenerates trouble since he came into Lagunica. Julius mused firmly as he remembered the disgusting cultists and their tribes of filth. If he has the scent, doesn't that mean he's a cultist? Tivy asked with a scared expression, only to be hit in the head by his sister. Why would he be one when they tried to kill him? I was there. You should stop being an idiot. So that's why you tried to kill him. Betty has already told you that the scent doesn't mean anything if you didn't have the gospel on him. That is why Betty zapped his mana dry, I suppose. To make sure he wouldn't use magic. He wasn't a threat. With all the hatred she could muster, Beatrice turned from her fetal position to glare towards the twins with every fiber of malice she can show in those butterfly irises of hers. What is your sickness, you deluded brats, I wonder? The Great Spirit showed nothing but disgust for the twins. Ram's silence wasn't an issue of confusion anymore, as this new information had settled a deep, heavy feeling that made her feel like her stomach was sinking. Ram, please don't tell me. You did this to every person that resembled a cultist. Just because of that night in our ville. No, no, no. The blue twin screamed while holding her head and sobbing pathetically, begging for someone to help her case. I didn't do this to people. I wouldn't do this to Subaru. I wouldn't do this. Not to him. Please. Lair. Subaru's in pain right now because you're killing him. Amelia spat out as her tears fell down her cheek. Reinhard and Crush both glanced at one another quickly, relaying information through gazes of surprise and shock. Rem was telling the truth. As she was now, Subaru wouldn't ever be hurt by her. Subaru looked at her with a confused expression, unable to say anything, afraid of the monster above him as she spoke with poison laced in her tone. When I watched you conversing with my sister, I felt as if I would go mad with anger and unrest. Someone associated with the one who has caused my sister so much agony, boldly encroaching on the place in which she and I belong. So you blamed him for what happened that night? Ram asked her sister in a soft yet disappointed tone. Rem just cried at her horrid-looking self. Subaru's face was filled with terror as Rem's entire form shook in anger. What a poor kid. I'll spoke in a soft, sympathetic tone. He's just a boy coming from far away. Knows nothing and wants nothing. Just trying to live. Ricardo counted as he watched Subaru scream. I can't bear it any longer. Even if I know my sister only acts friendly with you and only pretends to care for you. Rem shouted down at him. Subaru's heart broke in two, his terror shaking him from the toes to his very eyes as they began leaking streams of betrayed tears. She still thinks Ram isn't there? Is she so far gone in her blood lust she can't see why not Suki-san is in this condition? What kind of hatred is this? Just because of a smell placed on him? Otto couldn't help but rage questions and malice at the brutal animal-like way this entire situation has been concluded by the two twins. Garfield and Crush stared at the boy for a moment as they realized that he noticed way more than they did even when he was blind with wrath and agony for his friend. So Ram is just watching fair real and not helping Captain? What the hell, Ram? Garfield looked at the maid in disappointment and desperation as he didn't want to believe she would do something like this. Ram only closed her eyes and turned away from everyone. The boy slowly laid down his back on the blood-soaked grass floor. His shaking hand was raised to the sky as he spoke in a broken, haunted tone. I don't cut my hands when I peel vegetables anymore. I can read and write now, even if it's just simple stuff. I kept my word and studied. I was able to read those fairy tales. Subaru's broken voice began filling with anger and rage. His eyes streamed lines of tears that mixed with his bloodied cheek. He's breaking. Julius grimaced at the sight of his friend, only to be met with a scoff from a tear-faced angry Felt. Yeah, of course he's gonna break. You tried dying and torture to this level, and tell me you wouldn't break. I'm not saying that to diminish him, Felt-sama. I just expected him to keep a better facade in front of the maid so that she won't take his sanity into question dash. So? He's a kid. I bet you wanted to give him another beating, just fair that. Felt seemed unrelenting as she seethed on the knight. The now hardened, insulted knight instantly closed his eyes and bowed his head in shame. Felt-sama. Reinhard looked saddened by this attitude of his lady and moved in to help calm this situation down. Julius is a good friend of Subaru's. The two made up after the sloth expedition and fought together to bring about great peace for us all. Felt only seemed to become more wrathful at this. Don't give me that, she shouted in a tone of despair and pointed towards the window of hopelessness. Look what friends truly become when you turn your back. Ram and Rem both could only hitch their breaths for a moment as the statement knocked them harshly. Reinhard seemed to look confused and powerless as his lady's scarlet eyes glowed with rage and determination for retribution. Julius seemed to gaze up from his shameful stance to continue watching in silence without emotions showing on his face. Thanks to you two. What are you talking about? Smiling, manic, and despaired, crying and betrayed. Subaru turned his head to look at her with his mad smile. I'm talking about the things you guys gave me. Rem's face changed into disgusted confusion. I have no memory of any of that, she coldly stated. This power of his is really disgusting. Priscilla spat in disgust and grimaced with annoyance at the sight of the dying kid before her. She's been contemplating why he still sticks to that which harms and breaks him apart so thoroughly. Never before had she seen a human sacrifice their will to stupid things such as a crush or lives, just to seem heroic. And the fact that she couldn't understand him, and that he always ended up in this pathetic position of having to rely on others to save him. Priscilla truly felt disdain for this dying fool. Subaru's forehead trembled as he scowled deeply while his eyes leaked tears of frustration. Why don't you remember? Subaru screamed and gasped in pain as he slowly sat up, his body bleeding more and shocking his nerves with unparalleled agony. He's so alone. Otto finally realized why he had to punch Subaru that day in the forest. No one was that persistent to fight everything alone. Why do you all keep leaving me behind? What did I do to you? His power is making him feel isolated. Anastasia spoke with pity filling her tone. But why? He could just tell us. Felt asked, her voice broken by the breakdown Subaru was having. Subaru glared hatefully at Rem with his tears flowing all over his face. What am I supposed to do? Beatrice couldn't look at the sight and sniffled while holding her contractor close. Forgive Betty, I suppose, please. His head shook as the pain intensified, further fueling his anger and tears. What did I do wrong? Rem's tears ran down her cheeks as she watched the pain he was in because of her. Subaru-kun. Ram slowly hugged her little sister. I'm so sorry. He screamed to the sky for an answer to this pain. This unjust, undeserved pain. Why do guys hate me so much? Man, this is hard to watch. Ricardo looked away with a stern frown on his face. He respected this man. He doesn't want to see him so broken. Broken and nauseous, Rem slowly looked up to watch some more. Subaru cried and cried as he closed his eyes and looked down at himself. Even when you said you'd cut my hair. The nasty-eyed boy slowly looked up at the cold-looking Rem with a pleading, crying face. All that time Rem glared and urged him to finish, unimpressed by his facade. She urged. I really like both of Y dash, asterisk splash asterisk. Natsuki Subaru couldn't finish as a sudden wind attack cut his throat open. The boy slowly fell as blood gushed out and into his air pipes. As the boy fell before her, Rem only looked down with an expression of cold disgust. My sister is too kind. Natsuki Subaru was killed by Ram's mercy. Darkness. Emilia's gasp followed even though her hands covered her mouth. The The widening of her eyes was expanded upon by her dilated pupils and horrified stare. The look on his face, the weakness he showed, the betrayal he screamed, the way his entire speech was discarded by Ram just to shut him up so ruthlessly. This is the girl that you love? Subaru, why didn't you tell me what she's done to you? Has she been making you live in fear all this time? Emilia quickly grabbed onto the boy's collar and began shaking the comatose body rapidly as her tears and frustration continued to increase. Answer me, Subaru. Please. You killed him just because he had the smell of the witch on him? Frederica asked as she let Petra out of her grasp. The beast woman was wearing a scowl so deep it showed her fangs. Damn bro, that shit was no joke. I really need to bond with the guy more. He looks like he knows a thing or two about how it feels like. Al muttered dryly under his helm as he opened and closed his fist rapidly. There's more to it than that. I have seen how much he cares about Remsan. Even if she killed him in such a cruel manner, it seemed like he forgave her. Crush gave her thoughts, a little afraid that Subaru might have actually gone insane from such an experience. Why would Subaru not want revenge on them for killing him? Mimi asked as she glared at the maids. Maybe he realized that there was more to it than them killing him for the heck of it. I'll try to answer. Priscilla snorted at this. The two maids did what they were supposed to do. Yells and shouts were thrown at the princess while she met them with a simple bored look. Why would you say that? How can they be right to kill Natsuki-san like that? Otto shouted in rage from his seat towards the princess, losing all cool. I agree with Bariel. Subaru couldn't have known that this would be his ending, but he could have at least realized how suspicious he looked in that situation. Crush sounded reluctant to tell this as she saw betrayal in Amelia's eyes. But the Duchess has never been one for short-telling, and so she had to give her full opinion now. I believe what happened to Natsuki Subaru is a tragedy. But I don't believe it happened simply because the maids are heartless or brutal. No, something else is at play here. What else should there be? Subaru was butchered alive because Rem is an animal. Emilia left all logical advances Crush tried to make and decided to shout through tearful rage. Nay it to mention that he has the smell of the filthy witch on him, which makes him even more suspicious. Felix cheerfully gave his own opinion. I suppose he did go about it wrong. But these two still took it a tiny bit too far. I mean, you had a cat that could read people's thoughts. Could have used him. Anastasia mused coldly as the sight of Subaru's death was stuck in her mind. It's more than just Subaru appearing suspicious, Anastasia-sama. Julius cut in as he inspected the girls. These two seem to have a history with the witch's cult. Everyone who's heard about the cult or even witnessed them knew what that phrase meant. Rem did appear really angry at the cult rather than at Subaru. The scent of the witch and how suspicious he was acting must have encouraged the idea in her mind. And it looked like Ram killed him at the end because she knew that he was innocent, but it was far too late to save him. Otto slowly came to the realization. He was angry for Subaru, but he couldn't deny the circumstances were fit for him to die no matter what Subaru did. T was a mercy kill. Garfield slowly backed down and looked at the ground in confusion. On one hand, he wanted to avenge his captain. On the other, he kind of understood that the twins were angry and scared of someone they perceived as a monster coming to hurt them once again. Preposterous, in fact. Beatrice stood up and pointed at the maid twins. This worthless swan is a murderer that tortured and killed an innocent boy for nothing, but the miasma he can't control coming off of him. She should be put down where she stands, lest she kills him again. You're wrong. Everyone looked on in shock as Rem stood up with her red puffy eyes glaring at the angry Beatrice. I would never hurt my hero like that. I would do anything to make my Subaru-kun feel loved and cherished because that's what he makes me feel. That man saved me and sacrificed so much to save the rest of us, and I want to make it up to him. I want to see his smile and hear his laugh. I want to watch as he plays with our kids and makes them act as goofy as he does. I want to show him how much I love him. Rem, former head maid of L. Mather's house, glared at Beatrice with a broken, haunted yet determined look of conviction and anger. Her tears running down, her mouth quivering, her hands trembling at her sides. Yet her head remained high. Her eyes remained glaring. Shut your mouth. Rem could only flinch back as Amelia whispered coldly while glaring up toward her. Don't speak about Subaru. Don't say you love him. You don't deserve that after what you did. Amelia-sama dash. Yuri no better, pink hair. Felt took initiative to cut off Ram's advance to side with Rem by glaring fiercely at the two. Hold on. Ram's probably the least guilty heir. Garfield tried to amend the situation for someone he deeply cares about, but he was thwarted when his sister cut him off. Ram didn't participate in the torture, but she still helped Rem catch Subaru-sama and kill him. She was the one that murdered him in this loop. Frederica stared at her brother in bewilderment, shocked that he would try to defend the pink-haired maid when she did something as disgusting as the blue-haired one. But this is what I'm saying. T was a mercy kill dash. No, it wasn't. Don't be so shallow to believe that crap, Garf-san. Otto cut the blonde off and took initiative to glare up at Ram, who only frowned in sadness and seemed tired. Emilia, Beatrice, and the rest of the camp stared on as Otto decided to face Roswell, looking furious. Margrave-sama, You've been silent all this time. Don't you want to help us see the innocence of your staff? There's nothing to defend, dear Otto Cohen. Ram and Rem are simply guilty. Oh, Priscilla hummed in surprise as she didn't see the man giving up on his dog so easily. Yet Roswell's defeated expression seemed to indicate just how futile a fight over this will be for him. The surprise wasn't even present on the twins as they both felt a new wave of shame, realizing that their master would discard them for all the trouble they've caused. Otto seemed to gain a new glint in his eyes. So, what are the two guilty for? Ram and Rem decided to torture and kill a boy with suspicious behavior for very superficial reasons. And you are sure they are the only guilty parties in this whole situation? Otto's blue eyes burned with accusation as they met Roswell's demented steady ones. Oh, you think he might be the one responsible, and he is throwing his maids under to cover for himself? Anastasia sounded beyond impressed by this twist of logic the merchant boy managed to pull. Emilia and Beatrice seemed to have grown more fierce glares as they both looked at the Lord with hatred and contempt. Crush noticed this immediately. He must have done something to cause his own camp to distrust him in such a manner, the Duchess noted in disgust while her knight Wilhelm seemed to pick up on this fact as well and only seemed angry at the Lord's insufferable, emotionless expression. Man, this camp's a mess. Tivy rubbed his head as he witnessed something akin to a botched trial for what the maids had done. Are you responsible for what happened to Natsuki-san? Otto questioned. Roswell simply held a small smile as he leaned back in his seat. Why would you say that, Otto Cohen? Aren't I giving you the go-ahead to punish my dear maids for their crimes? Rem even said multiple times that she was acting on her own, correct? Why would I be suspect here? Otto's gaze was piercing on the Lord. I suspect you encouraged this because of Ram. Ram flinched at the tone the merchant boy used. She had to. Ram acted so suspicious. Rem was doing everything openly. She was not hiding her bloodlust. But Ram was actively hiding in the shadows. She immobilized Natsuki-san by cutting his leg for Rem to catch him. She murdered him when it was realized that he wasn't in the best sanity to be questioned. He was useless to Ram, and so Ram discarded him from the shadows. Are you telling me you weren't the one who sent Ram to do this? Roswell simply shrugged with a mockingly uncaring look on his face. Looks like I've been cafed. What? Felt exclaimed her shock as the rest of the Amelia camp simply looked downright mortified. Except for Garfield and Ram, as they both were the only ones to seem unconvinced and downright distrustful in that notion. As he received every glare his way with a mocking smile that never reached his eyes, Roswell stared into Amelia's eyes, gleeful. I was the one that caused Natsuki Subaru's death this time, Emilia-sama. With delight, Roswell admitted to his sponsored candidate. Amelia's eyes widened for a moment at the remorseless man. Her heart ached in betrayal as her worries were confirmed tenfold. The half-elf couldn't help but feel helpless as she stared at the trio above. Her anger and pain made her tremble in place, as every time she blinked she could see Subaru's neck, spurting blood from the grazing wound on his neck. You ordered Ram to help Rem kill Subaru? Amelia repeated in disbelief. Yes, Roswell answered without remorse. Hold, Amelia-sama. The mortified girl turned to the firm speaker. The Duchess and Sailor had been glaring unconvinced towards the magic lord with conviction. Roswell L. Mathers, you're lying. The wind of untruth surrounds you. What? Otto's shock could be heard in his voice as the Duchess broke his approach apart. He's lying? So he isn't the one that called for Big Bro's death? Felt asked as she glanced to her knight. She only received a nod from the redhead. It seems he was using ya, merchant boy, Anastasia mused, suddenly entering the conversation while smiling towards Otto in pity. What? He sounded in confusion. Roswell, you better stop playing your games and start explaining why Betty shouldn't skin you and your maids alive, I suppose. Beatrice growled as her magic powered around her, making her twin tails fly around. I agree with the spirit. Mineself's grown annoyed of this farce. Priscilla ordered Roswell from the side, looking extremely annoyed. Roswell simply ignored all of them. He had the eyes of everybody in the room. Even the twin maids were looking at him with bafflement. He only met Amelia's eyes. Now, Amelia-sama, you understand that I had nothing to do with hurting Subaru-kun this time around. Correct? Correct. Crush and Reinhard are witnesses to this. Amelia replied without hesitation, her tears drying up as she focused on Roswell as he did with her. This time, Julius muttered in distress as he realized that something must have happened between the Lord and Subaru that caused harm to the boy. Crush seemed to shush the knight as she held a finger for Julius to let it go. The knight kept his mouth shut and watched the clown as he talked with his sponsored candidate. I had already known that any attempt made by me to help assess the situation would be interpreted as me trying to salve my own skin from the blame for my staff's behavior. Otto Cohen's accusation was no surprise to me, but you needed to see that I have no ability to lie here. Did you understand? Yes, I understand. Amelia seemed content, but still in suspicion as she stared at the Lord with her eyes piercing. Roswell nodded his head and clapped. Good. Now please remember that if I can't lie here, my dear staff cannot I fear. You cannot be serious, I suppose. Beatrice interjected as Amelia fell silent. The blonde charged a magical wind around her as she hatefully glared towards Roswell and his maids. Your incompetent animals killed Subaru. In fact, there are variables you are choosing to ignore, Beatrice-san. Stop it with your games, in fact. Beatrice shot her magical attack right towards the maids, surprising everyone that had the attack going above their heads. Ram! Ram shouted as she shielded her sister from the attack. Focus, shut down. A voice could be heard whispering, and suddenly all magical energy around Beatrice dissipated, and the attacks seemed to disappear out of thin air. What the? Why can't I use my magic, I suppose? Beatrice's rage further inclined the spirit to stand proudly and glare towards the screen, calling for the entity responsible for this. All she got was silence. Beatrice-san, Emilia-sama, Roswell called the two girls, gaining both their attention as well as the rest of the crowd. Please, you need to stay calm, or else. You'd be disrespecting Subaru-kuin's greatest wish. UTCK. Beatrice gritted her teeth in fury. Emilia only seemed to grow more frustrated as she faced the twins and the Lord. P-Princess. Emilia's eyes wandered towards the nervous-looking Garfield. The blonde seemed confused and heartbroken just as much as any of Subaru's closest, but the boy was seemingly keeping up a brave face. Garfield breathed in and out before gazing at Emilia with a confident look. I don't think you should forgive him, but I think you can understand what pushed Rim into doing this. What are you doing, Garf? Frederica seemed to be glaring at her brother along with Otto as they felt betrayed by the boy siding with the two mates. Garfield simply kept his eyes on Emilia's. I don't like the clown. I hated what happened to Captain as much as you did, but I know fair sure that this has more to tea than Rim. Killin', my Captain fair simply smellin' bad. Garf. Just let me do this for you, right? Garfield growled Ram's surprised interjection off and kept facing the rigid Emilia before him. Just. Rim's bloodlust and cruel nature. That ain't her. I think we should watch more Dash. Watch as she kills Subaru more. Emilia's cold tone cut the boy off, making him flinch, but the blonde didn't back down. Princess. Do you remember Captain S nights in our new place? Emilia's eyes closed as she understood what the blonde was saying. Captain spent his nights at her bedside. He begged me to save Rim when no one remembered who she was from the killer. Don't you think there's something else happening here? Why would Subaru still love that girl when she had brutalized him for no reason, I suppose? That's your question. Garfield only nodded with a firm expression to Beatrice's demand. That does not matter, I suppose. GHK. Beatrice scoffed him off, making Garfield look reluctant, but he was ignored as Beatrice turned to the maids with a sharp glare. Even if the blue one dragged her most inner animalistic rage to satiate her bloodlust on Subaru, I suppose. And since we know Roswell had nothing to do with any of their decisions, that means the pink one helped in the torture of my contractor because it was easier for her to watch as her sister takes out her rage on an innocent boy in the middle of the woods and then kill him after they were done, to no one being the wiser. In fact, she wanted her sister to be protected and knew that Subaru would tell on Rim to the mansion's residents, so she helped her sister kill him. Emilia's closed eyes opened and she glanced at Ram with a silent glare. Beatrice seemed to sharpen her gaze even more on the maids. Let me ask you this, Rim. Everyone, including the Oni, looked at the calm and collected half-elf. Emilia simply looked at Rim with a stern look. Have you ever thought about hurting Subaru in our loop, as he calls it? Emilia surprised everyone by how calm she was, and she looked at Rim, not by a look of anger, but by one of patience. Rim quickly took the opportunity to defend herself, shaking her head and looking at the boy with her entire body shaking. I never thought about hurting him. That night. Rim slowly looked at the ground with tears of guilt and shame coming down. When I saw his innocent face, asleep and at peace, I knew that he wasn't at all like the dark cult. He was a good person. Rim clenched her hands on her skirt tightly and refused to meet Emilia's eyes. I love him, she whispered while crying in guilt for what she had caused her hero to go through. Everyone watched the scene with silent pity and sympathy for the girl. Sure, it was horrific what she did, but she wasn't the one that did those horrible crimes. This Rim had no idea about these crimes she would have committed, and seeing herself do that to the one she loved. It was heartbreaking to watch. She's telling the truth, Emilia-san. Crush nodded as she never once read the wind of untruth around the maid. Slowly, Rem stopped her crying a bit and kept her head down. She could never ever look at Subaru the same way again. Are you sure? Crush nodded confidently. Emilia looked down at the floor for a moment. Her hand ruffled Subaru's hair unconsciously as she seemed to be thinking. Can you choose a path, halfwit? I truly wonder. Priscilla mused silently as she watched with intent. She loves him. I love that girl as much as I love you, Emilia Tan. Rem. Emilia called sternly, as her eyes opened to deliver a harsh glare towards the shaking maid. Why yes, Emilia-sama. I don't want to disrespect Subaru's wish. I don't want to act on impulse either. But I will not forgive you for doing this to him, no matter if you did. Emilia-sama. Rem whispered with hope in her eyes. You won't be punished for now. I want to see why Subaru hasn't thrown you out of his life for good yet. Rem could only stare in disbelief and relief at Emilia's seething glare. The half-elf turned with her frown stuck to her expression as she regally sat herself down beside the sleeping Subaru. "You're—" Beatrice spat in disgust at the half-elf as she couldn't contain herself for wanting to punish the two girls. Subaru sees her as someone precious. Emilia remembered the night he cried for Rem before her. He sees that she was worthy of his heart, Beatrice. The half-elf couldn't hide how much this statement hurt to say. "I can't do anything to break that. I can't lose him for stepping on his wish." Beatrice's glare softened. She glanced away from the half-elf and sat down, placing the hand on her lap again. "Maybe that would be best, I suppose." Beatrice seethed as she rubbed the outline of his wrist with a dangerous glint in her eyes. The voice of the scream still stuck in her head, causing so much rage in the little girl's heart. "Well, that went better than I expected." Roswell sighed in relief while settling back in his seat. It seemed the rest began returning to their seats while murmuring about the maids and Emilia's choice. Crush and Garfield looked relieved by this choice of Emilia's, while Anastasia, Felt, Frederica, and Otto seemed the most displeased. The knights all seemed content with sitting down and keeping to themselves. Could have done better, but not selfish at least. Priscilla gave a simple scoff at Emilia and finally turned her eyes away from the entire crowd as she felt bored with all of them again. "Offer me interest," she ordered whimsically as the screen turned on. A blurry image, a faint sound. Subaru, wearing his robes and laying on his bed, opened his trembling, sweaty eyelids. The stunned boy slowly looked at the window. The sun was shining. It was morning. He had returned by death. A voice sounded out. "Sir, have you awakened?" Subaru's blood ran cold and slowly turned his head to the front of his bed. "Sir, are you awake?" Another voice sounded. Slowly, he turned his head, not being able to stop the terror and fear from filling him as his mouth emitted grunts and gasps of fear and pain. Natsuki Subaru screamed for his life. For before him were the same twin maids that tortured and killed him. That must have been nightmarish for him. Ricardo mused in pity. "Waking up to the face of your killer is really troubling," Reinhard spoke in guilt. "I shouldn't have let him go with Emilia-sama," he whispered to himself. "Yuri damn right," Felt growled under her breath. Scene change. Emilia is sitting beside Subaru's bed with a worried look on her face. Subaru, Ram, and Rem were really worried. They were unusually despondent, wondering if they'd been impolite. Emilia looked at him with concerned eyes. "Nothing happened between them and me," Subaru spoke in an emotionless voice. Emilia frowned deeply. Why does he keep insisting on doing this alone? Otto asked the question she was inquiring in her mind. Does he really think he's some hero? Felix asked in anger. "Subaru, are you all right? If something's wrong, you're welcome to talk to me." "Come on, talk to her, Captain." Garfield yelled out as he too began feeling tired from Subaru's stubbornness to deal with things by himself. Subaru slowly looked down while clenching his covers. His eyes trembled. "If I could tell Emilia that it's no use, that I can't take any more." "Come on, tell me," Emilia urged, not caring if this was another reality. "That's right." Subaru's eyes lit up with hope as he turned to the worried half-elf girl. "All this time, I've been struggling to change things alone, but—" Seeing him stare at her in silence, Emilia asked once more. "Subaru, are you sure you're all right?" Subaru steeled his nerves. "Emilia, there's something I want you to know. This is it." Everyone waited to see if he actually tells her about his ability. Emilia couldn't shake the feeling of something going wrong. Emilia was taken aback by his sudden sternness. Okay. She readied herself. Because if he had told this Emilia in this reality, then why didn't he tell her again in hers? "Emilia. Several times up until now. I've died in dash." "What? Did FCK? Why did Big Bro stop?" "The wind stopped too. The world stopped. It just stopped." The wind that had entered the room through the window, that began blowing Emilia's hair before he began his sentence, had vanished. Emilia's hair remained in the air, unmoving. The silent world around Subaru was filled with a cloud of black fog. The fog overtook Emilia and the entire room. Subaru's eyes trembled from the fear and confusion. He couldn't move, speak, or look around. Only looking at the darkness as it manifested before him in the shape of a clawed dark hand with sharp claws. Whoa, wait. The slender hand slowly moved and climbed over his frozen form. This is seriously no joke. Subaru could only feel the pain as the hand finally reached his heart and crushed it. The boy grunted in pain, frozen and incapable of moving in the world of darkness of this black hand. Subaru. His eye opened. He can feel his heart free from the hand's mercy. He could feel his nerves no longer frozen to the dark world. Ah, ugh, ah, Subaru grunted and gasped as he clenched his chest from the pain. Emilia looked at him with extreme alarm. "Subaru, what happened all of a sudden?" Emilia stood by his side, confused and afraid for him. Subaru clenched his chest. "My voice works. My heart doesn't hurt. But the fear is engraved in me." Seeing him shudder and tremble in place with a haunted expression as he held his chest, Emilia's worry increased. What's wrong? "Subaru, if something's going on dash." "I have a favor to ask." Subaru interrupted her. "Okay." Subaru looked down with a shock-drizzled face as he spoke in a whimpering tone. "Have nothing to do with me." Emilia was dumbfounded and a little hurt at this. Subaru laid down on his side and faced Emilia with his back. That was the end of this scene. That's so cruel. Otto shouted with eyes wide. Who was that? How did they stop the world? Garfield looked manic as he watched his brother and Captain get hurt again by some unknown entity. That could have been either a witch cultist. Julius calculated. Or it could have been the Witch of Envy. Everyone froze at Reinhardt's words. The witch? No. Petra hugged Frederica, afraid out of her wits. Everyone looked scared and shaken by the revelation. Even the candidates and Roswell seemed taken aback. So if Subaru spoke about the power, the witch will kill him by crushing his heart? Emilia's eyes were wide as she yet again had her life shattered by Sadella. That explains why he didn't tell anyone about this. It's because he couldn't. Otto growled at Subaru's unfair situation. But why would she do all of this? Helping him get to this world? Cursing him with that power? Force him to keep quiet? Anastasia listed the important questions. I think all will be revealed to us if we watch. Wilhelm sounded out, his voice still calm but his expression grim at the revelation. One thing I want to make sure of. Everyone still believes that Subaru-sama is innocent of the witch and her cult, right? Crush looked around to make sure. I have seen him bring down their whale, so I believe he's a good guy. Ricardo nodded his head. Garfield looked quite interested in that aspect of the story. Man, I want to see that battle. He said to himself in excitement. I can confirm that he's an ally. We wouldn't have a chance against Sloth without his valuable information and tactics. Julius admitted and smiled at the boy as he remembered those fine moments. Reinhardt smiled wide. He saved my lady, so of course, I see him as my ally. In fact, he's someone I like to call my friend. Priscilla snorted and kept to herself. Her silence was the only thing positive she would say about the boy, so Crush smirked at her. It seems everyone is trusting of our dearest Naid, Roswell exclaimed in amusement, but behind those eyes of his, there was a glint of absolute fear. Subaru. Beatrice whispered contingently, horror was all she had on her expression. The witch. He's been haunted by the witch? Seems like he's more important than I thought. The witch haunts him. But why? Crush muttered to herself with a serious glare pointing towards the boy in the theater. Cruel. Emilia whispered to herself as her entire face looked paler than usual. That is. Too cruel. The half-elf girl whispered again with a choked sob as she finally understood how truly hopeless Subaru's situation was. It's not that he doesn't trust her, however. That really didn't matter to Emilia anymore after what she saw. Subaru's life was nothing but a nightmare. Why did he have to live like this? Emilia's heart broke in two as she realized that there was nothing she could have done to help him right now. What could she do to help? Subaru was all alone this time. We returned to Subaru's room to find him sitting upright on his bed facing Roswell. I can't tell anyone about return by death. I've died in this mansion 3 times. I didn't experience a 4th time in the capital. If I die again, I might not come back. Roswell was shown speaking some gay words before leaving the tired and beaten Subaru to his thoughts. As the boy stared at the window with dismay all over his face. But then, darkness filled the window with Subaru's voice barely heard through the black void. I can't sleep. Noises of impact and squishing emitted in the darkness of the screen. The scene moves closer to the Roswell mansion as the noises of impact kept getting harsher and harsher. What is that noise? Julius inquired with a raised brow. Asterisk squish asterisk. Asterisk squish asterisk. Subaru's breaths were heavy as the scene kept coming closer and closer to the mansion. What is going with Natsuki-san? Otto had a look of worry and caution as a bad feeling filled him. I don't like this. Garfield growled in distress. I can't sleep. Natsuki. Crush narrowed her eyes as she started to realize the noise's source. No. No, don't. Al shook his head and whispered under his helmet worriedly. Asterisk skitch 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 asterisk. The silent maids both flinched at the constant noise, Ram looking really angry while Rim seemed distressed. Felt-sama. Do you know what's happening with that sound? Reinhardt inquired as he noticed Felt's darkened expression. Just watch, Rain. Just see for yourself. The little blonde coldly turned away from the night and looked at the screen with a brave face. I don't trust myself to sleep. The scene changes. Towards the side of a dip pin that had blood covering its metal tip. The hand carrying the pin seemed shaken. Subaru's breathing was heavy. What is that? Petra whispered in confusion and horror. Frederica stayed silent as she watched with widened eyes. Rim's breath grew more rapid as her tears started coming down her face once more. The hand's grip on the pin tightened as it was shown the person carrying it had raised it once again. I don't want to sleep. How pathetic. Pitiful. Priscilla seemed to growl, but it came out more of a whisper than anything else. It was revealed that Subaru was the owner of the blood-covered dip pin and the arm raising it. If I slept, I wouldn't know what's happening. Subaru appeared manic, eyes dilated to the pupils and sweat running down a sheen down his face. His arm stabbed the dip pin into his other hand. Asterisk squish asterisk. I don't want to sleep. Asterisk squish asterisk. His hand was scarred all over. Many a stab wound could be found beside each other, bleeding. The boy grits his teeth as his wounds bled. He tightened his hold on the pin, causing it to break. He hissed from the pain. In a moment, Emilia's jaw hung slack as her eyes turned to dilated pupils. Oh geez. Ricardo grimaced in sympathy and found it difficult not to look away from this scene. He was harming himself? Reinhard asked no one in particular as he could only stare worriedly towards his friend's condition. Julius held a stare of anger but elegantly kept himself reserved from an outburst. Felix only looked away with his look of hatefulness becoming clear. Roswell was the one staring at this with the most emotion oddly enough, as the clown-distinct man only held the deepest of horrified frowns at this scene. He is Garfield tried to speak but bit his lip as to not start yelling in fury. He's dealing with a lot. He needs to be stronger. Captain is stronger. Natsuki-san is breaking Garf-san. Otto held an expression of despair and defeat as he held onto his pocket tightly. He can't just do that and be fine the next day. Is that how he really deals with this? Petra held her hands to her mouth as tears leaked once more. She couldn't help but feel betrayed as the image of the strong person that always smiled in the darkness faded with this. I did this to him. Rem sobbed into her knee as she bawled on herself. Sister. Ram seemed to whisper. Her guilt for not being there for both Rem and to save Subaru was weighing on the ping maid heavily. Not to mention the fact that her other self was to be blamed for Subaru's death, so his eventual self-harming before her was expected. No. You started doing this from back then, I suppose. Beatrice found herself shrieking in her own mind as she didn't want to alert anyone around her to this dark reality she found herself in. Sure, when he does it at night beside her, he's much more graceful about it than just stabbing his hand like that. But it would go without saying that you can also get more skilled when you self-harm for a long time. Meaning that Betty Subaru was doing this ever since he met her in the mansion. And she swore an oath not to speak about it to anybody. I promise you. I'll get your revenge from those mates. I'll work for my redemption, I suppose. Beatrice growled as her tears leaked swiftly towards the hand on her lap. His motionless hand. I'm guessing he didn't say anything about this, no? Anastasia inquired humorlessly as she glanced at Amelia with a small frown. The merchant queen was thinking of all sorts of ways to help the boy out of such a situation. She was surprised for doing so. After all, she wasn't his master nor was she in his camp. But she needed to understand just why Amelia's camp is so destructive before deploying any of her assumptions. The stirring Amelia gave wasn't a good indicator for what Anastasia wanted to learn, nor was the half-elf's decomposing vigor as the once cold, angry elven princess broke her dam to stream tears over Subaru's shoulder as she hugged the boy and sobbed into him. What a tiresome bunch, geez. Anastasia sighed at the uselessness of this crowd she was surrounded with, especially annoyed with Amelia and the twins above as they were doing everything they could to deplore the boy's suffering without actually committing to anything. Or maybe it was because Anastasia was utterly upset with this turn of events that led someone of incredible talents to feel so worthless he had to harm himself just to stay awake from mistrust of nightmares or assassinations. Troublesome doesn't even begin to describe this. Felt agreed aggressively as she felt her own eyes tearing up at this scene. I'm sorry, princess. I'll clean it right up. In the back of the room, Al could be seen picking up wooden shards of what used to be his armrest as he had completely crushed it with his one good hand. It seems I got angry. Weird, said the man from beneath his helmet as he got on his hands and knees to pick up the wood from the floor. The gallivant red-clad baroness simply glanced downward at him with a present annoyance in her frown. Worthlessness doesn't deserve such emotion, Aldebaran. You do well to remember this. Myself won't offer grace when you're caught by this parasite's web. The one-armed knight stopped all motion, thinking through his master's words as she lazed above him in discontent at his implosion. He had one thing to say. Humor wasn't present in his tone or posture as he spoke. Don't call me that, please, princess. And I think you're right about there being a parasite. Al nodded his head while continuing to clean up underneath the chairs he and Priscilla were sitting on. The Baroness simply stared at his form in boredom, interested in what he has to say. That is only to be expected. Mine self is a divine gift on this world's surface after all, dash. But the parasite here isn't my pal, princess. It's the people who can't see his pain. Insolence. Priscilla moved and kicked the man on the metal-covered head by the heel of her shoe, having no heed for his cry as she was busy gritting her teeth and stomping him to the carpet floors. After her steam left her nose, she seemed calm enough to get off of him and thoroughly prepare a response for his stupidity. But he beat her to it. You don't have to be so harsh, princess. But I can't believe that you don't see it the same way I do. Thought you'd care for him a tiny bit, you know? Al shrugged and moved the wooden bits he raised to another empty seat by his only hand. Care for that swine? Are you daft, Aldebaran? Have your tiny brains finally gave out? This pig you defend does nothing but cry and shame himself instead of working a way out and bringing his name glory. I find him worthless and without purpose in this world, my world. He should be put to rest for good away from prying eyes. Princess. No one wants to be strong. Al answered her rant with a simple statement that gave her nothing short of rage. What? She growled with her eyes seemingly staring through the helmet's opening into his eyes, into his soul. Nobody wants to be strong in this world. We just become strong because we want to survive. Or at least me and Pal over there did. You can be born strong. You can always have the talent presented to you. But people like Pal, we aren't that lucky, princess. Just, give him a slight observational chance, yeah? Priscilla's hum was the only response he got before she leaned in her seat once more and turned her gaze away from him. She didn't even wave to tell the man she was done with him. Good grief. At least she seems to be thinking about it. Al sighed and went back on his hands to lean down and pick up the rest of the wood from beneath their seats. but he only heard a click. Thank you, Al. The helmeted man simply felt the wood in his hand disappear like it was air. All of the small shards and picks of wood were now off the floor and turning back to their original positions, becoming the armrest he once broke. Awesome. Al replied in a whisper as he sat down again feeling the new armrest. Wonder why he sounded grateful to me though. I don't really care about any of this as much as he thinks. Al shrugged offishly and leaned back in his seat to watch. He did have a slight resentment clear in his head, however. Explains why he didn't want to turn to where the maids were sitting in his same row. After taking a moment to pass over his pain, Subaru seemed to have calmed his breathing and hid his bleeding hand away from himself. He looked tired out. His eyes seemed to be trying their hardest to close. I don't want to be killed. A rigid voice rang out through the room. That's quite a cowardly look on your face, I suppose. Subaru slowly moved his head and noticed an impressed Beatrice standing in the doorway. Beatrice. Emilia muffled out a gasp as she turned from Subaru's shoulder to the screen, now having a calmer grip and no tears. Betty won't harm her, Subaru. In fact, the library spirit sounded weakly from her seat while glaring towards Emilia. The half-elf only kept her gaze on the screen and away from the lowly. Sorry. I don't know what to believe in, Dash. Save your effort, I suppose. I'm not an animal like those deranged girls you forgave so easily, I suppose. I won't kill you because you think badly of me, in fact. At Beatrice's disgusted snort, Emilia simply glanced towards the girl with a tired glare. I did not forgive them for what they've done to him. You let them go, and now expect Betty to kill him like they did when she's the only person that can actually help him, I suppose. What do you mean? Emilia glared heatedly at the little one, not liking the aggressiveness in Beatrice's tone. You'll only see him coming to Betty for help. This is because you were useless in stopping the maids, your own maids that serve under you. I never claimed to rule the mansion, and you can't be Dash. I think both of you should shut up. Felt interjected the unnecessary argument between the two girls and held a gaze of command as if she was the eldest in the trio and had more power to order both of the girls to shut their mouths and put their differences behind. What are you doing here? The brat and Bubby told me to come and check on you. Puck and Emilia? Since you were acting strangely, they suspect I did something to you when you first woke up, I suppose. Talk about rude. Beatrice turned away from him in upset. I get it. I'm okay now. You came to apologize. That's enough. Why should I apologize to you, I suppose? I can't leave until I correct that notion. Beatrice glared at him and stepped closer. She stopped once her nose caught the smell of. Not only do you look gloomy, but the scent is much heavier now, too. Beatrice held her nose in disgust. Huh. The scent of the witch, I feel like it's bending my nose, I suppose, Beatrice explained. Witch? You mean the witch of envy? What else in this world would someone mean when they bring up a witch? Why do you smell her on me? Beatrice shrugged. Who knows? Regardless, as someone who receives special treatment from her, you're a burden. Beatrice turned away from him. Subaru looked down. It's not too comforting to hear I'm getting special treatment from someone whose name and face I don't know. See, Beatrice Sama smells it on him, yet she doesn't try to kill him. Petra was sure she had broken a few rules by nodding with Tyvy's statement. She couldn't stand with a subordinate from another camp against someone of Rim and Ram's caliber in her workforce. Yet she can only agree despite what the twins had done to Subaru for a stupid issue he wasn't even in control of. But Petra only had a pat on her head as a warning of Frederica's disappointment. Don't get your nose into this, Petra-chan. If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving. I'll tell Bubby what you told me, I suppose. Wait a minute. You feel sorry for what you did to me, right? I do not. Beatrice ignored him and continued walking towards the door. I'm telling Puck, he uttered, stopping her in place. Beatrice growled and scowled deeply at him. Well, I might feel just a tiny bit sorry, I suppose. He tricked the Great Spirit? Julius sounded highly offended by this, but he suddenly seemed more interested than outraged as his gears began turning. Well, he does seem to not care at all about this fact. But what we should focus in is what he's after. Anastasia bit her inner cheek, swindling her flesh with her tongue as she found herself focused and thought of what the boy would do to get out of this infinite death loop. If you regret what you did and want my forgiveness, do me one favor that I ask. Let's hear it. Beatrice looked at him with a bored expression. On the 5th morning, the day after tomorrow, would you keep me safe until then? Subaru pleaded. So he went to Beatrice Sama for help since he couldn't get Emilia's? Frederica asked, surprised that he could make a good plan so quickly. Wow, I guess Beatrice Sama was really connected with Subaru all along. Petra smiled and kept her jealousy in. Emilia, however, couldn't keep it in. Ignoring the pouting half-elf, Beatrice looked up at the screen in sadness. This is where I fail you yet again, I suppose, the spirit whispered brokenly. She knew that Beatrice would be too stubborn to make a contract with him. Oh, how she would treat him with all the love and protection he needed should she be taken back to this moment on screen. She would be less snarky, less despicable, less lonely, and most of all, she would instantly heal those wounds on his hand. I don't want you bringing dissension into this mansion, I suppose. This place is vitally important to me. I have no intention of doing anything. I just want to stop any sparks from flying. What an admirable motive for one who leaves even that in the hands of others, Beatrice responded mockingly. Do you have to be so aggressive with him? Otto found himself frowning at the little girl. He earned nods from a few people in the crowd. But the spirit girl simply shook her head in disappointment and stared nonstop towards the screen. Subaru looked down again. For once, I have no response to that. Beatrice stared at the defeated boy and sighed tiredly. Hold out your hand, she ordered, surprising Subaru. Beatrice's eyes widened in shock. What? It seems Beatrice-san had already contracted with our night before. Roswell sounded shocked beyond imaginable, as if he saw something akin to a miracle playing before his eyes. Could be that you chose him to be that person from the very beginning, Beatrice? Beatrice didn't answer the clown. If Subaru asked her for help in this reality, and she agreed for some reason, then why will he die? Beatrice's heart shattered as she realized something. She had failed him once again. This Betty wouldn't be able to save him from death. As she took his slightly blood-laced arm in hers, the regal girl scrunched her nose as she inspected the many bloody stab wounds on his hand. Good grief. That you have the habit of self-harm makes you irreparably weird, in fact, disgusting. Subaru flinched and looked down away from the girl that held his hand and displayed disgust at his wounds. I just failed to make a tattoo, that's all. You have neither the aesthetic sense, nor the technique, nor the ability to lie, I suppose. Beatrice shot down his lie coldly. You are beyond saving, in fact. Even when she notices she can't even bring herself to heal him, in fact. Beatrice felt nothing but disappointment fill her as she stared at her counterpart with shame. Disgusting doll, in fact. Don't be too harsh. You were different back then. You weren't as close to him as some of us have been. Oddly enough, Beatrice felt more ashamed because of Amelia's comforting words. The spirit has started to feel like she wasn't the only one who truly cared about Subaru in this room. Slowly, she intertwined their fingers together and closed her eyes. I shall grant your wish. I, Beatrice, on my honor, am henceforth bound by this contract. Temporary or not, a contract is a contract. I'll grant your nonsense favor. Her face shining in the sunlight, Subaru couldn't help but for once feel like there was hope. Seriously? I'm gonna cry because of a little girl. It is a most optimal solution. Anastasia mused to herself. Yes, having a great spirit protect you from the killer that lives with you in the same mansion is a good plan. Frederica smiled at the boy's constant efforts as she noticed. He doesn't want to leave the mansion. She whispered while smiling sincerely at the boy. Why is that? I wonder? Having no sympathy for the rude crying bitch before her, Beatrice growled. Don't call me a little girl. And if you tell Bubby, you'll regret it, I suppose. Humph. Is it that important to you? Subaru smiled through his tears. That desperation of yours is demonically inspired. Rem pouted a little at her phrase being taken away. But she understood that she had no say in this situation since he's asking Biko for help to protect himself from Rem. The maid hugged her legs and tried to smuggle her mind away from the repeating memory of her torture to the boy. Beatrice just pouted cutely. Scene change showing that Beatrice had left the room, and now Amelia was sitting at Subaru's bedside. I see. So Beatrice has come to apologize properly. That's good to hear. Amelia seemed to be smiling in satisfaction. It's great that she said that, Mum. Amelia. I said some terrible things to you. I'm sorry. Subaru looked down in guilt. I'm sure it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, no? Everyone goes through times like that. It can't be helped. I would be happy if you were to say this to Rem and Ram as well. At this, Subaru seemed to go silent as his head dipped down. Rem and Ram. When I found out the truth that I was a hindrance to them, I was killed as an obstacle and also to shut my mouth. However, even so, all of the memories of his past loops played out behind his head. Was there really never a moment where we had built up feelings for each other? Was there? Otto asked while glaring half-heartedly towards the twins. Head interior, that's enough. I confirmed their feelings myself. Crush came to Rem's defense and sternly turned the boy away. Otto simply shook his head in disappointment and looked away, but not before delivering one final glance towards Ram, one of disappointment. Ram was starting to grip her maid's skirt a bit too tightly. Hearing that statement coming from Subaru made her snap in a lot of ways. Rem stayed in her same position without change. As he was thinking in silence, Amelia felt uncomfortable by his gloomy look. She gazed all around the room for some distraction until she found something. As I thought. The food hasn't been eaten, right? I'm sorry, Subaru whispered while looking away, disgruntled. If you don't eat even for a little bit, it won't be good for your body, you know, even though it might be hard for you to do it. My stomach won't accept the food. Subaru kept his gloomy look even though he chuckled darkly. If you were to feed me with an HHH, I might be able to eat it. All right then. Eh? Amelia had a bright smile on her face as she quickly stood up and picked up his tray, placing it on her lap as she took her seat at his bedside. She had a bright smile as she upheld the food-filled spoon towards his mouth. AHHH. Yeah. Like I said, AHHH. Subaru quickly leaned back in shock. No. Hold on, ASEC. What are you doing? Amelia looked deadpanned at this. What are you on about? Didn't you just say if I did this you would be able to do it? So eat since I'm saying AHHH. Subaru seemed to squirm. That was just an expression we use for embellishment. But what it really means is that ultimately I'm unable to eat. Even if you were to do it, I kind of promised myself I wouldn't be able to make a girl blush again. How could there be something embarrassing about feeding you? Come on, stop saying foolish things. Amelia seemed to ignore him completely and kept the spoon to his mouth. Chin. Relenting, Subaru opened his mouth and accepted the spoon. All right. Now swallow. Let's continue one spoon at a time. All right. Next. Again. That's enough. You started with but now you're just not pausing or anything. Pause. I request a break. Subaru heeled over his forearm and coughed into his sleeve. This has gotten a bit weird. Geez, even though things were going so well. Subaru continued coughing into his arm. His face was dipped down. No asterisk cough asterisk no. My throat just hurts, you know? Hey. You look a bit strange. Subaru's face was shone with tears in his eyes. Hey. Subaru. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay. I think I'll probably become okay now. Emilia smiled warmly as the boy's teary face showed up with a bright smile. I think I'm back to normal now. Rim and Ram prepared this meal such that it won't shock your stomach when you start eating again. They're good girls after all, right? Subaru's smile became a sad one as he looked down. Emilia placed the tray away and stood up from the bedside. Well then, since staying here for too long will tire you out, it's about time I got back. If you wanted, you could sleep beside me. Emilia simply grinned. Good. It seems like you've recovered, eh? This is oddly cathartic to watch. Reinhard nervously commented as the scene seemed to be concluded in too much silence from the crowd of watchers around him. He got them to break this tense silence as Mimi and Petra seemed content with letting soft giggles fill the room. It's a break of sorts, Felix sighed as he acknowledged how good this scene did to his lady's mood and his. It was unneeded. Priscilla snorted, elevating just how bored she was with this repeated display of affection for people she barely recognized as breathing bags of flesh. It was simply fixing to watch at best. Anastasia mused with an unimpressed glare. Why do we have to watch useless events? We all know this will all end up being unremembered. I agree with boss. Tivy nodded. Roswell shook his head in silence at this newfound crowd that had decided to round upon this scene and how it served no purpose. But he knew how much of this scene's importance reflected not on the crowd, but on two people in said crown only. Only these two would have found significant importance through this entire play of Subaru being spoon-fed by Emilia. Firstly, the half-elf herself which, right now, seemed to be staring at the screen with her hand on her mouth in an attempt to hide her soft gasp. And secondly, the blue-haired girl in his house's maid's outfit is situated beside him. The girl seemed to look at this scene in both incredible amounts of guilt as well as sadness and envy. I really lost this memory. Lost it because I wasn't good enough to keep him breathing beside me? How many times would you have made this offer of me, Subaru? I would have gladly fed you if you wished this. Emilia seemed disturbed and filled with frustration as she realized that this was supposed to be a private memory between her and Subaru, yet it was taken away from her by this cruel power he possessed. Are you going to wake up to let me enjoy feeding you this time, Subaru? Emilia's soft wish was never answered. I'm sorry. I wish I would have taken care of you myself without causing you this much hurt, Subaru cooing. Rim's wish was also unheard by everyone since she was hushing it out of her mouth and against her knee, keeping herself muffled. The princess winked at him with an encouraging smile. There are various things for me to do as well since I sneaked away to meet you in secret after all. Ah. Subaru looked shocked by this. She went as far as to use her valuable free time for me. Emilia Tan. Lock your room securely at night. Subaru seemed to have a serious expression on his face. Don't let anyone enter. I see. Because you will be entering? An amused voice humored the darkened Subaru. That's not what I meant. Subaru shouted. In any case, you're Puck, right? A gray ball of fur flew out of Emilia's hair. Wow, you noticed me. Good job. The gray cat looked a bit drunk as he rubbed his eyes. Your expression became serious, so I was a bit concerned. Subaru looked away. I just have a bad feeling. Guard Emilia Tan closely. Puck's entire demeanor seemed to become more hardened. Yeah, I'll do that. I totally don't agree with being left out of this conversation, though. Puck and Subaru suddenly laughed together as Emilia growled in annoyance at them. I can't help but feel Emilia-sama's frustration here. Frederica voiced what the half-elf was thinking. Yeah, they both seem to treat Big Sis as if she was some kid. It's degrading. Felt huffed in annoyance. Emilia seemed to be surprised by how many supported her inner thoughts on this matter as she found herself to also be of objection to the way Subaru and Puck were treating her abilities as of this moment. I hope you've changed this attitude of yours toward me, Subaru. After the two left, Subaru laid back on his bed and seemed to grow more despaired as his eyes closed for the first time in a long while. I don't want to sleep. The screen is showing Subaru as he struggled to sleep at night. His head was filled with nightmares. Memories of the time he died in the hallway. Memories of the blood that gushed out of his neck when he was killed by Rim and Ram in the woods. Subaru ran through the woods. The black-gray woods. The white, distorted woods. The ever-changing yet still negative-inspired woods. He stopped when a blue-haired maid stood before him with her mace beside her at the ready. Glaring, the blood-covered Rim shook her chains and sent the mace at the scared Subaru. Stop. As the mace was about to hit him, he closed his eyes and a memory began to play. A memory that showed his sleeping form before he woke up. As he trembled in his sleep, two soft pale hands were tightly grabbing his from each side. Those two hands held his own, brought him comfort, brought him to safety from that demented forest. Subaru was able to sleep without any nightmares. Darkness. Who was that? Otto asked in a relieved voice. He was happy that someone comforted his friend while he was having that terrible nightmare. It seems whoever it was, they were able to bring him comfort. Ram finally spoke, breaking her silence. She had a faint feeling of hope in her chest that burned through her desire to gain redemption for both herself and her sister. He's been having nightmares, Anastasia mused briskly, having a small frown. Course he is having nightmares, Felt snorted sarcastically to the merchant lady, before freezing like Amelia once on a hit back with her own response. Wonder fair how long the nightmares have lasted. Maybe months? Days? Intriguing. Anastasia simply pointed out for everyone around her to think while going back to watching without a care for what they might say about her. A voice. You can't keep sleeping forever, I suppose. Subaru's eyes slowly opened up to reveal an oncoming foot. Beatrice kicked him in the face, waking him up and forcing him to drop on his back in the forbidden library. Goddamn, she is mean. I laughed out loud while some chuckled at Subaru and Beatrice's dynamic. Beatrice pouted. Everyone was picking on her. This wasn't what Subaru told her would happen when she left the library. Bombardier. Subaru shook from the frightened wake-up while Beatrice looked down at him with an unimpressed elegant look. I came against my will because it's the designated time, yet you seem awfully unconcerned. Subaru realized just what happened and slowly got up with his eyes wide open in understanding. Falling asleep on the fourth day, what kind of reckless idiot am I? Quit your grumbling, I suppose. Just sit wherever you want. Beatrice sat on her stool reading her book. Subaru looked around. The Forbidden Archive? Did you carry me in here while I was asleep? I'd rather not stay in that room filled with your stench, I suppose. The Forbidden Library is the only place for me. You need to observe proper manners, I suppose. Beatrice, I'm sure I'm wrong, but you didn't hold my hand while I was asleep, did you? You're wrong, indeed. Even if Bubby asked me, I would refuse, I suppose. Beatrice held his hand and leaned to hug her contractor close. I was wrong, I suppose, she softly whispered. Flat-out denial, huh? I'm not sure what you mean by proper manners. Subaru began looking around the many books in the library. So, hey, are you Dash? Ugh. Subaru quickly caught an flying book, aimed for his face. You're annoying me with all your questions. Just be quiet, I suppose. Subaru sighed and looked at the book she threw at him. Subaru began reading while sitting down beside Beatrice. In silence, the two sat for some time up front, enjoying the books they were reading. What happens now? Mimi asked in boredom at the events. We see if someone attacks them in the library. Crush softly spoke, very well aware of Rem's flinch. Suddenly. Calling. Huh. Subaru looked up at the alarmed Beatrice as she looked at the door to the library. I've been summoned, I suppose. Beatrice quickly stood up and began activating her door-crossing ability. What? Otto asked in confusion. Is it because they couldn't find Natsuki-kun? Anastasia asked while pointing her thumb towards the maids behind her. The only one with the power to summon Betty would be the lord of the manor, I suppose. Beatrice stink-eyed the clown. Don't look at me. I wouldn't call upon you unless it is an urgency. He kept up an open smile, setting everyone off from how creepy he was. Subaru gasped in pain, making Beatrice look at him in disinterest. Oh, right, you're here. I forgot, I suppose. Beatrice began walking out the door while ignoring Subaru. Wait. If you go out there now. I don't care if you want to stay here. You'll be safe here, I suppose. Beatrice closed the door behind her and left the boy alone in the library. Subaru slowly moved his hands to the door and tried to open it, but he found himself shaking with fear, closing his eyes as he tried to get his nerves under control. Damn it. What the hell is this? Subaru slowly opened the door and waited for the pain of dying to calm. Only light hit his face as he was faced with a window in a hallway of the mini in the manor. Did I make it through the fourth night? Subaru stared at the window in shock and surprise. Disbelief. He laughed in disbelief. And I thought it was so far away. It was that easy. Subaru slowly fell on his knees and smiled in relief at the long-awaited sunrise of the fifth day. I'm kinda happy for him. Al sounded as he emphasized with Subaru on the screen. Otto and Garfield looked down in sadness at the state their brother was in. He's been reduced to this from the sheer pain he's endured. If I was their Dash. You couldn't have known any of this will happen, Reinhard. I want to help him as well like you. But this has already come to pass and Natsuki did not need any of us both to get through it, Julius commented sternly, surprising Reinhard with his interjection. Subaru laughed in relief and closed his eyes in the middle of the hallway. Subaru. Emilia was standing right beside him with a worried look on her face. Emilia. Subaru, where have you been? Oh, I was just. You know. No, never mind. Come with me. Emilia quickly took his hand and started walking while pulling him along. Her face was shadowed by her hair as she refused to look up. Where are we going? Emilia Tan, why are you making that face? Everything will be fine now, right? I'm alive and you're. Oh, I know. Let's go to the village. There's so much I want to do and tell you. So much has happened. Emilia stopped walking. Subaru. Emilia turned around with a betrayed look on her face as she looked at Subaru. Something is wrong, Anastasia concluded by the look on Emilia's face. Emilia herself didn't know what was going on as she grabbed her knight's hand and watched with fear filling her. How did he die in this one? Emilia. Subaru wanted to ask what was wrong. What happened to make her look at him like that? But then, A scream of despair sounded out across the manor. Sister. Rem looked at Ram with surprise. The pink-haired maid's eyes hardened as she knew only one thing that would make her scream in such a way. Subaru rushed towards the voice, finding an open door. He stared into the room. It was Ram. The pink-haired Oni was crying on her knees over her sister. Rem was lying unconscious in her bed. What? Mimi shouted in confusion. Why is Remchan dead? Petra looked on with horror. The hell? Garfield shouted his extreme shock at this as he and Otto both leaned forward with confused looks. Sister. Ram's eyes were wide enough to resemble plates as she was met with the daunting reality that had her sister die in front of her. The pain Ram was feeling was enough to pull up front with the night she'd lost her horn. Fatefully, both of these events had a link to her sister. Her dear old sister. I can't lose you again, Rem. I can't. Ram shed tears in the theater as she hugged her balled-up twin in both arms, referring to how much time she had missed with her sibling because of the gluttony attack. Roswell and Beatrice were standing to the side with heavy expressions of pity for the twins. How? Subaru was shocked as he looked into the room. Why is Rem dead? Slowly, he moved to touch her, but his hand was slapped away by the crying Ram. Don't touch her. Don't touch Rem. Don't touch my little sister. Rem looked horrified at the prospect of her own death, but seeing her sister in such a state because of her death made her so angry with herself. I'm such a failure, Rem whispered angrily. Subaru slowly looked down in guilt and began walking away as Amelia entered the room. She died of weakness. It was as if she just fell asleep. Subaru stopped walking as he heard what Roswell said. The method was more of a curse than a spell. Subaru slowly looked back at Rem's dead body. I thought it was Rem who used that curse. So she wasn't the shaman? So it was the Beast? Frederica asked. We forgot about that. Otto realized. We were so caught up in finding the killer's identity that we forgot what threat Natsuki was truly facing. Julius seemed aggravated by this, as if he was failing a duty he should have. The Beast invasion and Rem's assassination attempts were two different threats that Subaru needed to deal with on his own. Reinhard spoke in a stern voice. Not like we remembered them, so of course, he forgot about one threat to focus on the other. Not to mention how much of a brutal and cruel one this other threat was for him. Felt continued to throw shade at Rem, but also defending Subaru. Roswell noted the look on Subaru's face and narrowed his eyes. My dear guest, have you any idea what might have happened? After this happened to a dear member of my staff, I seem to be a tiny bit angry. Subaru. Emilia held Subaru's arm and looked at him with a pleading look. If you know anything, tell us. Emilia stared at him sternly. Subaru looked away in guilt and frustration. I just want to spill it all and get it off my chest. The horror of the black hand crushing his heart came back and made him gasp in place. He couldn't tell them. Man, this kid is rough. Ricardo grimaced at the situation before him. Many nodded as they wouldn't want to be in Subaru's shoes right now. Asterisk wish asterisk. Ugh. Subaru suddenly felt a force of wind pass by his cheek, cutting it and making him bleed. Even the lamp on the hallway's wall was destroyed. This same force was the same one that had slit his throat and killed him. If you know something, spill it all. Subaru slowly looked at the pink-haired maid as she glared hatefully at him. Wait, Ram, that's... The maid only growled and shot another force of wind towards him. Subaru closed his eyes and prepared for death. But it never came. I keep my promises. Subaru opened his eyes to find Beatrice standing between him and Ram with a force field of sorts shielding him. Go Beatrice-sama. Petra and Felt cheered while Beatrice watched the screen with a forlorn look. How is he going to die in this one? She thought to herself again. You're trying to kill him, Ne-sama. Rem shook her head and tried to get out of her sister's strong hug. But Ram kept a tight hold. Please. Please don't watch, Remington. Just keep me. Keep me in your life for a few more days. Please. Rem was shocked still as her entire body froze. Her sister's begging continued, to which the blue-haired twin could only listen without any way of breaking the hold she was in. I don't want you to hate me because of this. I don't want to kill him. Rem's eyes widened in horror as she understood. Ram was scared of being responsible for another death to Subaru's sister. She tried to comfort Ram, but Rem found out that there was nothing to say here. Both of them committed a horrible crime against someone they both clearly enjoy being around. As long as he remains in this mansion, I am contracted to protect him, I suppose. Beatrice-sama. Ram asked, shocked and angry. Beatrice looked at Roswell with a bland expression. Roswell, he spent last night in the Forbidden Library, I suppose. So he surely had nothing to do with Dash. There is no further need to emphasize the situation at hand. The greatest magic user to have ever lived suddenly had 8 colored orbs of mastered magical arts at the ready as he towered over the spirit girl. However, to guard him with your life, you must have taken quite a liking to him. Beatrice didn't back down from the menacing sight of Roswell powered and at the ready. She stood in his way with an unimpressed look. Say the jokes for your makeup and weird fetishes, I suppose. As the two stared down at one another, Ram cried and yelled out her frustration. None of that even matters. She stood up and glared hatefully. Get out of the way. Let me through. I must avenge Remington. If you anything, tell me. Help me. Ram cried and pleaded with Subaru. Help Rem. Subaru looked down with a frustrated face. Captain. Garfield growled in frustration at his captain's situation. He wouldn't know what he would have done in a situation like this. Just run. Otto yelled out as he immediately noticed how Roswell deeply cared for the twins, enough to pull out nearly all of his powers to face down Beatrice. Ram glared and extended her hand at him. But then Amelia stood in her way. I'm sorry, Ram. Despite all this, I choose to trust Subaru. Subaru, please. Amelia looked behind her at the surprised boy. If you can save Ram, please do. Amelia-sama is always trusting of her knight. But this will only serve to push him into more guilt, Frederica commented as she disliked how hectic things started to become. She trusts him, but he doesn't. This one really needs to work on her anger. Tivy commented on Ram's escalation nervously. I mean, she had her sibling taken away from. I would have done the same if you or Hitaro got taken out. Mimi interjected in fairness to the maid, understanding her anger completely. Subaru looked away from the pleading Amelia. I'm sorry. Amelia and Subaru stared down at one another. Amelia looked betrayed while Subaru struggled to turn around and face her with his back. Slowly, Subaru ran out of the room. Roswell shot his magical arts. Ram shot her wind blades. Beatrice stopped both of them with her own magic. Subaru ran out, and a magical battle began in the room he just left. Subaru. Amelia ran after him. I'm going to kill you. Subaru closed his eyes and ears as he ran away from the enraged Ram. Natsuki. Julius looked at the boy with pity in his golden-hued eyes. Even for a knight, such a situation can be hard to navigate through. Pathetic. Priscilla commented in disgust at the boy. Running away again? Can't use that power of yours for the good of everyone, huh? Felix seemed to mutter with a tight feeling around his chest. I ran away. I ran away from them. I can't go back there again. What choice did I have? What could I? And I was having so much fun. Petra held her heart as she sensed the pain Subaru was going through. Amelia frowned deeply as her knight cried alone in the woods. Beatrice felt guilty that she was going to let him get killed after all of this. And Rem, she hugged her trembling sister and let the screen introduce another reason for the twins to be called monsters within human hearts. I'm sorry. I didn't stop us from doing this to him. He may be himself, but I am so much more disgusting to let an innocent boy get this much pain. He'd have been killed with no one the wiser if not for his power because of me. Rem couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was Ram blaming this all on her? No. Sister. No. Subaru yelled in frustration and gasped some air into his overworked lungs. He ran from the mansion all the way to the dense forest where he was tortured. Subaru ran into the forest with the memories of his last death, playing as Rem brutally hit him and stabbed him with her mace. This looks like the place where I died. Where I died. Subaru stopped right at the spot where his life was ended. What is he thinking, Nao? Felix glared at the screen. If I die? Oh my. Frederica gasped in shock as the others began understanding what the boy was thinking. Will I be saved from this whole situation? Holy shit. He's going to kill himself. Al and Ricardo couldn't believe what they were seeing. Suicide is the most cowardly way to go in a warrior's eyes, but this kid was planning to actively harm himself to control a power that thrives upon death. Of course, if I die, everything will change. Amelia's eyes were wide open as she truly saw how broken Subaru was. If I struggled and fought so much only to end up here, then what's the point? No. Felt shouted as she saw the ledge on the screen. Subaru looked up with a look so broken. Subaru looked ahead and noticed a cliff. He slowly walked towards it and stopped just at the edge. Looking down, it was high, really high, with spikes and rocks at the bottom. He wouldn't survive this fall. GHK. What is it, Julius Quinn? Anastasia demanded of her knight as the scene began getting on her nerves. Everyone looked at the knight in expectancy. Julius looked down with a deep scowl of frustration on his face. I understand now why he said those words. What is it, Julius-san? Amelia pleaded as she had never seen the look of pure helplessness on the elegant royal knight before. When we fought Sloth, it was at the bottom of that ledge. When Sloth was led there by Natsuki Subaru, he asked why the boy led him to a place such as this. Subaru told him that it was a place where his time once ended. The sheer gravity of the words made everyone's hearts drop. Subaru-kun. Rem looked at the boy with a horrified look. No. N. Garfield stuttered in despair, but kept his face head behind his hands as he leaned down in utter horror. What is this, I suppose? Every time I try to help you out of it, you still keep treating your life like it was not worth it. In fact, Beatrice begged, broken by this event happening as she realized it wasn't her failure that led him to his doom, but his own self-destruct. If I close my eyes and take one step, it'll all be over. Wilhelm looked down with a sad frown. He didn't want to see this boy take his own life like this. Pride or not, you've dealt with far too much to be giving up this easily, Subaru Dano. He did have one last disappointed grunt to give. Subaru closed his eyes in agony and looked up in frustration. What will happen to me if I die again? Amelia hugged her knight tightly. This boy began trembling, struggling to place his foot forward and take the step. Sir Natsuki. Crush had a few tears in her eyes at the scene. A confused kid in another world, taking his own life like this. It was inhumane of her to not shed tears at the sight, especially for someone that did so much for her yet received barely the minimum of what he deserved. Slowly, his foot backed away and he fell on his behind away from the ledge. His body rejected the attempt. He didn't want to die. It's just one more step. I can't even do something so simple. The boy's tears fell as he rejected suicide. So he didn't do it? Ram asked softly as the whole scene brought conflicting feelings in her heart. But then how will he die? Felt asked tiredly and in sadness. It's just so morbid to talk about his death. Reinhard closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. This scene has been playing with all of their emotions too much. By far this is his most pathetic stance yet. Priscilla commented full of snark and glanced at her silent companion. So, let me see how you will defend this insolent cowardice and groveling, Aldebaran. This weakling's been getting on mine nerves for a long time. Still not giving him a chance, Princess. Al dignified his lady with a simple response that enraged her even further. Scene change. Darkness. I finally found you. Subaru opened his eyes and looked up. The sky turned orange as the sun began setting. He had slept on the ledge. Why? What, I suppose? Why did you come for me? The contract I entered into was to protect you. I thought you were only supposed to be my bodyguard until this morning. You must be mistaken, I suppose. I don't recall discussing a time limit. Subaru looked up at the empathetic Beatrice. Clinging to faint hope only serves your own convenience, I suppose. Subaru's eyes widened as Beatrice glared at him. What was lost can't be reclaimed. You'll have no more chances to explain yourself to the older sister. You threw that away. No matter which is lost, those sisters will never be complete again, I suppose. Subaru looked down. But I cared about those too, and I wanted to protect them. Even after they killed him? Anastasia asked in surprise. This guy is an idiot. Felt shouted in outrage. Not Suki-san. Otto just smiled a sad, tired smile at his brother's big heart. Even Garfield peeked from between his fingers in surprise. Oh, are you a fool? You're such a fool. Beatrice had to shake her head in disgruntlement. Thank you. Roswell felt compelled to at least give Subaru this. For there was no treasure in this entire world worth what Subaru had given the Lord. Even though Roswell's guilt stretched far, for he was the one to condition both maids into these problems that confused them and turned them hostile, Roswell wouldn't ever let them die because of it. He loved those two. He wanted to protect them. Not just because of their importance in his destiny. See? You forgot that this kid isn't like the normal idiots you deal with, Princess. Al bitterly pointed at the screen and glanced towards his master. Priscilla simply glared at Subaru's face with a bit of her jaw slackened, as if she was taken aback. What is this? That's him being an idiot with a good heart. Al sighed as he answered his lady's question in an annoyed tone. Good heart, Priscilla repeated with a disgusted expression while looking at her knight. Al shrugged. Yeah, kid's a freak. But that's why I'm telling you to keep an eye on him. He might have more to interest you, Princess. Priscilla hummed and turned her eyes back on Subaru as she cooled her expression of bewilderment. Maybe. There's something for mine divine eyes to notice here. This is the world's decision to help me. There must be something to please me greatly if mine self has to go through this trouble to look for it. What do you know about them, I suppose? No matter which is lost, they'll never be restored to what they were. They can't be. So in the end, I was just making a selfish, disgraceful fuss without knowing anything. Beatrice held her hand out to him. At the very least, you need to die where I can't see you, or I'll have bad dreams, I suppose. So I'll help you escape this domain. Subaru slowly touched Beatrice's hand. And then he remembered that dream. That feeling of safety brought by someone holding his hands. Subaru stared at his hand, unsettled. Come to think of it, back then, someone was holding both my hands. Credits song playing with the scene. Song name, Myth and Royd, Straight Bet. The image of both twin maids standing by his sides, holding his hands. Rem. Oh. Amelia's shock was visible as she couldn't believe the number of shifts Subaru had to go through just to remember this one scene. And she was more shocked because she could apparently tell how he was going to die now. You'll be dying for them. That's Dash. Amelia clicked her tongue as she looked away from the sleeping boy with anguish in her heart. Why is he doing this? Rem seemed to nestle deeper into her sister's neck as she muttered. He wants to save us still? Ram asked her question as she finally turned around to face the screen once again. A look of wonder and hope shining through her reddened face. If they couldn't bear to see me suffer and held both my hands. If that's the kind of people they are, how can I leave them? He's just actively looking for an excuse to die now. Felix grunted in disgust at this tonal shift. Wilhelm-sama, it seems you were incorrect about one thing. Crush turned to the old man as he nodded to her respectfully. That is, Crush-sama? Natsuki never thought about giving up on the mansion once this whole time. At her revelation, Wilhelm could only widen his eyes and blink rapidly. Crush nodded her head and turned to the screen with a small grin appearing on her face. Shada noticed the before, Princess and Anastasia mused while smirking in a wolfish manner, securing another obscure detail about Subaru that she had beaten Crush for. The Duchess simply dignified herself by not responding and keeping watch on the screen. I'm going to kill you. I heard a voice filled with hatred. But more than that, Ram simply flinched momentarily, understanding that she really needed better control of herself, but also understanding how much she can lose by losing it over her own sister's death. She would have killed an innocent. Would that matter to me if Ram was gone anyway? Subaru closed his eyes and thought back to her haunting scream as she held her dead sister. Her cries won't leave my mind. I've always been the type to drift toward whichever path was easiest. Hey Subaru, you're thinking of something pretty stupid here. The image of Rem's smiling face during his second loop played in his mind. And after I managed to save this life. Subaru remembered the twins, teasing him in the kitchen. He smirked. That's right. I saved my life, so what's wrong with taking the path that's easiest, that will let me live longer? I'll decide how I use my life. This guy is. Felix gritted his teeth at the selfish boy. He's gonna do it. Anastasia uttered, her face now turning to disbelief as Reinhard and Julius smiled sadly. To save the sisters that were torn apart, Crush smirked and shook her head tiredly. She didn't want to play this game with Anastasia, but hell, this merchant girl can be so dense to the important details in Subaru's mentality. He really wants to be a hero. Al spat while shaking his head in frustration. Seeing his pal go through so much and decide to throw a chance for survival, just so he can help the ones who killed him? This was disgusting. This one is a fool. Priscilla seemed uncertain as she just stared at the screen in puzzlement. Beatrice looked behind him. You were too slow. Subaru looked back. He was met with an enraged Ram, completely powered up and ready to use her wind blades to cut him limb from limb. I finally found you. I won't let you get away. Ram slowly stepped towards him with her wind blowing dangerously. Stay back, I suppose. So long as my contract exists, I won't hold back, not even against you. Beatrice warned as she stood in front of Subaru. And you, Beatrice-sama, seem to forget that we're not in the mansion now. We're away from the forbidden library, in the forest. Are you certain you can protect him from me? Ram and Beatrice stood, facing one another. The moment was serious. The moment was about to turn into an epic fight. Until this wonderful dumbass stepped closer and took hold of both drills on Biko's head. Boing! Beatrice shrieked as the boy let her drills jump up and down. Oh, that feels good. WHWHWH, what are doing? Do you want to die? Beatrice turned around and yelled at Subaru while he looked down at her with a duh expression. Even through the grim situation and the hopeless atmosphere, Subaru managed to make everyone chuckle and smile. Don't be dumb. I don't want to die in the slightest. I'm fine with dying just once at the end of a long life. That's how I really feel, he smiled at the girl. Ram watched as Subaru stepped in front of her. You've got guts. So you've finally accepted your fate. I wouldn't call it that. If anything, I'd say I've made up my mind. Subaru bowed before Ram. Sorry, I caused a lot of grief for you guys by being such a loser. Barusu, Ram softly said as she looked down. Save my sister. Please. The pink Oni was crying for the second time in the theater. So you do know something about Ram? No, sorry, but I honestly don't know a thing. Frankly, there's too much I don't know. But Subaru looked at Ram with a brave face. I decided to learn more about the things I don't know. How can you say that now? Ram is already dead. What can you do by learning anything now? Ram shouted enraged. I won't make any cool statements about what I'll be able to do. This is what happened when I couldn't do anything, after all. I know better than anyone that my words aren't convincing in the least. But I do remember. I know parts of you too that you've forgotten. What do you know about Ram and me? You're right. I don't know anything that's really important. But you don't know either, do you? Know what? Ram growled, confused and angry. Subaru took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. That I love you guys. You idiot, Emilia said as she resembled the ensemble of people around her by her slack-jawed expression and eyes filled with disbelief. You absolute moron. Emilia breathed heavily as her nerves became a mess from her frustration at this scene. You can't just forgive something like that for this small of a reason, I suppose. Beatrice seemed on the same boat as she now held on to Subaru's arm tightly and grit her teeth in fury. The two guilty twins seemed to be catatonic as both girls couldn't believe what they had heard. Both Rem and Ram felt their hearts collapsing or freeing themselves from the tight hold of fear and guilt for a single moment. Before Rem remembered that she was dead in this reality, and Subaru had to die for the third, possibly the fourth time because of her. I'm so sorry. Subaru-kun, she whispered with an ashamed frown. She couldn't help but feel grateful for this. She had to be. Or else Emilia would have one more reason to be better than her for Subaru's heart. I'm so selfish. I'm so disgusting. Ram stared at the boy in shock. Subaru turned around and ran towards the ledge. Wait. Beatrice called out in shock. The memory of them greeting him in his room. The memory of when Ram bandaged his cut finger. The memory of him and Ram studying together. The memory of Emilia doing warm-ups with him. The memory of him helping Beatrice with her books. Subaru's mind played these, solidifying his conviction. He ran faster, barefoot, towards the ledge and jumped. This is something only I can do. As he fell mid-air, the memories of the twins broken apart by death played. It was followed by a memory of Ram shouting, "I'm going to kill you." With that last memory on his mind, Subaru plummeted towards the spikes and rocks at high speeds. "I'm going to save you." Closer. Closer. The spikes came closer. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Natsuki Subaru died. Title card. Natsuki Subaru's restart. Credits song, Styx Helix. Episode 4 Director's Cut End. Holy shit. Subaru. Everyone was staring at the screen with expressions of shock. Rim cried as she nestled her face into his hair. He killed himself to save her. "My hero," she whispered with her heart filled with warmth and guilt. Emilia and Biko just stared at the dark screen with angry glares and frustration towards the boy's horrific end. Ram, she was crying and smiling. She was happy that her sister was going to be all right. "Thank you, Barusu." The screen lit up again. "Thank you so much, Natsuki Subaru-kun," Roswell warmly said under his breath, feeling nothing but relief in his heart. Episode 5. Arc 2's continuation. Start. Chapter 6. EP5 Director's Cut. The theater's audience was looking at the dark screen with varied reactions. The air inside of the room was dirty in a sense. The entire atmosphere held an aura of muck that disgusted half of the audience in the theater. This wasn't due to an actual flaw in the faculty of the great room, no. It was more to do with the sheer emotions of regret and disgust that were emitted from many of the occupants. "So he killed himself?" One such occupant whispered, brokenly, while staring at the empty void of the dark window. "Because I brought him with me? Because I just wanted to have a friend in that lonely mansion." Subaru was hurt that much. Emilia, the silver-haired half-elf that possessed tear stains on her cheeks and an expression of pure disbelief and horror, faltered to keep her voice from breaking. She sobbed into her palm. Her other hand kept a grip not so tight on another. The boy's sleeping form beside her was inactive to this gesture of comfort. Emilia was effectively holding the hand of a corpse if not for the warmth she felt when squeezing it. "He killed himself, and he can't even tell me about it." "Oh, Subaru." Emilia's eyes remained closed once she realized that the darkness of the screen uncomfortably resembled the shadow world she witnessed her knight be tortured in. Words cannot describe Emilia's horror at this shocking fact, nor her heartbreak that her knight lived with that fact hanging over him this whole time. I was none the wiser to his pain. No one would have foreseen this, I suppose. While the half-elf was shocked to the core by her guilt, a certain spirit girl was more content to just hug her contractor's arm tightly, rubbing a certain spot that was the subject of many arguments she had with him for many nights. "Forgive Betty, I suppose," Beatrice muttered as she hugged Subaru's arm, rubbing the spots she would see him screw. Beatrice understood why he does what he does at night. He's desperate for relief, in fact, she whispered as she let the warmth overtake her. "Beatrice." Emilia finally broke out of her reservation. The silver-haired girl finally seemed to take in the shape of the little spirit sitting opposite her side. Emilia frowned deeply at the spirit's no longer elegant or composed state. Beatrice's cheeks held dried lines that were visible even in the dimly lit darkness of the room. Her drill twin tails were unfolding with each second. The ornate dress she elegantly wore was wrinkled and had been marks that ruined its charm. But Emilia's heart didn't break just because of a few visible signs of the little girl's sadness. She can see the guilt in the little one's eyes. Beatrice was holding Subaru's hand and staring at it with the most miserable look one could find on an adorable girl's face. It broke the half-elf's heart in two. This isn't fair. Emilia's thoughts stopped abruptly as an idea hit her. All of a sudden, the half-elf seemed to have hope in her eyes as her spirit was brought back. She quickly stood up and worked through her stiff muscles. Her steps on the carpet made her lightheaded because of how much time she spent immobile. Foregoing the little bit of nausea that hit her, Emilia was more than happy to stop her very short walk and kneel so she could take the blonde lowly in her arms. "What's the meaning of this, I wonder?" the spirit asked in a hoarse, weakened voice, unable to move away from the endearingly tight hug from the princess. "Can I just—" Emilia stuttered from above the little girl. Her silver bell voice cracked once she continued. "You look really sad." "I am too. I think we both need this." Beatrice's eyes narrowed with Emilia's statement. Betty's feeling nothing but what she should, in fact. "He's my contractor dash. He's my knight, Beatrice. He's the one person to tell me they loved me and mean it." Emilia had cut the spirit off along with removing herself from the hug. The silver-haired princess was on her knees in front of Beatrice's seat, oddly still able to tower an inch over the blonde. Beatrice seemed to grow angrier at Emilia's serious look. "Then tell me, Emilia, why did you forgive those murderers?" The candidate seemed to flinch at the coldness in tone. "Wah." Emilia's eyes widened as she caught on to what Beatrice alluded to. "No." Emilia almost scathingly whispered as her expression contorted to a disgusted glare. No. Don't make this look like I'm forgiving Rem and Ram for what they had done. I'll never forgive it, even if Subaru lost all memory of those lives they had taken from him." Inspecting Emilia narrowly, Beatrice seemed to grow angrier by her glare intensifying. Amelia's vehement denial and almost naive, betrayed expression painted a contradictory picture of what the half-elf just did. Then what would you call what you did? Beatrice growled at the kneeling girl. Why would you let them go unpunished when we had them under scrutiny, I wonder? The spirit's question was almost immediately refuted by the surprising confidence in Amelia's tone. I didn't forgive them, but I don't think they are deserving of a penalty. Amelia's eyes softened, now aimed to the ground. No matter how angry they make me, I really don't think Subaru would like it if anything drastic happened while he's absent. Her tone grew weak as she gazed up at the sleeping form of her knight with a frown. Amelia, the half-elf, turned her gaze on the girl before her. Beatrice had an unreadable glare on her face that didn't tell if she was angry or just frustrated with Amelia. Please, go and take back your seat, I suppose. Beatrice. Seeing that nothing could be done to change the situation into a better position, Amelia accepted the clear fracture between her and the spirit with grace. She nodded her head and stood up to take her seat. Amelia's frown turned pursed as she kept a few tears from flowing down. The heavy feeling of disappointment and guilt became a serious problem in Amelia's chest. She had forgotten how to breathe for a few moments. All the half-elf could do was keep playing the memory of the blue maid's crying face in her mind. Seeing the pure despair on Rem's face, feeling bad for a murderer. She looked innocent. Amelia thought internally with a conflicted frown. Why wouldn't I punish her? After what she did to him. To Subaru. Going from the Silver Princess and her internal problems with guilt and despair, one blue-haired Oni seemed to have a more outward attitude about her own guilt and horror. Rem, dear, poor Remington. The Oni maid was broken. She was hugging her legs as if she was a ball, trying to hide from the world. She tried to hide her overwhelming shame by crying into her stocking-clad knees. Seeing her own death, her sister's deranged breakdown over her body. Her sister should never cry over someone so worthless like her. She was supposed to be a selfish monster that deserved to be forgotten. She killed an innocent boy and made her sister cry. She was supposed to be punished. Yet, Rem still had her horn. She still had her sister's love. She was still saved by Subaru. He even went as far as to take his own life in such a brutal manner only to preserve her life. I'm so sorry, Subaru-kun. You're amazing. The maid pathetically whispered her apology and adoration, desperately wishing she could be allowed to sit by him and hug his back to feel the warmth of his body and the heartbeat in his chest. Let's give you all a moment to process the previous viewing. The general consensus around the room was that of agreement with the screen's mysterious voice. The last scene had shocked all the viewers to the core, except for a certain number of individuals sitting in the room. One of them. What a disappointing waste of time that was. A certain fiery-haired princess with blood-red eyes looked away from the screen with a scowl on her face. Candidate Bariel, are you saying that the scene represented to us was unimportant? Priscilla looked down at the only person that's been refuting her this entire viewing. You've grown more annoying than usual, commoner. Although the scarlet eyes narrowed hatefully at her, Crush was standing firm while glaring through her own amber irises at Priscilla. I won't ask why you don't feel anything towards the boy's mental condition. Most of us know how futile talking feelings with a nasty one like yourself is. But I do want to know why you still insist on calling this a waste. Commoners and mongrels are the ones that concern themselves with feelings. Priscilla glared as she met Crush's gaze with her own. The people around them backed away and watched the two candidates with weary glances. Feelings are all you filthy rats care about, and that greatly annoys me. Ah, so you see our emotions as inconvenient? Crush asked with a frown of sympathy aimed at the red-clad matriarch. More like sometimes amusing to play with and sometimes boring to watch. The orange-haired maiden fanned herself while staring down at Crush. So, why are you annoyed at what you saw in the window now? Anastasia Hashin entered the stare-down with an emotionless look, the effect of the previous viewing still making her unable to pick up the pleasantries to smile. Priscilla slowly pointed her fan towards the sleeping Subaru. That one, over there, she whispered. Crush and Anastasia looked at the boy with confusion and then stared at the red-dressed princess. For some reason, he greatly amuses me. Priscilla whispered and glared at him. Yes, I think he's caught everyone's attention by now. What's your point? Anastasia asked in an annoyed tone. Common opportunistic rats, such as you, should be able to tell exactly what this one's disgusting power is capable of. Anastasia glared at the princess with hatred but remained silent. What do you mean, Bariel? Crush, annoyed and angry at the nasty person before her, asked. What Bariel-sama is saying is that Subaru-kun has the power to achieve whatever he wishes. Once the ominous and untrustworthy Roswell weighed his opinion in a semi-conspiring tone, almost all three maidens glared hatefully at him, especially Priscilla. Ram immediately looked at him in surprise, trying to understand why he would enter the discussion in such a way. The magic lord had a small tremble in his hands that only she could notice. Even his weird, fake grin that was aimed at the candidates before him couldn't hide how nervous he had become. Roswell-sama, are you worried for Barusa too? The question was not answered, for it was only in Ram's head. But she couldn't ask this of him, not when she already knew the answer to it. But what she didn't understand is why would he try and act now, in front of the candidates and their knights? I don't remember a clown being included in our conversation, Anastasia mused while glaring at the shady clown. Roswell wasn't affected by the three candidates glaring hatefully at him. He smiled wide and leaned back in his seat. I do believe, Fayed, I have the right to give my own opinion on the matter. Natsuki Subaru is a registered Mathers knight after all. For just a moment, Roswell looked smug. What did you mean by that statement? Crush ignored her feelings of disgust and urged the Magi to continue. It's simple. What candidate Bariel-sama is disgusted by is Sorukun's kingmaker ability. Anastasia and Crush looked at the clown with wide-opened eyes as they understood the implications. Ram narrowed her eyes at him. What is he doing, she thought. He must know the danger he was putting Subaru in if he exposed the uses of this power to the other candidates. Why would he do this? As the maid fell into deeper confusion, her employer continued facing off against the royal ladies tested for the crown. The smirk on Roswell's face widened. Don't you see? Subaru-kun managed to make a three-way alliance between competing camps to achieve the impossible feat of defeating the White Wahali. How do you think he knew about all the needed information? Roswell smugly looked down at the two shocked candidates. He returned by death, Crush uttered with widened eyes. She didn't have time to think about it with everything going on. But she remembered how Subaru was able to perfectly call out her plan and made the flaws and wrinkles disappear by implementing his own. Faye's correct. Now imagine what Subaru-kun will do if, say, someone other than Emilia-sama was chosen to be the next ruler of the kingdom. By now, Roswell's face was so contorted as the smirk on his face twisted wide. Some of his skin that wasn't covered in clown makeup was showing. It was ugly. Ram knew and understood when a smile was fake and when a smirk was specifically made to show the ugliest side of who you are to an opponent. And Roswell-sama only uses this to mislead people. What is trying to do by exposing Barusu to these girls like this? What does he want to accomplish by leading them here? Everyone in the room heard what he said, and they all understood the meaning. A certain half-elf looked down with her hands trembling. He can change whatever outcome that he doesn't like. Anastasia glared at the ground in frustration as the full implication of this power finally set into her merchant mind. It was terrifying for her to have such power over fate itself. With a frown of contemplation, the merchant candidate began to mutter dryly. I thought this power was not important enough since he wouldn't be able to use it, but this last viewing showed him doing just the dash. But Natsuki Subaru won't be doing such a thing. Anastasia looked at the green-haired maiden with surprise, as did most of the room's occupants. You think the boy won't use his ability to gain the upper hand in this election? Anastasia questioned the firm-looking Crush. The Karsten heir nodded her head and met Roswell's eyes with her own, filled with belief. Now that I think about it, Pal has already taken most of the credit for both the whale and sloth takedowns. Those two were very helpful to Emilia's reputation. That is very suspicious. Al pondered from his place beside Priscilla. Those who had the same line of thinking began agreeing with him. Yeah, maybe Subaru did use his cheating ability to win some good points with the public. Tivy nodded his head as his tactic-driven mind went into overdrive. Some among the watchers nodded along with the boy's statement. We have seen that he has no regard for his life anymore. He jumped off a cliff with a smile. Julius muttered as he glared down and processed the words and the thoughts that came with such words. He was conflicted. His heart was screaming that Subaru was a hero that deserved respect and praise for his efforts in making this world a better place. He wanted to be a friend to the boy because he genuinely likes the guy. But his pride as a knight and a warrior was making him fear the boy bit by bit. What if Subaru used that power to take over the kingdom? Who could stop him? What if he was taken over by the witch? It was a scary thought. It was terrifying for Julius, more than it was heartbreaking for the implications on their friendship. Natsuki Subaru could be using all of us from the beginning to achieve whatever he wants. Some looked at the purple-haired young man with disbelief, and some were beginning to agree with him. Reinhard glanced at his friend in frustration. Are you saying that Subaru was lying to all of us, just to get some connections through this race? His heart clenched as Julius looked away from him. But you said that Subaru was one of the good guys? Ricardo lost his smile and glared at his friend in the camp. The dogman was angry that Subaru's faith was doubted. No one jumps off a damn cliff to save someone that killed him. Al mused from the back, making Ricardo look at him with an angry glare. It's a shame. These two were great friends when this started. The one-armed helmet-wearing knight shrugged him off. It seemed as if the knight was uncaring to this discussion. Ram was glaring at him in suspicion. He could have just wanted to stay in the mansion. If he saved the blue-haired maid, he could be a permanent guest and get treated like royalty. Tivy lamented from the back. I have to agree that Subaru-kyun is someone not to be trusted. Felix growled in anger. Felix, what's with you? Why are you so hateful? Crush looked at her knight, with betrayal clear in her eyes. The cat boy surprised all as he stood up and glared at his master with tears in his eyes. If he was so inclined to use that dirty witch power to gain the upper hand, then how can you trust in him so much? Crush's eyes widened at her loyal friend's anger. For the first time since she met him, Felix was directly challenging her. What do you mean? Reinhard asked one of his few friends as his guilt mounted more and more. Why couldn't he have just taken Subaru with him? Why did he let the boy throw his life away like this? Captain S been using this power to help all OU. Why are you so mad at him? Garfield angrily stared the cat boy down, ready to punch the living shit out of him for glossing over his captain's awesomeness. He watched Subaru dive off a cliff to save someone that murdered him. Captain S, the greatest hero I've ever known. He promised to save everyone even if he dies. Garfield was shocked to his core at Subaru's suicide. He thought that such a power might make his captain a monster with no heart or care for anyone, since he was able to control time itself. But that suicide scene showed Garfield a broken, beaten kid that wanted to do anything to save someone he cares about. That kid was his captain, the same person that had saved him from the sanctuary. Garfield will be damned if they think less of his brother. As the guilt-ridden Reinhard and the outraged Garfield faced him and demanded an answer to his hatred for their friend, Felix only stared at his master and answered coldly. If Natsuki Subaru was using the return by death ability to win the election for Emilia, wouldn't that explain why you still had your memories taken? Crush's eyes narrowed at Felix. She was disappointed. What are you saying? Garfield growled, already done with the cat. Felix's hatred came forth once more as he glared at the blonde boy. If Subaru truly cared for his friends, he would have killed himself back than to stop Crush-sama and the maid from being attacked by gluttony. Eyes widened and breaths hitched as the healer faced the shield with a look of pure fury. Subaru understood that saving Rem would also save Crush-san. That's why he didn't kill himself and let the maid stay in her sleeping beauty state of coma. Had he killed himself and stopped Crush and the injured that she took with her, the most popular candidate wouldn't have lost her memories, and Emilia would still have an honest rival in this race. Felix, the cat boy's entire form went frigid. His body trembled. His face morphed in horror. He looked back. A cold and angry glare. A disappointed, stern expression. A glint of hurt in both eyes. In her beautiful, shining, honey-colored eyes. Sit down. Felix looked down and obeyed his master. His disappointed master. Crush turned to Garfield and bowed her head. I apologize for my knight's words, she humbly said to the boy. Garfield shook his head and sat down, keeping his eyes on the cat boy and the knight beside him. But what your knight has said still has merit. Why did not Natsuki Subaru use his ability to help save you? Anastasia looked conflicted at the sleeping Subaru. Boss, the archbishops attacked when me and Bro were taking on the sloth. Ricardo had a grim look on his face. He could have still warned Crush-sama before she left. Julius told silently as his face, expressionless and emotionless, looked at the ground. He wanted his friend to be innocent of such foul tricks, but he just couldn't. He would need to die, though. Tivy sounded as he backed Anastasia. Mimi quickly slammed her brother on the head. Ow. Enough already. Big Bro gave his all in that fight. Against both Whale and the creepy man. You have no right to speak about him as if he was a villain. Mimi shouted at her brother as her feelings of awe and amazement at Subaru's bravery that night came back full force. Garfield smiled at the little girl. He could get along with her. She knew how awesome his captain was. It is suspicious, though. Why wouldn't he warn the others of Gluttony's attack? Why would he take all the credit for both fights? It's clear now that he can kill himself without a problem, since that was what he did in the last viewing. Al mused his thoughts to the conflicted crowd without remorse for what his words are doing to the people below him. It boiled Ram's blood with rage. Stop fanning the flames. She spat at the horrid knight, who shrugged and held his hand up. Hey, can't blame me if something is needed, Miss Maid. Your friends are being morons at the moment, not my fault. The pink-haired girl was taken aback by this answer, letting surprise overcome her expression before she glared at him again. What do you mean? Al turned away from her and nodded towards the people in the rows below them. Ram looked to where he was directing and watched in confusion. Reinhard looked at Julius and then at Subaru. We saw how he ended up in this world. How he met me and Emilia-sama. I don't think he's using us to obtain a further advantage for a race he didn't even know about until he came to this world. Reinhard tried to reason. He wanted to believe that Subaru was a friend. He wanted to have him as a friend. Julius looked unconvinced. He was afraid of Subaru. He was afraid that his friend was an enemy. Why does the witch support him then? Julius coldly asked Reinhard. That is fair to ask. Reinhard slowly looked down and clenched his fists. He wanted to be Subaru's friend, but the evidence couldn't be ignored, and he had a code that set his doubts above his feelings. But Subaru didn't have Reinhard as his only friend. There was another friend that was shaking in place as he heard this nonsense. Luckily, this one didn't have a code to follow. Julius-san. Julius looked up slowly to see who it was that called him. Asterisk thump. Asterisk. Damn. Whoa. Whoa. Hey. Everyone looked on with shock and surprise as Julius was suddenly punched in the face. I know that you weren't hurt by that, Julius-san. So please, look me in the eye as I speak to you. This act can lead to your execution, you know? You just assaulted a royal knight. Julius slowly and coldly turned his head and faced the merchant standing before him. Otto simply glared sternly down at Julius. You seemed like you needed it. Julius's eyebrow raised at this. How so? Otto's eyes narrowed. Because you were forgetting who your friend was. Julius's breathing hitched. You were afraid of Natsuki-san just now, weren't you? Otto questioned coldly. Julius's eyes widened. You were trying to grasp onto anything just to justify the fear that was spreading through you. And you were forgetting about Natsuki-san being your friend and who he was. The merchant's glare narrowed and pierced through the elegant knight easily. How gay. Julius looked away as he clenched his fists. Otto had him pegged from the start. Think of all the times you've spent with Natsuki-san. The one you know. The merchant harshly pointed at the knight's chest with a glare of disappointment and anger on his face. Julius couldn't refute Otto. His composure was gone, and his elegance crumbled at the intervention from what he thought was a meek merchant tagging along with Emilia's camp. Otto turned around and walked to his seat, leaving the bruised knight as he thought about how he truly saw the boy named Subaru Natsuki. A monster that could ruin his kingdom? A fraud that used him and his friends? Or the amazing brash son of a bitch that had a heart of gold? His friend. Reinhard looked down and thought about Otto's words as well. He started lamenting about all the interactions he's had with the nasty-eyed boy. I wish I spent more time with him, he muttered as he found his memories with his friend sparse. That's what you get for not being greedy. A voice long forgotten sounded out. Felt-sama. The blonde girl that had been silent all this time finally spoke up in a mocking yet sincere tone as she smirked at her knight. You need to be greedy. You need to ask your friend to spend some time with you more. Reinhard looked taken aback by this. How could a boy that had torn his family, ruined lives because of his selfish and slothful self, be more greedy? That's an order. You need to be a true friend to Big Bro. Felt smirked at him. Reinhard could only smile. It was his lady's orders. He would be greedy. The little girl smiled and leaned back in her seat as she looked at her big bro. She wasn't a dumbass. She understood what the gray-haired idiot was doing when he punched Julius. She was shocked by how hard Subaru's life was, but she was never going to think badly of him. She missed her chance before. She was knocked out when Subaru's fate was decided. She won't lose him this time. If pain and death were all he got because no one wanted to help him, then she and Reinhard would save him. Felt had her mind set. She wanted to be greedy too. Crush nodded her head at what the green-clad boy had said. She had been dumbfounded when she learned about Subaru's power. She was terrified of the implications. But in her heart, she knew one thing that keeps her faith firm in the black-haired bow knight. He was a knight, and she needed to respect that. Powered by Otto's action, Crush faced Priscilla and Anastasia with her own firm stance. Felix's take on this did not hinder her way of seeing things at all. That boy would never use that power for his own advantage. What makes you say that? He took the credit for the fight that your army and my mercenaries have battled, Anastasia asked Crush in a tone that was non-accusatory but still greatly shrewd. Sure, her mercenary force was sent for support only, and she had accepted a percentage of mining rights, as well as safe trade routes as her only payment. She was a little miffed at how the people only spoke about Emilia's knight, as if he was the one that did all the work. To the merchants and everyone else's surprise, the Duchess let out a hefty chuckle. Let me correct a certain misconception about Natsuki-sama. All of you seem to have. Anastasia looked at the standing Crush as did most of the occupants in the room. After the white whale had been subjugated, Natsuki Subaru refused any kind of praise from me. He was shocked when I told him that he will be given credit for what he had done. He even tried to make me take all of the glory for myself. Crush smiled warmly for a second at the sleeping boy. Yes, a boy that had no power or talent. That big of an effort made by such a boy needed to be praised and announced to the world. It was I who praised him and told the people of his achievements, Crush confidently announced to the theater's audience. What? Emilia squeaked out, her eyes wide in disbelief. Subaru did that? She asked weakly. Her frown deepened. She felt left out of the conversation and didn't like it. Anastasia's eyes widened as she never thought about Subaru denying such praise. Or she should have. Of course this unambitious idiot would do something like that. Anastasia facebombed as she thought about the boy's personality so far. A little smile found its way on her lips. So he didn't take advantage of you? My bad. Al said in a bored tone and leaned back in his seat. Ram looked at him in shock. No. Yes. Your buddies just need a little push to get to the right conclusion about my pal. That's all. Al shrugged underneath Ram's shocked gaze. You were trying to get everyone to stop thinking badly of Barusu by making him look bad? Ram questioned with an expression expressing how ludicrous the thought was. The helmeted knight didn't glance back at her. Hey, I knew Pal had some great friends that would protect his image. I just needed to set the stage. Why would you do that? What do you have to gain? Ram questioned the man in bewilderment. Al shrugged again. Nothing. I just want to get out of here, and you guys are wasting time discussing stuff. I needed to speed things up. Plus, I dislike the clown guy's approach to helping my pal's image. At this, Ram's mind pieced together what he meant immediately. Everyone was divided on whether Subaru can be trusted or not. She couldn't see it before, but after that suicidal death, something changed in everyone's heads. Return by death was dangerous if the user decided their life was an easy cost. Roswell-sama. Ram glanced back towards her employer who was standing away from her over the rows, beside Priscilla's seat. Had he set this all up so everyone could talk? So that Subaru's friends would squash the worry of the others? Was Roswell manipulating the people below them to help Subaru, or for something else? The pink-haired maid seemed reserved on the choice as she eyed her master. So much chaos. I wonder if this is what you wanted. Roswell smiled at the princess clad in red sitting in the same row as him. Priscilla was expressionless as she fanned herself and looked down at the crowd beneath her. The princess sighed and dropped her fan on AL's lap. Princess. Al looked up as his mistress stood from her seat and smack, Roswell Sama. Ram quickly ran to help her master's side as he lay on the floor. The clown waved slowly and rubbed the spot on his face that was met with the sole of Priscilla's boot. It's all right, Ram. I suppose Bariel Sama has a good reason to kick my handsome face. The orange-haired princess had a disgusted scowl on her face as she lowered her leg and wiped her shoe on the carpeted floor. Aldebaran, you will lick my shoe later. I'm afraid it came into contact with sewer sludge. Roswell narrowed his eyes at the princess, seemingly annoyed as he stood with the help of his maid. Princess, please don't start a war with the most powerful magic user and another candidate sponsor. The exasperated helmeted knight sighed as he tried to calm the maiden down. This dog needed some discipline, and I took it upon myself to correct him. Priscilla looked at the crowd with a look of pure superiority. My reason for disgust wasn't for this dog's implication. I had another reason that made me both disgusted and amused by that boy. Crush grinned as she had to admit. That kick was satisfying to watch. The purple-haired merchant beside her was smirking behind her coat as well. What is that reason? Anastasia asked cheerfully. Priscilla looked annoyed that she had to speak with these commoners. I suppose a goddess such as myself should be the one to explain it to the filthy mongrels. The princess pointed at the sleeping Subaru while looking interested. The boy amuses me and disgusts me because I don't understand him. What do you mean? Felt was the one to finally enter the discussion as she wanted to know what this nasty girl thought about her big bro. A rat such as yourself wouldn't get it. What I want to know is why this boy didn't use his power to remove his shame. What are you talking about? Petra was the one that finally spoke up as she tiredly looked at the princess. The little girl's heart was shattered that her hero killed himself and was killed by someone she held as her Sama. And now there was another incident that added to his shame? Petra wasn't going to make it through. I think I know what candidate Sama is talking about. All eyes turned to the old butler sitting beside the rigid Felix. Wilhelm Dono. Crush looked at her knight in surprise. She forgot about him, to be honest. I apologize for my intrusion, but I may have grasped the meaning behind Bariel Sama's conflicted feelings. Priscilla looked at the old man and scoffed, as if a demented old fool could understand the mind of a goddess. But it is a little amusing to watch you try. Crush sighed at the princess's ego and turned towards her bowing butler, nodding to give him permission. Wilhelm spoke towards the scarlet-eyed maiden while keeping his voice just loud enough to make the others hear him. Subaru Dono didn't use his power to erase that shameful behavior he displayed in the royal castle that day. HGK. Julius and Felix looked at the old man with wide-open eyes. That's true. Reinhard wanted to laugh out loud for the first time in forever, but since this was his grandfather speaking, he decided to not cut him off. He did feel more hurt that his own grandfather was standing up for Subaru more than he was. The old man smiled warmly with his blue eyes shining with respect and conviction. You're confused and disgusted because you can't understand that someone could have such a selfless, good-hearted soul. You thought this power would make for an opportunistic, heartless monster. Priscilla's eyes widened as the old man described her thoughts exactly. Crush smirked proudly. Yet all we've seen is a boy using what he could to save his friends, and that is something you can't comprehend. Priscilla wanted to slam her heel into this swan's face. How dare? GHK. She wanted to shout at him and kill him where he stood. How dare he read her mind like this? She, a god among commoner scum, can't understand the good heart of one weak, pathetic boy. What foolish deception. The black-haired boy was. Slam. Ow. Princess. Some grimaced at the kick Priscilla delivered to her knight's stomach. He was sent into a wall. Priscilla sat down with a huff as she glared at the boy sleeping far away, being hugged by a little blonde, and had another obsessive silver-haired half-wit clinging to him. Emilia caught Priscilla's eye and held on to Subaru's arm tightly. The half-elf didn't like how everyone seemed to go on their interest in Subaru, as if he was an object. Wilhelm sat down and returned to take his posture of watching in silence. Crush and Anastasia sat down beside their conflicted knights. Everyone was as conflicted as Priscilla. Some couldn't help but be overridden by their guilt for not helping defend the boy when they could, like Frederica and Petra. Others simply waited for more to be revealed. Roswell was escorted to sit down between his dutiful maids again. His expression was one of pure relief, one that only Ram had noticed. You were helping Barusu again? I'm not always helping Subaru-kun, as you've seen, Ram. I need to do my part in some way. I'm glad Alcuin and his esteemed liege allowed me to use them, so I can push everyone to a better path in seeing our hero. The Lord spoke in a softened tone that no one could hear except for her. He had a sad smile on his face even when he was only looking at his pants as he wiped dust off of them. Ram's silence was a testament to her shock. Her face didn't show it, but her heart was filled with an incredible amount of guilt and shame. So you did this because you feel like it's your fault Barusa died so many times? She didn't understand how it never passed her mind before. Of course, Roswell felt like it was all his fault. No matter what anybody says, he was the one that commanded the mansion and had the authority to protect everyone in it. Subaru's death was no more Ram's fault than his own to anyone that would think about it. Even if he removed himself from suspicion, he still held a lot of guilt in his heart. This made the Oni incredibly shameful for doubting her master. Her shame was far more engrossing once she realized just how much of all of this was her fault. Had she been a better older sister and helped Ram with her insecurity, Subaru wouldn't have had to suffer such brutal endings, nor would her master need to manipulate the others and place more attention on himself to protect their image. In a way, Ram knew that he blamed himself for how her sister turned out. The pink-haired demon crushed the end of her skirt in her shaking fists. The gloved hand that covered her wrathful, clenched one calmed her down to an extent, but didn't stop the flames of shame from burning her heart. Roswell simply patted her hands and kept his gaze towards the screen. His lips were thin. Let's continue watching for more information. It might put you all at ease. As the voice of their warden spoke across the speculative atmosphere, everyone's attention was pushed to look at the darkened window that started coming to life. Season 1, Episode 5 Director's Cut. Begin. A dark black hand reaches from the void towards Subaru. A blurry image. A faint voice. I'm back here again. Subaru grunted once he opened his eyes and found the same ceiling of the reset room above him. He had returned by death. Sister. It appears our guest is still half asleep. Remington. For one so young, it's quite sad how out of it he is. Subaru slowly looked up to see the two voices. The twin maids. This is infuriating. In fact, Beatrice groused, glaring at the two maids on screen. From the same row as her, another blonde girl agreed with the spirit. I get ya. This is very gross to watch after what we've seen. Felt looked away from the screen, her frown alerting her knight that something was wrong. But she just looked away from him as well and kept a straight face. Come on now. We just have to ask Captain what he do when he wakes. Garfield was the odd one out of every girl sitting in his row. No need to make yourselves angry. We have a reason to be angry. The blonde tiger flinched slightly under Amelia's cold gaze. The glares from Felt and Beatrice did not help. Amelia-sama. Otto took the half-elf by surprise as he stopped watching the screen and gave her a dour look. I think it would be best to listen to Garf-san's advice and refrain from making sweeping remarks. The silver-haired princess wilted for a moment before gaining her composure. Subaru slowly sat up and stared at Rem and Ram as they stood in front of him. He closed his eyes in recollection at the previous loop and how broken these two were. Noticing the pained expression on his face, the two ran to his side with worried expressions. What is the matter, sir? Do you feel unwell? Do you have a chronic illness flaring up? I'm wondering how he's about to deal with these two said the dogman sitting beside Anastasia. The merchant boss herself seemed decently intrigued as well. Subaru looked up at the worried maids and quickly took their hands in each one of his. Let me see your hands. Both Rem's and Ram's eyes widened in shock and surprise. This is it. The one. Rem asked in a tone that could be described as happy and filled with hope. Her heart also fluttered at the way the black-haired youth was staring at her and Ram. He had no fear or malice in his eyes. Something that greatly shocked her pink-haired twin that sat beside her. Subaru slowly closed his eyes and remembered the time he was having a nightmare. Those two hands were the same ones that helped him then. So it's true. I wasn't mistaken. Subaru smiled in relief and sincerity as he held both of their hands. The maids looked annoyed. No, sir. I think you are mistaken about everything. The maids quickly removed their hands out of his grasp and stepped away from him while glaring. No, sir. I think your very birth was a mistake. From their perspective, it does seem very creepy. Al mused while some nodded in agreement. Ram seemed to regain her composure and bit her tongue back from insulting the notion that had been displayed on the screen. She could still feel her disgust back then. Only now she was more horrified at the fact that she had directly played a role in the need for the boy's weird interactions with her and her sister. It seemed like he was a mild perv back then. Now she knew better. I wouldn't put it past any girl to slap him for that behavior, Felix murmured quietly with a frown. I don't find his antics that concerning. Crush riposted in place of Subaru. Her expression was one of displeasure aimed for the demi-human healer. Felix bit his lip and looked away from both her and the old man in the butler's suit beside him. When I think about what's to come, I can't laugh off that comment. But right now, even though that's a good feeling. Subaru looked at the wall in uncertainty. The twins looked at him in pity. Sister, could our guest be a troubled man who takes pleasure from torture? Remington, our guest appears to be a pervert who's turned on by insults. Haha, what a misunderstanding. Ricardo tried to salvage some of the fun mood the room once had before everything turned serious after the last death. Though sadly, only the Demi-twins and Al showed signs of amusement at his joke. Subaru smiled sheepishly. Sorry to do that out of the blue, but I trust you both. Subaru slowly left his bed and stood in front of the two in his robes. He was smiling while holding his hand out. Let's be friends, okay? How foolish is he? Priscilla seethed, staring at the scene with a baffled glare. I'm sure he's mentally broken from all of his deaths, yeah? Must be the pain making him so easily forgiven. Anastasia seemed to be on the same wavelength as the Sun Princess sitting above. Come on, bro. Al shook his helmeted head. You can't just forgive like that. The twins looked at each other in bewilderment at this man's gayness. And a new voice came into the room. It was awfully noisy, so I came to check. Subaru, I'm glad you seem well. A beautiful silver-haired maiden entered the room with a sincere smile on her face as she looked at the boy. Emilia's frozen and haunted face suddenly changed into one of pure relief and happiness as her smile reached her ears for the first time in a while. This is it. That's how I remember it. So he won't die again? Felt asked with a surprised grin. There was a lot on my mind a second ago, but seeing you blew it all away, Emilia Tan. I guess you were the wonder drug that my heart needed. Subaru smiled brightly at Emilia. The lady just looked confused. Sorry, I have no idea what you're saying. Anastasia had to give the scene a chuckle. Your naivety is kinda refreshing. Emilia didn't know what to say to this, so she kept her eyes focused on the heartwarming scene in front of her. It made the heavy and painful depression around the room almost disappear completely. Emilia smiled. But good morning. I'm glad you're well. Yeah, good morning. Subaru took a second to appreciate Emilia's smile. Look at how happy he is to see Emilia-sama. Frederica teased Petra and giggled as the little maid stuck her tongue at the screen. She wanted Petra to forget about the dark moments of this adventure in the mansion. For just a moment. He smiled and closed his eyes, muttering, Let's get this started. It was getting tiring to repeat this, Tivy said in boredom. His sister replaced the air above his head with her wooden staff as she dropped it on his skull. Oh. Shush. Mimi glared at her twin infuriated. Garfield laughed loudly, approving of the little girl's action. Scene changes to Subaru and the manor's residents eating once again. Subaru slams his hands on the table and smiles at the lord of the said manor. Hire me to work in this mansion, Subaru demanded. Why are you looking at me? Anastasia innocently asked as she noticed the many stares aimed towards her. Nothing, we just thought that you'd be angry at Natsuki-san for this choice, Otto chuckled nervously. Anastasia just shrugged and ignored the smirking crush and the giggling felt. Both candidates could see how hard she was gripping her coat. This boy deserves another beating. Anastasia just fumed in place. The screen began showing Subaru working his chores with the twins from the previous loops as his thoughts were voiced over the montage. There are two broad conditions I need to clear in order to survive a week in Roswell's mansion. First is to earn the trust of the staff here. Rem is shown watching Subaru with a suspicious glare on her face while he peeled some potatoes. Fuck you, potatoes. If I don't earn those girls' favor, they're likely to kill me to keep me silent. Flashbacks to Subaru's previous loops where he was killed in both the hallway and the forest played. That goes not only for Rim and Ram but for their master, Roswell, as well. The memory of the fully powered Roswell hovering over Subaru and Beatrice with a glare on his face played. He was prepared for my intrusion as well. The eccentric lord questioned, looking quite taken aback. Why are you surprised, I suppose? Betty Subaru was always prepared for your stupid book's instructions. Beatrice kept her eyes on the screen as she scathingly reminded the clown of how he lost to Subaru. It's true. Seeing a few curious stares aimed towards him and the spirit in the front row, Roswell couldn't help but hide his completely enraged look with a pacified conclusion. So he needs to earn the trust of the staff first? Reinhard looked at Rem with a forlorn look. He wanted to believe that she won't be doing anything regrettable this time around. The blue-haired maid blanked at the night, unable to provide an answer as she was obstructed by her mind offering multiple reasons and memories relating to such reasons. Ones that forced the maid to get back into her knees and hide her tears from everyone. Ram simply rubbed her sister's back with a soft frown. Reinhard felt a bit guilty for doing that, but he felt more curious and even more worried as to what the reactions entailed. So the knight looked to the third maid for the estate, and he was surprised to find that both Frederica and Petra were glaring daggers at the two-colored Oni maids above. You, excuse me? Frederica and Petra-chan were not present with us in the mansion, as you've seen, Reinhard. Swiftly, Emilia's angelic bell of a voice answered the knight, and even with all of its obscurity, he could sense the disheartened emotion in that tone of the half-elf. Reinhard decided to let his question die as he realized the effects these viewings are having on the Emilia camp as a whole. He couldn't help but feel amazed by how much Subaru was interconnected with these people in such a short time ever since his transportation. This was a real contrast to how little his own camp members seemed to connect when it came to Reinhard himself. The knight couldn't help but bury those feelings for now. The second is to defeat the shaman that attacks Roswell's mansion. Subaru is shown swinging a broom as if it was a sword with a smile of determination on his face. That's correct. Julius finally spoke up. His voice was quieter but much colder. He still has that to figure out as well, Crush mused as she looked on with interest. How'll he do it? Mimi asked as she watched with excitement. Barusu never told us how he knew about the shaman, but I have a rough idea after watching this Windows events. Ram felt inclined to reply to the excited murmur, though she winced when she received a few glares aimed her way from her maid colleagues and two blonde girls in the front row. Guess I should really keep my head down. Let's watch for now, Wilhelm advised as he kept watching at the edge of his seat. The old man wanted to see how Subaru managed to get out of this situation, and he also noticed the hostility brewing up against the maids the more the anxiety took over the crowd. You either really want to help those two maids or you have found a new liking to the young man, Wilhelm Donno. The Duchess wore a knowing grin as she side-eyed the old knight. My lady, he never gives up. Should it have been me, I wouldn't have given the mansion's people a second thought and left to form my own way, Wilhelm mused grimly. Yet, he found something to look away from these people's betrayal of his rights and found something incredible. Mercy. Crush listened in with a small frown at the old man's tone. It sounded too morbid for someone as steeled as him. Love is such a fickle thing, Lady Crush. Wilhelm's tone held no small amount of respect as it did sternness for the green-haired lady that commanded his respect. It could either bend you until you break completely and so mercilessly, or it will become the reason you stay strong against the harshest odds that fall on you. And what are those feelings that are stronger than love? The young leader to her house's name found herself glaring sternly at her feet, unable to find the right way to go about understanding the old man's words, unable to comprehend this emotion that brought memories of something terrible for her heart. If there was something such as that, Lady Crush, Wilhelm smiled whimsically at his liege, almost self-deprecating his smile was, I have yet to come upon them, he answered wholeheartedly. Crush felt that it would be best to stay silent and move her eyes over to where the window was. Oddly, she ended up staring at the back of Subaru's head for a few moments. What's his love leading him to? Pain and misery are the things that have plagued him since he came to our world. This man is an utter fool. The Duchess kept a thin-lipped expression as she narrowed her eyes at the man in question. Her frustration over his uncaringness for his own self and his constant twisting of love to deprecate his achievements felt completely underhanded and insulting to the memory of this emotion. She felt disappointed with how much love Subaru wasted to ignore his own problems. Seems even you can make mistakes, huh? Returned by Death's Wielder? Scene change. Subaru dropped on some grass looking tired. I'm exhausted. Above him was a floating Puck, hovering upside down. You're quite the hard worker, Puck mused. I'm not done yet. I still need to prepare dinner and clean the rooms. I'll get back to work after a little break. Puck lowered down with an excited smile on his face. It's only your first day, and you're so spirited. Subaru smiled up at the cat. Well? The boy looked to the side with a wide smile. Some important things are at stake here. He whispered softly as he stared at Amelia while she talked with the small light balls hovering all around her. Rem looked down a bit. The feeling of guilt and jealousy mixed as she wished for her to be in Amelia's place. Even though she was content with second place, she still wanted Subaru to look at her like that. But she would just hope for his forgiveness for now. Amelia felt her heartstrings tug a little as she watched how Subaru looked at her. She wished to give this boy the same feelings with the same look coming from her one day. By the way, what kind of magic does Amelia Tan use? Subaru asked the floating cat. Technically, Leah isn't really a magic user. That goes for her contract with me, too. She's a spirits art user. Puck flew around the boy's body with a smile on his face. So magic users and spirit arts users are different. Magic users cast magic with their own mana, but spirit arts users draw from mana in the atmosphere. Subaru raised his hand in the air. And how are those two different, Sensei? Basically, it depends on whether or not you use a gate. A gate. Mana passes through a gate within your body. You both draw mana in and expel it out through the gate. I see. So it's like a faucet for an MP. You should have one too, Subaru. Hey, come to think of it, why does Natsuki-san have a gate as well? Garfield looked at Otto with a confused look. What do you mean? I mean, if he was from another world, and as Beatrice-sama confirmed along with his reaction just now, his world had no magic users or any instance of mana usage, then how can he possess a gate? I don't know, I suppose, Beatrice mused as she began thinking about the inquiry. Maybe humans in his world do have gates, but they're unable to make use of them since his world had no mana? Amelia gave her opinion while watching Puck on screen with a sad look on her face. Some nodded at the explanation. Or it could have been given by the witch, Felt sounded out, making a few individuals gasp and turn frigidly towards her. What? The little blonde asked as she noticed some stare at her. Please don't speak of her so lightly, Felt Sama. Reinhardt stuttered in shock that his lady was so brave to casually speak of such a monster. He was almost proud, but he couldn't let her go around speaking like that in public lest he wants a call for her execution. Pussy. Felt huffed and looked away from her pussy knight. Reinhardt looked worried when the children plus Ricardo and Elle laughed at him. He hoped that name wouldn't stick. Subaru smiled wide in excitement. Really? Does that mean I can use magic, too? Want me to figure out what your attribute is? Puck slowly moved his tail and touched Subaru's forehead with the tip. Magic users are divided into fire, water, wind, and earth attributes. Subaru's forehead began glowing as the sound of meowing filled his head. Whoa, that's totally a magic sound effect. Subaru looked up with excitement. No, it's not. Mimi and Tivy as well as Beatrice were giggling at Puck's sound effects and at Subaru's reaction. Puck stopped and removed his tail from Subaru's forehead. I know what your attribute is. Subaru jumped in place while holding his hands together with an excited smile. Yes, I've been waiting for this. Is it the burning fire of passion? Or a relaxed cool guy water type? Or maybe a gentle wind blowing across the plain? Or is it solid, reliable earth? Subaru thought about all the different attributes as beautiful, soothing, and exciting places of mystical sights, only for all of them to get swallowed up in a black void of nothingness as Puck announced. Shadow. All rejected? Subaru wallowed. Emilia and Rim chuckled a bit as the cast behind them laughed out loud at his luck. I remember the time my attribute was announced. It was much cooler than this. Mimi jumped on her brother as she remembered that moment with her teacher. Wow, Shadow? That's very rare. Emilia entered the conversation as she stood beside the two. What is a shadow anyway? Weren't there only 4 attributes? Subaru asked in misery. In addition to the 4 basic attributes, there's also shadow and light, Puck explained. Subaru grinned smugly. Is it actually some amazing ability? Like a talent that only comes along once in 5,000 years? Why does he want to be a hero so bad? Julius felt wrong to ask this, but he had to learn more about his friend. If he is to be his friend, he still thinks that he deserves some kind of power for him coming into another world. Otto sighed, but then froze in place as a certain thought came to him. Most of the watchers also turned silent and mused at the idea. Holy shit. He did get a superpower. Al and Ricardo, as most of the cast, couldn't believe it. Such a stupid rule was true? Anastasia asked as she lamented over return by death being Subaru's given power. It is what's being told to us. Crush shrugged as she couldn't deny that this power made Subaru achieve some amazing things. But this power didn't really help him find peace or standing in the world. Just peace of mind. You said something, Crush-sama? Felix spoke for the first time once he felt his lady's whispering became darkened with disappointment for some reason. Nothing, Ferris. It's nothing. The Duchess shook her head and ignored her knight. Felix frowned. With shadow magic, you can obstruct an opponent's vision, block sound, slow their movements, and things like that, Emilia explained to the proud boy. All the excitement that was on his face disappeared, replaced with a deadpan expression as his dream to become this Zelda's Link died with the explanation of his ability helping him understand what he can do. Only debuffs. The fuck is that? Garfield looked at Beatrice for an explanation. The smug lowly couldn't turn an opportunity to share her Subaru knowledge, and she reveled in the small jealous glares coming from a certain number of girls, especially a pouting half-elf and a glaring Oni. Debuffs are what you would call attributes or effects that weaken the power of a foe or an ally. Isn't that a good power to have, though? Reinhardt asked, not understanding why Subaru didn't like such a power. Betty Subaru was still enthralled in his fantasy to be the most amazing hero, in fact. He wanted a magical power that could make him beat all of his enemies in one shot like you, the Sword Saint, have done to that Bowel Hunter girl, I suppose. But why would he want that after all of this? Think about it, he was summoned to another world with a power to turn time to his will. He has a gate that can control a type of magic so rare to us, he totally thinks he will become some legend to be. Otto shook his head at his brother's frigid state of mind. That's understandable, Anastasia mused as she thought back to when she saw him as nothing more than an impotent kid with a loud mouth. Man, I'm starting to understand what really happened in that castle, Al spoke to himself, but his words reached the rest of the room. A certain purple-haired young man looked down once more as he lamented the words in his head. An easy one would be something like Shamak, Puck mused as he flew around them. That's a blinding spell, right? Emilia asked. Puck nodded and floated in front of Subaru. Want me to show you? For real. Let's see. Subaru smirked in excitement as he readied himself. Wait. Emilia reached her arm out to stop anything reckless from happening. But it was too late. Shamak, Puck said and forced a spell on the boy. Darkness. Subaru was sitting in an endless void of darkness. He tried to scream and yell something, but his own voice was taken from him. He was a part of this darkness. Emilia's eyes widened. Rem's did as well. Just like that moment where his heart was crushed. He was unable to do anything in this darkness. He was a slave to it. To the dark hand that will inventively come and take his heart in its crushing grip once again. Screaming and yelling silent sounds into the void, he tried to run. He didn't want that hand to come for him. Man, that magic is scary. Tybee hugged his sister tight while Petra watched with her eyes wide. Why is he? Petra tried to ask. He's remembering that time with the witch. Frederica hugged her little maid tightly. Perusa still fears the darkness of the jealous witch. Ram snorted and looked at the boy with a pity-filled glare. Of course he does. She nabbed his heart and crushed it, Garfield exclaimed. Seeing the opportunity to be a good bro, Otto turned with a smirk on his face. Asterisk smack asterisk. Oh, why did you hit me? Otto asked as he rubbed the back of his head while glaring at the beast boy. Garfield had an unimpressed look. You were about to ask a stupid question, and the answer is no. I'm not scared of her. Okay, that's it. Subaru opened his eyes and found himself in a different part of the garden as Puck stopped the spell. What did you think? That was Shamak. Are you all right? Emilia asked from behind him. Subaru gulped nervously as he realized that nothing was coming to crush his heart. He was safe. Slowly, turning around and smiling at Emilia and Puck. I am fine, Subaru assured nervously. Subaru, you've been dealing with so much since the beginning, Emilia whispered as the rest in her camp shared her thoughts. He needs to grasp his worthlessness already. Above everyone, Priscilla seemed most agitated by this entire scene for some reason. As if the display of Subaru's interaction with magic was the most disgusting thing in this room to her. She's really pissed. Ricardo winced at the heat coming from where the princess sat. It didn't help that he was directly under her row. It's not too flashy, but it seems pretty effective. That means I can use the Shamak too, right? Well, that depends on your training. Want to try the beginner's course? Subaru and Puck shook hands and paused in solidarity. Please, master. Scene change. Subaru and Puck were standing in the middle of the big garden in front of the estate. I'll act as a support and use the mana inside you, so the magic will come from your own gate. Leah, on the off chance that Subaru's magic goes out of control and explodes, you should step away so your clothes don't get messy. Emilia stepped a couple of 100 meters away from Subaru. The boy began to panic. That only happens if I screw it up really badly, right? What worthless teaching, I suppose. It must have been your influence on Bubby that made him teach my contractor in such an incompetent way. In fact, Beatrice raged from her seat, holding Subaru's arm while glaring at a certain half-elf. The princess only moved her gaze to the floor with a nervous shuffle of her legs as indication of movement. Emilia's pursed lips were the only thing needed for Anastasia, felt, and crushed to burst into chuckles at her guilt. Bro has the worst luck with friends, it's too funny. Hey. Emilia felt deeply stung by that comment, but felt was too satisfied to see what her words did. The blonde has been airing to relieve her frustration with how badly her night screwed up letting Subaru go out of her grasp and into someone as unreliable as Emilia. Puck pulled his hair and made him face another direction. If you're relaxed enough for light-hearted comments like that, you'll be fine. Puck began his lesson. Now, visualize the flow of mana through your body, then expel a part of it out of your body through your gate. Visualizing, I can do. Fantasizing is what I do best. Julius snorted softly. Subaru smirked and closed his eyes, putting his fingers on his forehead to focus. He began meowing like a cat to replicate the magic sounds he heard from Puck. The screen showed a white ball and a massive dark tentacles swarming into it. Puck slowly looked up with a dismayed look on his face. Huh? That's not good. That gate just dash. Ugh. Subaru shouted as his body exploded into a giant black cloud that spanned the entire estate, mansion, and gardens. You wow. Petra and Felt sounded in disgust. Is that why his gate was damaged? Crush asked. Emilia nodded her head. Scene change. Long story short, you don't have very good control over your gate, so you shouldn't try too hard. Puck is shown flying over Subaru while the boy was laying on his back after he farted. You're the one who said I'd be fine. Tiki. Puck giggled. That's not cute at all, Subaru said in a deadpan tone. Well, for better or for worse, your gate isn't very well used. That's why the mana inside ignored the user's will and burst its way out. Subaru looked up with a distressed look. What am I, a soy sauce bottle with a loose cap? The boy tried to get up from the bench he was laying on, but his body refused to move. You shouldn't move. You used up all the mana in your body. You might not be able to work anymore today. Emilia looked up thoughtfully, but she looked down startled as Subaru suddenly yelled out and began to force himself to stand. No, I have to. Emilia quickly ran to his side. Don't try to overdo it. Subaru ignored her and slowly got out. This is exactly when I need to overdo it. Subaru gritted his teeth in frustration as he forced his muscles to move. I can't waste a single day. He needs to force himself through the fatigue, Anastasia noted with a sympathetic frown. Rem and Emilia flinched as they watched how he forced himself up. I should have noticed his pain. Emilia softly frowned and lowered her head. You did though. You helped him. Rem pointed out to Emilia in a soft and broken tone. The half-elf sank further into her seat at the maid's words, unable to control her rage at the audacity of the blue-haired girl. Emilia just looked down at him with a confused expression. You really are hopeless. Emilia sighed and stepped closer to him. What dash? Subaru blushed as Emilia put something into his mouth and kept her palm on his lips to shut his mouth close. Chew. Emilia smiled and stepped back from him. Chew and swallow it. 3, and go. Subaru slowly swallowed whatever his mistress put in his mouth. The burst of energy that filled him forced Subaru upon his once wobbly legs. What was that? Subaru uttered, spooked and amazed. Emilia giggled and picked up a small purple grape-like fruit. A fruit called Bako fruit. When you eat it, the mana in your body activates, and your gate regains a little of its strength. Emilia smiled happily at him. Subaru looked at Emilia with a guilty expression. Sorry. I guess I've caused you some trouble. Emilia's face drops at this and she pouts at the ground. You don't understand, Subaru. Subaru looks up at her in surprise. Emilia glares at him. It's more satisfying to hear a single thank you than a lot of sorries. Emilia's glare changes to a soft smile. I did it because I wanted to help you, not because I wanted an apology. She shot him her cutest smile, beaming at her friend. Okay, she softly asked. Subaru stared at her, his face bewildered. Aoi, you two are so sweet together. Mimi called from the back. Emilia felt a sad smile overcoming her heavy lips. She was happy that she lived through moments like those. Change scene. The screen shows the L. Mathers estate at night. We got to Roswell as he sat in his office chair, looking out the window. So, Ram, given what you've seen so far, what do you think of him? The clown-wearing lord asked the pink-haired girl sitting on his lap. In terms of abilities, he's completely incompetent, but he can be excessively quick-witted when it counts. I believe it may be necessary to keep an eye on him for a time. This is a problem we must handle with utmost care. Be sure to give the proper warnings, so that your sister doesn't act rashly. See, I care about my Subaru Kuin, Roswell excitedly called out. Everyone grunted and turned away from the clown, except for 2 people. He's telling the truth, Crush softly whispered to herself as she never noticed the wind of untruth coming anywhere near the clown. Reinhard kept his eyes on the Magi. Something wasn't right with this man. Why did his own camp not trust him? They downright hate him. What's going on? Felt asked as she noticed how serious his face looked. Reinhard smiled at his mistress. Nothing, Felt Sama. It'll be revealed anyway. The blonde girl shrugged and turned to the screen. The scene changes to show Rim watching from a door's crack. Watching Subaru as he cleaned the bathroom. He was already familiar with the mansion and the utilities, so I had to keep an eye on him. I never wanted to kill him, Rim explained in frank panic as Amelia coldly turned to face her. The half-elf's violet eyes lingered on Rim's blue tearful ones. She turned around and ruffled Subaru's hair to vent her frustration. You treat him as if he was a dog, in fact. Beatrice glared at the silver-haired lady. Oh, hush Biko, Amelia grunted softly at the little girl, appearing frustrated and angered enough to ruffle the boy's hair even rougher. Scene change. I guess that's about all I can expect on the first day. Subaru is laying on his bed wearing his tracksuit. I earned quite a bit of trust from Ram and Rim, I think. But the problem is the shaman's attack. How do I fight that? Subaru looked at his door. The scene changes to Beatrice glaring at Subaru in her library. You want to know more about shamans? Yeah. How do you avoid curses? Beatrice turned away from him and looked at her book. There is no way. Huh. There is no way to undo a curse once it's been activated, I suppose. Once it's activated, that's it. That's what curses are. It's actually possible to nullify instant death resistances? Subaru uttered, disturbed. However, before they're activated, curses are just simple spells, so I can easily undo them. Beatrice stopped talking and looked up in confusion. She scrunched her nose and sniffed the air a bit. The witch's scent. She whispered in surprise. You know, Rem mentioned that, too. Who is this witch? Are witches related to shamans? Subaru asked Beatrice in fake confusion. Beatrice slowly looked away from him as she began explaining. In this world, the word witch refers to only one person. The Witch of Envy? Exactly. The Witch of Envy, said Ella. Long ago, she devoured the 6 witches who bore the names of the deadly sins and drained half the world dry. She's the worst of the worst, I suppose. Beatrice closed her eyes in disgust at the story. It said that she was starved for love. It said that she doesn't understand human language. It said that her body never withers, weakens, or dies. It said that, though she was sealed by the powers of a dragon, a hero, and a sage, they were unable to destroy her flesh. Slowly, Beatrice hatefully spoke the next words. It said that her body is that of a half-elf with silver hair. Amelia looked down and clenched her hands. Her eyes filled with sadness. Humph. What a disgusting appearance. I would rather have you refrain from insulting our camp's leader for her appearance. Otto kept his eyes on the screen as he told Priscilla off, surprising even his own brother by the backbone that required. In the words of Big Bro, nice assist. Felt brought her thumbs up, using a phrase she remembered Subaru using with Reinhardt. Subaru stared at her with an understanding expression. His mind flashed back to the moments during his very first loop in this world. When Amelia was sitting on the ledge of that bridge. Satella. Why did Amelia use that name? What would it take to make someone steal the Witch of Envy's name? Oh, I guess stealing makes the person sound bad. Maybe I should say to make someone borrow the Witch of Envy's name. In either case, they must have no fear of death, I suppose. One who would steal her name can be called nothing but insane. As Beatrice looked at her book in disinterest, Subaru's face fell as the memories of his first time meeting Amelia flashed before him. I see, so that's why? Subaru smiled in understanding. Huh. Beatrice looked up at him. If people just saw her as a crazy freak, she wouldn't have to be involved in this royal selection mess. Does he think that Amelia wants nothing with the election? Anastasia asked. All she got was shrugs. She is insane to try that, however, Roswell reprimanded from above, sending a clear disappointment in his tone only for the half-elf in question. Amelia kept watching with a sad expression, silent as ever. What are you talking about, I suppose? Beatrice stared at him. Nothing. Subaru smiled. Scene change. Over his captains yelling loudly outside of the mansion. Morning. It's another sunny day, perfect for drying laundry. Let's make this a day filled with happiness. Now. Victory. Subaru finished his warm-ups with a huge smile. Amelia and Puck are watching him from the sideline. You're so energetic again this morning. Amelia smiled softly. Yep. Even as I'm ordered around and disciplined by the maid sisters, I'll enjoy servant life to the fullest again. Subaru suddenly sits down beside Amelia and smiles at her. But when that lifestyle wears me out, I'll come to rest my head in your lap, so save it for me, okay? I thought it was weird as well, but it's really nice and silly, Amelia told the skeptical-looking crush and the weirded-out Anastasia as she bit her cheek. Julius and Felix only narrowed their eyes in disgust. The silver-haired princess simply shook her head at the people who disparaged something so pure because they couldn't understand it. How foolish of all of them. Before Amelia could respond, Subaru was already beside Puck, yelling at him frantically. You really do look like a cat when you wash your face like that. So do spirits get sleepy and stuff, too? Do they oversleep? Puck slowly flew towards Amelia and landed on her head. Don't you people get sleepy when you're fatigued, too? Spirits go through something similar when their mana, the source of energy, is depleted. Puck yawned cutely on top of Amelia's head, making her yawn with him as well. Subaru shook his head and smiled at the two. Did you two stay up all night, or what? I bet you were up late talking about who you like, right? Let me in on the fun. Subaru frantically wiggled in place while holding his red cheeks. Who do I like? It's embarrassing to say, but the one I like is Puck, and the one Puck likes is me. Amelia slowly closed her eyes and her palms together. There. That conversation's over. Cold. Cap'n has been shot again. Although they felt for him, Otto and Garfield had to follow their duty as implied by the code. That's why they were laughing at Subaru. Through thick and thin, bros to the end. This guy's life sucks, Elle whispered while holding his stomach, keeping the laughter in. Shit, Ricardo couldn't breathe on the ground as he wheezed. He's deplorable, Felix blanched in disgust or secondhand embarrassment. Your love is mutual. Then where do I fit in? Subaru looked horrified. Nowhere. Puck looked down at Subaru with a smug smirk. Leah's head over heels for my charms. You're not a bad guy, but compared to me, you've got nothing. Subaru growled in anger. You should give up on Leah and Dash. Suddenly, a half-elf girl stood between the two and held both of them by the ears. Don't get carried away. You too. I'm going to get mad if you keep this up. Amelia sternly admonished while Subaru and Puck moaned in pain. Oh. Oh. You are mad. You are mad. Both boys screamed. You're all buffoons, I suppose. Except for Bubby. Humph. Don't be jealous, Beatrice-sama. Subaru has told you all sorts of UUC stories and information. Otto was more than happy to tease the girl and vent a few of his frustrations that she knew more about his brother. Sure, she was his spirit, but he was Subaru's bro. He deserved to learn about video games or whatever they were called. Beatrice glared at the boy and looked ready to explode. Leaving that library was a mistake. Subaru suddenly looked at his naked wrist and gasped in surprise. I should get going, or the maid's sisters will be angry. Bye. Subaru hurried away as Amelia waved. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Puck looked at Amelia in worry. The half-elf just closed her eyes and sighed. I just feel sort of uneasy. I can't really explain it. Amelia looked at the place where Subaru last stood. Well, I can't blame you for being confused. This has gotten to be a bit of a problem. Puck spoke as he looked at the same spot. Scene changed to crack. Rem looked at Subaru in startled surprise as he stood in the middle of the hallway with a broken vase at his feet. Don't worry. Don't worry. Forget about it. It's fine. Subaru rubbed his head frantically in sheepish embarrassment. What a pathetic worker. Barusa really ought to have been punished for that. Ram said as she looked at Rem. It was his first day. He confused me and Sis by knowing the storage room's exact location without a guide. Rem watched with understanding eyes. She understood why he was so hard working that week. It was because of her. The scene changed back to the worried Amelia as she spoke with Puck. A problem? She asked. The scene shows Subaru frantically and manically wiping the broken vase with a broom while speaking to Rem. I'll clean this up so fast, no one will get hurt. The scene goes back to Puck as he explained. Subaru's mind is really mixed up. The inside and outside are all confused. Amelia's face dropped at her spirit's words. What a fool. All he needed was to leave the mansion and be free. Anastasia nodded with Priscilla's opinion. I do agree that he could have had L. Mather's infinite funds build him his own house and he could have lived there instead. But he's in love with Amelia and he wants to save Rem, so he puts himself in a position that requires him to work harder than he ever has to gain their trust. Crush sighed in sympathy and a little bit of fondness. If he fails, he gets killed. Felt muttered as she understood the full extent of the situation's consequences on her big bro. I wonder how he gets through all of this. Ricardo sounded as he sat at the edge of his seat in anticipation. I never asked for any of that, though. I didn't ask him to do this to himself for me. Amelia bit her lip in rage and disgust, wanting for the boy she couldn't even look at to wake up already so she could slap him and cry in his lap. The scene changes to Rem as she spoke to Subaru while he cleaned the mess. I think that is an admirable attitude, but you were the one who knocked it over. I'll bring a replacement dash. Subaru ran in front of Rem's path and stopped her. No, that's okay. I'll take care of the vase and flowers. You just do your own work, senpai. It was because of me he was so hard on himself. He's acting suspicious again. Tivy sounded alarmed as he noticed Rem's eyes narrow. Uh-huh. No kiddin'. This is intense. Felt gripped the sides of her chair in anxiousness. The blue Oni remained buried behind her stocking-clad knees. If he keeps this up, he'll wear himself out before long, Puck said. The screen shows Subaru bringing a new vase from a dark room and putting flowers in it after placing it where he broke the old one. Wiping his brow, Subaru sighed and spoke to Rem as she stood behind him. It feels great to finish a job, huh, Remrin? It was work you created and took care of on your own, though. When did you learn where the vases are kept? Subaru flinched as Rem's suspicious gaze fell on him. It was because of me that he was so scared and weary. Oh no. Petra yelled in fear of something wrong happening. She didn't know that this was the right loop. She still thought that Subaru was dead and her little heart broke for the boy. Captain. The blonde tiger beside Otto couldn't help but stay glued to the expression on Subaru's face. It was an expression of pure desperation that only Garfield understood the meaning of. He couldn't feel anything but begrudging disappointment in himself for being so angry at his captain before. Did my sister dash? Yeah, that's right. Your sister told me. Since she knows me, she said, you're bound to break a vase eventually. I'll tell you where the extra vases are, so you'll be prepared. Subaru began laughing loudly and frantically as Rim's stare hardened. So scared, so alone, so afraid, so tortured. Because of me. Me. She had no right to touch him. No right to look at him after what she caused him. Rim didn't deserve his love. So she sat far away from him. No one noticed her as everyone was watching at the edge of their seats. Except for a certain clown that held his eyes on anything but the screen before him. Even the carpeted floor seemed more merciful to look at than what the screen was showing to him. I didn't know you'd be this hurt. Subaru. The book. I dash. Subaru-kun dash. Subaru immediately looked at his still naked wrist and faked a surprised look. Whoops. I forgot about some work Ramchi asked me to do. Would you excuse me for a bit? I'll take care of it quickly. Later. I'll come to find you soon. Rim stared silently as the boy Naruto ran away from her. What a weird way to run, Otto commented. Don't matter how you ran away, but he was facing someone that killed him. So he escaped perfectly in my books, Garfield spoke in a stern teacher-like tone. But Otto knew better. Garfield Tanzile loved the Naruto run. His legs were jumping in place over and over again. The scene shows Subaru's face looking exhausted yet forcing a tired, wide smile. I feel sick. The scene shows Ram turning around carrying a surprised expression as the boy perfectly cut his vegetables in the kitchen. Don't you think my knife technique has come a long way in just one day? I think my talent has awakened. Subaru frantically swiped the knife while holding the same exhausted, forced smiling face. I feel sick. I feel sick. I feel sick. Scene changed to Subaru sewing a puck emblem on some cloth, holding it out to show Rim as he spoke manically. Rimrin, check out my aptitude that makes such detailed crafting possible. There must be a miracle residing in my fingertips right now. Illusion. Subaru cheerfully yelled while moving the cloth around, not noticing, or rather ignoring Rim's hardened stare. I feel sick. 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 Subaru was wearing the same fake expression as he swiped and cleaned the entire hallway with his broom. Beatrice tried to utter. A chill ran down her back. The spirit was staring with a horrified face. Subaru's really good at hiding himself, Emilia whispered chillingly from the spirit's side. Her eyes were dark. You can see it clearly now, Frederica bit her lip, feeling her skin crawling because of the scene. That's not his fault. Petra couldn't but outburst her frustration. The little one was more than agitated by this entire scene and couldn't help but feel anger when Subaru is being doubted. It wasn't his fault that he acts like that. It's not, Emilia surprised her with a broken whisper. The half-elf looked down at her lap, expression unseen for the little maid. It's not his fault, Emilia whispers again, not being heard by Petra or any of the people around her. He stopped what he was doing and began talking in quick succession when he noticed Emilia watching him. Honestly, Emilia Tan, every time we meet, you stir up my heart. You're such a sinful girl. You're guilty. Emilia just stared at him with a scared expression. I should be able to laugh better. Subaru is looking at a mirror, terrified. I should be able to make them laugh better. I can't fail this time. I can't waste a single second. I have to throw all my strength into my work and produce results, or... Subaru quickly changed his face into the same fake one and turned around to find Ram standing behind him. Oh, Ramchi. I wasn't slacking. I'll finish all my work. You can just kick back in your room and take a siesta while I dash. Frantic, manic, quick, fast, fake, sick, mad, disturbing, horror-filled. That was the scene in Subaru's mind as he began throwing up in a sink. The tired butler boy breathed heavily as he looked into the mirror. Rim and Ram looked down and tried to bury the feelings of guilt that were overwhelming them. They were the cause of this trauma. He's not going to last, Frederica whispered as she watched the creepy mindset Subaru was in. Subaru. Petra was scared, honestly scared of this entire scene. He's not even going to know if he's doing the right thing. He has nothing to go off of to know if Rim trusts him or not. I'll note it in pity. It's so creepy. Mimi voiced out while hiding behind her brother. This is all wrong. Felt hated that scene. She hated how alone and tired Subaru looked. This is so disturbing. I hear ya. Garfield and Otto genuinely shivered at the whole scene. Subaru was so haunted and creepy like this, it wasn't even funny. He's trying to do this by himself like there's no one else to help him. Otto clenched his fist in pure anger. He wanted to help his brother. But it's the residents of this mansion that re-killing him, and Emilia is practically useless since she's busy all the time, so there's no help there, Anastasia pointed out. Emilia kept looking at the screen with an angry scowl on her face. I should have snapped him out of it sooner. She whispered and reprimanded herself. Julius watched the screen with a look of pure shock as this was the same thing he was doing when he first wanted to become a knight. Train. Work. Harder. Harder. Impress. Defeat. Work. 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 But he never had to deal with death as a consequence if he failed. Natsuki. Julius uttered with guilt as he once again saw himself in the rash, unmannerly boy. Knight. Julius corrected himself. Unfortunately, he can do nothing else but handle this alone. Anastasia pursed her lips into a thin line, hiding her malice aimed for a certain clown sitting in the back. He ain't very good at hiding it, is he? Elle seemed to mutter in sadness behind his helmet. The Sun Princess beside him only glared more heatedly at the screen. Pathetic. Damn, I look so lame. I don't have time to spend whining. Subaru looked at his reflection. His tired, beaten reflection. You idiot, he growled at himself. Subaru slowly walked out of the bathroom and then out of the room that led to it while wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Look what your two friends did to him, I suppose. Beatrice seethed from beside Amelia. The silver-haired half-elf couldn't show her face to the angry spirit. The tired, exhausted boy didn't notice a silver-haired girl standing right by the doorway, waiting for him. Subaru. Amelia called out. His expression changed to the fake one as he turned around to meet his mistress. Amelia Tan. Dash. Subaru, come with me. Amelia looked into the room he just left. What's happening here? Crush asked as she leaned in. Amelia just watched with her eyes tearing up. This makes so much more sense now, she whispered as she played this same scene in her mind. Garfield and Otto looked confused by her words. Subaru recoiled back, keeping his fake expression in place. Oh, a personal request from Amelia Tan? How joyous. How embarrassing. How rare. I hate him like this, I suppose. Beatrice looked away with a flinch and a sad glint in her eyes. You are not the only one. Considering that she's been seeing a lot of flaws in the boy the past few minutes, Crush found it appropriate to mutter alongside the Great Spirit in an uncomfortable tone. Amelia looked disturbed and worried for her butler as he did oppose with every word he spoke. Say anything. Tell me to do anything. For you, I'd dive into fire, water, the loot house, anywhere. Subaru. She softly spoke while staring at him. Subaru seemed to become more desperate by the second. Hey, come on. The Amelia Tan I know would say. Wait, are you a fake? But is anyone else capable of looking so gorgeous that I just want to hug her? What annoying filth, Priscilla snorted and looked away from the pathetic sight. How would you have dealt with this situation, huh? Felt extremely agitated by what she was watching and overcome with guilt for her role in letting him go with Amelia, shouted towards the cruel lady in red behind her. An infuriated look passed Priscilla's face, uncharacteristically giving Felt the time of day. Myself would have made everyone in that mansion bow to me, as everyone should. It was that pig's insistence on treating the halfwit as a doll that caused such a pathetic attempt at mercy. He shouldn't have such a power in his grasp, and myself is compelled to lock him away just to teach all of you a lesson for caring about such a weakling. The Red Princess didn't hold back on her biting venom and faced the crowd with her most hateful glare. Princess, I think you're being agitated by the screen too, Moo. OOF. Although he tried to calm things down, the one-armed knight was struck by Priscilla's backhand to the floor. You'll do no such thing, surprisingly. Roswell was the one to rigidly reply to the princess and her threat. Priscilla glared at the man in disgust, but she was ignored by him in favor of watching the screen. See, calm down, guys. Petra called out to everyone from her camp that began glaring at the frightening lady sitting above her. Everyone seemed to calm down as they witnessed Priscilla take her anger out on the poor man sitting beside her and fall into silence herself. Seeing his frantic behavior continue, Amelia nodded her head and sternly glared at him. All right. She quickly took his hand and pulled him along with her into the room. Subaru, come here. What, Ash? Just come. Amelia stood at the center of the room and pointed at the floor. Sit. Can't I sit on the bed or a chair? Why the floor? Just sit. Amelia sternly ordered. Yes, ma'am. Why does he look excited? Al and Ricardo had to chuckle a bit. It seems like what I said was true. Barusu is a pervert. Ram huffed and glared at her sister. Honestly, why couldn't she have picked a trash can instead? It would be leagues better than her choice now. A choice that saved Rim's life. Ram looked down with her eyes filled with regret? Gratitude? The pink-haired Oni was just happy for her sister's life to be saved. She was still going to appropriately torture the boy if he hurts her sister. On the front side, Amelia was growing more anxious as she realized how revealing this scene will be for her and Subaru. She began growing more unsure about wanting this scene to be shown to her. Subaru quickly obeyed and sat before her with a stupid smile. Amelia smiled down at him and closed her eyes. The silver-haired maiden slowly sat down beside him. Subaru just looked confused as Amelia sat beside him in silence. Just this once, all right? What you doing? Anastasia mused with a finger on her chin. Amelia. Crush also gave the half-elf a look of interest, same as Garfield and Otto looked at their boss with sly smiles. Nah. Amelia-sama. The silver-haired girl blushed under the two boys' teasing grins and fiddled with her thumbs. It's embarrassing for you all to watch like this. Unruly scum, Priscilla clicked her tongue and fanned herself to relieve some anger she held from the last scene. Subaru didn't have time to question what she meant as Amelia placed her hand on the side of his head and pulled him down until he laid on his side with his head on her thighs. Amelia squirmed her naked thighs together as his hair was stuck between them. Your position is a little weird, and it tickles. Huh. Guess that is kinda nice for him. Al nodded his head and shrugged his shoulders when his liege aimed her scarlet glare on him. Barusu's taste isn't bad. Ram held a small smile at the scene, finally feeling relief and not guilt seeing something good happen to the boy. Is this a time you remember, Emilia-sama? Crush found herself questioning why the half-elf was more embarrassed than saddened that she didn't get to live this intimate moment between the two. The half-elf looked taken by surprise at the question. I thought you guys heard me. Yes. This is the one where Subaru lives. Though saying that really makes me feel disgusted. Seeing the half-elf fall into a depressed state, the Duchess only nodded her head and pinned Emilia with a firm glare. You must keep watching then. See how much pressure he puts on himself and try to understand where you can help him once he wakes up, Emilia-sama. The half-elf stared at the floor for a moment, forgoing the gentle touch of Crush's hand on her shoulder. Anastasia only seemed interested in what was happening on the screen, so she didn't give the conversing candidates beside her the time of day. Should we really be watching something so intimate between a royal-elect and her staff? Julius found himself looking away from the screen in discomfort. This made Anastasia's eyes leave the window as she moved to slap her knight on the back of his head. Oh hush. Julius, you need to be more honest with your feelings and just say that you don't want to watch Natsuki-kun in a moment of weakness again. Milady. The knight grunted while looking away at a wall. You know I'm right. She turned away from him with a knowing grin on her face, unwilling to let him have the last reply and reading him like an open book. Julius elegantly rubbed the back of his head and continued to watch in silence. You're letting me rest on your lap? Don't say it out loud. It's embarrassing. And no looking up here. Close your eyes. Emilia pushed his face away from her and covered his eyes with her palm. You're adorable when you're embarrassed too, but... What's this about? When did I do something worthy of this kind of reward? Emilia smiled down at him. You don't have to put on that weird tough act now. Emilia began ruffling his hair slowly and gently. Didn't you tell me to lend you my lap when you were exhausted? I can't do this all the time, but today is special. Subaru closed his eyes as he enjoyed the moment. Special? It's only my second day. If I'm already completely worn out, what kind of weakling am I? Subaru asked exasperated. Priscilla snorted in discontent, the worst kind, no doubt of that. Come on, princess, Al whined as his master continued to get on people's nerves. It's plain to see that you're overwhelmed. You won't tell me what's really going on, will you? I can't imagine this will make things any easier, but this is all I can do. Emilia softly whispered to the now trembling Subaru resting on her lap. Emilia-tan, come on, now. Subaru leaned more on her thighs to hide his trembling face as he tried to keep the facade going. Emilia just rubbed his head slowly and whispered to him. Are you tired? I'm totally fine. Are you troubled? If you're this nice to me, I'm gonna fall in love with you. When you? I mean, like that. Subaru stopped and tried to hold it in. Emilia leaned down and whispered into his ear. It's been rough, hasn't it? Every flashing moment of death he's ever experienced played before him, covering him in this dark, empty void once again. And with this beautiful girl's whisper, the void just shattered into nothing. And that's when Subaru stopped holding it in. It was rough. Petra's heart was broken by how weak he sounded. Tears fell down from his side-turned eyes as he rested against Emilia's lap. It was so painful. Rem looked down and gritted her teeth so hard they almost shattered. I'm sorry. Doing her best, the blue-haired girl unfolded her legs off of the chair and watched with a hardened face. I did this to him. I need to face how it affected him. I was so scared. Beatrice looked away from her contractor and tried to hold her tears in. I swear, Betty will protect you. I was so sad. Crush and Anastasia watched with gazes spelling pity for him. Almost makes you want to hug him. Anastasia jested lightly but with a sad nuance. Surprisingly, Crush chuckled softly at this. Indeed. It hurt so much. I thought I'd die. Otto and Garfield watched with shock coursing through them. To Garfield, this was the true man that had saved him from the prison of his past. To Otto, this was the boy that had saved him from unavoidable fate and horrors while taking everything on his shoulders as if he was some tragic hero. Both understood a very important fact that shocked them to their core. He wasn't a hero. He was. Aha. Emilia nodded and smiled warmly at the boy crying in her lap. I tried so hard. He sniffled. I tried so hard. Felt looked at the screen with anger roaming her entire soul. She should have been the one to take him in. She should have helped him somehow, but she was too busy being a slimy slum-dwelling idiot that cared for herself. She understood it now. That boy, her big bro, wasn't some tough guy that forced his way into any situation. No, he was. I was so desperate. So desperate to make everything right. Roswell's eyes widened as he watched something he wouldn't ever see again. Subaru Natsuki, the boy that had burned his gospel and spat on his life's mission, the boy with an incredible nigh impossible will of steel. He was. It's the truth. I've honestly never tried so hard at anything in my life. Subaru yelled as he cried in her lap. Priscilla watched the scene with disgust. She was absolutely grossed out by such a display of total shame. How could someone with such power be so weak? What was it with him and his humanity? Emilia nodded. Uh-huh. I know. Because I loved this place. Because it was so important to me. I was so desperate to get it back. When they first met, Frederica hadn't understood why so many people believed in him, trusted him, loved, and cared for him. But now that she saw him like this, When he was so. I was scared. I was so scared. Ricardo and Wilhelm watched with solemn eyes. Whatever respect they had for the boy had now been justifiably amplified. How could they not respect him more after this? After he appeared so. I didn't want those eyes looking at me like that again. Reinhardt's face aimed down as his heart hung onto every single word. He wouldn't ever doubt Subaru's heart again. And I hated myself so much for feeling that way. Subaru screamed as Emilia gently patted his head. He was so human. The universal thought in everyone's heads was all about how weak of a human being he was. Felix and Julius simply stared at the screen with shock. The boy they had thought was a monster, was a witch cultist, was a fraud cheating the election from them. He was a human, a simple human boy. No power, talent, wealth, motive. He was only a kid that had tasted death and could never speak about such horrid memories. No relief and no one to help him. Felix felt ashamed at his words now. His heart burned with the guilt and shame of his own spitefulness. Julius felt so much worse than that. He could never call Subaru a friend after this. He wasn't a friend. A true friend stands by his friend's side. I failed. Julius grimly looked down as he whispered those final words. The words that ended his friendship with Subaru the half-elf's knight. A friendship ended by nothing more than his own incompetence. Scene change. It was now dark time, and Emilia was still sitting on the floor of the room. She was smiling down at the sleeping boy. Subaru-kun. Rem suddenly entered through the door and stopped with a surprised look on her face. Shoo. Emilia shushed the maid as she rubbed the boy's head resting on her lap. Is Subaru-kun just asleep? Yes. Rem stepped closer to look at the sleeping boy. He looks like a child, doesn't he? Emilia smiled down at him. He looks so at peace. Petra cooed, while feeling the same relief as he did. It was odd. As if just watching Subaru gain some relief was therapeutic for her and the rest of the cast as well. Crush nodded her head while watching with a small smile. It doesn't look like Subaru-kun can do any more work today, Rem said as she looked at him. Emilia giggled softly. Yes, he's done for today. What a bad boy, taking a day off on just his second day of work. Emilia softly pinched his cheek. Emilia's gaze fell on the carpet. The half-elf's expression was one of deliberation. Silence roamed the room at the sight of the blue-haired maid inside of the scene. Only the soft sniffles of distress could be heard in the silence. Emilia did not turn her gaze away from where it was as she spoke. Stop crying. Rem flinched and tried to wipe her tears. Emilia's fragile tone echoed across the theater. I am sorry, Emilia Samadash. Please, just stop crying. Emilia's pleading tone confused everyone alongside the maid she was talking to. Rem stopped hiccuping and looked at the back of Emilia's head with a shocked expression. When he feels better, you can punish him. When I see him like this, I almost don't want to. Rem whispered softly as she stared at the unguarded boy. So you stopped your cruelty toward him just because you saw him asleep? What happened to the witch's scent? Anastasia sternly and curiously asked the maid. Rem had slowly calmed down and felt the relief that had swarmed the theater after Subaru's breakdown. How could a deranged lunatic from that cult ever look at peace when he sleeps? The maid questioned in a hoarse, tired voice. Anastasia turned away from Rem without any indication of pity or familiarity. Good then. The merchant queen nodded, her eyes focused on the screen. One less obstacle to take care of. Now's the turn for that assassin Mabeast gal, and not Suki-kun's pain is at an end. MHM. Petra showed more enthusiasm to the Western girl's words by clapping happily. Emilia chuckled and nodded her head. Yeah. Rem continued to stare at the boy some more, her expression softening. She then turned around and began walking out. I'll inform my sister that Subaru-kun will be useless for today. Remington. The maid stopped and looked back. Subaru is a good boy. Emilia smiled in earnest. Rem's eyes widened for a second before she sealed her expression and bowed down to her superior in the household. As she walked out, Emilia continued to smile happily as she played with his hair. He really is a good boy, Frederica muttered as she wiped some tears from her eyes. Almost everyone had their shocked, widened eyes glued to the screen, unbelieving at such a raw emotional impact being delivered by a mere lap pillow session. Emilia nodded her head at the maid's words and played with her own Subaru's hair as she looked at him. You really are a good boy. You're the best. Emilia understood why Subaru broke down like that. It's not because you were tired of work. You needed someone to vent out to. Emilia smiled wide and happy for the first time. She actually felt elated that she helped. Even if I never asked for you to do any of this for me. Thank you. I'm sorry. Scene change. Subaru is seen walking around an uninterested Beatrice as he held his blushing cheeks in embarrassment. Did I really just bawl all over the girl I love and fall asleep with tears and snot all over my face? What kind of shame play is that? I'm totally hopeless. Subaru whined as he circled around the spirit girl. And then he comes to Betty to whine and moan about how helpless he is. Betty Subaru is so selfish. As the spirit girl turned away from the screen, huffing in jealous anger, many giggled and chuckled around her. Biko's job is so hard. Emilia giggled and teased the spirit. The princess now felt more willing to lay back and stop worrying, mainly because her heart was too tired from the guilt, or because her elation was high after seeing how much she helped him. But Emilia felt actually playful right now. And teasing was fun. She understood why so many people did this to herself. I will show you, Subaru. Emilia growled in frustration, realizing how much fun he's been having teasing her like this. She will take revenge. I hope you wake up soon, she whispered softly as she took his hand in hers and watched the window with a smile. You burst in here late at night, and that's what you say, I suppose. Beatrice growled in annoyance. Don't say that, Biko. We're tight, aren't we? What kind of relationship do you think we dash? Beatrice jerked her head up suddenly and looked at Subaru with a surprised stare. Wait, what did you just call me? Subaru stopped walking in circles and smiled at the girl. Oh, Biko. I think pet names are indispensable in showing affection. So I'm going to call you Biko. That's the best proof of my affection that I can give. Beatrice glared at the pleased-looking Subaru. What sort of obtrusive display of goodwill is that? That's not just disgusting, it's revolting. Humph. Same reaction. Al laughed out loud as the twins and Petra began imitating Beatrice's huff. Mine is better, look. Humph. Mimi turned her head away from the laughing Ricardo. No, mine is better. Humph. Felt joined in making Reinhard blow out a chuckle at his lady's adorableness. Stop this foolishness at once, I suppose. Humph. Beatrice did the thing, and everyone was laughing their ass off. Even Roswell had to lean on Ram as he held his stomach. Commoners and their simple monkey minds. Humph. Priscilla did the thing which stopped everyone's laughter immediately. Even Roswell was staring at her in complete surprise. What are you fools looking at? The princess asked, unbothered by the stares. Princess. What is Aldebaran, you useless knight? How are you so good? Priscilla looked at the screen and ignored the retards around her. She was a god. Of course, they wouldn't be better than her. Humph. I can't believe that is how he treats a great spirit. Reinhard sounded a bit too amused at the hilarity of Subaru's treatment for Beatrice. Big bro just wants to have fun with friends. No need for the title nonsense. I wish he would teach you how to do this. Felt huffed and glared at her knight adorably. I'm sorry for being inadequate, felt Sama. Reinhard bowed with a look of shame. Felt facepalmed. Don't be so cold, Biko. Subaru's face turned serious, as did Beatrice once she noticed it. Truth is, Subaru bowed to the girl with a pleading look on his face. I'm backed into a corner here. To be honest, I want your help with the curses I asked about. I told you that curses can't be undone once they're activated, I suppose. Yeah, you did. So can you detect curses before they're activated instead? I am capable of discovering curses before they're activated, Beatrice explained. Subaru's face brightened with a smile. He knelt down in front of the girl and asked in excitement. How are curses placed? There is one rule of casting curses that cannot be broken, I suppose. A rule that can't be broken? Physical contact with the target of the curse. That is the prerequisite, Beatrice answered. Subaru began thinking. The only people I've touched other than the ones in this mansion are the villagers at the base of the mountain. I was cursed in the village, it activated in the mansion that night, and then I died. That would explain why the shaman got Rem last time. I didn't go to the village, so she ended up being the target. It fits. It all fits now. I've finally found a lead. Subaru banged a bookshelf and looked relieved. Damn it, he smiled excitedly. So that's how he came to the conclusion? Otto asked in excitement as he watched his brother at work. Now he can deal with the shaman and work on Rem's trust, Ricardo mused out loud. It was all thanks to Beatrice Sama's knowledge. Barusu would never be able to do this on his own. Ram huffed and looked away, appearing frustrated. Not as good. No, not good at all. Al and Ricardo nodded at each other as they both agreed that Ram can't do the thing. Humph. Wasn't in the Oni blood. Pathetic. Ram snorted at the two. Are you sure you should be so relaxed, Ram? Roswell asked his maid, surprised with how fast she had recovered from her depression and was back to insulting Subaru half-heartedly. The pink maid simply smiled at Roswell. If Barusu worked so hard to get mine and Rem's friendship, why should I define our relationship over a death he does not care for? It wouldn't be fair for him to lose my gracious insults, MHM. The eccentric lord fell silent before his maid's attitude, unable to understand her point. You didn't say anything about forgiving yourself, Ram. He kept that question to himself for now. He wanted to let the girl enjoy her normality for now. His heart broke once he realized that he was the only one not smiling at the screen as everyone began cheering Subaru's plan. There was Felix and Priscilla, who were already known as the designated outliers of perception on Subaru. Wilhelm and Julius were hardened enough to be perceived as statues anyway. But the rest were smiling at the screen. This is hardly fair. Is that any attitude to take towards someone you asked for help? I suppose. Beatrice sounded from her corner, annoyed at the boy's lack of consideration. If it was helpful to you, I think there's something you should say. Subaru looked dumbfounded until he got what she was implying. Yeah, that's right. Subaru suddenly picked up Beatrice, making the little girl shriek in embarrassment. You saved me. Thanks to you, I can see the light. Subaru began spinning around with Biko. I love you. Put me down, I suppose. Beatrice ordered and sent the boy flying with a magic spell. Dorowazu. Subaru fell on his face. Julius and Reinhard had to let out the laughter bubbling in them since the beginning of the scene. How can someone so adorable be a great spirit? Felix asked, exasperated, but had a grin. You two seem closer than the last loop, even. Anastasia seemed more enlightened to talk to the spirit girl than before. The merchant queen knew that this little one was the key to understanding everything about Subaru and his camp. Not that she wanted to gain an advantage so underhandedly, but she still had a thirst for knowledge and understanding about Subaru's world and what he brings with him. Betty's and Subaru's destinies are intertwined, in fact. Scene change. And so a lot has happened, but today is a fresh start. I'm a new me. Subaru did his pose as he stood at the mansion's entrance with a wide, fresh smile on his face. The lap pillow, right? Rem asked from behind the boy. It was the lap pillow, Ram confirmed. It was definitely the lap pillow, Anastasia jived in delight, earning more chuckles from Crush and Felt. Are lap pillows really that good, or is it just a Subaru thing? Reinhard asked curiously, happy that everyone seemed to be moving on from the dark emotions, except for a very infuriated-looking Priscilla sitting above. I think it's just a thing Pal has for lap pillows, I'll jested a reply for the night. It surprised Reinhard how such a nice man could be enslaved by a woman like Priscilla, but he had no right to come between them. Subaru blushed at the twins' remarks. Wait, you guys knew? Subaru looked at the twins as his face turned beet red in embarrassment. Good morning, Subaru. Emilia Tan. Subaru quickly turned around, surprised that the beautiful half-elf stood so close beside him. Emilia slowly stepped back and looked down as she smiled warmly. This is kind of embarrassing. She smiled and turned around with a red hue on her cheeks. Are you feeling okay? She asked kindly. I wasn't so sure until I heard your voice just now, but… Subaru took a deep breath and smiled, a true smile this time. I'm okay now. He turned to Emilia and steeled his face to face her without blushing. So am I. I'm sore dash. The boy stopped and smiled brightly. Thanks for everything. Emilia smirked proudly. You're welcome. The two remained smiling at each other with rosy cheeks. Emilia felt her own cheeks heat up. The happy feeling growing in her chest made her feel as if she was going to burst. See what happens when you ask for help, Emilia whispered in delight. So then how does he deal with the beast user if he still thinks it's a mere shaman? Crush found it appropriate to voice her main thought as the scene moved on. Those of the Emilia camp that were not present during this event shrugged, but what surprised the Duchess and the Merchant Queen's camps was that Ram, Beatrice, and even Roswell shrugged with looks of confusion. You don't know how he did it? Julius asked, keeping his eyes on the spirit at the front. She was Subaru's spirit. No way she didn't know how he identified the threat. I think we should all continue to watch as we've clearly seen that this window will show everything relating to Barusu's days in our mansion. Julius relented on the fact that what was said is true. Scene changed to Rem and Ram entering the kitchen with a blushing Subaru behind them. Well, shall we get started on this morning's work, Subaru-kun? Rem asked while walking towards a counter. We need to begin our morning duties, Ram said as she followed her sister. Subaru slapped his cheeks and quickly focused his mind on the task. Before that, I have a favor to ask. A lap pillow, right? It's a lap pillow. I'm not that unscrupulous. The boy defended his honor from the mischievous maids. It's so fun seeing him get teased. Otto and Garfield laughed while Beatrice and Emilia giggled. Rem had to let out a few chuckles as well. She was slowly healing her heart. Actually, I want to go to the village. It's not far away, right? Do we have any plans to shop for anything? If I recall, we are low on seasonings, so I was thinking of going to the village tomorrow, Rem told the two. Then why don't we go today instead? If we're running low, it never hurts to restock sooner. Subaru asked excitedly. Rem looked a little apprehensive. Ram noticed this and smiled at her sister. I don't see a problem with that. Sister. Rem looked at her twin in confusion. You do need to go shopping, and we have no urgent duties. And you have Barusu to carry your packages. If you say so, sister. Rem bowed to her sister, making the boy jump in place. All right. But I'm going with you. You'll have a pretty flower on each arm, Barusu. Huh. Subaru looked uncertain at the twins. I just hope those flowers aren't poisonous. He muttered as he stared at the two girls. Title card. I cried my lungs out, and stopped crying. That's a clever plan he made on a whim. Felix honestly felt compelled to compliment him. Yes, but what is he intending to do in the village? How's he going to find the shaman when they don't exist, and how will he deal with? Melee was it? Petra nodded her head, giving Crush her answer about the Mabeast user's name. Still can't believe that little one is an assassin, sheesh. Ricardo shook his head sadly. They come in all shapes and sizes, bro. It's a dark world we live in. Al shrugged his shoulders and responded without a care for the sad reality of his words. Scene change. And now for the final exercise. Swing your arms out wide, then cross them in front of you as you take slow, deep breaths. In and out. Rem and Ram stood at the side of the town center, watching as the black-haired boy did his warm-ups and taught them to the people of the village. He somehow coerced all the villagers' kids and even most of the adults themselves into doing his radio calisthenics with him. Whoa, he convinced all of these people to go along with his games from the get-go. Ricardo asked as he was honestly impressed. HMHM, Subaru-sama was always popular in the village. Everyone loves him, Petra announced proudly. Even you. Al had to tease the maid, and he also had to laugh at how red she turned. I came to check on you since break time's almost over, Ram said to her sister as they both watched Subaru teaching the village how to do warm-ups. Things are quite lively, Ram told her sister as she kept her eyes on the boy. All right, one more time. Victory. Subaru stretched his arms wide, making the villagers follow his lead and shout while doing the same pose. Victory. Why don't Captain do that when he's with us? Garfield asked as he looked at the people on the screen with jealousy. Jealous little brother? Frederica cooed, making Garfield flip her the bird. The sense of excitement and happiness was flowing through the air as Subaru's warm-up routine filled the villagers with energy. Everyone was laughing and congratulating one another with wide smiles of endearment and happiness present. From the old to the young, to every woman and man. Happiness was flowing through everyone's hearts because of Subaru's warm-up routine. All right. Subaru laughed while high-fiving a man. An old-looking lady slowly trotted behind Subaru and smacked his butt. Oh. Ha ha ha. Hands off the merchandise. Everyone was laughing at the look on Subaru's face, and they completely fell out of their seats at Amelia's yell. Subaru looked at the lady and flabbergasted at the sexual assault against his bum that she had just committed. I feel so much younger, the lady said as she walked away from the traumatized boy. Subaru's attention was on an older man that tapped his shoulder. The old man nodded at the boy with a happy smile and walked away. Subaru smiled back and thought inside his head. Okay, everyone has touched me now. Barusu. Subaru's thought was interrupted as he looked at the twins that were standing beside him. What sort of game is this? Ram asked. Radio calisthenics. I think the fact that everyone, young and old, can enjoy it is the secret to its many long years of success. Subaru smiled while holding a finger up, trying to hide his trauma from the sexual assault he was subjected to moments before. Who cares? Ram asked, bored. Ramchi, that was cold. Ramchi, you're scary. Ramchi, that was mean. Ramchi, that wasn't nice. Ramchi, you're nasty. Ramchi, you're dash. One more, and I will make you all eat soap to clean the filth out of you. Petra and the twins quickly looked away with their mouths shut. They wished their comrades on the screen luck. Ramchi was indeed scary. Huh? What's he mean by everyone touching him? Ricardo questioned, ignoring his siblings' blight against Ram. Seems like he tricked the villagers with this game and will determine the shaman by the area where they touched him. Can he keep track of all of these faces, though? Crush seemed unimpressed with this plan. Even if it was cunningly underhanded, it was still hard to sell. Especially since Subaru didn't have that kind of memory. Ram looked at the three kids that were smiling at her innocently. Did you teach these children to call me that? Ram slowly looked at the boy before her. Well, it was more like, I wanted to spread some friendliness around. Subaru looked smug. Ram just sighed. I don't mind, but what about Rem? She asked, knowing that this troll had something prepared for everyone. Remrin. 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 Rem looked at the three kids with a horrified look, her honor debased. Ram shrugged. And, did you enjoy the village trip you wanted so much? Nothing to worry about there. When Muriosa patted my shoulder at the end, my trip was complete. Subaru slowly looked back and saw the blue-haired girl with green emerald eyes pulling on his coat. That's the assassin? Julius asked in disbelief. I don't see how she could be. Does she have a divine blessing of some kind? Crush asked. Yes, she's the Mabeast user that attacked the mansion. Otto sighed as he remembered the last time he saw the girl in the new estate prison. Subaru lowered himself to face her. What's up? If you want to say something, go out with it. The girl looked up and pointed at the edge of the village. There. Subaru looked at the twins, questioning. Ram looked exasperated. Have your way a bit longer. If you say so, sister. Ram nodded at him. Subaru got up and smiled wide. All right. I owe you both, senpai. Subaru and the grouped-up kids all waited for the blue-haired girl as she stood at the fence of the outlines. A small familiar black pup was running towards her. She quickly picked it up and showed it to Subaru and the kids. How did you both not think it suspicious that a dog was conveniently running in and out of the barrier at this girl's will? In fact, Beatrice asked the maids. We don't go to the village unless supplies are needed. Barusu is the reason why we got so intimate with the Earlham villager community. Rem nodded at her sister's words. In any case, this is getting intense. Frederica seemed bothered by how unbothered Beatrice and Amelia seemed. I guess that's one way to go about finding everything out. Crush leaned in with a look saying that she had figured everything out as soon as she saw the little black pup. That's right, there was an event like this, too, Subaru said to himself. He moved his hand to touch the little puppy, but it growled at him. And this still happens. Subaru looked sad at this. She's usually so tame, Petra said. She only gets mad at Subaru, another kid said. What did you do to her, Subaru? Some kid asked. That's what I'd like to know. If it happened 3 times, I guess we're just incompatible. Oh, now's my chance. Subaru quickly noticed the growling pup close its eyes and sleep in the girl's grasp. If you'll excuse me. Subaru began rubbing the pup's little paw and the underside of its jaw while smiling in content. Hee, there's the sensation I've longed to feel. Nice. For a stray, this is great. Hey, you've got a bald spot on the top of your head. Subaru noticed and began touching the spot. Is it a scar? What did you walk in, Dash? The pup growled and instantly bit the boy. Yow. Subaru pulled back and looked at his hand. You even bit me in nearly the same spot. Are you a time traveler? What a moron, Priscilla snorted. And he is cursed, ain't he? Al slumped in his chair again. He is, in fact. That beast didn't take a liking to Betty Subaru, I suppose, Beatrice answered dully. You got carried away. It's what you get for touching her so much. She is a girl, after all, Petra said with the two village kids. I don't think that's quite the problem here. Also, no one is worried about me. I'm gonna cry. The kids laughed at the despaired Subaru. Scene change. Subaru slowly lowered a huge barrel to the ground, looking tired out. I made it. I made it. Well done, me. Good job. Seriously, good job. Yes, yes, well done. Yes, yes, good work. I see the three of you are together. That will save me some time. The twins bowed to their lord as he walked out of the mansion wearing a black outfit. Roswell Sama, the twins uttered bowing. Formal clothes. Subaru asked. Well spotted. I'm seeing Sumion who's a hea asshole to deal with in normal attire, so I had no choice but to wear dress clothes. Rem looked up at her employer in alarm. A visitor? You're going out. Ram is correct. I'm going out. Roswell pointed at the pink-haired maid. I received a message that was a tad troublesome. He quickly placed his hat on and smiled at the three servants. So I'm off to make the rounds outside. Roswell set his sights on the butler of the three, surprising Subaru. I don't expect to be home tonight, so Ram and Rem, take care of things. Yes, sir. As you command. Yes, sir. Even if it costs our lives. As the magician began walking, Subaru stared at him surprised. Roswell didn't leave the mansion before. Why? Julius kept his question short and simple as he stared the clown down. Many looked at Roswell with suspicious gazes. Do you know something we don't? Felt asked as she glared at the weird smiling man. Roswell noticed the tension, the aggression, the hostility, the impending question storm. And he did one thing. He bravely and slowly raised his arms up in the air as everyone prepared to jump him. And he did something so shocking and unbelievable to many who were staring him down. Roswell of the Mathers family line shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know. The boy was again surprised as Roswell stopped to put a hand on Subaru's shoulder. As the butler looked up, he was faced with Roswell's face mysteriously smiling down at him. I'm counting on you, too, Subaru-kun. Take good care of Amelia-sama, he said without an accent. Subaru looked up at his employer. Sure, you can definitely count on me for that. Roswell stopped and sighed. Then look after things while I'm away. With that, the Lord of L. Mather's estate began hovering to the clouds, stopping for a second and then rocketing at an insane speed over the terrain until he was no longer visible. He can fly? Magic is incredible, Subaru uttered as he searched the sky. The boy shook his head and looked back towards the mansion, focused. The difference in circumstances must have been triggered by my visit to the village. That means my strategy of acting as a decoy is working as planned. You're still very suspect, Ricardo said as he and the rest of the knights backed down. Roswell just sighed. Will he be safe from them when they get to the sanctuary stuff? Subaru smirked. Scene change. And that's why I'm here for my long-awaited Biko time, Subaru said while smiling at the increasingly annoyed Beatrice as he stood at the door to her library. Your face looks quite different than it did half a day ago. You've been busy, I suppose. Beatrice narrowed her butterfly-shaped eyes. I'd love to take it easy for a change, you know, but there's something I want you to check for me. Subaru closed his eyes in concentration and looked at Beatrice, donning a serious expression. I think I've been cursed. Could you find out for sure? Beatrice looked at the boy miffed out of her mind at his antics and jokes. What are you talking about? I think I've been cursed. Could you find out for sure? Subaru repeated. No one asked you to repeat yourself, I suppose. Beatrice angrily stepped off her stool and glared up at the butler. It's been half a day since I told you about shamans. You're far too impressionable, Dash. Beatrice stopped in place with a look of disbelief. Traces of a curse. She whispered in bewilderment. You really have been cursed, I suppose? Beatrice looked up at Subaru surprised. So the shaman was one of the villagers, after all. Can you tell what kind of curse it is? I can't say just from looking at the curse. But as I told you, once it's activated, chances are you'll die, I suppose. Beatrice narrowed her eyes as Subaru showed no hint of a reaction at her words. You don't seem to be afraid of dying at all. That's kind of hard to deny now. Yeah. Julius and Reinhard grimaced. Beatrice simply looked at Subaru with pity. Subaru had a degenerate look on his face as if what he heard was the dumbest thing that could be said in the world. Huh? Are you nuts? I'm insanely scared of dying. There's nothing in the world that scares me more than dying. I wish people who say, I'd rather die, would actually die before they say it. Subaru covered his face to hide his eyes. His tear-filled eyes. That's why this time, I'll find a way out. He removed his hand and glared at nothing, determined. Of this fate. The butler smiled down at the spirit girl. Okay, so get rid of this curse for me, would you? I don't have much time. Beatrice humphed and looked away from him. Why should I have to save your life, I suppose? I expected an unlovable response like that, so I came prepared to convince you. If I die, Puck is bound to be sad. Huh. Beatrice thought of a little cat crying his eyes out. Bubby wouldn't be all that disturbed if you died, Beatrice said in a bored tone. Subaru had a crazed grin as he began explaining. Oh no, if I were to die, Emilia would be at least a little shocked. When Emilia feels shocked, Puck takes damage, too. And if you could have stopped it, but didn't, what would he think of you? Man, Cap'n S seriously something scary bro. He does seem to know how to push people's right buttons to his advantage. Anastasia honestly felt a bit proud that this boy finally showed some wit and wordplay. Beatrice-sama and Puck-sama would have been sad for Subaru regardless. Petra defended with her tongue out. Even Beatrice seemed agitated by the way Emilia was looking at her. Don't look at me like that, I suppose. Betty would have helped Subaru no matter the case. In fact, humph. I'm not looking at you because of that. I knew you would help him anyway, but Puck cares deeply for Subaru too. Don't talk about him like he's cold-hearted, Emilia said bitterly. Beatrice simply looked away from the half-elf, not saying a word to the girl. You should have paid close attention, girl. Beatrice stomped her foot in frustration. I'll go along with your smooth talk this time, I suppose. Beatrice growled out and looked away from the cunning bastard. But after this, I'll have nothing more to do with you again. Sure, but I'll always come to ask for your help when I'm in trouble. Subaru smiled brightly. The spirit girl leaned closer on his arm and enjoyed just how happy this made her feel. I wish he'd do the same with us, Garfield whined, watching the incredible smile cross Beatrice's face and feeling jealous of it. Beatrice simply ignored that part and activated a spell that made her hand glow. I'll destroy the spell used in the curse now, I suppose. The spell is burned into you on the spot that shaman touched, so that's our reference. I prepared for this. Don't worry. The young men's leader with the crew cut. The old lady who felt so much younger that she brutally sexually assaulted my butt, and Muriosa, the fake village head. I made sure all the suspects touched different parts of me. That's some really good execution. Reinhard nodded his head with a proud smile. He managed to make the entire village touch him just to find out who the killer was, using himself as bait. Julius was surprised by how tacky the plan was. That plan isn't as impressive as it seems, Julius-kun. Anastasia voiced her thoughts to her knight, making him look at her in surprise. He can't keep track of every villager. It's impressive he managed to get everyone to touch him, but he couldn't memorize them all. Anastasia cleared the flaws to Subaru's plan, sternly. Crush nodded her head along with the merchant's words, agreeing with her disappointment. It's a good thing he managed it anyway. Thanks to Beatrice-sama as well. Otto seemed agitated by Anastasia's constant demoralization of Subaru's efforts, and so he replied protectively. Subaru's eyes widened as the spot that was cursed started emitting black smoke. He slowly looked down at his hand as the mist was rising from it. It was the hand that had a bite mark on it. A black mist. How abhorrent, I suppose. Beatrice whined in annoyance and clenched the black mist in her hand, making it disappear. All done. You'll be fine now, I suppose. Beatrice waved her hand in disgust. Subaru started shaking in place as he held his hand. So the place that the black mist came from is where the shaman touched me, right? Beatrice nodded. Subaru had a manic look of fear and dismay as he reached the conclusion. Could that puppy actually be? I have to get to the village. They just keep messing with me. Subaru yelled and ran out the door. Scene change. The village? What for? Ram asked as she stood with her sister in front of Subaru. Beatrice said the one who gave me this wound is responsible for cursing me. Subaru held his hand in front of him. It was the dog that the kids were playing with. Ram widened their eyes in shock. That dog-looking thing cursed everyone it bit. If I don't do something, they'll be in danger. If you don't trust me, you can come along. But we can't leave Emilio alone here. Only one of you can come. You're making up your own rules, and if we are to obey Roswell-sama's orders, there's no reason for either of us to go with you. Rem sternly reminded. No, there's not. But was that the only order Roswell gave me? He retorted while looking at both of them with conviction. Very well, Barusu. I'll allow you to act on your judgment. You're a loyal one, Al chuckled. You gave up so easily once he referenced your master. Of course, Roswell-sama is to be followed no matter the reason he may have. The pink maid showed conviction in her voice that struck even the most loyal. Roswell only sighed. Sister. Rem looked at Ram, startled. Rem will accompany you, Ram declared while looking at Subaru. Just what I wanted to hear. Subaru held his fist in excitement. He wants to go with the girl that killed him? Mimi asked, oblivious at how hurt Ram was hearing such a sentence. Good grief. Ricardo sighed. Ram, that's my decision, so please go. I'll confirm with Beatrice-sama and protect Emilia-sama. I'll keep an eye on that, too. Sister, you shouldn't. Rem tried to argue with her sister. Subaru, are you going somewhere? Everyone looked back to see Emilia running down the stairs while holding her nightgown. I heard loud voices, so I came down to see what was going on. What happened? Something might be happening, but you don't need to worry. You look like you're going to do something dangerous again. Emilia ran towards the smiling Subaru with a worried look on her face. We were just wrapping up a dispute on that particular topic. I can't stop you, can I? Emilia smiled tiredly. I guess not, no. Subaru rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. In fact, if you do, it'd be a hindrance in several ways. Subaru looked apologetic. Fine, I get it. Emilia sighed and smirked at him. I won't stop you. It's probably no use telling you not to be rash or reckless, too, right? Depending on what happens. I mean, it's not like I want to do any of that. Subaru smiled at her. Emilia quickly extended her hand and touched Subaru's chest while looking down and whispering, May the blessing of the spirits be with you. Huh? Say what? Subaru asked in bewilderment. The half-elf princess smiled up at the boy. It's a prayer to send you off. It means to come back safely. Subaru nodded. Got it, Emilia Tan. Why didn't I go with him? Emilia sighed in regret. You're not the only one who regrets it, I suppose. Emilia smiled at the frustrated-looking Biko. At least she wasn't alone. Rem looked at them with a bit of hurt showing in her eyes. Did they mistrust her too? Scene change. Okay, I'm off. Take care. Emilia remained standing at the front of the mansion, looking at the boy as he ran with Rem towards the village. Scene changed to Subaru and Rem running inside of the village. The two looked around as the villagers were running around frantically with torches to see in the darkness of the night. Has something happened? Rem asked a boy that was running around. Why, yeah, several of the village children have gone missing. All the adults are looking for them. The young man explained. Was I too late? Subaru scowled as he thought back to the last place he saw the kids. The fence is at the edge of the village. There. Subaru-kun. Rem and the young man ran after Subaru as he sped towards the fence. Rem looked around and noticed a green stone that wasn't glowing on a tree. The barrier is broken. She pointed at the deactivated stone. What happens when the barrier is broken? Maybe Asts can cross the boundary. Maybe Asts. Subaru looked to Rem for an explanation. Maybe Asts are creatures of the witch's creation. They're enemies of humanity that have magic powers. The scene showed the dense forest. They live gregariously in the forest. Gregariously? You mean tons more dogs like that one are out there? Subaru looked down and noticed multiple footsteps implanted on the mud, leading into the forest. The kids are in there. Subaru turned to the young man. Tell everyone. Right. The boy ran to spread the words. Subaru turned towards the fence and stepped closer to it. Subaru-kun, what are you doing? Subaru leaned on the fence and looked into the darkness of the forest. I have to go save those kids. Of course he would do that. Otto facepalmed and began to sweat nervously. Captain is the best. The blonde beside him cheered with no faith lost. He's an idiot. Felix shouted with an impulsed glare. He needs to call someone or else he will end up dying along with the kids. Subaru saved us anyway. Petra pulled her tongue at the nasty cat boy, having her fill with him. You were there with the other kids, Petra-chan? Frederica questioned with a look of horror crossing her face. She didn't think Petra was that deep into the danger when she heard the little one talk about how Subaru saved her village. The little girl nodded her head with pride, as if that's deserved when you're kidnapped by an evil monster of darkness. Subaru saved me along with the rest of my friends. This made Wilhelm smirk unequivocally. Wait, you can't make that decision on your own. With Roswell-sama away from home, can you be sure that this isn't a ruse to divert attention from the mansion? Rem asked in suspicion. What do we do then? Ignore the kids who are in trouble right now. Go back to the mansion and tighten security? If you don't care when all the villagers are dead tomorrow, I guess that's an option, Subaru calmly retorted. Rem tried to argue, but her throat tightened. Rem, let's go. We're the only ones who can do something about this. Why go so far? Why should this village matter to you? Rem asked Subaru, still not trusting him. You know, Petra, she wants to make clothes in the capital when she grows up. Huh. Lucas wants to succeed the village's best woodcutter. Mildo wants to make a crown from flowers in the fields and give it to his mother. Mena is going to have a baby sister soon. And the brothers, Dine and Kane, are always fighting over who'll marry Petra. Subaru shook his head and looked down with a smile. They do matter to me. I know their names, their faces, and what they want to do in the future, and I promised them we'd do radio calisthenics again tomorrow. Rem looked down and found his hand shaking with fear. So cool. Otto uttered as he too thought the same when he saw how shaken he was. But he never gave up. Julius smiled at the kid he saw on the screen. It's like a fairy tale speech. Even though he's scared, he still wants to help the kids. Felix felt the amount of hatred for Subaru slowly diminish. That is just who this young man is, Ferris, Crush affirmed as she rubbed her knight's head. Rem looked to the floor as soon as Amelia turned to look at the maid from her seat. She couldn't meet anyone's eyes as her suspicion and mistrust were displayed to them. While Subaru was trying to save the children, she was more worried about him being a spy. Amelia didn't show an emotion of negativity. She only turned to check if the young maid was still crying or not. I keep my promises, and I make sure others keep theirs too. Amelia immediately looked back to the screen with a small scowl of disgust. Liar. I'm going to do radio calisthenics with those kids again. So I'm going in there. Subaru gulped and looked into the forest. Rem smiled for the first time in his presence. In this loop. Very well. My orders were to keep an eye on you. Yeah, that's right. Make sure I don't do anything shady. I will. Rem looked into the forest while standing beside him. Huh. He's being very upfront about it with her. That's kinda cool of him. Tivy sounded his admiration for Subaru's bravery with Rem. He only trusted his friend, Mimi explained to her brother while nodding smugly. She loved being smarter than her siblings. See, Ram whispered to her sister. You and Barusu are a good team, sister. He's a pitiful man, but he has a heart of gold, Remington. You need to forgive yourself and make amends with him about it, later. Yes, sister. Rem's heart clenched because of her sister's worried tone. Subaru smiled and looked into the forest beside her. Asterisk sound of chains asterisk. Subaru looked at the maid beside him and found her carrying the same mace as the one she used to kill him. Rem-san, is that? It's for protection. But that's. It's for protection. Rem simply replied and jumped over the fence. Subaru followed. Scene change. We're close. I smell something alive. Subaru stopped walking through some bushes and looked at the blue-haired maid as she sniffed the air. The kids. I'm not sure, but it doesn't smell like animals. Rem started running through the bushes and trees. Subaru followed her into a wide clearing that had no trees, and something in the middle could be seen in the middle. The kids. Subaru quickly ran towards them and reached to see if they were breathing or not. They're alive. No, they're still breathing now, but they are very weak. If left alone. Weak. The curse. Subaru's eyes widened and looked at the kids. Each one of them had a bite mark somewhere, and they were all struggling and sweating. And we finally found them. Rem, can't you undo it? I lack the skill for this. If only my sister were here to see them, but I will cast a healing spell to comfort them. When they're calm, we'll carry them back. Okay, damn, I'm so useless. Subaru growled and looked around. I'll keep watch, Dash. Indeed you are. Priscilla snorted once more, audibly less agitated than before. Princess, you're being too harsh, Dash. He is the one that wishes to think so lowly of himself, Aldebaran. You have no need to keep protecting a pig's feelings. I'm not protecting anything though, Princess, Al said hesitantly. Priscilla simply narrowed her eyes at the man before turning away. Subaru. The boy looked down to see who called his name. You're awake, Petra? All right, good. You're a tough girl. Don't overdo it, though. I'll take you home where you can say goodbye to the pain. Just rest for Dash. One is still in the... Petra fell unconscious. Hey, what did you say? Petra. Subaru looked at all the kids that were present. He remembered. The blue-haired, emerald-eyed girl. Damn it, she's right. I don't see the little girl with the braid. Subaru suddenly stood up. Nasty little shit. Garfield growled as he understood the girl's plan. She made that plan to lure Subaru? Reinhard asked in anger at how cunning and dirty that small child was. No, I think she just wanted the rest of the villagers to come instead, Crush noted. How so? Anastasia asked while keeping her eyes on the screen. How do you think the children left footsteps when they were unconscious from the curse this whole time? Anastasia clapped her hands in surprise. That's really clever. Crush-sama is the smartest Nyan. Felix happily bragged. Please wait. It's too dangerous, and if the maybe-ass took her, it's already. I get what you're saying. I do. But Rem. Petra says another girl was taken away. She showed concern for her friend before asking for my help. She put her friend before herself. Subaru looked at the maid. I wish I could take it back, Petra muttered as she watched with her heart clenched. You shouldn't be so hateful, Petra-chan, Frederica whispered to her pupil. But Meili Dash. It doesn't matter. It was Master Subaru that forgave her as well as you, Petra. The little maid remained silent to her mentor's words. She stared at him with a surprised expression. I want to respect Petra's feelings. If you take something on, you should make the effort to take it all on. Subaru slowly walked towards the forest. If you get too greedy, you might take on more than you can carry back, Rem mused as she healed the kids. That's why you're with me, isn't it? Subaru smiled back. What's that got to do with me? Those kids need you now. When the villagers show up, leave the kids with them and follow me. He smiled and began walking. He stopped when Rem held his hand. We don't know the threat our opponent presents, or when the villagers will arrive, and at worst there is a chance I won't be able to find you. It'll be fine. You won't lose me. What makes you so sure? Even if no one else does, you can pick up my scent. The foul odor that hangs on me. The witch's scent. Right. Subaru smiled at Rem. Subaru-kun, how much do you know about? No idea. There's a ton I don't understand. So much that no matter how many times I start over, I can't find the answer. Subaru moved his hand away from the confused maids and placed his pinky finger around hers. Just like there are things you want to ask me, there are tons of things I want to ask you. So when this is all taken care of, let's talk. Until our voices are hoarse. Promise. Subaru smiled and shook her hand with his wrapped pinky. Rem looked up at him, dumbfounded. I trust you, Remington. So I want to act in a way that makes you trust me. I'll make that promise right now. Very well. Then that promise is made. I'll ask you many questions, so be ready. Sure. Subaru got up and smiled at Rem as she continued to heal the kids. Once the villagers come for the kids, I'll come join you. Don't do anything reckless. Don't worry. I'm demonically inspired today. Rem looked up at the boy with an expression of interest. Demonically? It's the demon version of divine inspiration. It's my favorite phrase lately. Subaru smiled and shot off into a sprint. Please be careful. Goddamn. I'll shout it. Not bad at. Ricardo howled with an impressed grin. Captain is a ladies' man. Garfield clutched his chest as he watched Subaru with wide-open eyes. He was astounded at his captain's abilities to smoothly talk to a woman. How is he so smooth? Otto shouted in frustration. Is that how he earned your trust and love? Crush asked the girl with a smile. Surprisingly, Rem shook her head as she watched the scene with a breathtaking smile. It comes later, she hoarsely whispered as she continued watching with a look of pure adoration in her eyes. Emilia's eyes narrowed at Rem for a moment, feeling a pang of frustration that everyone seemed to ignore what Rem had done to Subaru and moved on to talk cheerfully about their interactions together. Scene change. The boy was walking through some bushes on his own. If the one that cursed those kids really was that dog from today, there's no way I can lose, right? Subaru asked himself, trying to convince himself to push on. The boy smelled something in the air and glared forward. I smell animals. Subaru looked through some bushes and found the girl's legs as the rest of her body was hidden behind a tree trunk. Is it a trap? Subaru stared at the girl's body. Emilia wouldn't hesitate. He's really fond of you, I suppose, Beatrice jealously muttered to the worried elf girl. Emilia was a little happy that he was thinking about her in such a dangerous situation. How selfish can I be? She asked herself as she clenched his hand. Subaru moved out of the bushes and knelt beside the girl, relieved as he saw her breathing. Thank goodness. So she's acting here? Felt growled as many in the camp nodded. The other camps looked at the girl on the screen with detested glares. Asterisk growls asterisk. Subaru quickly looked back as he heard growling noises all around him in the dark forest. Out of the bushes came a fierce-looking dog-like beast with red, shining eyes glaring towards Subaru as the dog growled hatefully. This is not what we discussed. Why is it so huge? And was it waiting for me to come for her? Subaru looked around frantically but kept his stare on the dog. Nowhere to run. The beast got ready in a stance to bounce on Subaru. The butler of the Mathers estate quickly stood up and removed his coat. Damn it. If you want to fight, bring it on. The boy wrapped the jacket around his arm and glared at the dog, keeping the little girl behind him. Subaru was shocked. However, as the dog's form, the great beast's body, disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Subaru looked all around him as the hidden beast growled and taunted from the darkness. He could attack from any angle. Subaru looked around for where it would attack him. Asterisk, ho-hush asterisk. Subaru quickly turned around and placed his jacket-covered arm into the beast's mouth. That doesn't hurt. Subaru glared at the dog as it bit on his protected arm. You just bit me, didn't you, you moron? Subaru quickly lifted his arm up, forcing the dog to fly through the air as it was still biting on it, and then quickly pushed the dog and implanted it on the tree trunk behind him, forcing a trunk of wood to impale the dog through the heart. Subaru breathed heavily as he watched the dog's limping legs stop as it died. Subaru sighed, tired. I won. Oh shit. He actually did it. Garf and Otto cheered him on as they saw how cool a powerless cornered Subaru was. Emilia was at awe at how cool her knight looked. Julius and Reinhard shook their heads and watched with worried glints. They knew what a beast breeding ground meant. More than one. Asterisk, grew a wall. Asterisk. Subaru's eyes widened as he turned around slowly. You've got to be kidding me. The entire dark forest was filled with red, shining eyes, staring at him. He stepped back from fear. He looked at the sleeping girl. Subaru glared at the horde of Maybeasts. If you want to fight, bring it on, he declared as he put himself between the monsters and the girl. I'm going to punish Melee once we get out of here. Emilia growled in anger. Her fingers stuck to a pulsing motion as she imagined herself pinching the little girl's cheeks. Frederica and Petra nodded their heads in fury. This is a tough one, Crush muttered, invested enough into the fight Subaru was undertaking to feel worry for him. 5 angry dogs charged towards Subaru. One dog jumped and almost bit the boy's face off. Until, asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Subaru looked beside him, at the person that just shot the dog's head off. The children have been safely returned to the village. Thank you for buying time. Rem stood there with her mace in hand. Subaru's face contorted in worry. Rem, watch you dash. Before he could warn her, Rem quickly swung her mace behind her, killing the 2 oncoming beasts attacking her from behind. Subaru looked at the headless carcass of the dog beside him and then up at the girl before him. Why, you're strong. I'm not sure if that's a nice thing to say to a girl, Subaru-kun. Rem quickly shot her mace towards a dog, blowing its body into shreds. Subaru quickly stood up with the girl in his arms. I have no other words to describe you. You're seriously incredible. As he stood beside her, the hordes of Maybeasts surrounded them. So, Rem, would you be able to take them all out in one shot, by chance? We are outnumbered. With this many, our situation is dire. Yeah, I guess it would be. In that case there. Subaru pointed at a horde closer to the forest's opening. Rem quickly rammed her mace into the ground, forcing dust and mud to fill the air. Subaru quickly ran through the blinded dogs with the girl in his hands. Rem killed all the dogs that Subaru left behind. She then shot off in another direction as the dogs began trailing her. Rem, I don't know the way. Subaru called out into the forest. Straight ahead. Once we cross the barrier, the battle will end. Run toward the village bonfire. Got it. Subaru and Rem ran in a straight line and stopped once the fire lights were visible. I see the light. We're almost to the barrier. Subaru gasped in shock as he took the maid's form in. Rem was bleeding all over. Rem, Petra yelled, horrified at the morbid look of the maid. She's tough. Al whistled loudly. It's crazy that we are now cheering for her after what we saw from her cruelty, Ricardo pointed out in amazement. She's the only one that's helping Captain, and the two of them had a really good bond-in moment. Garfield immediately worked to help Rem once he saw how downtrodden she was. The little smile she had was worth the heated glare he got from Beatrice and a side look from Emilia and the rest of the royal candidates minus Priscilla and Crush. These reactions forced Rem to drop her smile completely. Before he could say anything, the Mabeast's leader quickly forced an earth attack where chunks of mud and rocks started flying at the butler, maid, and girl. Rem quickly pushed Subaru out of the way, and her body was hit by the earth attack, and her body was sent flying. Subaru stared at Rem's body as it fell with a shocked expression, with a horrified look. Emilia and Ram had their hands on their mouths as they watched the brutality of the scene. He instantly looked back where the attack was sent from. Hordes of dogs were standing all around him, and in the middle was that same small pup. Damn it. Subaru looked at the dogs and then to Rem's body in despair as he tried to think of a way out. Everyone was at the edge of their seats as they watched what might happen next. This is supposed to be the one. Beatrice growled in frustration. And suddenly, he looked back and was utterly amazed as Rem's body began standing up. Rem's bleeding body was slowly standing up as a glowing horn shot out of her forehead. Subaru stared as Rem's crazed laugh filled the forest and muffled the beast's growls. Her eyes filled with crazed glints of madness as her lips emitted laughter that was on par with the Joker. Her horn, the one that suddenly materialized on her forehead, was glowing brightly a shade of pink and white. Oni magic? Reinhard whispered in surprise as he watched with great interest. I thought they were wiped out. Anastasia commented as she thought about what she knew about the extinct clan. Petra and the twins just stared at Rem on the screen and at the Rem beside them. One is scary and the other is cute, Tivy yelled loudly, confused as the other two children nodded. Rem looked at the screen with a grimace as she was seeing how scared Subaru was of her. Subaru's eyes shook with terror at the grazing image before him. Rem slowly trotted and stood in front of the monster horde. A smirk on her face, she instantly shot her mace toward them, blowing each of their heads off. Mabeast, 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 Witch. Rem was killing 5 of the dogs with each and every single word. She was slaughtering them. Mabeast, 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 Mabeast. Disgusting. Priscilla scowled at the scene. This is very unsettling, Wilhelm spoke in a battle-hardened tone as he remembered some soldiers that fought like that, manic and insane. Such as the power of an Oni's horn, Roswell said as he watched with emotionless eyes and a deep frown. Is that why you integrated them into your household? Anastasia asked, narrowing her gaze on the man. Roswell simply nodded his head and looked at the screen with a thin lip and a darkened eye. Emilia seemed aghast by how unaffected Ram seemed by all of this, even though this was her own sister. Now that she took a good look, even Frederica didn't seem surprised by Rem's demonic form either. Seems like she was the only one in the mansion without that knowledge. The half-elf didn't know what to think of that, so she focused on the blue-haired girl's reaction to herself. Why do you look so horrified, Rem? Isn't this a side of you? Something you willingly unleashed to hurt Subaru? Emilia's thoughts roamed her head as she kept her eyes on Rem for a few more seconds before moving back to see the massacre of dogs continue in the window. Subaru stared as Rem massacred the horde of monsters and cut each and every dog in half. The masses and piles of blood and humid monster flesh were all around her as red droplets sputtered and covered her form, laughing maniacally all the time while smiling her insane, crazed-out smile with wide eyes. She's a demon, he uttered. That's not nice. Otto slowly looked at Rem and found her deeply hurt by his comment. He felt pity for her. Rem had finished off most of the horde and looked at the last remaining 3 dogs. 2 big dogs and the small pup. The pup growled at the maid as she smirked at him. Subaru's eyes widened as he noticed an oncoming second horde of dogs jumping from the sky at the unfocused Rem. Quickly dropping the girl to the side, Subaru ran to the grinning Rem and pushed her out of the way. What's the moron doing? Anastasia asked with a shocked face. You were surprised by this? Crush lazily asked, raising a brow at the merchant queen. Excuse me for having faith in him. Anastasia rubbed the scarf around her shoulders dryly. Faith? Bet he would run away? Not Suki. Crush continued to mock, easily getting under the company head's skin. As she fell, Rem's horn disappeared and her crazy smile morphed into a shocked expression as she returned into her old self. She watched as Subaru took the attack that was meant for her. The dogs that were about to bite her surrounded the boy and bit him all over his body, fighting for chunks of his meat. As his screams filled the air, Rem instantly got a hold of her mace and attacked the maybe-ass that were eating him. Subaru-kun. This is supposed to be the one. Emilia repeated Beatrice's words in anger and fear for her knight. Oh, Felt yelled, standing on her seat in anxiety. Rem quickly knelt beside his unconscious form. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Rem begged as she held his head in her arms. Subaru's eyes rolled into the back of his head. Darkness. Don't die. Title card. The meaning of courage. In credits, Styx Helix. Episode 5 Director's Cut. End. Oh, come on. Garfield shouted in despair. Please show us what happened next. Please, please, please. Mimi begged while bowing her head to the screen along with her brother. I'd rather you stop this farce and get me out of this room this instant. Priscilla ordered, finally taking her chance to show that she had lost patience with the screen's time-wasting on something that keeps making her question herself and her world's servitude. The world was made to please myself. If it sent me here, then 'twas for a reason. So far all I've seen is a pig failing to use his great power correctly to please an idiot halfwit. A few broken dogs that can't stay under their master's leash. A failure of a spirit guardian and pathetic instances of a boy crying constantly. Priscilla raised her fan with fire cursing through the air around her. She bellowed her final warning, open the doors to this wretched place and free myself this instant. As the Sun Princess demanded, all she got was a cooled voice. Nah. A wave of power surged throughout the room once again, and Priscilla found herself standing without a single amber of flame around her. Trying, she found out that she could no longer use her magic. The scarlet-clad lady glared murderously at the screen, ready to heave all hell upon its master. You dare dash. Sit down. Priscilla-sama, the road towards your greatest destiny requires a lot more patience for the weaklings around you. If you don't see this through, you don't deserve the world's loyalty. For the first time, the Red Rose was at a loss. And before she could reply, the warden had already activated the screen's loading of the next viewing. Episode 6. Arc 2's continuation final. Start. Author note. Sleep is for the weak. I have to apologize to all of you for the delay. My family decided it would be fun to go out for a 2-week trip, and I had to be present. I needed to write the script for the episode, which was 11,000 words, and it takes 10 hours to write. I had to also make some really good reactions that were not repetitive or out of character. You may see a lot of these issues showing up more and more in this chapter, so please bear it. This episode really didn't inspire me enough. Sorry if it was a downgrade from the previous one. On the other hand, one more episode and we break the curse. One more episode and this arc is finally done. I want to thank everyone supporting me and trying to help me fix my mistakes in both early chapters, when I was making this as a fun little skit or hobby, and in my later ones, when I decided that you fuckers deserve my absolute best for the wonderful encouragement you've been giving me. Thank you for that. Please go check out the reaction FIC of One Story Maker on AO3. He just uploaded a new chapter which was frankly amazing to read. Again, thank you. Now, wait for me, please. As I finish the last of Arc 2. Episode 6. I have it right here, sir. Oh, thank you very much, Joseph. I needed that pillow after that intense writing session. My pleasure, sir.